Bowser Chevrolet.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Pittsburgh Pirates, winners of the series over the Cincinnati Reds for the second day in a row. They beat the Cincinnati Reds, and for the second day in a row, they won the game by the score of 8-3. O'Neal Cruz had another home run in this game, giving him a pretty solid series. Though players like Marcell Ozuna continue their struggles. He went 0 for 4 in that game, and his slow start to the season continues, though he did reach base once, and he scored after walking on the O'Neal Cruz home run early in that game. Our guy, Jared Girola, also had a hit in this one. He was on base twice in his 4 plate appearances, so good for him. It looks like there's only a few players that did not reach base in this game. As Marcell Ozuna was one, Henry Davis was the other. Everybody else, and Jake Mangum as well, didn't. Everybody else got a hit in this one from the Pirates starting lineup. Headlines. They're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Family Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. That's next. You're listening to Sports Radio 937 The Fan.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Taxes was waiting on the refund you needed yesterday.
All right, your car repair is going to run about $3,000.
Now Taxes is getting back on the road with TurboTax and Credit Karma, where you can get your refund up to 5 days faster and get personalized guidance to take every dollar further. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Deposit a federal refund into Credit Karma Money account and early submission of refund data by IRS required. Terms apply. Banking services provided by MVB Bank, Inc. Member FDIC. Credit Karma is not a bank.
Pros, just because something on the job runs out doesn't mean you have to. Order it on the Lowe's app. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get free same-day delivery on eligible orders over $25. Get the fasteners, hardware, or tools you need to keep the job moving. Order by 2 p.m. and get eligible in-stock items delivered right to your job site by 8 p.m. Members get more at Lowe's. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to availability. Restrictions and terms at lowes.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Get up with the Fan Early Morning Show, presented by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Hey, yeah. Ooh. Woo, man. What a week. Pirates are back. That's still early in the season. I don't think they ever left. But more or less a breakout game for the Pittsburgh Pirates yesterday, which we will go over thoroughly this morning. My name is Nicholas Ericalis. This is the Fantasy Morning Show. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's a 24/7 sports station. But I'm the first local host. I'm the one that you hear first directly from Pittsburgh that doesn't do a national show. I'm your first locally focused show of the day. And I take a lot of pride in that. I warm everybody up, get everybody ready to go. I know a lot of people are waking up this early in the morning. Perhaps you are as well. Perhaps you're doing the night shift at work, and this is actually the end of your day. But I welcome all. So we're warming up. It's too early in the morning for bah and rar. I mean, sometimes I get angry on this show. But this morning, no need. Let's warm up. Let's warm up with the Pirates. We'll do that this morning. So if you want to get ahead of the line, now would be the time to do so. 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Get a phone line. Express your appreciation for the Pittsburgh Pirates, because you should be appreciated. Or they should be appreciated, I should say. They should be appreciated this morning for the efforts that they put in against Cincinnati. After a rough game one of being shut out. Back-to-back games, they win 8-3. Talk about that. We're going to talk about some trends, too, that seem to be starting surrounding this team, including the cone shape. So we'll talk about it. Real quick, though, I just want to say, it is weird outside this morning a little bit. So I went outside. It was like almost cold, but it wasn't. Like right now in the greater Pittsburgh area, it's 53. My car produced a temperature reading of 55 this morning, so definitely chillier than you'd want. It also has been expected to rain in the forecast all weekend, and so far, and I don't want to jinx it, it's still expected to rain a good bit this weekend, but all the rain so far that has come through has really been overnight. Like during the day, I don't think it's rained too much during the day, maybe a little bit earlier in the week, but I can't remember it raining so much that it like had an effect where I was sitting there like, oh yeah, no, that's a bummer. Like most of the rains come at night. Most of the thunderstorms have come overnight, which is great. This morning I woke up, it's a little foggy outside, so watch out for that. But it was also eerily quiet this morning. Like, I don't know what it was in the air or whatever, but like it was just a lot quieter than it feels like. Like, I don't know if it was just because I was calm, a little calmer this morning. I don't know if it was because like, I don't know, some ambient noises just weren't on this morning. I'm not sure. But it was quiet, and it was kind of peaceful. I wish it were a little warmer, but it was also, like, it was weird. Like, I wasn't hot or cold. I was almost, like, feeling both at the same time. I was like, it's a little chilly, but it really isn't. So, yeah, just wanted to put my thoughts out there and also remind you to just be a little bit more careful as the fog is present in the air. And that's definitely something that I'm like, watch out for a little bit. It's not thick, but it's there. So, use caution and things of that nature, as I usually tell you whenever the weather's not clear outside. All right, no more of that. Let's do the Pirates thing. So, we've got a good bit to talk about. We can reflect on the game, that's for sure, but also I'm ready to reflect on some trends that need to exist surrounding the Pirates. So let's do that right now. Call 412-928-9370. Talk to me on X at Callis_33 is the handle. It's CALLAS_33. And we got the YouTube live stream going, so you can watch me on video. Go to youtube.com, search 93.7 The Fan, and you'll find our live stream. You'll see the video, and then accompanying that is a live chat where you can get in that box, type out messages. I do read those The YouTube chatters will tell you, and you can communicate with them on there. Although we cannot rate the YouTube chat. That is a thing that it's either some days it's better than others. So use the YouTube chat at your own risk. Okay, so Pirates went 8-3 yesterday. Great. O'Neal Cruz hits another home run. Fantastic. Brian Reynolds, 2 hits, one of which was a home run. Amazing. Nick York with a hit. Jared Triolo had a hit early on. The only players that didn't get a hit in this game, Jake Mangum, Marcell Ozuna, Henry Davis. I can live with that. Although Henry Davis, I did notice, took some pretty solid swings in this game. So I cannot be too disappointed in him. I think he took some good swings, and he made some hard outs. So Henry Davis gets a pass. Jake Mangum might even get a pass, although he's not. Jake Mangum doesn't strike out, and that, I think, could work to his benefit right now with the player that he is. He is fast. And so putting the ball on the ground and trying to run it out is not the worst thing. I feel like as long as you put that pressure on the defense, you may create an error every once in a while. You may create a misplay, or maybe you'll just beat out the ground balls. So he's somebody that's still taking good approaches, and he can't get a hit every game. Nobody can get a hit every game. And so, he's gotten some hits so far in the 6 games the Pirates have played this season. He gets a pass. So the only player right now I'm not giving a pass for not getting a hit is Marcell Ozuna, although he did walk and score on O'Neal Cruz's home run that was hit in the first inning of this one. So there's that. He's still looking uncomfortable, though, and the big thing about him is that I think he is selling out for power swings and power contact, because his swing just looks like it's committed to power. And shamelessly at that. I mean, his back foot's coming off the ground. He literally is so off balance after he takes a swing, like he is walking out of the batter's box. Like there's not a lot of balance in his swing, and I think it's for good reason, because I think he knows he can't run, and so he's really trying to hit the ball over the fence. And he knows, as the DH, his job is just to try to produce runs as best he can. And the only way he can do that is to fully commit to every swing with that power. And so that's the one thing I noticed, and if that's the one not great thing we could take, is that Marcell Ozuna still isn't hitting. But even at that, like, I mean, there's a lot of commenters that I've seen that have been like, move Ozuna and why is he starting? McCutchen should be starting, blah, blah, blah. I hate the people that say that. I'm still fine with him batting cleanup and getting this figured out, especially because the rest of the lineup looks like they're getting it together. I mean, again, I'm still disappointed that the Pirates could not win the series against the Mets. Game 2 of that series was way more inspiring. I think we're close, but Hunter Barco, who's not great long term either, not in long term relief. And I don't blame him for giving up that go ahead home run. And I also think that yesterday when he threw, or not yesterday, 2 days ago, when he threw 40 pitches in his relief outing and he's still out there and then he's giving up hits, it's like, I think that's not a great idea to do all the time. So I can't blame him in particular for losing the game to the Mets. It's just a little more offense might have been needed. It's a thing that happens. But I think they still could have won that series against the Mets. And now watching them produce back-to-back games where they score 8 runs, like that to me is a great sign. And they met expectations. They met expectations in this series against the Reds. They did what I think we all expected them to do. The pitching gave them a chance to win every game in the series. And at least for the second 2 games, the offense picked each other up O'Neal Cruz can hit left-handed pitching. It seems that it's possible. He proved that this week. He had 3 home runs in the series. 2 of those were off of left-handed pitchers, so good for him. He had 2 hits in total in yesterday's game, right? He drove in 3 runs on the home run in the first inning. So that's good. I mean, there's a lot from this offense. Brian Reynolds even had 2 home runs in the series. A lot of this, a lot of these expectations that we have on the team, they came out in the series against the Reds. Now, I'm still not a fan of Jared Triolo being a starter, but it looks like they're not abandoning him right now, considering that I guess they wanted to give Lau and O'Hearn a day off. They're trying to manage those two and keep their energy up and ready, I guess, for the home opener. And it didn't work to their detriment. I think O'Neal Cruz also not being the leadoff hitter is benefiting him. I mean, batting 5th yesterday, he was put in a run-scoring spot, and he did just that. He produced the runs off of a left-handed pitcher. It's great. I think that they're starting to get an idea of what their lineup is going to be. And I'm even looking at Nick Gonzalez with 2 hits and 2 runs driven in yesterday. I mean, him batting second, I'm not opposed. I'm not opposed to that, especially with a left-handed starter on the mound. I'm not opposed to him being up there. I think he is establishing himself as a very reliable hitter to start this season. And I had a lot of faith in him. I know some fans did not, but I had a lot of faith in him. I mean, I like this. O'Neal Cruz batting in the middle of the order, I think is okay. Jared Triolo batting toward the bottom is the right thing to do. And Spencer Horwitz even had a hit yesterday. He got the start because, like I said, O'Hearn and Lau were out. And so you put him in there at first base. I'm not so sold on him playing first base on a regular basis still, but I mean, the Pirates have they look like they're starting to have a nice rotation here. It looks like they're starting to have, solid performances from a better constructed lineup. And maybe O'Neal Cruz batting first isn't the best situation for him. When you're at the top of the order, you're a table setter. You're not a run producer. And so maybe he approaches batting leadoff differently than he does with runners on base. And maybe it was just the fact that it was Cincinnati or playing in Great American Ballpark where hitters thrive. He also hit left-handers well this series when he didn't hit left-handers all that well throughout the season last year. So, who knows what the factors are, but, I mean, maybe putting him in the bottom of the order, toward the bottom of the order, in the second half of the order might give him more opportunities to bat in run-scoring spots. And at that point, if runners are on base, pitchers are more inclined to throw strikes to try to get out of the inning. Maybe that's where he would be benefited more than batting leadoff because hitters can afford to pitch around him a little bit or not give him good pitches to hit, knowing that they might have a chance elsewhere in the lineup as it goes down. Like, he's not going to produce runs out of that spot. He might walk and score runs with the other hitters driving him in, like O'Hearn or Lau, but, like, if you want him to be the run producer and hit these home runs, I think that he can have a more comfortable approach with runners on base if he's batting in a spot where he's more likely to bat with runners on base. And that's not necessarily by being the leadoff hitter. So I like him being down in the order. 412-928-9370. We're also going to address the Cone situation. And I have an idea that I would like to put on the record with my voice. I already put it on the record on X, but I have an idea. I have an idea that I'd like to communicate to all of you. So, 412-928-9370. Somebody tag me on X at Callis_33. That's my handle. Trillo needs to go. Bench him. Let him spell Connor. Bring him up and put him at short, and then put Nikki G at third. Yeah, I agree with you. That's AJ on X tagging me in a post, and like I promised, I do read a lot of those on here, depending on how good of comments they are, and I think that's a good comment. I'm not willing to be patient anymore with Jared Triolo. I think it's okay if he comes off the bench. I think it's okay if there's an off day for other players that he get a start. But I could do without him, so I'm fine with that. And yeah, Connor Griffin. I think we're all ready for Connor Griffin as well. I know that. I don't know when the Pirates will be necessarily, but I think that and I know most of us, I should say, I know that most of us are ready for him too. All right, let's take some phone calls. 412-928-9370. We got this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Harry. GP, how you doing, buddy?
I'm feeling it this morning. What's up?
Okay, listen, my man AJ stole my thunder. I've been waiting here for you about 7-8 minutes. But I was going to make the same comment he did. It's time to bring Connor Griffin up. I don't know if you checked his stats out, but he's tearing her leg up down there in AAA. He's doing way better than he did in spring training here. When I called you before the season started, Harry, I warned you. I said, look, send him down for about a month and let him get some at-bats in. He can get his stroke back. I like the idea, like my man AJ said. Bring him up, put Gonzo there at third, and just have Triolo as a backup. He's a capable backup for several, infield positions, Harry. So
yeah,
I agree with him. It's time to bring him up. And Harry, McCutchen's not on the team anymore, bud. You were talking about Ozuna and maybe bring McCutchen up to replace.
No.
Forget about McCutchen. Forget about him. Forget about McCutchen.
I understand. I was saying, thanks for the call, GP. I was saying that there's still the select few people out there that are saying, we should have had McCutchen come back. That's more what I meant. I know he's not on the team. I mean, you heard me argue with Austin Bechtold on Tuesday on the Pomp and Joe feature show there, like from 10 to 2. Those two weren't in, so I produced for Austin, who hosted that show, and I made the point to Austin. Like everybody knows my stance. I did not say that McCutchen needs to come back or he's available to come back. My point I was illustrating was that people want him to be on this team still. They wanted him to get re-signed, and he did not. I'm telling everybody, hey, move on. And Ozuna not hitting has created a situation now where there are more fans that are coming out and saying, oh, we should have had McCutchen instead. And I'm defending Ozuna saying, no, let him keep swinging it, because I think he's gonna catch his stride at some point. So no, I did not say that there was bring McCutchen up. I never said that. I said there are people out there that want McCutchen because Ozuna is struggling. Just to clarify, again, I think everybody that knows me well enough knows my stance on Andrew McCutchen, and I agree with GP with what he said, and I've been saying that myself. Let the past go. All right, got another caller. Good morning. What's your name?
John in West Virginia.
Hello. What's up?
Hey, so a couple things. First off, I'm willing to be patient with Ozuna. The guy's a veteran. They signed him for a reason. I really do think that guy's going to figure it out. As far as McCutchen goes, I mean, just very briefly, I think that he would not have been performing the way that he is for Texas in Pittsburgh. I think that guy had a chip on his shoulder, had something to prove. And I do think that, he'll be on a tear for a little while, but I'm willing to wait on Ozuna. I think Ozuna will catch up. As far as Connor Griffin goes, I mean, I think they did the right thing by sending him down. I think that it kind of gave him time to develop a more patient approach. I think that was what he was needing to do in spring training, and had they brought him straight up, I think he might have struggled early on. I think this was the best thing for him. I do think that they're ready for him to come up now and be a part of this team, but if we've got to wait a little while, I'd love to see them get that contract worked out to get him signed long-term and stay here in Pittsburgh. I think that's got to be a huge thing that this team's got to get resolved before they bring him up. And as far as Rodgers goes, this whole thing with Aaron Rodgers wanting $30 million, I can't see how that guy is thinking that's even realistic whenever you look at their cap number right now. I don't know whether they're going to have to work around some signing bonuses to get cap money for Ramsey, or I don't know where that money's coming from.
I'm good, man. Thanks for the call. Yeah, I'm not. I was going to let that go on for a little longer, but then I don't want to talk about the Steelers this morning. No offense. I heard that the rumors that he wanted $30 million were not true. I heard that Mark Caboli, some other insiders, I remember talking about this before, I think last week or at the beginning of this week. He's not. It's not seeming likely that he's asking for that much money. Like, he knows he's not going to reel in that much money, and I don't think the Steelers are even willing to pay that much. So I just want to end that conversation there, because it's like, I just that was already, I think, debunked, that rumor, that report that was out there. As for Connor Griffin, the extension talks are a thing. The Pirates are looking at 8 years, $111 million. Connor Griffin's camp wants closer to 8 years, $130 million. So now it's just a matter of tens of millions of dollars on the line that they're negotiating about. So we'll see what agreement they may come to. But the negotiation talks are heating up, that's for sure. And that has been confirmed among several reports now that those are the stances the two sides are taking. The Pirates are closer to $110 million. The Connor Griffin representation looking more for $130. So there's that. Keeping him in the minor leagues too is all right. I did notice he didn't have very many walks. I think he had 1 or 2 walks in spring training, something like that, this year. And so it's him developing the patience and the confidence in AAA is not a bad thing. I still wish you were here. Is it creating a detriment for the Pirates right now? It is not. I'd say it's not. I'd say that if you have Nick York at third base and Nick Gonzalez at shortstop on the left, both of them on the left side of the infield, I think that you're okay. I think that you're not in bad shape with that pairing until Connor Griffin comes up. I still don't think Jared Trilla can be an everyday player, but we'll see what the Pirates decide to do. But the formula that worked last couple days has been shaking up the lineup a little bit and, playing your guys at their best positions. And that includes Jake Mangum in the outfield and Ryan O'Hearn at first and Nick Gonzalez at shortstop for the time being. 412-928-9370. Got another caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Jimmy.
Jimmy, you're on the air. What's up?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of piggyback on that last dude talking about the contract for Connor Griffin. Jackson Churio signed the largest contract for somebody with no MLB experience, and I think Connor's going to be a lot better than him. And the Brewers just signed somebody else with no MLB experience too, and I think we need to follow their lead. They're making playoffs, and we haven't yet.
Yeah,
the Pirates. Something right.
Yeah, man. Thanks for the call. The Pirates are interested. That's not the discussion anymore. There have been rumors floating in spring training that they would be interested in going for a contract, and we definitely talked about that. But now there are more reports out there that involve the numbers that both sides are willing to present and perhaps negotiate on. And like I said, the Pirates report was $111 million. The report from Connor Griffin and his representation was $130. That's what both sides are looking for. That's what we know. So it's not like the Pirates aren't interested in doing this. The negotiation talks are there. It's happening. There are confirmed reports now about what the two sides want from a deal. And so we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. But, it's not about, if they'll do it now. It's just, when will it happen and for what price? Maybe they won't agree to terms, and that report may come out in the future, and that is what it is. But right, it's not about if the negotiation talks are going to happen. The negotiation talks are happening. So the Pirates are definitely entertaining this, and they are acknowledging and understanding that this is a way to do business that's efficient and beneficial for the organization long term. So it's not about that. 412-928-9370. Got another caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Sean from Robinson.
All right, what's up? Is this the fake John in Robinson, or are you a real John in Robinson?
I'm Sean in Robinson. I don't know if I'm being imposter.
Well, whoops, that's awkward. All right, Sean, what's up?
You're good. No, I think there's a strong possibility that Connor Griffin maybe signs the extension today and comes up tomorrow. I think that's where I think the Pirates are leaning on their leverage, saying like, hey, you signed this extension, you're up in the show. And I think Connor Griffin and his team are trying to be like, well, a little bit more money, but I could see them saying like, hey, how does $120 million sound to you before you're even able to go down to the South Side North Shore and get a drink? And I think that might help the Pirates in a long way, and I could see it happening before the home opener tomorrow. Thanks, Nick. Good morning.
Oh, thanks for the call. That's a bold take right there. Pirates might get an extension done with Connor Griffin before opening day, and they may bring him up shortly after. I like that call. I like that prediction. I'd call that one bold. I think that is interesting. It's an interesting prediction there. I'd love that, though. I'd love it if they got a deal done and then Griffin shortly after came up and started impacting the team up in the majors. That'd be great. We'll just see. We'll see how things go. All right, here's my idea, as teased, because I'm running out of time, so I want to get this in before I go. Hoist the Cone has apparently come from, a lot speculate. There's no confirmed origin to this, but a story was released on 937thefan.com yesterday that I saw where Hoist the Cone was printed on T-shirts for the Pirates, and apparently there was an issue with perhaps spelling, because Hoist the Cone was what was printed on the shirts. And a lot speculate that the actual intention of those words was hoist the colors, not hoist the cone, but misspelling led to that. And the Pirates just kind of ran with it. They heard about the story and they were like, oh, let's make this like a fun thing. Hoist the cone. And so people online were also doing a similar thing where they were embracing the mistake, instead of shying away from it. They noticed it, they saw it, and people were leaning into it. So we were even in spring training. We were even in Bradenton. The Fan Morning Show was this year, and we were down there. People were saying that, and we didn't understand where it was coming from. We saw people on social media doing Hoist the Cone. We didn't understand where the origins of that came from, and now there's a little bit more of a light shed on this story. But I think that embracing the traffic cone thing is awesome, and you saw the Pirates yesterday and the day before even just brought the cone out. O'Neal Cruz was wearing a traffic cone as a hat. That's one of the more fun things I can remember coming from the Pirates in a long time. They just got traffic cones in the dugout now because Hoist the Cone was printed on a T-shirt incorrectly. I mean, that's like, how do you get much better than that? I don't think you do. I think it's hard to beat that. So so I say I will continue to embrace this. I like that they're having fun in the dugout with the steelworker mask and helmet and the cone, the traffic cone. So here's my suggestion, Pirate fans. No more loony bin in left field. I think it's time to retire that and move on to a new generation of the left field bleacher seats. And I didn't even realize it was called the loony bin. What about that bin is loony anymore? I don't know. So why not this? If you're sitting in those bleachers, you should be required to wear a cone hat, which I saw online that they've got these plastic collapsible cones for not a lot of money. Cheap. So get yourself, even if it's small, get yourself a cone hat. Find a way to wear a traffic cone on your head. Traffic cone hats out and left. All out and left. Can you imagine what that would look like if you've got a sea of black, like people wearing black shirts all around the ballpark, but then that zone, called the cone zone, is just people wearing these orange traffic cones on their heads. I think the visual of that would be stunning and awesome, and I would love to see that. And then we call the bullpen the detour zone because they're the ones that detour traffic back to the bench and back to the dugout. You don't want traffic on the bases, so the bullpen detours base runners and hitters back to the bench. The bullpen's now the detour zone. So you got the cone zone out and left, and right next to them, the bullpen is called the detour zone. Or just, you can call them the detour. Trademark from Harry Callis himself. That's my idea. If you want to create a riot at the ballpark, I think that'd be a fun thing to do. Cone zone in the left field bleacher seats. And I mean, a lot of people apparently like still calling it the loony bin. Again, I'm not subscribed to that necessarily. I think that it's time for a change. So I say retire the loony bin and call the left field seats the cone zone. I think that would be a lot of fun. And again, can you imagine all those people all at one time just wearing those orange cone hats being out in left field? I think the visual would be stunning. All right, I'm out of time. That's it. That's my big idea. And now we move forward with the rest of the day. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Family Morning Show, the Fan Morning Show pre-show with Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson's next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
No major incidents or accidents to report as we begin the Thursday morning rush. We do, however, have a lot of wet roadways from the earlier rain showers. Traffic continues to deal with that. So if you're traveling on the parkways east and west into their respective tunnels, you'll find very few delays. Same story as you head outbound on the Parkway West, heading out toward Pittsburgh International Airport. HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North. You can use those with 2 or more in your vehicle until 10 o'clock this morning. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Furnished by Intellibrands.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new patented Legsercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural, drug-free way.
Using Legsercise made walking painless again.
Legsercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
I have much less swelling and no more tingling.
Call right now and order your very own Legsercise Pro, the new proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Spring is in the air, and Alev's long-lasting pain relief is here to keep you moving. The days are longer and the flowers are blooming. Whether it's gardening, yard work, or just spending more time outdoors, spring has a way of getting us moving despite any body pain. That's where Aleve can keep you going. With just one dose, Aleve gives you long-lasting body pain relief for up to 12 hours. From sunup to sundown, Aleve's got your back. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Participation may vary.
I'm fixing to tell you something that the insurance industry does not want you to ever hear. Bullies often delay and deny. I see them sitting on premiums paid and making money and dragging it out for as long as they can. Many times, we're forced to take them to court. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Their high-paid lobbyists are on a mission to make sure that at trial, jurors are not allowed to learn that the at-fault party has insurance, and in some cases, lots of it. I can think of no case in all my years where there was no insurance for the at-fault party. So let's fight back. It's all these bullies understand. Tell everybody you know the truth. If you've been injured in a car crash or hurt at a store or business, visit forthepeople.com. We're here 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here. I just got married, and I had this moment when I picked up my suit about a month ago. I'm standing there thinking, this is pretty wild, because I could have worn this same suit a couple of years ago. Seriously, that's what hits me most about Awaken 180. Not just that I lost the weight, it's that I never put it back on. Not a pound. In fact, I've lost a couple of more. So when the wedding came around, I wasn't scrambling. I wasn't trying to crash into shape. I wasn't looking for some last-second miracle. I already had it handled. Awaken 180 helped me lose the weight, feel good while I was doing it, and actually keep it off. No meds, no starting over, no panic, because a big day is coming up. I got to go into my wedding feeling good, comfortable, confident, and just enjoy it. And honestly, that's what people want. Not just to lose it, to know that it's gone and that it stays away. That's why Awaken 180 worked for me. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
Most area roadways up to speed as we begin the Thursday morning rush. Traffic on all three parkways as well as Route 28 pretty much up to speed for you. If you're heading out toward Pittsburgh International Airport, beware a roving road crew. They're blocking a lane between I-79 and the airport off-ramp. And in Castle Shannon, road work has closed a northbound lane of Route 88 Library Road between Hamilton and Grove Roads. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Hear that? That's the sound of another savvy driver rolling into Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No hassle with appointments or dealer wait times. That's one smart bell.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Check them out online at awaken180weightloss.com. Crowley, Dickerson, Nicholas, Harry, Callis. Break up the Buccos. 2-game winning streak since we've hoisted the Callis. They're hoisting the cone. I think it's Harry's doing. He has posted the video of him getting lifted up by scores of people at Donnie Football's wedding. How we doing, Dickerson?
I'm good. How you feeling? You doing all right?
I'm all stuffy and annoying. You know, I'll be like this for 2 weeks. You know how
Yeah.
it goes.
Yeah.
Pisses me off.
Yeah, it happens.
We're getting out of the 6th season, though.
Yes, we are. Getting ready into the nice season.
Stupid kids.
Callis, how you doing?
Bring it home.
Great. Apparently, hashtag hoist the callus is also becoming a smaller trend.
Hoist the callus.
I mean, I'm honored by that. That's amazing. Yeah, and they're 2-0 since I posted that video.
That's right.
I also was playing an online baseball game yesterday, and some dude made his dynasty team the Pitt Panthers, which I thought was a beautiful look. And I was kind of jealous. So it was the Pitt Panthers versus the 93.7 The Fan Pittsburgh Radioheads.
Wow.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Pitt baseball is actually really good right now.
Yeah, they are.
How about that? They're scoring a lot of runs.
Yes, they are.
The
yes,
Panthers.
they are.
Head to Morgantown a couple weeks, I believe.
Yeah.
Where they play, I don't know where they're playing it.
Is it a neutral game? Or
It might be a PNC.
Oh.
I don't know.
I don't either.
I don't know. Haven't looked into it yet.
Yep.
One game at a time.
Yep.
One day at a time. One foot in front of the other.
Also, I don't know what
Nose to the grindstone.
I don't know what you were saying about O'Neal Cruz having such a low average. He's one of the average leaders now on the team. How about that?
He is. That's exactly right, Harry.
He couldn't wait to get that out. Can't wait for you to come back to say that.
I'm so mad. You're making me seem like I'm nuts. That's why you do hits instead of average.
It's the same. It's still the same
Here
thing.
we go.
It's still the same
But
thing.
average
It's still the same
changes
thing.
so quickly early on in small sample sizes, so when you do hits, it makes more sense.
Yeah, but it's hits.
He was one of the worst average hitters, and now he's one of the best, and that's why it's not a reliable stat right now.
Well, then neither's hits, because it doesn't matter how many hits
Hits
you
go
have.
up by one each time that you get one hit.
Yeah.
Averages can go up by hundreds of points.
Yeah, no question about
And
it.
people were tagging you, too. They were saying, like, oh, Crowley.
There were exactly two people that did, Harry. Two.
And one of them
Which
announces for the Washington Wild Things. He's a baseball guy.
Which might seem like a lot for you, but for me, I mean, it's nothing. I mean, I'm a big time star, you know. Yeah, it's still your point is still insane. It's a small sample size, whatever way you look at it. If you're 4 for 16, or you want to give the average, it had only been 3 games, 4 games by the time we had the conversation. But here's my problem, and we'll get into this more full form during the show. Like, there are a lot of people on social media, and even yesterday on the PM team, people calling in apologizing to O'Neal Cruz. Listen, we can only analyze what has happened. We can only analyze the information, the games that we've watched so far.
Right.
Like, if we can't say, hey, Cruz has been bad through 4 games, like, he needs to be better, then at what point are we allowed to do that? Should we just not talk baseball till what? They played 40 games?
Right.
60 games, 80 games?
Right.
At what point do you start talking baseball? Meanwhile, a rocket's going around the moon. Do you see this?
No.
What?
A rocket?
We sent astronauts.
For what?
They're going around the moon, Artemis 2.
For what?
I missed Artemis 1, however. I
Yeah,
don't know what
was
happened
that?
with Artemis 1. Yeah.
What are they doing this for? Do we know?
You know, you would have thought I'd have read into it, but I didn't. I'm sure the texters know at 412-928-9370, and you can text us all morning long.
Is this like for real astronauts going this time, or is it just like random people that won a contest or something?
No, this is NASA. This isn't one of these like the penis rockets being sent up by Elon Musk.
Okay.
And then
That's Jeff Bezos.
Musk
Jeff
hasn't
Bezos.
sent any penises up?
I don't know.
I know you're right. Bezos has Musk. Yeah, Musk has rockets.
Yeah, he was the.
Yeah.
I don't know if they look like penises, though. I just know Jeff Bezos.
He has not been to space, but Musk founded SpaceX.
SpaceX, yeah.
What that? I mean, you know what? 65%
His
of
rockets
the
don't look
time-
like penises, though. Jeff Bezos is the one for that.
Pull up the pictures and tell me which rockets look more like penises. Texter, Greg Brown going to start a new game-ending call. Not Raise the Jolly Roger. Raise the Jolly Round guy. That'd be Harry.
Oh.
Do you think we can... He's coming on today at 8 o'clock. Do you think we can get him to do it?
To say it?
Yeah.
No.
What do you think we could get him to shoehorn into the broadcasts?
Or
is it still too early in our relationship?
I don't think it's too early yet. He said he missed us last week.
He did.
I think that we need to let this brew. We need to think on it, and I think he'll do something, just like Pomp did on the preseason game. Brings a ruckus.
It's Bezos, by the way, that has
the penis ones.
Yeah.
Thank you. There was also the big penis rocket in
Austin Powers.
Austin Powers. Yep. Thank you. And one of our all-time favorite movies, Kindergarten Cop, was on. Where'd it go? You turned it off.
It's over.
Oh.
The movie is over. It's done.
My 2 favorite Arnold Schwarzenegger movies are Kindergarten Cop and Jingle All the Way.
The only 2 you've ever seen?
No.
You've seen other Arnold movies?
Of course.
Like what?
Terminator.
You've seen Terminator?
No. Get to the chopper.
That's Predator.
Damn it! Wait, really?
Yeah, well, he says it in a couple movies.
He's in Predator?
Yes. Yes.
I thought that was Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Jean-Claude Van Damme was originally supposed to play the Predator character. and then he backed out for some reason, and then they found the guy who was from Pittsburgh, who's like 6'8", set like 6'9", and he ended up playing Predator, and they changed the whole look of the Predator.
Huh. So
you were onto something there, which I think you just fell into. But
I did.
Yeah,
Fell right into it.
Jean-Claude was originally supposed to play the Predator villain.
Jean-Claude Van Damme had a cameo in Friends.
Really?
Where he dated both Monica and Rachel. Not bad.
Mm-hmm.
Not bad.
Yeah.
All-time first crushes, the Friends chicas.
I've never seen an episode.
I know.
Never.
You'd like it.
Yeah, but I mean, I love Courtney Cox.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I just watched Scream 7 last night, the new Scream. She was in it.
Yeah.
I love Jennifer Aniston.
How did you like that?
You know what? People were crushing it. I don't think it was as bad as people were saying it was. It wasn't great, but it wasn't horrible. It wasn't horrible. It was fine. It was kind of cheesy, but it was fine.
If a series that I like, or a universe, let's say, like Marvel, like MCU comes out with another one, even if it's bad, I still wind up liking them.
Yeah.
Because I just crave more.
Right.
You know?
Right. I like it.
Now, I'll be critical of them, but I'm pretty easy to entertain, I've found. Like, anytime anybody ever recommends a show and I put it on, I like it.
Mm-hmm.
It's something to entertain me.
Like, there's some movies that I'm, like, very critical about that I have a lot of passion for, but, like, Scream is not one of them. They're just a movie that I've liked since it came out. Like, it's a horror movie. I love Wes Craven, who was the director of the first one, who directed and wrote Nightmare on Elm Street, so...
You were craving more Wes.
Yes, exactly.
Texter, they're going up for 24 hours. They're going around the Earth and the moon, then coming back, and they're planning on landing on the moon in 2028.
So are they just like scoping the scene?
I think they're scoping the scene. And then you got Matt Getz, or how do you say his name, whatever, one of the U.S. congressmen, saying that he was told by a uniformed soldier that they have found aliens and they have, over time, been breeding them with humans.
What?
I'm serious.
I believe it's Matt Gaetz.
Gates, thank you.
Yeah.
What?
Mm-hmm. There's a congressman who said it. All kind of stuff be coming out.
They've been breeding them with humans? Where?
Mm-hmm.
Area 51?
No, that's been debunked for a little bit now.
I don't think so, Harry.
I don't think it has.
It has not.
Well, they had people go through it, right? Didn't they open it to the public? a few years ago?
No.
Are you sure?
I'll look it up.
Yeah.
I don't think they opened it up to the public. No chance.
He gets all confident about penis rockets.
Yep.
I'm going to be mad at you for a while.
For what?
You're not nice.
How am I not nice?
Jeez, we're starting this early. It's 5:52.
I was wrong about this, too. There you go.
Of course you weren't. How am I mean? I'm just telling you you're wrong. It's fine. I'm wrong all the time.
He said Area 51. They opened it up to the public. Really?
Well, like they made an amusement park or something?
No. He got it. I missed that
it's
one.
a petting zoo.
Jeez.
Like, come touch E.T.? What the hell are you
The
talking
lizard
about?
I thought I saw a story that they were going to let people, like, not make it an attraction, but, like, let people walk through it.
Maybe you got April Fool's.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't recently. Like I said, it was a couple years ago.
Actually, it was never. I think we just found out, right? Didn't we just find out it's never?
There's clearly stuff there that they don't.
Oh, okay. Wait. There was, in 2019, there was this planned event from the conspiracy theorists that they were going to storm Area 51.
That's right. Yeah, I do remember that.
Okay, I remember that.
I remember that.
Yeah.
That's what I recall then. But yeah, they never actually did it.
People are texting and saying perhaps Harry is a human alien.
Humanoid?
Yeah. Like he stirred all up in a test tube and then out comes Harry.
No.
I was thinking more like the LeBrons, the Connor Griffins,
Yes.
the Sidney Crosbys, the Connor McDavids,
Yes,
the Doran Dickersons, perhaps.
It's been my theory for years, and you know that. I talk about it all the time. I think that they're all aliens.
Texter, people saying the congressman that I brought up is under investigation for some bad things. And yes, I know that. I'm just telling you, a congressman said that they're breeding humans with aliens. This isn't political. I'm just saying a fact. The fact is that he said it, not that it's happening, although I kind of think it probably is.
Like, are they... Well...
Oh, they're going around the Earth for 24 hours, then using the trajectory to shoot around the moon. It takes 3 to 4 days to get to the moon. Total trip will be 10 days.
Not bad.
Texter, we are hybrids, always have been.
Never know. I mean, it's insane to think that there's nothing out there in the universe. It's infinite. Yes. You know, like I'm sure that somebody has found something at some point.
I mean, I seen Men in Black.
Yeah, exactly.
You've seen Men in Black?
In the movie Men in Black.
Oh yeah, what a great movie.
Great movie. I dressed up as one of those characters as a Men in Black for Halloween.
Will Smith? Were you Tommy Lee Jones or Will Smith?
I was Tommy Lee Jones. But
you wanted to be Will Smith. You knew you probably could.
If I was trying to get into Congress, that problem was I didn't have a black suit, so I wore a blue suit. I was a Men in Black wearing blue.
With the glasses?
With glasses,
on,
and I had one of those face, because they gave them out of either Burger King or McDonald's.
Right.
Burger King, I remember.
It was Burger King?
Yeah.
Oh, those are the best.
Yeah, I dressed up too. I was Will Smith though.
We had our battle.
Why?
We had our battle of the books. Can you imagine?
I love Battle of the Books.
Yeah, well, we did the theme I did because I was watching those movies again in 5th grade. We were the Men in Books.
Yeah, Jace just did Battle of the Books like last month, and him and his team came in last place out of like 50.
Didn't they do a math one though, and it was closer?
They did last year. They finished 10th.
It was last year.
But this year they finished dead last.
That's tough.
Yeah, I was like, I think it's time to retire.
I remember reading The Giver. You guys read that? Great book.
I do remember that book.
Loved that book.
Yeah, what was that about?
Coming of age, but in a society where like everyone was taking pills, so they're all seeing in black and white, and everyone was kind of controlled. That's about all I remember. But it was a great book at the time.
Yeah, I agree.
It was like 6th grade.
You two should do that for Halloween.
Tuck Everlasting. You guys read Tuck Everlasting?
No, isn't that a movie though?
I think they did make it a movie. Yeah.
That's a sad one.
Very sad. What's the one where Emma Watson wound up being in it? Perks of Being a Wallflower, also all-timer.
That was made in Pittsburgh, and I was asked to be in that movie, but then they said I was too old for the character that they wanted.
Were you going to be Emma Watson's character?
I was going to be like an athlete. It wasn't in a school.
Yes.
Yeah, I was supposed to be like a high school athlete, but I looked too old.
See, I think you look young. We talked about that the other day in the back.
This was like 2010.
You were young.
Yeah, just out of college.
You were too swole.
Yeah.
Yeah. Texter, I want to bang an alien chick. Jeez.
Well, is that Tony the Golf King?
Tony the Golf King, yeah.
We can spot him now.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Like, what are the, if there's any truth to this, and like, what are the aliens looking like? I mean, what if they're?
I mean, if they're looking like Gamora from.
That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
And is the reproduction
right? That too.
It's like it'd be like just like doing it with another species here. Like, is that normal?
I don't. Yeah, like,
they ain't speaking English, are they? I mean, right? Like,
how does that work?
Exactly.
Well, good point.
Is it? Are you doing the physical deal, like, or is it just like?
I think they probably do a little, put it all in a test tube.
Yeah.
Which means someone has to. Never mind.
Right.
Zoe Saldana, who plays Gamora, beautiful woman.
Yes.
For some reason, I think she's even hotter when she's green. I can't put my finger on it.
Mm-hmm.
I can't.
Yeah. She has not aged like 1 second.
No. Texter, sick, extra grouchy Crowley is my favorite version. I'm not even that grouchy yet.
You sure?
It's coming. I'm
you already snapped at me twice today.
That's because you said I'm mean. How am I mean? What have I done? Nothing.
Got him.
I'm an easy mark, that's for sure.
Easy.
And I'm probably working on like 50% oxygen in my blood right now. I can't breathe, and then I'm talking. Try this stupid nasal spray. Didn't do jack. And then Starkey, I'm Joe. I come in every day. I wipe everything down. I'm so scared. And then he's out all week. He's sick. He's always like, Crowley, you got me sick. You got me sick. You got me. Oh, you got me sick, you jackass. But here I am.
You missed. But you missed yesterday, though.
I did, and I did it so that I could sleep, so that I could recover. Which
no, you didn't want to do April Fool's Day with us.
That was our theory.
That was the problem.
That was our theory.
You missed a Pirates and Penguins victory day.
I know.
So you could avoid us on April Fool's Day.
Yep.
Well, there was nothing wrong with your voice.
Yep.
Are you listen to me now? I tried to get extra sleep, because you could just be doing this, waking up, you never sleep, and then you're just sick for weeks. I was like, I'm gonna get sleep, come back. We got the ball game Friday. Didn't sleep a wink the other night. Now, last night I did. Texter, chicks with 3 breasts.
Yeah, that was Total Recall.
Is that good or bad?
Do you know who's the star? Who's the character in that? Who's the main character?
Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Arnold.
Damn it.
Arnold made Total Recall and Kindergarten Cop in the same year. Think about that. 3 breasts, and then he's teaching kids.
Wait, he had 3 breasts?
No, some other alien person.
A woman?
Yep.
Texter, I can't satisfy a human woman. I don't need to disappoint an alien too.
Them aliens be using the neuralizer on themselves to be like, oh man, I gotta forget this. I gotta forget this experience.
Did you ever see Galaxy Quest?
With Tim Allen and Sigourney Weaver?
Yes.
Long time ago.
That is another one of my all-time favorites.
I gotta go back and watch that.
That cast is absolutely loaded.
Yep.
They got, what's his face, Severus Snape, Alan Rickman.
Yep.
Hans Gruber. That movie's awesome.
I gotta go back and watch
Hilarious.
I haven't seen it in a long
Hilarious.
time.
Very funny. Oh, it's 6:01.
Yeah. We're having fun.
Oh.
Texter, are you boys doing anything special for the show tomorrow?
We're going to the Pirate game, though.
We'll see you at the Pirate game.
You're going, so you're not skipping out. We also thought you were going to be like, oh, I'm too sick. I got kids. Oh, I can't make it. Sorry, John Wayner. Can't make it.
Yep. Yeah, we had this all. We thought that you were doing all this on purpose because you were scared of April Fools and you didn't want to go to the Pirate game. But I guess we're wrong.
I do want to go.
Like his eyes right there. I've never seen his eyes look more sadder in my life. He just looked at me and was like, why would you guys talk about me like
I
that?
hate calling off sick because I have this weird worry that I think everyone's always going to think I'm faking whenever I'm sick. And I was actually sick. And then come to find out, everyone thinks I'm faking it.
You were faking it.
No, you came in, 2 days ago, and you're like, yeah, I'm not feeling good.
I was thinking about calling off Tuesday, but it was your birthday. And then I felt okay. And then Tuesday afternoon, I was crushed.
So you didn't take a nap and take some medicine?
I did. I can't. There's only so much medicine I could take because it all interferes with my anxiety medicine. That's why I'm using this stupid ass spray up the nose, which does jack about crap. Does nothing. Text us brought to you by Edgar Steiner and Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. In 30 seconds, we begin with O'Neill Cruz, the Mercurial O'Neill Cruz Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Now behind in the count. Here's the pitch. Swing the fly ball deep right field, and Cruz has done it again. A long home run to right. A 3-run shot in the first inning. Another home run for O'Neill Cruz. 3-0 Pirates in the first.
Yeah, it makes it real easy to pitch. And when he hits another one, like he did yesterday, right? Makes it even easier. So it's been fun to watch.
It sure has been fun to watch. O'Neill Cruz says, yeah, I might wear a frying pan on my hand in center field, and I might neglect my sunglasses from time to time. But when I get hot, I can carry this baseball team. And we've seen it before. We just haven't seen it consistently. Could this be the year? Time will tell. People were calling in the Pony and Muller show yesterday after the game, apologizing to O'Neill Cruz for being so critical of him after that first series of the year. And I think that's gone too far. No one needs to apologize for O'Neill Cruz. He got a lefty pitching coach this offseason, a batting practice pitcher, and that has paid off. He is more than halfway to matching his full season-long total of hits from last year.
Mm-hmm.
He has 5 hits against left-handed pitching this year. He had 11 all of last season. So not more than halfway, but nearly halfway. He has 2 homers now against left-handed pitching. He has doubled up what he did last year. So that hard work has paid off, and for that we're all thankful. He also worked with Kevin Kiermaier in the outfield, and we have yet to see the fruits of that labor. But the expectation for Oneil Cruz should be that he becomes an average center fielder who winds up hitting 30 home runs.
Yeah.
And if you do that, you're one of the better outfielders in all of Major League Baseball. And so when he makes mistakes in the outfield, and the one that Reynolds got charged the error on was not his fault.
No.
Like, I feel like he still could have caught the ball, but he was calling for it. Like, that's Brian Reynolds' fault. Like, when he makes mistakes, we can call him out for it. Because this is what he's capable of.
For sure.
At 412-928-9370.
I will say this. I mean, the last couple games, I have eased off of, like, holding my breath whenever the ball gets hit to him.
I will agree with that, too.
I'll agree with that. He's making it look even more, just a little bit more natural. I know the sun hasn't been in his eyes, but, him at the plate, like, that's what you expect. And I said this yesterday, the Bubba Chandler game, whenever Oneil Cruz had 2 home runs, that's what it's supposed to look like. Like, that game is exactly what it's supposed to look like for the Pirates season. You have your guys that you bring in, play the way that they have been playing. What an awesome, acquisition they were, O'Hearn and Lau. But you got to have the guys from last year pull their weight. Oneil Cruz, 2 home runs. Brian Reynolds, a home run as well. Bubba Chandler, 6 strikeouts. And then you look, and it's like, tomorrow's a Skeens day. So, like, you've set up yourself to potentially win series if you can do it. That's what it's supposed to look like. Exactly like it looked like the last 2 days. If they can make it look like that, what it's supposed to, they'll be fine.
I'll say this about Oneil, and you're spot on. If this guy plays well, if Brian Reynolds, who we'll get into, plays well, this team's absolutely got a chance to make the postseason, because we've already seen what O'Hearn and Lau are capable of. Shoot, they scored 8 runs yesterday. Those guys didn't play.
They didn't even play, right.
We were
crushing Donnie Kelly for the lineup.
And I would have had they lost the game, but they did not, so very good. It became pretty much last year's lineup, just add Marcell Ozuna, who we should also get into because so far not so good. But this is why I'll apologize for this. We started the day after the opener. If the Pirates got a trade offer for Oneil Cruz, we all said we would take it. This is why you can't. Because you're not going to get a player in a trade who is capable of doing what Oneil Cruz is if he reaches his potential. So why not just wait and see? You know what I mean? Like, why not just wait and see if he can finally put it all together and become the guy that we all know he can be? And I do think that sometimes there's a lack of focus in the field, but it's hard to say the guy didn't care, the guy didn't work hard.
Right, it showed.
It showed. I mean, he pays a left-handed batting practice guy, and he's out here hitting taters 150 miles an hour, 444 feet off of left-handers.
Was our concern really with his offensive approach, though, or was it more like I was more upset with the fact that he dropped those 2 balls in the first game?
But hold on.
I thought it would roll into the
So did I.
Yeah.
So did I. My thesis was we've been told he shouldn't prove in center field because he's worked this hard at it, and then he clearly hadn't. So why would we assume that the hard work that he put in as a hitter would pay off when the guy hit 200 last year? But, Harry, you said you'd bench the guy after 2 weeks.
If he continued to make errors, and I believe the full quote that I had was that I don't think that his defensive errors in center would make up for a 20 home run, 200 average season.
Okay.
Yes, and I said basically the same thing.
And what I was saying was you can't get rid of this guy, although I said for a trade I would.
I didn't say trade him. I just said you
said you'd bench him after 2 weeks.
Yeah, for Mangum.
Okay, would you let me finish the point?
Oh, now he's getting sassy. Yeah. What? Okay, make your point.
You said you'd bench the guy after 2 weeks, and I said you can't do that because of his prodigious talent, and you need this kind of talent in your lineup, and you have to give him some runway to try to reach it, and this is why right here.
Yeah, because 2 weeks didn't pass, and he's doing well now, so that's my point. I'd give him 2 weeks, and now he's doing
What I'm saying is this guy's got to be in the lineup 150 times this year, and even if he's making bonehead plays in the field, you can't pull a guy with this kind of power out who one day could be your best player.
That was your point the other day, yes.
Yes.
That was your point. Maybe it's something little where he's just not a leadoff hitter because he started, hitting home runs and hitting the ball consistently whenever he was moved in the lineup, I believe, right?
Yeah, he was, I think, the leadoff hitter for
he was
the two games
eighth?
that he started against the Mets, and then
8th and
he batted,
6th?
Yeah, he batted 8th. He batted 8th in game 2, and he was 5th yesterday. Yeah,
maybe it's that. Maybe it's
I think so
that
too,
simple.
Because you're batting him in run scoring spots. When he's the leadoff hitter, pitchers can afford to pitch around him, and maybe let him get on base, and not make too many mistakes to him. But like when he was batting with 2 runners on, he was batting in run scoring spots in game 2 when he hit his first home run, and yesterday in the first inning. When you're batting in run scoring spots, those pitchers don't want to walk him and load the bases. They want to try to get out of the inning, so they throw him pitches that were in the strike zone that he could handle.
Well, what I would say is O'Neill Cruz, when he's hot like this, you need to capitalize, and he needs to be in the middle of the lineup. Like, when he's locked in, I mean, we've even seen this like last year. There was a stretch in the early going where he was flirting with being an all-star, and he wound up making the home run derby, but he was flirting with being an all-star. He will give you a week or two where you're winning ball games because of this guy.
Yeah.
And when he's hitting like this, he should be in the middle of the lineup because you got to fully capitalize.
Part of me thinks that he's hitting well, though, because he's not, like, right in the middle. Like, I say 5th or 6th is a good spot for him, especially if you have, O'Hearn 5th?
Yeah, I don't want to have.
Fourth,
I don't want to have our second debate from the other day in the beginning of the show. I think you're either locked in or you're not locked in. And when you're locked in, I want my guy in the middle of the lineup.
I'm telling you, you see different pitches though in different spots in the lineup. You just do. Like he could not have hit with.
You're telling me guys want to walk the leadoff hitter, Harry?
No, but I'm saying that
you're going to get pitches to hit.
You're not.
And this is, I think, the actual topic is. These last couple of games, he hasn't had lineup protection. Like, that was going to be the reason why I thought if Cruz breaks out, he could break out. He's got lineup protection. First couple of games, when he's hitting leadoff, you got Brandon Lau right behind you. You want to talk about lineup protection? There it is. He hasn't had that these last couple of games, and that's when we've seen him at his best. So, he's hot right now. Keep him in the middle of the order. But this is why you just, and I got to be better about this too. I'm not apologizing to him because he needs to hold himself to a high standard.
100%.
But he needs runway. Like, he needs to be in the lineup every day, and you just got to hope he figures it out. Because the best possible thing for the Pirates is if this guy figures it out.
I'm never apologizing for something I have a high expectation of.
Agreed.
I mean, in anything. Like, if I have a high expectation, that means I think a lot of you or a lot of a situation. If I have a high expectation and it meets or is getting closer to the expectation, I'm not going to apologize and say, well, I was wrong whenever that expectation was very low initially or at some point.
Just because a guy has now hit 3 home runs.
I'm not going to apologize for what I saw out of whenever they were at the bottom of the expectation.
You think people were apologizing for overreacting instead, though? Because if I were somebody that said trade him, I would want to apologize for that. We've all had pretty reasonable perspectives.
That's fair. I just think a guy who hits 3 home runs, it doesn't account for the fact that you can make the argument that he lost them the opener.
Correct.
Right?
That's fair.
Did he win 2 games? Sure. Arguably, yes. Did he lose him a game? Yes. And that's the kind of player he is. You need to start making it fewer and far between when you're making these catastrophic errors in the field. But, man, when he's going at the dish, there's arguably not a more exciting player in all of Major League Baseball. How hard he hits the ball, how fast he can go from first to third. I mean, he stole a bajillion bases last year. O'Neill Cruz is a joy to watch when he's locked in. And they should hit him in the heart of the order on Friday because he's locked in. 412-928-9370. None of you out there feel like you need to apologize to O'Neill, do you? If you do, you can call us 412-928-9370. And do you agree? Just give him the year. Just give him the year and see what comes of it. 412-928-9370. Last year, O'Neill Cruz's numbers were pretty much the same in every single spot in the order. Like, his batting average hitting first was 202, hitting third 216, hitting fourth 161, hitting fifth 189, hitting sixth 231, seventh 200. Like, he just was bad. But when he's good, you got to capitalize on it. 412-928-9370. We'll take your calls on this coming up next. What did Don Kelly have to say about Cruz's teammate, who's also hot now all of a sudden? First, it's a Nicholas Ericalis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates 8-3 winners yesterday over the Cincinnati Reds, which allowed them to win that series. O'Neal Cruz had another home run, as did Brian Reynolds in that game and in the series. Pirates are off today. They travel back home, and tomorrow is the home opener for the Pittsburgh Pirates, and that game begins at 4:12 in the afternoon. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
What do you want from your building supplier? No nonsense pricing and incredible service from contact through completion of your project. That's what you get from my guys at Reed Building Supply. I know this because I've known them for years. They choose their partners with care. We're talking fast delivery from regional centers, responsive support when things don't go as planned, and reliable service always. Experience, knowledge, integrity, service, all from your personal Reed rep. Check them out today at reedbuildingsupply.com.
Y108 presents Odyssey the Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
Y'all say we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Ross Park Mall, and Broken Bow Records.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Great news, Jayhawks fans. Bill Self is back for at least one more year. He announced on Twitter that he is planning to return. There were rumors of him retiring. I never truly bought into that. I really want Bill Self to have a retirement tour, Coach K style. Embrace it. Pardon me for wanting to celebrate excellence, but if you win multiple championships at a blue blood school, I feel like you should get some sort of goodbye wave as you're walking out the door. I'm Denton Dash.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi to announce Pittsburgh's #1 draft pick, Mike's Beer Bar. With 80 taps dedicated to local beers, you're sure to find a winner from their draft beer options. Mike's has over 500 beers and the best craft beer selection around, with food that over-delivers. Their steakhouse quality burgers, famous Yinzer wrap, and signature steak on a stone are just a few of their tasty food options. So, make Mike's your #1 draft pick. Get a great meal and watch all your favorite sports action this spring. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
You could file your taxes on a basic free service, which is fine. But are you okay with fine? Because when it's your money on the line, do you really want to guess if you missed a credit or hope the math is right? Get the confidence of TurboTax for free right on the Intuit Credit Karma app. Free Fed and free state for simple 1040s only. Around 37% of filers qualify. See details at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for EITC, CTC, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Clouds and sun today, the high 82.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Outbound Parkway West, watch for delays as crews are doing some street sweeping, blocking a lane between I-79 and the airport off-ramp until about noon. That's when they turn things around and come in on the inbound side. Speaking of inbound, you're heavy past the Banksville merge point into the Fort Pitt tunnels on that inbound Parkway West, while the Parkway East heavy in both directions approaching the Squirrel Hill tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Window Nation. Right now, get 50% off windows. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off on new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Swinging a fly ball to right, and Brian Reynolds will admire this one. It's way back and gone. A long home run to right for Brian Reynolds. A 4-run ninth inning for the Pirates, and we're going to see a home at 3-3. The Bucks are up 8-3 here in Cincy.
Whoa. Block. They still have 3 more outs to get. Confident, cocky Joe Block. Cocky Block.
Poppycock.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Here's Donnie Kelly on Brian Reynolds. Suddenly hot.
Really good series with the power, and even he had another line out today. I know we talked about the one yesterday, but
other line out that looked like it might fall in and carried all the way to the right fielder today. He's swinging the bat great. He's, all these guys are vital to the success. It was cool to see the guys loosen up a little bit. I think O'Hearn's 3-run homer yesterday was maybe the biggest hit. Loosened everything up, got us a little bit of a lead, and, everybody relaxed and started doing what they're capable of doing.
It's the cone, right? It's got to be the cone. Jake Mangum's like, let me go get a damn cone. Gets a cone. Now they're hitting taters. It's either that or it's hoist the callus.
One or the other, yeah.
Callus,
maybe the callus.
You have asked if PNC Park will allow people to bring in traffic cones. And I have not seen like a press release on this or anything. But there's going to be dozens, if not more, people that are going to show up with traffic cones.
They have to make a statement soon. right?
I think.
Because they could be weapons, but
I don't think you can bring a real traffic cone in. But like those soccer cones,
they have the foldable traffic cones. I saw there are some available online. Like they're like tent material, and you can like pop it out.
Then you can put them on his hats.
Yeah.
Oh baby.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to sit in the stands with people wearing traffic cones as hats.
Are you kidding? Think about this, though.
I said yesterday that they should make foam cones. The Pirates should, but don't cut out the hole so you can put it on his hat, but just make it like kind of solid underneath where you could just like a little cone where you could hoist it at the end of it.
Why would you not want to wear it as a hat? O'Neal Cruz wore it as a hat in the dugout.
Would you be able to see in front of you if you were sitting and watching the game?
Not me.
Maybe.
Wouldn't that be annoying?
They could probably make small ones that are. Anyway, but think about this. You're not wrong. I didn't think about that. They are tall. I get it. What if we replace the loony bin in left field with what we call the cone zone, and if you're in the left field bleachers, you have to have a cone with you. You have to wave it or wear it as a hat, and then we call the bullpen the detour because they detour base runners back to the bench.
I think you're 1 out of 2 there. I like the idea of left field loonies getting replaced with the cone heads. It's a bunch of cone heads.
Yeah.
I love this stuff. Like when they were good in 13, 14, 15, they're popping up the Zoltan. You had the Shark Tank. Like Pitt, they're linebackers. They're the Sharks right there. Dun-dun-dun-dun. I love stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
We Are Family back in the day with the lumber company and all that. Sister Sledge. It gives the fan base something to rally around just beyond the team so that they feel like they're part of it.
Absolutely.
The Rally Monkey in 2003 with the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim.
2002.
Whatever. You're right. It was 2002. Did that correction really need to happen? Probably. Texter writes in at 412-928-9370. I think Cruz was only locked in because he was playing Ellie De La Cruz.
I saw that out there.
So that thought crossed my mind as well. Last year, however, against the Reds, Cruz played 9 games and had an OPS of 536. Slugging percentage at 263. So if he's locked in now because it's the Reds, wouldn't you think he would have been locked in last year against the Reds, and he didn't play well against the Reds last year?
They didn't have a stronger lineup, though, as well.
No doubt about that. But like we were saying, like it's kind of goofy, but we all sort of subscribe to lineup protection will help him. And in the games where he's been further down in the lineup without the protection is whenever he's been hitting the ball hard.
You understand my point on that, though? Like, when he can hit with runners on base, I think that he's more valuable because when he hits home runs...
That part I don't disagree with. But here's the thing, and we can put a friggin' end to this once and for all because it continues to sidetrack the show. It matters where a guy hits in the lineup because lineup construction absolutely matters. You want your run producers in the middle of the lineup. You want guys that get on base ahead of them. Obviously, that matters. I have just never subscribed to the notion that where a guy hits, he becomes a different hitter.
He sees different pitches in different spots in the lineup in different situations. And he's more likely to hit with runners on base when he's not batting leadoff.
Well, that part, again, is true. We're arguing 2 different things. But his OPS last season, regardless of where he hit in the order, and he hit in 7 different spots, was pretty much exactly the same.
He was batting 3 through 5th, I think, most of the time throughout last season.
Okay, but you're missing my point. His OPS was pretty much the same no matter what spot of the order he hit in. So he doesn't magically become a better hitter when he hits 6th. He doesn't magically become a better hitter when he hits 5th. He's not a worse hitter whenever he's hitting 1st. But for the team construction, yes, you would probably rather have him in the middle of the lineup.
I think that we text Neil and see if he could come on for like 2 minutes and try to settle this.
But you can't because, like, there's old school guys and new school guys.
We can't listen to Neil Walker because I'm Adam Crowley. Yeah, you're the only person.
He's an old school, new school guy, though. I think he fits right in the middle.
Yeah, I think there are people that believe, like Harry, that where you hit in the lineup matters, and there are people like me who are more analytically inclined.
But lineup protection isn't just who's batting after you. It's also about, like, okay, how much does a pitcher have to think about pitching to a certain sequence in the lineup? Because if you have to face Lau, Reynolds, Ozuna, and O'Hearn all in a sequence, that's more taxing on a pitcher because they're more feared hitters. So by the time Cruz would come up batting like later in the order like he has, like when he batted 8th, he could be on with more runners on base, and pitchers may be more tense about pitching, whereas if you have a lineup that includes like Triolo and Rowdy Tellez and the guys that weren't as fearful as they were in years past.
Yeah, again, I mean, if Lau's sitting behind Cruz, you would figure you'd be pitching to Cruz because you don't want to have him on base to face Lau.
And yet he's walking a good bit this season, and he walked when he was batting leadoff a couple times.
No, he didn't.
He actually walked once. You're right. We did go over that. There you go.
We did. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can give us a ring on the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years at 412-928-9370. There's new information on Connor Griffin we'll get to at the top of the hour. I want people to give their biggest takeaway through 6 games. Like, what do we feel good about? What do we feel bad about? What's too early to tell? We'll get into that coming up next. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pittsburgh Penguins have a game tonight at 7 o'clock against the Tampa Bay Lightning, and right now they're still in second place in the Metropolitan Division with 92 points. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 21 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Today is the day you heard these words. Your new Floor & Decor is here in Bethel Park. We're ready now to help make your dream space a reality. With a huge selection of tile, wood, and stone, we've got the latest looks that reflect not just where you live, but how you live. In stock, ready to go, and we won't be beat on price. Your new Floor & Decor is here. You ready? Don't miss our grand opening going on now in Bethel Park.
When it comes to protecting what matters most, you deserve more than just a policy. Root Fior Insurance is a family-owned agency that takes the time to understand your unique needs, whether you're protecting your home, business, employees, or the people you love. They don't just sell insurance and disappear. They explain your coverage, offer guidance, and help you make confident, informed decisions. Root Fior Insurance. Insurance services that go above and beyond. Visit rootfior.com today and experience the difference a trusted partner can make.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Cold shower? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, The Pomp and Joe Show, or the PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening. From Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You excited for the home opener, Callis?
Absolutely.
Me too. I kind of look forward to it every single year.
This year is different, though, because there's a lot of high expectations and anticipation.
There is. And I feel like we have that every year, even last year whenever we were heading down there and they were playing the Orioles. I think that was last year, right? No, that was the Yankees. We still had high expectations. You always had that feel good that, you know what, this is the start of the season. What could possibly happen with the Pittsburgh Pirates? And it never usually happens in our favor. But I feel this year, like you said, it's a little bit different.
Last year, I don't remember much about the game other than it was a lopsided final.
Yes.
You know what my biggest takeaway was from last year? Was meeting Jada.
Yep.
And doing a fireball shot, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. How about that?
Was that fireball?
Yes,
it was.
And then I teared up because I was so happy for you. When are you moving in?
2 weeks.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very excited.
This really is the year of Callis. We're hoisting the Callis.
What are you going to take with you?
Yeah, I'm leaving the trophies behind. That makes me sad.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they haven't moved in 20 years. Why move them now?
Right.
Yeah. Probably just my gaming systems, clothes.
You're not going to take your bed, right?
No.
Do you have to get a new mattress?
Yeah, probably.
That's a great feeling.
That is nice. It is expensive, but it's worth it.
I've been using the same mattress since I was 4, I believe.
Yeah, that's not great.
How about that? 20-plus years of the same mattress. Yeah. Yeah, I've had the same mattress. I've had 2 different bed structures. My first one was a race car, and it was red, and I love it because that's my favorite color.
I had a race car bed, too, and it was red.
How about that?
Mine was orange.
Yours was orange? Mine was wooden.
What?
It was a wooden race car bed.
Mine was plastic.
I had one of them plastic ones, which probably can't be good for you.
No.
Rubbing up against plastic all the time.
But yeah, so I got, and then I got this new structure. It had, it's one of those lifted up beds where there's like a cubby underneath the bed, and there's 2 doors on each side. So I used to crawl in there and hide, and then there's like drawers that come out of it, and that was the coolest bed, and I never wanted to get rid of it, and I just, yeah.
Well, now you can get any bed you want.
That's right.
Texture. Never mind. Someone with just such a backhanded compliment here. I feel like I need to read it.
Good.
Texture. I missed you, Adam. You neurotic bleep. Show's not the same without you. Thanks?
Yeah, I don't.
You are a wuss and a jackass, but you're our wuss and jackass.
Mm-hmm.
All right, fair enough.
Sure.
By the way, breaking news from this rocket ship. Their only toilet is malfunctioning.
Oh, man, what do you do there?
They have 1 toilet on the Artemis 2. And I'm going to guess now you can't go number 2 on Artemis 2. That is no good. No. For 10 days.
Nope.
Going around the moon?
How do you go to the bathroom in space?
Man.
I don't know.
Oh, man.
How do you use a toilet in space?
I got to find what they mean when they say the toilet's malfunctioning. Like, is it usable and not flushable? Like, what's the deal here?
I would assume that you just can't use it.
My God, what do you do?
If it makes news like this, like it's probably because, I don't know. You probably go in a bag.
My God.
So they're not leaving the spacecraft, right? They're just flying around. So yeah, okay, that makes sense. Anti-gravity toilet, though. I was thinking, like, how do you use the toilet?
Probably got to buckle in, right?
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Yep.
That is a nightmare.
Oh man, like, is there water in the toilet too? I wouldn't imagine so, because it would. It wouldn't stay in the toilet.
No, yeah,
That's crazy to think about.
I know. What does a spacecraft toilet even look like? We should look that up.
I'm on it.
Maybe different.
That is a nightmare. Of all the things that could go wrong, they actually delayed the launch yesterday because they were troubleshooting what they thought could be a potential problem. And I don't know that was about the toilet or anything. But, yes, obviously you don't want to explode in space. You don't want that to happen. You don't want the thrusters to bust off or something, and now you're trapped up there. All that bad. But, as far as the first world problems of space travel, losing your toilet is up there, man. Absolutely the hell not. I'm never going to space. Even if they're offering commercial flights, I don't think I'm ever going up there. No chance. Buccos yesterday.
There's a swing and a miss, and that's the ball game. The Pirates are 3-3, and they're coming home.
6:39. Step up to the plate. Call Buell Insurance 724-443-5610. So the Pirates have now played 6 games. They're off today. It's a perfect time to exhale. They're at 500. What do we think is here to stay? What do we think is going to be a problem? I'll start. They're starting pitching outside of Skeens' first start. 1.75 ERA. Mitch Keller was awesome and efficient. Majinski strikes out 8 and 4 and a third. Ashcraft 6 innings, 2 earned runs allowed. Yesterday, I still didn't feel like Skeens was at his sharpest, but 5 innings of 1-run ball. Could have gone out there for a 6th. It seemed a little bit miffed that he wasn't going out there for the 6th, which I get it from his standpoint, of course, but I get it from their standpoint. Yeah. You work so hard to build a guy up, and then in his first start, he only throws 37 pitches, and you could say, well, that means he's rested. Well, they have a plan where they want to build guys up. He's going to throw 70, then he's throwing 75, then he's throwing 80, then he's throwing 85. You throw 37, that kind of puts a wrench in it. And if you only had him throwing 80 pitches yesterday anyway, you're not going to start him in an inning at 77. So I was fine with it. But the starting pitching we expected to be good, and it's been good one time through. One thing I don't expect to continue is Jose Ozuna sucking.
Marcel?
Who's Jose Ozuna?
I have no idea.
He used to play for the Pirates.
Did he?
A guy named Jose Ozuna was on the Pirates. He was their DH after Pedro Alvarez whenever they play in the American League.
Oh, my God, that's right.
And he was an outfielder, yeah. He played for 3 or 4 seasons.
Wow.
And then now he doesn't.
I think typically I am closer to Starkey than Cook on the Starkey-Cook scale. Today I've gone full Ron Cook.
Yep.
I'm sick. I'm cranky. I'm poking at Harry. Harry's poking at me because he thinks it's funny.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm getting names wrong.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jose Ozuna.
What
were you going to say?
So I think he's going to turn it around.
I do too.
He's 1 for 20. That's not going to continue. If it does, it's a massive problem, obviously. I think you could, I guess, DH Cruz and put Mangum out there. Mangum, who didn't bathe himself in glory yesterday. But I think he'll turn it around. He's not a 1 for 20 hitter.
I'm so glad you put it that way, too.
I did it for you, my friend.
Yeah.
I'm trying to regain my Starkiness. A lot of Bechtold in his game today, but
a little bit.
That's neither here nor there. Biggest takeaways through 6 games, 412-928-9370. What do you think?
The response. It was very ugly, obviously, to start, and people were losing their minds, and we were losing our minds. Who sucks more? We basically had a segment about Cruz and Reynolds. Who sucks more? And then they literally turned it around, 8 hours later. So the response to me is very significant from the guys that we needed and they need to be guys this year. And that is the guys from last year, and that is Brian Reynolds, that is O'Neal Cruz. And outside of the response, Nick Gonzalez has been a superstar.
Your guy's been outstanding.
Outstanding.
What's he hitting, 337?
Yeah. You can't if Connor Griffin does come up, and we'll talk about him a little bit later, in a short period of time, you keep Nick Gonzalez at third. I don't care. You keep Nick Gonzalez at third.
100%.
You have to.
His approach has been great this year. He blistered that ball the opposite way yesterday, and when we've seen him at his best, he's doing that, and he's cutting the strikeouts down. One of the reasons why I'm optimistic about Ozuna is he's got 4 strikeouts and 20 at-bats, so he's hitting 050. That's no good. But he's putting the ball in play. And eventually, with a guy who has a bat-to-ball profile the way that he does and how hard he can hit it, it's going to turn around. Your biggest takeaways through 6 games, Harry?
I like what the offense is doing. I think that they've hit a stride. I like I know we argue about this. I like that O'Neal Cruz isn't leading off. I think that helps him and helps the team. I don't want to see as much of Jared Triolo anymore. I'd be totally fine if Spencer Horwitz also didn't start and they moved Ryan O'Hearn back to first base and had Mangum out in the outfield consistently. He's not striking out much either, just to relate that to Ozuna. Mangum not striking out very much, putting the ball in play. He's also fast. I think that he can gain a rhythm where he could be a solid contact hitter either.
He had 35 infield hits last year.
Yeah, so he can either be a good leadoff hitter for you or he can be a back-end guy, batting 8th or 9th, and turn your lineup over. So I'd like to see more of a consistent lineup that looked like it did on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Can I read a text?
Yep.
You sit on the toilet in space. They open a small hole just big enough to suck the feces and your lower intestines into storage into space. And the Science Center apparently has an example of a space toilet. Texter, my take over 6 games, Henry Davis looks lost at the plate. I think he's been so good defensively that he just needs to be in there more often than not.
I don't know if he looks lost, though. He put a couple balls in play pretty well yesterday.
I'm with you on that,
Yeah,
too.
I might disagree with that.
He's swinging it. He's swinging the bat well. It's like Ozuna. Ozuna looks like he has a consistent swing, although he's not getting a lot of hits right now, and I think Henry Davis is the same way. But he's had good approaches, and he's been putting good swings on the ball.
You know what's funny about baseball? The last show I did, we were talking about how Reynolds just doesn't look close at all. And now even his outs are hard. Now even his outs, he's lining out to outfielders, and he's hitting the ball all over the ballpark. Like, all it takes with a guy like Reynolds, a guy like Cruz, they see one go out, it's like a 3-point shooter.
Yeah, their confidence just explodes.
You know what's not going to continue, but is a great sign? 6 games in, the Pirates. And you might want to pull over if you're in traffic. The Pirates lead Major League Baseball in home runs.
Do they really?
Now, they are tied with the Los Angeles Angels, but they have 10 home runs in 6 games. The Angels have 10 homers in 7 games. Pirates lead Major League Baseball in homers. How about that?
Wow.
And yesterday they put up 8 runs without Horwitz, without Lau. I think that's a great sign. I mean, first game of the season, you score a bunch of runs, but you don't win. 2 of the 3 games against the Reds, you score a bunch of runs. Like, the offense looks like it should be markedly better. I know that they had left a lot of guys on base, but as we talked about earlier in the week, that kind of stuff, like, you're not going to hit 144 with runners in scoring position all season long. Not with these hitters. You would wind up being like the worst team in Major League Baseball history. That's not going to happen. But for them, through 6 games, to lead the league in homers when they were dead-ass last year, that's nothing but a good sign. 412-928-9370, top of the hour, what Major League Baseball's biggest insider is saying about a potential Connor Griffin contract. Could we see Connor Griffin in Pittsburgh tomorrow? We'll tell you at 7 right now. It's Nicholas Harry-Callis, Fan Headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Pirates, they won 8-3 yesterday over the Cincinnati Reds and won 2 out of 3 games in that series. Brian Reynolds and O'Neal Cruz both hit home runs in that third and final game yesterday, making it multiple home runs for them in the series. The Pirates have another game coming up. It's their home opener, which is tomorrow. They play at 4:12, and their opponent is the Baltimore Orioles. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan host live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
Been keeping our eye on this street sweeping crew working on the outbound side of the Parkway West between I-79 and the airport till about noon. That's when they switch things around and come in on the inbound. Right now, your delay is past Settler's Cabin back toward I-79. Give yourself extra time if you're heading toward the airport. Inbound, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill, and the Parkway East is at Wilkinsburg. Route 28, just a little bit of a slowdown heading toward East Ohio Street, and those HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Rally House, shop every team in town. College and pro, come on, it's time to go.
The season starts at Rally House. From jerseys and hats to tumblers for game day, it's where outrageous selection meets every fan's style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House, it's your city, it's your house, it's a Rally House.
Level up your fandom in-store or online at rallyhouse.com.
Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer and Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer and Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer and Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. Look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer and Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer and Cross Premium Concrete Coating.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Could Connor Griffin be in Pittsburgh tomorrow? We'll get to that coming up at the top of the hour. What did Buster Olney write about the Pirates' young phenom in a possible contract? We'll get to that. There's a potty problem on NASA's Artemis II moon ship. It's a problem with the number one. They're still able to go number two. It's with urine collection.
Oh.
I'm on space.com. That seems credible, right? Space.com.
Sure.
They also have backup contingency plans for urination in the meantime, but the...
So why is this news then?
Are you kidding me? That we got astronauts who can't go potty.
They have backup plans, and it's just number one. Like, I mean, go in a cup or go in a bottle or something.
That easier said than done, Mr.
Saying,
Mr. Man walking around with gravity around.
I'm just thinking, like,
you can't.
I'm Dorian Dickerson. I'm used to gravity. Well, you know what?
I'm just
They're
saying,
all floating around
it'd
up
be
there.
a better story if it was number two.
It would be a better story if it was number two. And in fact, I'm disappointed to find out it's number one.
Right.
I'm sure they're not.
No. So now
you can't pee in a cup in space.
In a bottle.
No.
Would you lay upside down?
Do something.
Lay upside down.
I bet you I could do it.
You can't fit in no bottle.
Gatorade.
Not for nothing. You know what I drank the other day? A Coca-Cola from a can.
Did you?
I never do that.
Yeah, I know.
So delicious.
Yeah.
That I could see I'm never doing it again. I'm going to get addicted. It's so good.
Yes. Very.
So good. And I know I'm not breaking
like,
any news to anybody.
like
you're the one who likes Coca-Cola?
I feel like you're like 7 years old. You're like, I had a Coca-Cola.
I know, man. I have it so infrequently that it was a special treat.
You know what you should do next? Drink run from a glass bottle. Oh.
Like the Mexican Coke.
Oh
yeah. Oh, God.
Yep.
So the toilet fan is reportedly jammed, according to NASA spokesperson Gary Jordan. And ground teams are coming up with instructions on how to get into the fan and clear that area to revive the toilet for the mission. Man, that's wild. So you're an astronaut, now you're a plumber. Like you're a space plumber, the first plumber in space. Now on the Apollo missions, the initial missions to the moon, they would poop in bags.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
Where do you... Where do you
I mean,
where do you put them?
I mean, probably in like a, I don't know, like a compressed.
They probably do have something like that,
a compressor.
Yeah.
Type deal.
And it like sucks out. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Texter, I'd give a kidney to watch Jason Kendall start at catcher tomorrow. How about that? Kendall and Giles.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
That is really cool.
My buddy asked if we were going to have him on the show tomorrow. I was like, you know what? That might not be a bad idea.
I think they're going on with Zangrilli.
Oh.
We should beat him into the punch.
Yeah. Come on.
Should I wear my incredibly small Brian Giles batting practice jersey?
To the show tomorrow or to the game?
To the game.
Yeah.
Okay. What a player. Those teams should have been good.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Kendall's hitting leadoff and catching, hitting like 330.
I feel like as a younger person, I felt like the teams were a lot better than they actually were because of those guys. They made it exciting.
Because at least it's like, all right, they're going to lose 6-4, but Giles is going to hit a homer.
Right.
Kendall's going to do something cool.
Right.
Kendall's got the giant shot.
Yeah.
Jack Wilson's going to make a play at second base.
They were just overpaying everybody back then. That was the big problem. They were giving large contracts to those who deserved it, but also to a lot that did not.
Yeah, Dave Littlefield was always building the team to try to get them to 500, and then he thought if they get to 500, then they could take the step the following year. That's like when they got Kenny Lofton and they had Aramis Ramirez, and you added Reggie Sanders, and Reggie Sanders hit 30 homers in his only season with the Pirates.
Aramis Ramirez for Bobby Hill.
That was the best Pirates team of my childhood, and they won like 74 games.
Yeah. Yep.
Kenny Lofton had like a 21-game hitting streak. Ah, nostalgia. Texter, the closest thing you can get to peeing in space is trying to pee in a cup while hanging upside down. I'll do it during the break. Coming up next, Buster Olney on the latest with Connor Griffin and a potential contract with the Pittsburgh Pirates. First, fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. We'll let KDK take care of that. It's a Fan Morning Show.
For today, expect cloudy skies with areas of fog this morning, along with a few isolated showers, then becoming partly cloudy this afternoon and a high of 79. Another chance of an isolated afternoon or evening thunderstorm is possible, with south winds around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Overnight, partly to mostly cloudy skies with scattered showers and a few thunderstorms possible, especially after midnight, and a low of 64. I'm KDKA First Alert meteorologist Trey Fulbright with your forecast.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Some things are great do-it-yourself projects. Your home security system, not one of them. With Guardian Protection, you'll get free professional installation when you purchase a system, so everything's set up properly, tested, and ready to go from day one. No second guessing, no rewiring it 3 times, no why isn't it working moments, just reliable protection including intrusion, fire, cameras, and smart home features. Do it right the first time. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today. Terms and conditions apply.
If you're carrying a lot of credit card or personal loan debt, every month can start to feel the same. All those bills, all those due dates, all that stress. There's a solution that's designed to make it easier for you. National Debt Relief could put you on the fast track to paying off your credit card debt, personal loans, and even medical debt for less than you owe, with just one low monthly payment you can afford. And no, it's not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. It's a real, affordable debt relief program that could save you lots of money. National Debt Relief has already helped over 1 million people with their debt and has thousands of 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. So if you owe $10,000 or more, don't wait. Call 800-300-4411 now to see if you qualify. That's 800-300-4411. One call could help reduce what you owe and simplify your monthly payments. Call 800-300-4411 now to find out how much you could save.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Heavy fog around the area. Please be sure to keep your low beams on for safety's sake. And also, that is causing some slowdowns as people are keeping their speeds under control. Meanwhile, on the outbound Parkway West, we have crews working, blocking a lane between I-79 and the airport. In addition, it looks like we have an accident on that outbound side as you approach Settlers Ridge. Meanwhile, the inbound, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill, Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg, down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Best thing on the radio.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
1-1 is swung on and torched. Deep into left field. That ball is going to hit off the wall, ricocheting back into the left fielder Rodin's glove. But sliding into second ahead of the throw is Griffin. He's got a double, and the Indians in business. They have runners at second and third with just one out.
You guys want to hear something cool?
Sure.
Here's Connor Griffin's statistics through 5 games in Indianapolis. Hitting .438, 571 OBP, 625 slugging percentage, OPS of 1,196, 7 hits and 16 at-bats, Harry. There you go. 3 doubles, 3 stolen bases already in 5 games. And the best news of all is what Buster Olney reported yesterday. That the Pirates and Connor Griffin are deep in discussions regarding a contract. Now, none of the little details were any different than the story that Noah Hiles wrote when we had him on, last week? 8 years, $111 million is where they are right now. That's what the Pirates want to pay him. Griffin and his camp won 8 years, $130 million. That's that Roman Anthony contract. And that makes sense. Like, of course you want Roman Anthony money.
Yeah.
He was paid after 56 games in the big leagues. He was the number 1 prospect in all of baseball. You're a unanimous consensus number 1 prospect in all of Major League Baseball. You're younger, and you're the next guy up. So they should, and I think ultimately will, pay him more than that Roman Anthony deal, at least the guarantees. Because when you think about it, over 8 years, if you want 19 million more bucks or thereabouts, we're talking about like $2 million a season.
Yeah.
I think that that's where this thing winds up, and I think it's going to get done soon. And I think the reasons for him being down were baseball related, but also a little bit contract related. And he's showing now baseball wise, he's tearing up damn AAA, which is what they were all hoping and expecting him to do. Well, if he's doing that part and you're in deep conversations, I don't think that gap is so wide that it can't get made up real quick. Now, do I expect him to be here tomorrow? No. Do I expect him to be here and have a contract in a couple of weeks? It's an educated guess, but yeah, man, I do.
Well, I mean, you bring up 2 points of why this would, it makes sense of him coming up soon. What, he's tearing it up in AAA. The contract negotiations, obviously, that's a good sign. But number 3 for me, you don't have a shortstop on your Major League roster right now, for real.
Bingo, bango.
Like, you need him. You would like to just plug him in. He's the shortstop of the future. He's playing very well. You're throwing Triolo out there. You're throwing Nick Gonzalez out there. 2 guys who aren't shortstops.
You're just kind of just patchworking it. Whenever you have an obvious answer. Come on, let's get this thing going. If it's 130 he wants, it's 130. Then pay the 130.
Pay the 130.
Because if initially, at least like a month ago-ish, I mean, I was hearing it was 150. So if it's 130 now, and I rely on where I heard that from, if it was 150 from Connor Griffin's camp and it's 130 now, I think that's a win. I think that you meet there.
Yeah, if the Pirates come out and say we want to go 8 years, $111 million, and Griffin's camp says we want 8 years, $150 million, bang, right in the middle, 130, Roman Anthony money. Let's get this thing going. Noah Hiles on the Bucko Territory podcast. This clip has gone viral, saying he thinks that Griffin will be up sooner rather than later, and he's making the same point you are, which is this roster clearly, if you just look at it, was designed with Connor Griffin in mind.
Yes.
like,
what are we doing?
No, and listen, I love that Jared Triolo could be your 26th man.
Yes.
I do. And there is nothing we could say negative, should we, or even want to say negative, about the way that Nick Gonzalez has been swinging the bat so far. He's been excellent.
He's the third baseman.
He should be the third baseman. But nobody, not even Ben Cherington, wants to design a team that's supposed to win with those guys as the left side of your infield.
Right.
So I think he is going to be here soon. All he needed to do was perform at AAA, and I don't think he needed to perform for all that long. He said himself when he was on with the PM guys last Friday, he wasn't overwhelmed. He had a little bit of a timing issue. That's what Wainer said. That's what Kevin Young said. That's what Neil Walker said. Anybody we talked to about this said, no, you can see it's there. It's not that he can't catch up to the fastball. It's that his timing's a little bit off. Look at Jose Ozuna. Timing, a little bit off. Look at Brian Reynolds' first couple of games. Did I call him Jose again? Yeah. Should I go to the penalty box? Do we have a penalty box? Son of a...
Yeah, this is the penalty box.
You're off.
Go ahead, try to... He's going to blow his nose.
Here it goes.
Jose Ozuna. So loud.
Twice now I've called him damn Jose Ozuna. Well, you know what he's doing? He's hitting like damn Jose Ozuna.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to call him Jose Ozuna until he starts hitting. We talked so much junk fairly, rightfully so, on O'Neal Cruz and Brian Reynolds. They must have been listening to our show, you said. They must have been listening to our show because now they're hitting taters left and right. I'm going to call him Jose Ozuna until he's not Jose Ozuna. You want to be called Cecil or whatever the hell your name is? What's his name?
Cecil.
What's his name? Marcel. You want to be called Marcel?
Wait, was that serious?
No. Go out there and play like Marcel. Until then, you're Jose. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. The point is, a lot of players trying to find their timing this time of year. So Connor Griffin didn't have great timing on the fastball in spring training. Well, all of a sudden looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. And I realize AAA ain't the majors, but he's facing some pretty good pitchers down there. Guys who are throwing hard. Let's see how many times he's walked so far. Because that was a concern too. He wasn't walking enough. He didn't have the discerning eye. He was a little too giddy up there. He's got 5 walks.
Yeah.
So 21 plate appearances. He's been on base 12 times. 12 out of 21. 571 OBP. Now, we were also told by Noah it's more likely than not he will be called up, and then we find out about the contract.
Yeah.
For weird baseball reasons. Tweeter writes in, 0 chance he's here tomorrow. It's already a sellout. This franchise will make sure he comes up on a day where they can make some money. Well, the second he gets up here, he'll still have been up here too late. It looks like. Right? I mean, he's so good, and they are so lacking that he could not have been worse than Triolo's been at shortstop so far. Even if he doesn't hit the way that we know.
His fielding is, it's at that position is better than anything that they've had this year.
Yes. Texter, aren't all contracts guaranteed? Yeah, I guess I should clarify. So the Roman Anthony contract has all kinds of option years and escalators that can push it up to what, $220 million or something like that? But the 130 is going to be guaranteed. Now, he's probably going to get all 220 if he becomes who they think he is. But that's the kind of stuff I'd be totally fine writing into the contract, too,
No
if I'm
doubt.
the Pirates.
No doubt.
Because if he's performing and he's hitting those, that means you get to keep him around longer and still probably at a discount. If he becomes the next Mike Trout and you're paying him $220 million over 10 years, hello, bargain. 412-928-9370 is the number to call if you want to weigh in on this. But I am encouraged by the verbiage utilized by Buster Olney.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Noah made it seem like it wasn't close, and I'm guessing it's because at the time it wasn't close. When Buster Olney says they're deep in conversations, I'm going to pay attention to that.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time.
Yeah.
You don't get deep to get out.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Charles Borges just texted me. He's got us on the YouTube watching at home, and he said, how many people do you think are watching your show in their underwear right now? Is that a scary thought or a good thought?
Depends on who it is.
412-928-9370. You can text us. Brought to you by Egersteiner and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Wait, was he saying that he's watching in his underwear?
I'm picking up what he's putting down here. I think that's true. If you're watching the show in your underpants, you can text us 412-928-9370. Skeens is pitching on Tuesday. Can you imagine if it's KG's debut on a Tuesday with Paulie Skeens?
I mean, that's what PR, like, you got to be all over that.
We got to go again, right?
Oh, yeah.
We're going to Griffin's debut.
Yeah, because it'll probably be beautiful out. Let's look at the weather. Let's look at the weather.
Please. If Connor Griffin is on this roster in April, here comes a take. This isn't even really a take because I'm about to throw so many qualifiers in there. If Connor Griffin is on this team in April and O'Neal Cruz and Brian Reynolds can even be a reasonable facsimile of what they've been this last Red Series, this is a playoff team. Like, the rotation has shown what we thought it would.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Skeens, bad start, bad defense behind him. I think that's going to keep happening. The defense, it'll get better with Griffin at short. But they're going to keep pitching well. Like, the bullpen, I think, was pretty good in this Red Series, too. Has been more often than not good. But this rotation's been great. No reason to think it won't be because we expected that coming in. If Griffin goes into a lineup where all of a sudden Cruz and Reynolds aren't automatic outs like they were the first 4 games, that's a pretty deep lineup. Not the best in Major League Baseball or anything like that.
That's pretty good.
Right now, they lead the league in homers, and their shortstop's Jared Damn Triolo. Sean in Sharpsville wants to join the show. Hello, Sean.
Hey, guys. How you doing? It's always wonderful talking to you guys in the morning.
You too,
You're my
Sean.
favorite. Here's 2 things that scare me, though. Well, I'm excited to see what Griffin does up here, but the Ozuna thing worries me because I'm starting to get worried about first base. Horowitz can't hit. The Ozuna can't hit. You can't move him to first. And then, once you move Griffin over, then you could look at Gonzalez at third base and could be inadequate because you're going to put more power at the shortstop position in third. I mean, you still want to see more power out of there. But I'm getting more worried about the whole first base situation because Ozuna can't do it right now. You can't do it. You can't do it with what's his name, Horowitz. I mean, I don't
you
know
have a solution there
I
at
have
first.
One.
Yeah, you just
what? Yeah, you're gonna say O'Hearn?
No, go ahead. Yeah,
I was gonna say move O'Hearn to first, move Cruz to DH, move Mangum to right field in the password center, or Mangum center field and password in right field.
I like that. Yeah, I would like to see. How's the password hitting in the minors right now? How's he been?
You know what?
You guys,
I've been so focused on Connor Griffin, I have not. And it's going to take me 18 minutes to Google his name, so we'll get to that coming up next at 412-928-9370.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you. You have a great day, Sean.
Was that what you were going to say, too?
Well, you took it far, and I think at a certain point, that's absolutely realistic. I think in the interim, you could just move O'Hearn to first and put Mangum in right, or, Reynolds in right and Mangum in left or whatever.
I have his numbers, by the way, Garcia's.
But what are you doing with Ozuna?
That doesn't affect Ozuna.
You want to take him out? I thought he was saying he wanted to take Ozuna and Horowitz out.
If you want to take Ozuna out, then your thing makes sense.
Okay.
I mean, your thing makes sense either way. I'm going to keep rolling Ozuna out there.
I am too.
And I'm going to expect him to figure it out. But as long as Horowitz isn't hitting, you got to give him opportunity because I think he is a good hitter.
He comes around after a while.
Yeah, he did last year.
He's a late bloomer.
But if he doesn't, then you've got O'Hearn and you put him in his natural position. You get Mangum out there to be your spark plug and play better outfield defense, so your defense gets better. And, yeah, Cruz will still be in center field. But you have some options. Like, Ozuna right now is playing like a DFA candidate. I don't think that's going to continue. But if it does, you got options. Harry, a texter writes in, where would you bat Connor Griffin when he comes up? This is your wheelhouse.
1st, 8th, or 9th. Either trust him to be a solid leadoff hitter and get on base, or let him feel out bottom of the order spot. But I don't think he's a middle of the order hitter right now.
Yeah, I put him 8th.
I could see that.
Initially, and then let him work his way through.
He lengthens the lineup, and then, hopefully he can get on base, create some havoc. So then whenever you roll over to the top of the lineup, you can drive him in. They also don't have a legitimate leadoff hitter.
No.
And I'd like to see him take that spot eventually, if not immediately. Like, I don't think
you'd want to put him in that spot immediately.
Yeah, sure.
Wow. Immediately.
Yeah,
just bang.
$130 million man. Put him right in. Leadoff hitter. They probably won't do that immediately, but I do think he's their solution there.
Yeah.
He's an on-base guy. He's got speed. He's got power, too. And you want power in your leadoff spot in today's day and age. As much as I like Mangum, I think he's much better in the 9-hole as a guy that can be your second leadoff hitter. He's a high batting average guy. He's not a high OBP guy. I need a high OBP guy up there. And that's Connor Griffin. Ideally. We're projecting. We don't know for sure. 412-928-9370. Yes, Harry.
Your Stinson Garcia, 1 hit in 19 at-bats.
Damn it.
So far in AAA.
We're going to start calling him Jose Garcia. Because he ain't hitting. 1 for 19. See, that's the thing about spring training. This guy hit the cover off the baseball in spring. He goes to AAA and 1 for 19. Texter, listening bare-ass naked in the bathroom. Good morning. Texter, I'm literally in my underwear right now. I swear. Texter, I am 69 years old. Nice. Live in Florida. Get up at 5 just to listen to you guys. I am wearing what I sleep in. That's all I can say. Texter, underwear. Texter, undies and socks. Texters, skivvies with stains. Oh,
man.
Enough of that.
So there's at least 9 people just listening to us right now in their underpants.
Yep.
I love it.
Do you?
Yeah, dude. Hell yeah. You wake up with us. We're on that.
You
we're
love
on
it that I mean, I'm assuming that they are males. You love it that all males are just listening in their underwear?
Yeah, text us and tell us if you're listening in your underwear and if you're a woman.
Honestly, as long as you're home, it's fine. I don't know.
I agree with that. It's just underpants.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want, but I just don't want to picture that.
No.
Leslie tweets us, Yins are better than my first cup of coffee. You wearing underpants, Leslie?
Jeez.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. More on Connor Griffin when we come back. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Pirates, they won the series over the Cincinnati Reds after scoring another 8-3 victory yesterday. And home runs. A lot of deja vu. Home runs again from both Brian Reynolds and O'Neal Cruz in that game yesterday. The Pirates, they are off today, and they're coming back home. The home opener for the Pirates is tomorrow against the Baltimore Orioles at 4:12. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Call McVeigh today.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Will the monsters of the Midway have to cross state lines? Chicago Bears have set a soft deadline of late spring or early summer to finalize the location of their brand new enclosed stadium. Team president Kevin Warren confirmed Wednesday the choice is down to 2 massive sites, Arlington Heights or a lakefront property. In Hammond, Indiana, are the Bears going to a whole new state? I'm Drake Toll.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite awards show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
No one likes having to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty. Or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too. You know, if you could drive a cake. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Hey guys, it's Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show, and when plumbing problems strike, I know exactly who to call. Mr. Rooter Plumbing. They're a family-owned business that truly cares about the community, and it shows in everything they do. They aim to be the American standard of plumbing, delivering reliable service, honest work, and solutions you can count on. Whether it's leaky pipes, clogged drains, sewer repairs, or more, their experienced team is always ready to get things back to normal quickly and professionally. What really stands out to me is their white glove service. You get 100% of their attention every time. Call Mr. Rooter Plumbing at 877-ROOTER-2.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan. Right now, new FanDuel customers can get up to $300 back in bonus bets every day for 10 days. Here's how it works. Place any bet with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge using your bet reset token. And if it doesn't win, you'll get up to $300 back in bonus bets every single day for 10 straight days. So visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up today. What you've got going on right now, a little Bucks and Pucks action in Pittsburgh. The Penguins trying to get into the playoffs, all their big games this week, and the return of the Buccos, the Pirates, coming home to play Baltimore by the end of the week. Games in Cincinnati all week as well. So visit FanDuel.com again to sign up. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Bonus bets are now withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Tokens are received in increments of 1 per day. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the highlight of my morning. Hey, what's up? It's Island.
And I'm Josh.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit is that it's our go-to morning comfort.
You've got that nice golden fluffy egg.
With a soft, flaky biscuit.
Crispy bacon.
Melty cheese.
You want something quick, you want something convenient, but most of all, you want something good.
There's no better way to start your morning.
There we go.
Start off the morning with a Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit with Simply Orange Juice. Order on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Construction and other things causing massive delays this morning. In this report brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt? LGKG. Accident? LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. Outbound Parkway West, those road washing crews working between I-79 and the airport. Right now, they are making their way past the Settlers Cabin area. That's causing solid delays back to I-79. Inbound, you are jammed between Carnegie and Greentree, down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Do have some heavy fog around the area. And an accident just reported in McKeesport. This is on Bowman Avenue near the intersection with Elm Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Car accident? LGKG. Work accident? LGKG. Dog bite? LGKG. Med-mal? LGKG. Born and raised in Western PA. That's us, LGKG. We try cases and insurance companies know it. A 90-year reputation. LGKG.com, where your case becomes our cause.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, last couple texts on this. I'm in my Superman underoos, they say.
Nice.
Texture, in my undies, I'm a lady and 280.
You think that's real in there?
That is not. That is not.
Adam's open.
That is not.
Adam's opened the portal. Adam's opened a new realm. I didn't think we could get lower on this show.
That is not
all
real.
these texts.
I hope it's not real.
Bill from Clinton here, enjoying a cup of coffee on my deck, fully dressed with my wife, Monica. No, that's a prank.
Bill from Clinton?
Yeah, Monica Lewinsky.
Yeah. No, that's a prank. Yeah.
People can throw a fastball by me today, boys. I mean, I'm just going to call it like it is.
You also said people were doing the heinous acts while they were listening to us as well.
We did get a couple of texts saying some gross things that I'm not going to read.
Well, I texted you yesterday and said I caught Bechtold and Charlie Borges twerking in the mirror in the bathroom. You believe me?
You got me.
You were like, what?
If you put a pulse ox on me right now, I got to be at like 65. Like, I'm getting no oxygen to my brain. Pittsburgh Phil, hello.
Good morning, gentlemen.
What's up, dude?
Hey, you know what I noticed?
What?
Harry knows his baseball pretty good.
Harry's a great baseball man.
I mean, he really does, and he gets upset if he feels that he has a point that is right. He'll take it to the moon and back.
Yep. No toilet.
Without a toilet.
So
See, you beat me to it.
So listen, I called yesterday, but you were home in your underwear or something.
Yep.
I don't know. But I was going to tell you, the Pirates are going to win 7 in a row. I told you they were going to go up above 4.5 that night. They did, and they won. Everybody was negative that day. They're going to win 7 straight in a row. I don't know if they're going to win 8, but they're going to win 7 in a row.
Why do you draw the line at 7? Why can't it be 8? Why not say they're going to win 12 in a row, Pittsburgh Phil?
This is the reason why. And I like the analytics, and I like all that. But there was a full moon the other night. And I'm telling you, something said to me, Pittsburgh's going to win 7 in a row. Call those guys in the morning and let them know. Now, if you guys wager, I can't tell you to or not to. You might not be at work in 7 days. But for sure, they're going to win.
He was
Remember
right before.
that.
Pittsburgh Phil, if they win their next 5, you call us back, all right? Well, call us anyway, but if they win their next 5, call us back, all right,
Have
buddy?
a good day, guys. Love.
Good day.
Hey,
Bye.
Phil, what are you wearing?
Nothing.
What is it?
He just laughed and hung up. If they win, it doesn't take much.
What did he did say, a couple days ago that they would, win the, which game? One game by 4?
He
Over
said they were
4?
going to turn it around, too. I'll tell you, if the feeling going into tomorrow now at 3-3, so much different than 2-4, my God, 1-5.
100%.
If they're 1-5 and there's no Connor Griffin and they're not scoring runs and Ozuna's 1 for 20 and Reynolds is doing what he had been doing and Cruz is doing what he had been doing, it would have been a very tense environment at PNC Park.
I mean, they honestly, I know this is insane, but they honestly could only have 1 loss right now.
Absolutely.
I mean, the first game, Cruz, really. And then the second game, obviously, they were
scored a whole bunch of runs. Like, they're right in the game at the very least in the opener if Cruz can just field his position, puts on some sunglasses. And the second game, you lose in extras. Could be undefeated. Scott in Kentucky. Hello, Scott.
What's up, fellas?
What up, man?
So I got 2 questions. First one is for Doran. Doran, what drives you crazier? Your boys bickering at home or these 2 that you got to referee every day?
These 2,
and
easily.
2, and then second, I'm kind of wondering what the Pirates' plans are for Tamar Johnson. Do you think if they're kind of in this thing around the trade deadline, he's a chess piece they may move, or do you think there's plans of him and Griffin being your duo up the middle? Because you remember those 3 years they had that playoff run. Man, they were rock solid up the middle with Neal, Mercer, and then you had Barmas playing on Mercer's day off. So I'm kind of curious what y'all think of that.
Thank you, Scott. Appreciate the call.
That's a good point.
What, the bickering?
No, that's a trade deadline. Like, where's your pieces that you want to move? Like, what is Lau's a 2-year deal?
1.
1-year deal.
I think if you can, you get a deal done with Lau.
Yeah.
But if I'm him, I'm testing free agency. Now, maybe not, because next year could be a lockout.
True.
So maybe you want some security. If they do not have a deal done with Brandon Lau before the trade deadline, then I don't think they're going to trade Tamar Johnson because I think that they think that that's their middle infield of the future.
Yeah.
But if you get something done with Lau, yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely, you can move on from him.
Yep.
412-928-9370. Yeah, your kids are your kids. So you have to love them no matter what.
They're driving me nuts right now. They're off all week.
Yeah.
Driving me nuts, but not as nuts as you two drive me.
I don't remember having this much time off for spring break.
No, we had a Monday off.
Yeah, we had the day after Easter.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's it.
You didn't have Good Friday off either?
I did when I went to Catholic school.
I think we had a half day. I think we had an early dismissal.
That's bizarre. Well, because I know, for the Catholic stuff, usually from 12 to 3 is a reflection time, because that's when, yeah.
Yeah, my daughter is.
She's been off. They had a half day last Friday to get out to go back on Tuesday.
Stupid. That's stupid. That's like giving Lau and O'Hearn a day off before an off day.
I mean,
why do you need a half day before you get a whole week off?
Goodness.
Yeah, I was down for the count yesterday, so I had the 2 TVs set up. Fiona's napping. I have Nora watching Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, and I'm watching the Bucko game half comatose, using that damn nasal spray that doesn't do jack.
Were they good for you, though? The kids?
I just put the TV on, yeah.
They're good?
Yeah.
Does South Fayette have any built-in snow days to the schedule, or it's all remote learning now? And it whenever there's a snow day?
Yeah, it's remote.
Never mind, that wouldn't apply. Because KO used to do built-in snow days, so I figured they would give us extra breaks if the snow season's gone, but no, that wouldn't apply because...
Yeah, my kid, they're absolutely driving me nuts right now. Driving me nuts.
And we're worse. And I wasn't even here yesterday. That's no good.
Well, when you're sassy, you're unbearable.
Shut up! E-Dog tweets, I'm in my underwear now. Been listening for 40 minutes. Wasn't in underwear the entire time. Winky face. Oh, man. Got a winky face.
Does that mean he wasn't wearing anything?
Yep.
Oh.
Winky face.
I think it's kind of impressive if people are listening to us while they're naked.
It sounds like there's dozens of people just listening to us.
I mean, it makes sense.
Do you think we should be naked while we're doing the show then? We're not on television, so there's no FCC violation for obscenity.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. If you guys went and did that, I would quit.
Go ahead, Harry.
I would get up and I would leave.
It's getting hot in here. Coming up next, Mike McCarthy on Will Howard has me rethinking everything I've ever known about football. So we'll get into that. People are blowing up the phone lines wanting to talk Bucks, though, so we'll take your calls.
That's an April Fool's future thing. If Adam and I get here early and we're just not dressed, and you have to walk into that.
Hey, I'm not joking. I would walk in and I'd walk. You know that Homer Simpson where he walks in the door and walks right back out.
Here's my dog, Doran.
I'd walk right out.
It's like what Peyton Manning did in 1998.
What?
Yeah. I think he put his butt cheeks on the trainer, something like that. Different time in the 90s. Coming up next. I think I have that right. I'm going to have to look it up now. I'll have to issue an apology if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Up next, McCarthy on Howard and your Pirates calls, 412-928-9370. Greg Brown adds some professionalism at 8 o'clock. First, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Penguins, they play tonight at 7 o'clock. They've got a game on the road against the Tampa Bay Lightning. Penguins are at 92 points in second in the Metro. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Have you looked up in the air lately? And no, I'm not talking for the bird, plane, or Superman. I mean to check your chimney. Old man winter finally may be moving out of here, but with the thaw comes all the damage. Chimneys, mortar joints, Your bricks, retaining walls, well, now they're just starting to show how damaging that a rough winter can be. So call my friends at Precision Pointing, awarded Best of the Best from the Trib as the #1 masonry company in the region. Precision Pointing did right by me, they'll do right by you. So visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today. As we emerge from a tough winter, it'll certainly mean a ton of home repairs this spring. But there's good news. Great home equity loan rates at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union have already blossomed. It's Dan Zangrilli. I've been a member for a few years, and right now you can get a home equity loan for as low as 5.25% APR. Visit AllegiantFCU.org for full terms and conditions and to see if you qualify. It costs just $5 to become a member at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, an equal housing lender.
Spring brings brighter days and more time to show off your Kohl styles. School drop-off, a chance for your outfit to shine in the morning rays. The sun filtering through your windows, practically a personal spotlight, and family walks, all perfectly timed for golden hour. Shop Kohl's for 15% off and make the most of more daylight. Your outfits deserve it. Select styles. Offer ends April 4th. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
Want a health plan that travels with you? With UPMC Health Plan, you can access care wherever you are. That's access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local providers, plus urgent and emergency care nationwide through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. What's more, you get 24/7 access to virtual care. All this with award-winning customer service from their healthcare concierge team. When your employer gives you a choice of health insurance plans, choose UPMC Health Plan.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
I think the biggest thing with Will, and it's probably consistent with young quarterbacks, they got to win from the pocket. At the end of the day, 9-10 games a year are going to come down to the 2-minute drill. That's what the stats tell you. That's the way we train. So his ability to win from the pocket, because I think he has everything else. I mean, people get caught up on what round he went in, but if I was drafting players that year, he wouldn't have been around in the 5th or 6th round. I mean, I valued him higher than that based off Kansas State. I thought he jumped out of the TV set during the college playoffs. I mean, what is there not to like about the guy? I think he's definitely a real prospect as a starting quarterback. I believe that when he came out. So you can talk about his throwing mode. You can talk about some things throwing the ball. I think there's a lot of growth with his feet. Like a lot of these guys. The challenge I see in college football is so scheme heavy when you're running these quarterbacks in their schemes are diverse. There's not a lot of training in the football. So throwing the ball, and you got the best guy who's ever done it in Aaron Rodgers. I mean, you look at the way Aaron throws. I mean, just watch his feet. Watch the ground force, explosion that comes up to his feet through his hips in his throwing motion. So my point is there's room for development. I think there's a lot to work with. Well, I'm excited to work with him.
Mike McCarthy at NFL owners meetings talking about Will Howard. And we have said time and time again, this man knows quarterbacks. Every time he speaks, I'm reminded of that. He talks about quarterbacks the way that a true guy who understands the position does, not just Mike Tomlin saying, yeah, guys are tough to contain when they got mobility. Yeah, we don't want guys to turn the football over. No, he's getting into the weeds, into the nitty-gritty, into the details. He's talking about the base of Aaron Rodgers and watch how he explodes from the legs up and winning from the pocket, and games come down to 2-minute drills. And you can put up a lot of points and yards and numbers by running around and making plays when you're outside the pocket, but you got to be in the pocket making plays to win games at the end of the day. And you know what? They beat me down. They finally beat me down. Maybe I'm ill. Maybe I don't have enough oxygen going to my face. But now I want to see this kid, and I want him to play a lot. Like now I'm starting to get excited about Will Howard. They got me. Does it mean that I think he's the next franchise quarterback? No. But it's different to me when Mike Tomlin is talking about a kid drafted in the 6th round than it is when Mike McCarthy gives his reasons, chapter and verse, why he would not have been a 6th-round pick. And you and I have said this from the start. I don't know that either of us think he's going to be the next franchise guy, but both of us looked at him more as a 3rd-round quarterback than a 6th-round quarterback.
No doubt. Well, you're going to get your wish because you're going to see a lot of him in the preseason.
Yes.
You're going to see mostly of him in the preseason. And what's going to be interesting and intriguing is hearing Mike McCarthy talk about Will Howard like he did and talk about his base and the little details. We're going to see the development of Will Howard through Mike McCarthy.
Yes.
Not that we have anything to go off of last year with Will Howard in the NFL, because we didn't get to see him in preseason, but we'll be able to see the growth of Will Howard all the way through, from a month from now till the end of August. So it'll be a very fascinating situation for us because we'll finally get to see what this kid is made of and underneath the tutelage of Mike McCarthy. It is fascinating.
It is fascinating, and I think it goes beyond this year in terms of my fascination with it. We believe that Rodgers will be the next Steelers quarterback, and we believe that the entire time, and every time Mike McCarthy talks, I believe even more if that's possible. So they love Rodgers, and they expect that to work this year with his old offense and yada, yada. That means if everything goes according to plan, Will Howard doesn't play a regular season game this year, right?
Yes.
Which means they've got all this belief in Will Howard. But if you never see him in a regular season game, you're going to have to draft a quarterback next year, too.
Yes.
And then you have those guys compete.
Yes.
What if Will Howard wins the job?
Next year?
Yeah.
Then you're in a great spot because Mike McCarthy molded him, and he's ready to go. I think that's a fine spot to be in, whatever.
Is that not a waste of a first-round pick?
Nope, because you got two. You got that kid, that young guy as a backup to Will Howard, and you have 2 shots at it. It's like we have this first-round pick. Let him sit and work behind Will Howard. Will Howard has earned this. He's been molded, and he's ready to go. And if it works out, then that's what you're playing football for.
So I totally agree with everything you just said. I think right now, and it's April 2nd, 2026, I think right now the most likely 2027 starting quarterback game 1 is Will Howard. And I haven't thought that until this moment. I haven't thought that until today.
Yeah. I mean, the way to get there, though, in my opinion, is because if Aaron Rodgers stays healthy, and you hope he stays healthy, and you have Will Howard and Mason Rudolph, like you have to make that backup position a competition, and you have to give Will Howard a chance to win that, because the mentality of a backup quarterback to a third-string quarterback is totally different. Like, as a backup quarterback, your mind is playing.
Yep.
Like, you're like, I am one snap away that I have to be ready at all moments in a game to go in there and facilitate an offense.
You're scouting the opposition the same way the starter is.
Yes, your mind is playing. As a third guy, it's kind of a couple levels back. It's like, man, unless Aaron goes down and then the backup goes in, then I got to kind of start getting the engines going and be like, all right, well, if that guy goes down, then I got to go in. It's such a different dynamic.
Human nature, too.
And I think that would help Will Howard if he doesn't get actual regular season reps, if he is the backup, because then now he's going to have to think like the starter. And that could help him for the following year if he has to become the starter. Now, like this year, like whenever he was healthy, he was the 3rd quarterback. He's like, I'm not getting in.
Especially, I mean, he was hurt most of the year.
He was hurt most of the year. I'm not saying that he wasn't preparing like he would have to be the starter, but it's a different dynamic. It really is. So I think that at the end of the day, Will Howard should get the opportunity to compete with Mason Rudolph to be the backup guy this year.
With you, and we're really early for this, but it's topical because Mike McCarthy has only talked a couple of times this offseason, and the owners' meetings is one of those times. I wonder how he's going to have him play in the preseason.
Who, Will?
Yeah. Like, are they going to let him be himself? Or, hey, sit in the pocket, win that way. We know you can do the other things. That's what he just said there.
Well, how do you get the true evaluation of a guy that you haven't really seen in the NFL? I think that you let him be him, but also let's see how he operates. Like, all right, you're gonna install, you're gonna game plan. Let's see how you operate the offense, but Will Howard operating the offense, not Mike McCarthy operating the offense for Will Howard. No, if it was Mike McCarthy operating the offense for Will Howard, then he would sit in the pocket and it's like, all right, I want to see how you do this. I want to see you go through your progressions, blah, blah, blah. But let's have Will Howard operate the offense and operate Mike McCarthy's offense, but be Will Howard. That's how I would do it.
So don't spoon feed him. Just go out there,
just do
your thing. Yeah,
be you. And then you know what? Like if it looks decent or if it doesn't, then I could put the restraints on him because you're gonna have multiple preseason games to be able to evaluate. So maybe the first game, be you, man. Go out there, run the offense. Second preseason game, all right, let's kind of dial it back a little bit. Let's work on some things that I've seen in the film, and let's go through those things and kind of, if you have an opportunity to scramble or to get a first down, let's just, get down or run out of bounds or something like that or throw it away. That's kind of how I would operate with Will Howard initially for training camp and preseason.
I think that Mike McCarthy's going to handle this a lot better than Tomlin would have.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Hands-on.
I think
it's all hands-on stuff.
Yes. You're getting it. Your head coach is teaching you how to play quarterback. Your head coach isn't putting you in a box and teaching you how to not throw interceptions. Like that's what Kenny Pickett's going to be a backup quarterback in this league for a long time. He probably was the wrong pick, but they absolutely effed with him from the very beginning. You're in a competition. No, he wasn't. Then he's thrust into a game when Mitch Trubisky's stinking against the Jets. He had not had any reps with the ones whatsoever, and you throw him to the Wolves, but then you also tell him, hey, protect the football, and it was just don't screw the game up for us. Whereas you look at Sean Payton and what he did with Bo Nix. The beginning of Bo Nix' rookie season, it was very much, all right, manage the game. When you looked up at the end of the season, he had, 28 touchdown passes? You have to play quarterback to win.
Yeah, and that's the difference between an offensive head coach and a defensive head coach. And not all of them were like that, but that's how Mike Tomlin was. It was clear and evident. I mean, he was used to Ben just doing everything, so he probably wasn't really privy of how to handle situations like that. I mean, how would he? He had a Hall of Fame quarterback for most of his career, just handling everything.
Right. I'm going to take care of the defense, Ben. You go be Ben.
Yeah.
You go be Ben. And if you turn the football over, so be it. You're probably going to throw 5 touchdowns too.
Now, Mike McCarthy molded Aaron Rodgers.
Absolutely.
I mean, from the smallest detail, from his throwing motion to everything.
Yeah. He doesn't get enough credit for Rodgers.
No, he doesn't.
Like, anytime I hear it brought up, it's always like, who was the quarterback? Aaron Brooks. Oh, he did Aaron Brooks. Great, he did. Did a great job with Aaron Brooks. But Aaron Rodgers didn't go 1-1 for a reason, because he had some weird herky-jerkiness to him. I mean, he was a raw, tremendous prospect, but you're right. He rebuilt the Aaron Rodgers quick release, which he and Marino are 1 and 2, put him whatever order you want in the history of the NFL. That came from Mike McCarthy coaching this dude up.
Mm-hmm.
And he never he inherited Aaron Rodgers. He helped Aaron.
Yeah.
Like, would Pat Mahomes have been an all-time great without Andy Reid? Probably. Would he have been this? I'd say probably not.
Probably not.
Probably not. So, I'm excited about Will Howard now for the first time. Are you? 412-928-9370. They beat me down enough, Doran. I used to be yell at the clouds guy about Will Howard, and do I think he's going to be the franchise quarterback? No, but am I excited to see him? Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm the same way, man, because at first, whenever you hear McCarthy in his press conference, whenever he was, just announced as a head coach, it's like, okay, like he's bringing up Will Howard. Okay, so be it. He's one of the only quarterbacks in the room. And then you heard it again. And then now you had a minute and a half worth of Will Howard, detail stuff from Mike McCarthy. Then to me, it's real. It's like, okay, finally, I believe now.
You could. It's almost like you're in my brain.
Yeah.
Because when it was the initial press conference,
okay, right,
all right,
got it.
Okay. Now it's like, would you shut up about Will? Yeah. My God, you love it. Why don't you carve your name into a tree? MM loves WH. Yes, Harry.
I just wanted on the record that I was on the Will Howard bandwagon first.
Well, nothing's decided. He might never play a game in the regular season for the Steelers. But yes, you have been excitable about Will Howard from the start.
Thank you.
Well, we all knew that.
Yeah.
But now you're coming around to it, but you're late to the party. Get in line.
I can't say that I like the Mike McCarthy hire. And then when he's waxing poetic about a quarterback now for the umpteenth time, just ignore it. I'd be talking out of both sides of my mouth. Oh, I'm excited about this coach because I think he's a quarterback whisperer. Now he's got a quarterback that all he's doing is whispering about. I got to be excited.
He did something for me in that audio that we just played, though. He did something significant for me about Will Howard, is that And this is a question that I've been asking a lot and haven't gotten an answer and can't even bring myself to even think of an answer for it, is that if he was coaching, Will Howard would not have been picked in the 6th round. So obviously there's somebody out there who's the Pittsburgh Steelers head coach who's been around the NFL a long time that thought Will Howard was better than a 6th round pick. Okay, I'm good now. Because I've been asking that question. Why did he slip to the 6th round?
Yeah, why are guys like Dylan Gabriel going in?
Exactly.
That made no sense to me at the time. It continues to make no sense now. 412-928-9370. Are you excited about Will Howard? I finally am. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates and Cincinnati Reds played yesterday, and the Pirates won 8-3. It's the second time they beat the Reds 8-3 in the series. Paul Skeens with a solid outing, and both O'Neal Cruz and Brian Reynolds homered again in the series in that third and final game. So the Pirates are 3-3 overall with a day off today, and they're going to start their home schedule with the Baltimore Orioles. First game of that series is tomorrow, starting at 4:12. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Stuck tractor trailer blocking both sides of the Fort Pitt tunnels, both in and outbound, and that's causing heavy delays on the approaches, especially on the Parkway East, where you're jammed back to 2nd Avenue and also across the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge and onto the North Shore Expressway. Inbound Parkway West also affected. You're stacked from the Bend at Carnegie down through the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound crews still working on that washing activity, and it's causing delays from I-79 past Campbell's Run Road. Meanwhile, the Parkway East suburban side delays catching you right around Wilkinsburg. Route 28 heavy at the Route 8 Etna bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hot water fast. Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
With Aetna, I always get a quick answer, and I don't have to search on the internet. They go above and beyond to help me with whatever I need.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctor's offices when requested. We show up with access to convenient care options. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
The Dollar Bank loan sale is extended through April 11th. When you're dreaming big, talking with a loan expert is a smart way to start. Whether your project is a bathroom renovation, a simplified budget, or a dream wedding, the Dollar Bank loan sale is the perfect time to turn your big dream into a real plan with our affordable and customized borrowing solutions. All loans, all terms, all on sale. Get started at dollar.bank/loan sale. Dollar Bank. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof,
McCall, a platinum preferred roofing contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Not sure how to tackle your taxes? Are you sweating the small print? You may be experiencing FOMO, the fear of messing up. The answer? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. It's time to take your taxes to the max. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Greg Brown's going to join us in about 7 minutes on the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Mike McCarthy has talked him up enough. I'm finally excited about Will Howard. I think we all want to see what he's got, but I'm more excited than ever. Do you agree? 412-928-9370. We just had an esteemed conversation about porn stars during the break.
Was it esteemed? Can I tell the story about the AI video I found?
No, you absolutely cannot, but that's what got us onto the porn star talk. John in Rostraver, hello. John, you there? All right, see you, John. 412-928-9370. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Today, highs in the 70s. Tomorrow, how about this for opening day? High is 78, low of 54, overcast.
No rain.
Couldn't draw it up better than that, baby. Could not draw it up better than that. Because 78 in the sun after winter feels too hot.
Mm-hmm.
Too hot. 78 with a little breeze coming off the river. Cloud cover. You kidding me? It's perfect. Conducive to hitting, too. Maybe a little bit more from O'Neal Cruz. A little bit more from Brian Reynolds. You're going to have everyone in the lineup tomorrow now.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm very excited.
Are you going?
Yes. What kind of question is that?
Meet you down there?
Yeah, I'll probably get driven down this time. I am parking with you again and walking. That's just... I got my parents. They live right here. I mean...
There you go.
My mom's off for the spring break as well. School nurse. She doesn't have to work. So.
What a dork. His mom's going to drive him down.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. You spend money on gas.
No, wait, Callis. His mom is driving him down, too.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to spend money on gas and spend money on parking like a fool. But, yeah, okay, you're doing the same thing I'm doing.
I was going to make a joke at my own expense, and you stepped all over it.
Yep. Who does that? Why do you make jokes at your own expense? It's really stupid.
You got no feel. No feel.
I was feeling something when you were looking up the...
Okay. Greg Brown's going to join us coming up next. We need Harry to dial it back from R-rated Harry to PG-13 rated Harry.
Yep.
So we'll talk to him about that during the break. But Greg Brown's going to join us next. The suddenly resurgent Buccos coming home at 3-3. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband. It's my sons. It's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer & Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer & Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. It'll look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer & Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer & Cross Premium Concrete Coating. Hey, it's Pony back to talk about Xfinity. Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs change, kids grow up, new memes come out. But what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand what the X67 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in 5 minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. To get started, call or visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Good news regarding the earlier stuck tractor trailer. They've managed to reopen the outbound Fort Pitt tunnels. Heading toward the outbound Parkway West, you're still looking at some very heavy leftover delays. Inbound, though, they're still closed, and you're jammed from the bend at Carnegie down toward that Route 51 off-ramp, which is where you're being detoured. Parkway East, that is stacked at Wilkinsburg down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels, while Route 28, that is starting to jam up right around the Route 8 at the bypass past Shaler Waterworks. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. All Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Bucs have scored 16 runs now their last 2 games. Cruz is hot. Reynolds is hot. And they come back home at 500. Joining us now to get into it is our buddy, the voice of the Pittsburgh Pirates, Greg Brown. Good morning, Brownie. How you doing?
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Great now.
Fantastic.
I think the
it's funny how your mood swings, doesn't it?
yeah, and I always do this in baseball season, Greg. Like first 3 games, oh my God, the sky is falling. You can't catch fly balls. Skeens goes 2/3 of an inning, and then you play a few more games and things start to even out. No.
Well, and you're not the only one. We all do it, and we can't help ourselves. We can try to convince ourselves that it's a marathon, not a sprint, all we want. But it's human nature. It's sports. That's what makes it great. That's what makes baseball the greatest game on earth, because it's every day. It's a long drama, a saga, and you got it. You know, whether you're riding a high from the night before or a devastating loss from the night before, you got to get up off the mat and go right back at it the next day. You can't. You can celebrate for a little bit or cry in your soup for a little bit, but again, you gotta get back dressed. As Clint Hurdle loved to say, you got to shower well when you suffer a tough loss and get right back on that field. And today is a day we wish we were playing, of course, because the way the team is playing. But we'll really look forward to tomorrow. And I think they definitely needed that series win.
Greg, there's so many guys that we could talk about who have really turned it around and responded in the last 2 games, but I'm going to go with Nick Gonzalez. My man looks like he's playing for a spot and wants to keep and hold down a spot for whenever Connor Griffin does come up. I mean, he's been unbelievable at the plate, and at this point, if Connor Griffin's up next week or in 2 weeks, I don't take Nick Gonzalez out of the lineup. I keep him at third base.
Dora, I'll tell you, I don't know what they're going to get. You know, we talked about this before. That kid, I think we kind of dismissed him for some reason. I don't know why. Again, it goes back to what Adam is saying. It's just the nature of the beast with baseball and sports. You know, what have you done for me lately? And we expect greatness from these guys right away, but he's hit everywhere he's gone. And he was the best college hitter out of the draft. That's why they drafted in the first round in 2020. The guy can hit, and he's getting a chance to play every day. And coming out of spring training last year, he was feeling confident. And of course, he hit that home run and breaks the ankle. And then when he comes back again, people expect right away after he returns. They want him to be exactly where he was when he got hurt, but it takes time. Almost has to have his own spring training again. And then toward the end of the year, you started to see it again. So I have all the confidence in the world that he can hit, and they'll find a place for him somewhere.
Greg, they come back, they're 3-3, and to do that on the road, I think, is a pretty significant thing. Obviously, if they're able to do that all season long. I'm looking through the standings last year, and even the best teams in Major League Baseball, there's only a handful of playoff teams that were over 500 on the road, and they really ate at home. The Pirates, they had a winning record at home last year, 44-37, but they were so dreadful on the road. Like, boiling it down to as base as I possibly can. I mean, if they could play near 500 ball on the road, I think that would put them in prime position come August and September.
Yeah, that's the old cliche. You try and play 500 on the road. The best teams do that, and they play 15, 20, 25, whatever it is, over 500 at home. But the key is on the road to play 500 ball, and they did that. And you're right. And talking to Don Kelly the day after the win in New York and headed to Cincinnati, talking about how that was such a great way for this team to start, because it's the Big Apple. It's the huge spotlight. It was national TV game one. Aside from the clunker that was, Paul Skeens' start and the misplays by Cruz, aside from that, they matched up with the team that has the second highest payroll in all of baseball, the New York Mets. So that's a star-studded lineup, an outstanding pitching staff. And as Donnie said, that was like a playoff series right out of the chute. And they held their own. And he said, even if we had lost that third game, he said, I was not going to be down because of how well we played. And they went into Cincinnati, a division rival, a team they were under 500 against in the season series last year. They went 2-4 in Cincinnati against them last year. And even though it was only 83 wins, still the Reds went to the playoffs. They ousted the Mets because of the first tiebreaker. And they go out and they win 2 of 3. You could argue they could have won all 3. But the long ball plays, that's something that, that they had the fewest home runs in all of baseball by far last year. Not only have they gotten home runs from the new guys, I mean, this is like you're writing a script and they're following through on the script that you wrote. That it was O'Hearn and Lau that provided the long balls in New York. And then you go to Cincinnati, and it's Cruz and Reynolds. And we've talked about this, that, the Pirates added on the guys like we talked about, Lau, O'Hearn, Osuna, offensively. But in order to win this year, they can't rely just on those guys. They have to get seasons that they expect from guys like Cruz and Reynolds. And lo and behold, those two guys come through in Cincinnati. It was again the perfect script for them to follow through on.
Greg, there's a bunch of blunders, obviously, from O'Neal Cruz, and it wasn't looking great at first, but I do have to give him some credit. He hired a left-handed hitting trainer, coach, whatever it was in the offseason, and, whenever he broke out, it was against left-handed pitching, and he's been hitting left-handed pitching and hitting home runs. I got to give him credit for the training that he put into that area and what he has been doing at the plate the last 2 games.
Agree wholeheartedly, Doran. The work that he put in, you could see, and I credit his teammates. He talked about with Hannah Mears on the TV side that the way guys like O'Hearn and Lau have pumped him up. Osuna, of course. I give Don Kelly credit again for talk about accountability. He benches O'Neal Cruz the second game of the season. And to O'Neal Cruz's credit, he doesn't hang his head. He goes out there wearing the sunglasses the next day and looks like he's on a mission. And it's phenomenal to watch him face the lefties that he did the last 2 days, and to think that he's homered twice already against them. He hit 1 all of last year. I think he's hit now a total of 11 in his career. He's got 2 in 2 days. The work that he's put in, and not just with the bat against left-handed pitching, but he keeps working defensively. He made a couple of really nice plays that we point out the mistakes, which we have to do, but we also praise him and others when they succeed and do great jobs, and he did that too. There was one play made under the radar. Brett Beatty in New York hit a ball into the right center gap, and we pointed this out. He raced into the gap, held him to a single, held the runner from going home. Those little things, and of course the relays that he made, all those things come into play. And it again, we discuss how great he can be because he's got talent beyond anything we've seen in a Pirate uniform. And if he's able to continue this, we're going to see the player that we expected the last few years.
Greg, what's up with this doggone cone?
Well, it's perfect for Pittsburgh. There's always construction around Pittsburgh, so you need cones. It's perfect. They've talked about different things. A T-shirt that was made that they think was a misprint, but I guess it was intentional on who did that. Was a 412, whoever did it, or Pittsburgh Clothing. And then they also talked about how they just needed direction because they're getting men on base. They just need people to point home, to get the traffic moving. But whatever it is, it's hilarious because over the years, things like that just kind of happen organically. We were talking to Kevin Young about that on the TV side yesterday during the early 90s when they had the playoff run, and Bob Walkus talked about the story. They used to write that little turtle. They'd draw a turtle near the on-deck circle or on the on-deck circle at times. And they had that kind of a good luck charm. And then during Kevin Young and Jason Kendall and Brian Giles days, somebody, somehow, some way, a stuffed huge bear found its way into a clubhouse on the road out of a hotel lobby. Don't know. Kevin Young can go ahead and snitch. I won't. But
statute of limitations is passed.
Well, yeah, that's so he seemed to point the direction toward Kendall and Giles there, and he said that you can ask him about it when they're there at opening day. But so anyway, over the years, baseball's a long season, and players are kids. They're fun, and they're having some fun. And if they get the cone, great. We expect to see a lot of them in the stands tomorrow. It's fun. That's what baseball's all about.
I'm not suggesting that anybody does this, but my neighbor is getting all kind of stuff done to his driveway, and there's like 17 traffic cones just sitting out there. I don't think they'd miss one. That's all I'm saying.
Well, we'll snitch on you then if we see a bunch of cones.
Yeah, that's right. I probably should have said that on the radio. Greg, we appreciate it as always, man. Thank you so much, and let's get another dub tomorrow to get this thing above 500.
We'll see you there, boys. Thanks a million.
We'll see you there. Thank you, Greg. The great Greg Brown. Man.
Mm-hmm.
There are going to be cones all up in that place.
Mm-hmm.
I took a picture of all these cones, and I was going to tweet it, and my wife was like, no, because you're going to steal one, and then you're going to tweet it, and you're going to be wanted. But we used to
steal one.
Oh, I thought about it this morning. I mean, it's 4 o'clock in the morning, whatever time it is. There's no one around. 17 cones.
Sure there's no cameras anywhere?
No, I'm not. I'm
You
not
have
sure.
one.
I have a camera, yeah. Guardian protection.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Think about all the fun we used to be able to have before everything was monitored by audio and video.
Yeah, again, statute of limitation. I mean, we used to take that kind of stuff all the time.
All the time.
One of the worst, most inconsiderate pranks we ever did was Beverly Road in Mount Lebanon, which is one of the the busiest roads that connects to Cochrane and Banksville. I and my friends took a bunch of traffic cones and we put them out in the middle of the street, and we stopped traffic for like 10 minutes. Yeah. And we just sat up on a hill and watched.
Well, that's.
I'm just, hey, listen.
Somebody who doesn't like April Fools created a really inconveniencing prank.
Hold up. I love April Fools.
You do not.
No.
I have audio of you saying you don't.
We played it yesterday.
I love screwing with people. I don't like being screwed with. That's a big difference. Why do you keep hanging up on people over there, Harry?
I put them on hold and then they hang up.
Well, maybe you should talk to them.
You didn't give Greg the hoist the callus movement either. I think that's got some contribution to the Pirates' success.
We're still getting to know Greg, okay? I want him to figure out that we're freaks.
I knew Greg
like a couple of weeks.
I knew Greg well before he was introduced to this show regularly.
Oh, yeah? What's his brother's name? How well do you know him?
Isn't it David or something?
I know his brother's name.
I believe it is Charlie.
Charlie.
Which is tough. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Greg said something there we absolutely need to react to coming up next, but first it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates winners yesterday 8-3 over the Cincinnati Reds, and they won 2 out of 3 games in that series. They're 3-3 overall going into the home opener, which will take place tomorrow. Game 1 of that series against the Baltimore Orioles begins at 4:12. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
Adam ever start a project thinking, I could just do this myself?
Oh, yeah, man. Famous last words.
Exactly. That's why I like this. Guardian Protection is offering free professional installation with a new security system.
So you don't have to figure anything out. They just handle it.
Set up right, working right, protecting your home from day one.
We're talking intrusion, fire, cameras, the whole deal.
Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today.
Terms and conditions apply.
Sports Radio 93.7 93.7 The Fan. Tony and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Mr. Water Heater, 2 Men in a Junk Truck, Tri-State Office Equipment, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Joe Ball GMC.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Learn more with Robinhood at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. From facing down criminal charges to leaving the country, a Florida judge has officially granted Tiger Woods permission to leave the United States despite his pending DUI case. The ruling allows the 15-time major champion to travel internationally to enter a comprehensive inpatient treatment facility. Hope this one works. I'm Drake Toll.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Vehicle safety starts underneath. That's why the pros choose Napa for undercar solutions that stop safety issues before they become costly problems. Go further with complete repairs that restore stopping, steering, and stability. Then grow your business through trust and repeat visits. With premium rotors, pads, struts, and wheel hub assemblies, Napa has everything you need to keep undercar under control. That's Napa know-how.
Recently, our company softball team lost the big game by 1 run. Then Dale tried to console us with the quote, "Winning isn't everything." Dale's a loser. I play to win, like early payout from Bet365. If my team goes up big, I get paid out instantly, even if they blow the lead later. Sound familiar, Dale? Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Ready to celebrate? Hop into Easter festivities with everything you need at Target. First, get ready for your special occasion with 25% off stylish looks. With spring vibes, vibrant colors, and fresh florals, you'll find outfits that match everyone's style. Then, fill up their baskets with endless joy. From select Easter plushies to fun toys they'll love at 20% off. Don't miss out. Make this Easter unforgettable at Target.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Morning rush situation remains a mess. The inbound Fort Pitt Tunnel still closed by an earlier stuck tractor trailer. Traffic is being detoured off onto Route 51 and causing delays back between Carnegie and Greentree down to that off-ramp. Once you do get on it, that's jammed all the way from there over toward the West End Circle. It's also causing heavy delays on West Carson Street, Steuben Street, and South Main. Avoid the area if you can. Parkway East, you are jammed at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, and 79 northbound appears to have cleared out as you make your way up toward the Crafton Moon Run exit, although you're seeing delays on Steubenville Pike as you approach the Thornburg Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Textures pouring in right now about traffic cones. Hoist the cone! Texter writes in, I've stolen a few traffic cones in my college days. We all did that. Someone writes this. As someone who works for a traffic company, it's annoying when people steal cones. And here's what I'm looking for, baby. I'm a road construction supervisor. You want cones? I'll give you as many cones as you want.
Please. Yes.
What are you guys going to do with these cones?
Take them to ball games.
They're not going to let you in there with them.
You want to bet?
Yeah.
The Pirates haven't released statements. I'll bet you we go in there with a cone.
I bet you they would say no. You can't come in.
They're not going to say jack.
Yes, they will. I bet you they've already talked about it. They just haven't released things yet. You think they think what? Hey, we're going to make a plan with not let everybody in the stadium with cones, but you know what? Hey, we haven't released it yet, so actually it's not going to put it in motion.
What if they're like
People are talking about this already. You're not going to be allowed to have cones in the Pirate game.
Crowley's actually got a good point from earlier. What if you do have like those tiny sports cones? Like
Well,
they
those
make
are
tiny
different.
cones.
Yeah, that's different.
But a legitimate traffic cone,
Yeah.
you could beat someone to death with if you really wanted to.
I tweeted last night a foam cone, like the small one.
Foam cone.
Foam cone. And you can't put it on your head, but you can hoist it up.
Hoist it.
At the end of the game.
My question on X was valid yesterday then, because I think I asked that too. I'm like, will they let you in? Could that be considered a weapon?
Absolutely.
You two think yes. Now, will people use it as a weapon?
Yes. You ever been to a sporting event in America?
Wait a minute. Oh, my God. Wait.
You ever been to a sporting event in America?
No, I just...
Some Orioles fans going to leave the stadium tomorrow bleeding out because he got beat to death with a cone.
I just thought of an unintended consequence. What if you do have one of those big traffic cones and you're by one of the bars out in center field and you tape the bottom or plug the bottom of the cone, hold it upside down, right, and fill it with alcohol? Can you imagine the amount of inebriated people?
Well, they could do something. Like, see, that's not a bad idea.
They could sell beer in cones.
You can sell beer in cones like they do with the baseball bats.
Like a mega cone. And
you know how they do with the bats, right? They kind of take the middle part of the bats out. Yes, you could do that.
The barrel cups, yeah.
Yeah.
If
Use a
this
cone cup.
if this team takes off, we are going to see a crime wave in this town of stolen cones. And I'm not suggesting that people do it. But I'm a 35-year-old man with 2 kids, and I did have the thought cross my mind, should I just take one of them 17 cones? And if I'm thinking that, and I'm well-adjusted, I think, other people out there got to be thinking about stealing traffic cones, too. I'm telling you.
Someone on the YouTube chat brings up a point, too, about what about brooms? When people bring brooms to games to indicate a sweep is possible.
It's tough to beat someone with a broom.
Is it? I think it'd be easier than a cone.
Cones
easier to grip?
Cones are like 20 pounds,
yeah,
man.
They're heavy.
Yeah.
Okay, well, brooms can be made of metal. And the wood, too.
Probably not allowed to bring metal brooms in.
Right.
So they have to be wooden brooms, and
Correct.
wooden brooms would be...
They're not going to let
They would hurt similarly. It's like swinging a thin bat.
All right, let's get Ben Tenuta in here. I'm going to beat you with a broom. I'm going to beat you with a cone. We'll see which one hurts worse.
I think the broom would hurt worse.
No.
We'll find out.
You'd be able to swing it faster.
Today, 10:02. I'm whacking Harry with inanimate objects. Texter, the Pens do hockey sticks as beer glasses. They do. And those bats are awesome.
Yeah.
That you can drink out of.
Make cone. Yeah, or ice cream. Sell ice cream in them or something. Cone, you know.
You know what I'm looking for tomorrow? A good draft beer at the ballpark. Usually I'm getting these 24-ounce cans.
Big cans, yeah.
I want to drink a draft beer at the ballpark. I feel like I haven't done that in a long time. It's always the can.
Are we going to sit down this time? We stood up the whole entire time last year.
No.
And the year before that.
No, probably just stand in center field and drink out of cans.
We can go up to the press box, too. It'd be fun.
Definitely don't want to go there.
Not going there. Texter, my ex-wife used to beat me with a broomstick. Those things hurt, man. I'm sorry to hear that.
See?
That's tough. Texter, why does Doran look so serious? Yeah, man, why are you trying to stop our fun?
Sassy,
I'm not trying to stop the fun. I'm just saying what's going to happen. They're not going to let you in there with traffic cones.
Can we talk to Travis Williams? Can we get an official Pirates statement on the cones?
Do you think he wants to talk to you?
Probably not, but we need some official. I'm going to text Dan Hart right now and see if we can get.
Yeah, that's gonna. That,
right,
I can't mention Hoist the Callus to Greg Brown, but let's text one of the media relations people at the Pirates.
Okay, I'm like,
and ask for a favor.
Honestly, for real. Like, all joking aside, text Mr. Hart.
Yeah,
great man.
Yeah,
we love Dan Hart.
Tremendous human.
Ask him what he thinks on if people brought real traffic cones into PNC Park. You think that'd be allowed or not?
I'm not even kidding about this. This is a story.
Because there are
going to be people that are going to show up tomorrow with real traffic cones.
I want to know if he thinks that they'll be allowed to come in.
Yes.
But you're kind of encouraging them also to thieve these cones.
I'm not. I said at the very beginning, I put a disclaimer out there. Don't steal cones.
Because either they're going to steal cones or people are going to, or the cone industry is going to be getting an influx in sales from Pittsburgh residents.
You know what? This would be a good time to get in a big cone. Start investing in big cone?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Texter, I tuned in late. What am I missing with the traffic cone thing? It's hard to say. I mean, There was a misprint on T-shirts that everyone was making fun of. It was supposed to say hoist the colors, and they say hoist the cone. So then Mangum, for the second game of this Reds series, they weren't scoring runs. He's like, I'm going to go get a cone, and got a cone, and said, yeah, it's to direct traffic to home plate.
So where did Mangum get the cone, though? Like, that's what I was wondering.
I'm guessing he stole a cone.
Probably stole a cone from, he had it in the Met series?
He asked a clubhouse guy for it. He did. He did, yeah.
They've got to have traffic cones in the parking lots there, though. I mean, they can spare one.
Oh, yeah, just a professional baseball player going to take a cone in the parking lot and walking into the game.
No, but maybe the clubhouse guy knows one of the security, and one of the security knows the parking staff, and they transfer the cone to the clubhouse in that way. I mean, makes sense. What's like the biggest cone brand out there? We got to look that up, too. That's a fair point. We got to get to the stocks.
Give it a look. Big cone. 412-928-9370.
Who's the biggest distributor of...
You don't have to say it while you Google it.
You do that all the time.
I have to fill air. I'm a host. Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
You definitely are full of hot air, that's for sure.
You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net.
Did we really just talk about cones for like 7 minutes?
Wait.
It's a big story, man.
Wait.
We still haven't reacted to the big news from Greg Brown in the last segment.
Wait. The two biggest distributors of traffic cones, one is called the Traffic Safety Store, and the other one is called Traffic Cones for Less.
Why is that funny?
I don't know.
Coming up next, Greg Brown on O'Neill Cruz. Might have broken a little news. But first, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Penguins play tonight at 7 o'clock against Tampa Bay Lightning. Penguins right now have 92 points. They're second in the Metropolitan Division. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Now here's Doran.
I can't do it. I'll do it next. I can't. Just play a commercial.
Traffic cones for less.
108 presents Odyssey the Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
Say we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Giant Eagle, Pool City, True Green, and Broken Bow Records.
Pittsburgh is Edgar Snyder and Associates' home. Their offices have been right here in our region for more than 40 years. They know the streets, the people, the stories. Now random law firms are showing up, billboards up and down our streets, names you've never heard of, but they can't compete, not with Edgar Snyder and Associates, their roots, their people, or their legacy. If you need help after you've been injured in an accident, call the law firm that calls Pittsburgh home, 1-800-94-EDGAR, or visit edgarsnyder.com. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Participation may vary.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
I can get a traffic cone costume, a sexy one at that, for $19.99 on Amazon.com. That might be the move. Just people dressed up as traffic cones.
There's also traffic cones for less.com. Sells from 2 inches to 36-inch traffic cones.
Who is the other company?
Safety something? Traffic safety.
Traffic safety. Traffic cone safety.
See, if traffic cone safety is just a monopoly, and they're selling all the traffic cones, the way you got to market it is, forget the big guy. We're coming in for less.
Right.
We give you the same quality cone at a fraction of the cost.
There's a 50% off section of their website.
I would love to see Callis in a cone costume.
I'm buying one right now.
Can you get one on Amazon Prime and get delivered tomorrow before the game?
The game plan.
No, listen, their 36-inch cones are only 12 pounds. So there you go. That's their biggest size. Is only 12 pounds.
You could kill someone with a 12-pound
12-pound cone compared to a broom.
For $21, single form, or you can buy a pack of 500 for $2,000.
Harry, if I'm to buy a traffic cone costume, will you wear it tomorrow?
No.
You wouldn't?
No.
No, you just told me yesterday that you're always trying to do everything.
I've never wanted to be more sponsored by a business more than traffic cones for less.com now.
Email them.
I want to see if they'll give me a package of traffic cones in exchange for advertising on our station.
The reason I ask is because there are options for child, adult, and plus-size cone costumes. So if you're not going to wear this cone, I'm not going to buy the plus-size one. You're not wearing the cone? It's free. I'll buy it. It's a gift from me to you.
When would it be delivered?
Between 4 a.m. and 8 a.m. tomorrow.
Oh, come on, Callis. You got to wear it.
What are you going to do, Doran?
I'm going to be with you. Standing next to you, look like an idiot
about
with
the
a cone.
traffic cone.
I'm going to be standing with an idiot looking like a cone.
Hold on.
That's what I'm going to be doing.
Hold on.
I'm going to be right with you, right next to you. It's not like I'm abandoning you. I'm going to be standing right there like, yeah, this is my coworker, buddy Callis, dressed like a cone, plus-size cone.
I'm not going to survive this show.
Couple issues here I've thought of right off the top. Number one, they are playing the Orioles. There's going to be a ton of orange in the ballpark. It's going to look goofy. We're all going to be having our traffic cones. There will be a bunch of Orioles fans there, and there won't be. That's actually the only problem I have with this.
I mean, Orioles, they wear black, too. Everybody's going to be wearing black tomorrow.
It's going to look black and orange. It's going to look like Halloween out there.
Well, Callis and I couldn't tell the difference between black and yellow, black and orange, so.
That's true. You guys were confused when they were playing who? The Diamondbacks? No, because they're in the Cactus League. Doesn't matter.
Detroit
That was
Tigers.
the Tigers, yeah.
Yeah, good memory by you.
Harry, are you going to wear the costume or not?
How much does it cost?
$25.
Oh.
You're getting me a $25 gift and you're saying, congrats, this is free?
It's free for you. You're not paying for it. Do you want? Just tell me right now.
I don't want to, but
I'll
Doran
wear
wants
it.
me to.
Okay, good.
Oh, wait, so you're saying between me and you, who's going to wear it? Yeah, you. 100%.
He won't wear it.
It'd be better with him, wouldn't it? Like, so much better with him.
Yes.
If you promise for any at bats less than 20 in a stretch for players to use hits over at bats, not the average, I'll wear the cone.
Fine, but just so you know.
But if you break the promise, then I get to do something to you.
Marcelo's doing a 1 for 19. When he gets to 1 for 21, I'm bringing up that batting average. All right, so now I got to get the plus size traffic cone costume.
Oh, my goodness.
$19.99.
You're going to go viral.
For probably the wrong reasons.
No, what's wrong with the cone?
I actually had a nice pirate shirt I wanted to wear too, and now I can't.
You'll go to another game.
What if I got this. I'll put the cone underneath, and then I'll put the shirt over the cone. So it'll look like I'm a pirate's cone.
No, you got to you can't put it over the cone.
Why not?
The cone has to be the top layer.
No.
Is there like a hood on this thing? Let me see what it looks like.
Looks like a traffic cone.
Well, what does that look like? I mean, is it like constructed where like it's like a shirt or like a long like? Oh, I'm not wearing it. Not wearing it. Doran's laugh like that. Not wearing it.
What do you think? It's going to not look funny? It's a traffic cone.
I retract it. You can say batting average anytime you want.
All right,
nope,
fine.
Not wearing it.
Because this one can't be delivered until probably after the game anyway.
Why? Because I got to take extra time to make the plus size? Oh, look at me. You like that? Yeah, Crowley liked that too much.
How about Greg Brown saying that O'Neal Cruz got benched for the second game? Now, they've alluded to it on the broadcast, but he just came right out and was like, yeah, how about Donnie Kelly benching him for the second game of the season?
Mm-hmm. I mean, obviously that was speculated, but.
I mean, when it comes from Brownie, like these are the guys they're paid by the Pirates, right? Mm-hmm. And so he's not going to say that if it's not true.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's the case, good on flipping Don Kelly, man.
Yeah.
Like, we talked about, like, do you bench him? Like, how long do you wait till you bench him? Like, you got to send a message. You can't make those mistakes, especially when he winds up wearing glasses after that. Like, you have.
And then he was back in the lineup with the lefty.
Yes. The last couple of days he's gone against lefties.
Right.
So unless they're just. I can understand why Donnie Kelly would not want to come right out and say, I'm benching O'Neal Cruz. That does nothing.
No.
All that matters is that the message gets sent to the player. You don't need to do it to curry favor with the fan base.
And the players.
Yes.
That sends a message not to just O'Neal Cruz, but to his teammates too. Like, hey, this isn't how we're rolling this year. This could be anybody. You know, and we're gonna nip this in the bud before it gets to be an actual issue. This is not how we're gonna do things. So now you guys know this is a big time message, not to just O'Neal, but everybody.
Well, think about Skeens. Skeens gets pulled after 2/3 of an inning, throwing 37 pitches. He didn't pitch well, but he gets out of it, giving up 2 runs, and he probably goes 4 innings, and I bet you he only gives up 2 runs because he's Paul Damn Skeens. He's gonna figure it out the longer he's out there. He's got to be pissed, and. He's not the kind of guy, like last night he seemed a little bit miffed that he got yanked, but he wasn't causing a stink about it. That's just being a competitor. He's got to be furious with Cruz. And you're doing that for your starter. And you're doing that for all the other teammates. You're right about that.
Mm-hmm.
But so far, Don Kelly this year, you could question some of the lineup management like yesterday, giving your 2 best hitters off days when you have an off day coming up. You could question some bullpen management, fine, whatever. But I never thought that Derek Shelton had the pulse of this baseball team.
No.
He would not have done this. Game 2 of the season, no friggin' chance would O'Neal Cruz have been anywhere other than the top of the order, even against a lefty, game 2. So I think that's a really good sign from Donnie Kelly. $25 for this cone costume. Oh, it's a woman's costume. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Between 4 a.m. and 8 a.m. tonight. Should I buy it?
Yes.
Okay. Proceed to checkout.
Yes.
And we are good. Harry, your thoughts on O'Neal Cruz getting benched game 2?
It doesn't matter because he's rebounded and he's hitting well now, so I want him to continue to do that.
What do you mean it doesn't matter? Maybe that's the precipice for what turned him around.
Right.
I think it doesn't matter now. I think that it was a good decision at the time. I think that he needed to.
Well, there's a lot of reasons why it does matter now because it shows, it shows that Don Kelly has a pulse of this team, and it's like I'm in control.
Yeah, it's more of an indication for what Don Kelly does as manager than what I think O'Neal Cruz is doing. I think Cruz was shown that there may be discipline for certain mistakes and that he needs to play better, and he has since played better. So I guess from that perspective, yeah, you're right.
I think it's a massive thing. I mean, he's one of, if not your most important position players on the field, and you just got sat after 1 game. And you have the convenient excuse that it's for a lefty. But, Doran, you make a great point. He's in there against lefties the last 2 games.
Yep.
And he worked all offseason to get good against lefties. Like, if he doesn't make those plays, even if he goes 0 at the plate game 1, he's going to be out there game 2.
Yeah.
Let's see what you got against lefties, Big Cat. It's the first game, your first opportunity to do it. I just bought the thing on Amazon. $25 for a traffic cone costume. Might be a little warm. It's 78 degrees.
Wait, you bought it for you or him?
He said he wasn't going to do it. I bought it for me.
You're going to wear it?
Yeah.
Let's go.
There's no way. There's no way he wears it.
Why wouldn't I wear it?
Because you won't.
I'll wear it for the show tomorrow.
Are you going to wear it to the game?
That's not going to the game, though. And being in front of people.
I mean, I'll do it for both. I get it.
You'll do it for both?
Who cares? It's a great bit.
We'll be going to the bar beforehand. You'll be walking around there in the traffic cone.
Buddy, do you have any idea how many people are going to stop me and be like, oh, that's cool?
Yeah, you're going to take mad pictures.
Mad picture. Damn it.
Mm-hmm.
Fan hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. People have criticized Mike Tomlin forever for not benching his best players when it merits it. Not disciplining Antonio Brown until it was too late. And here, and it's different because this is on the field. But it took one game for Donnie Kelly to say, this is my baseball team.
Yep.
And you know what? I love it. And now what's he done? His OPS is over 1,000. He's hitting over 300.
And he moved him in the lineup.
He did do that. I wonder if that was a little bit of a message too.
For sure. Well, I'd say I couldn't remember. I was going to ask you guys, whenever he came back in the last game of the Met series, right? He was back in the lineup. Was he hitting first?
That's too far. It's too far gone now. Can't remember it. Not getting enough oxygen in my brain. Sick. I'll look at it during the break. 412-928-9370. Texter writes in, I bought one. Amazon won't deliver it until Easter. Be careful. It said between 4 and 8 a.m. I'll tell you what, if this sucker arrives before I leave, I'll wear it to the show tomorrow. But I'll definitely wear it for the game because it'll be here before then.
We won't know if it arrived or not. You're going to be like, oh, it didn't arrive yet. It's probably sitting there on your front porch.
I mean, I can give you the tracking number. You want
All right, yeah.
You want the... Damn.
That was just not for no reason. He wasn't paying attention. He just was like, ha! He had no clue what we
I wanted
just
to be
said.
a part of it.
He had no clue what we just said.
Did he just laughed at nothing?
Yeah, at nothing.
I heard you say, damn it, and I heard Doran say he'll track the number.
John and Ross Draver, hello. How are you? Hello, John. How about John in Johnstown? Hello, John.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey, so I wanted to get your humble opinion on this here. The more iconic Pirates manager moment. Jim Leland letting Barry Bonds know who the manager is, or Lloyd McClendon getting ejected and taking first base with him?
It's got to be Bonds getting chewed out. Ron Cook was there with a hat on.
Yeah, in the background. Right?
Yeah. Didn't it say something like perverse? I do think I think that's one of the all-time managerial coaching stories in Pittsburgh sports history. He's just chewing out Bonds in front of reporters, man. That's awesome. Like, this is my damn baseball team. You're going to do what I tell you to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think Donnie Kelly is quite Jim Leland, but behind closed doors, O'Neill, buddy, wear your sunglasses, make a play, help your pitcher out. We're sitting you tomorrow. We know you'll be back. We know you'll be great. We'll talk to you in a couple of days. Get in the lineup, and you start making hay then. That's it. Not an easy thing for a second-year manager to do when your whole season could be riding on that guy. All right, let's give John a Ross Draver one more try. Hello, John. Why did I do that? 412-928-9370 if you want to leapfrog John from Ross Draver. Top of the hour, there could be a quarterback coming available in the NFL, and I wonder if Yins have interest. First, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates have a game tomorrow against the Baltimore Orioles in the home opener of the season for the Pirates. They come into the game at 3-3 after their road trip, their first 6 games of the season. 4:12 is the start time of the game. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now here's Doran.
FanX Sportsbook is turning up the heat and have introduced a new way to parlay. It's called Squad Bets, and it's available across the NBA, MLB, and the NHL. So here's the deal. Tap into the Fanatics Sportsbook app. Build your squad from the sport you want. Pick your market, points, rebounds, assists, strikeouts, goals, and finally set your target. So if you like hoops, you could pick 4 players to combine for 100 points. Then sit back like a GM and watch your squad go to work with live tracking every step of the way. And here's the difference. If one player doesn't perform, the rest of your squad can pick up the slack, so your bet stays alive all the way to the very end. Track it live, cash out whenever you want. Squad Bets only on Fanatics Sportsbook. Parlays hit different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET.
Up next, Quiz Callus. with a twist. He's going mano-a-mano, man v man, muscling up against Donnie football. It's Fan Morning Show.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
Finally, some good news. Crews have removed that earlier stuck tractor trailer from the inbound Fort Pitt tunnels. Delays, however, still remain on the inbound Parkway West over the top of Green Tree Hill down to the tunnel entrance. Also, some very heavy traffic remains on West Carson Street, South Main Street, as well as Steuben Street, and as well coming over from Route 19 and 51 toward the West End Circle. Parkway East, you are jammed right around Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28, the Parkway North, pretty well steady. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Trucking isn't just for drivers. PGT Trucking needs professional staff to help support their men and women out on the road. With positions in safety, recruiting, driver training, fleet management, maintenance, and more, you too can join the proud professionals of PGT and play a major role in the supply chain. Ditch the boring desk job and get in on the action with PGT. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work. That's pgttrucking.com/work.
Here at Wayland Exteriors, we've been waiting to get back at it after one of the roughest winters in a long time. We're starting to learn just how bad the last few months were on roofs in the area. So, if this winter wreaked havoc on your roof with all the snow and ice, trust the leading roofing company in the greater Pittsburgh area, Wayland Exteriors. We've extended our spring offer through the end of the month. Learn about it at waylandexteriors.com. Wayland Exteriors. No mess, no stress. See why we're the pros with the 5-star Google reviews. waylandexteriors.com.
After an accident, you need an injury attorney who fights for you. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski are ready to take on the insurance companies and win you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
There is some Steelers news that I did not see until just now, and that's my bad. We'll tell you about that coming up at 9 o'clock. A scandal? Somehow Mike Tomlin is involved? But first, it's time to quiz Callis with a twist. Now with Donnie Football. Hello, Donald.
What's up, boys? How are you?
We're doing pretty good. Now, is this going to be on delay? Do we have a little delay here? Because this is...
I'm looking at myself floating in the middle of the screen. I don't know what Callis is doing back there, but...
Okay. All right, let's give this a try.
Is that what like you guys?
Let's give this a try. So whoever raised their hands first obviously gets the first crack at the question. If you get it wrong, then it goes to the next person, and then after that, you both lose. Are you good with the rules, Donnie? This is Quiz Callis of Thursday, April 2nd.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
All right. Are you ready, Callis?
I'm never ready.
Okay, this is actually pretty hard. I kind of went over this with Crowley before the show, so this is pretty hard. So we'll see how this goes. All right, number one. First person that raises their hand gets the first crack. All right, number one. In Super Bowl 45, Mike McCarthy, Aaron Rodgers, and the Green Bay Packers beat the Steelers 31-25. Who was the leading receivers for the Steelers in that game? Callis.
Antonio Brown.
That is incorrect. Donnie.
I'll go Mike Wallace.
That is correct. It was Mike Wallace who was the leading receiver for the Pittsburgh Steelers in Super Bowl 45 against the Green Bay Packers. Good job, Donnie. Number two. Other than being NFL head coaches, Mike McCarthy, John Gruden, and Marvin Lewis have this all in common. Donnie.
They were all once on the Pitt coaching staff.
That is correct. They were all once Pitt assistants for Pitt football. Good job, Donnie. Number 3. The late, great Western PA native, Dick Grote, played 9 seasons for the Pittsburgh Pirates. He was also the 3rd overall pick in the 1952 NBA draft. What college did Dick Grote go to? Callis.
He went to Pitt?
Oh, that is incorrect. Donnie.
He went to Duke.
That is correct. Dick Grote went to Duke. Donnie, 3. Callis, 0. Go ahead.
We should have given Donnie a point spread. It should have been Harry plus 3.5.
Well, I mean, Harry's the one who called him out yesterday.
He did.
He called him out on air, and I was like, "Hey, text Donnie and see if he would actually do it." And he did, and Donnie obviously accepted. So
Bechtold a little chicken though. I don't know why Bechtold doesn't want to participate.
Number 4, Keaton Slovis, Lynn Swan, and Juju Smith-Schuster all have this in common. Donnie.
They all attended USC.
That is correct. They all attended USC at one point in their college football careers. Donnie, 4. Callis, 0. Number 5. On November 13th, 1999, Pitt football played its last game at Pitt Stadium. Who did they play against and defeat? Callis.
Syracuse.
That is incorrect. Donnie.
I'll say WVU.
That is also incorrect. I was at this game. I was in 5th grade, and they defeated Notre Dame in the last game at Pitt Stadium. No points. Donnie still 4. Cal still 0. Number 7. Who scored the Steelers' first touchdown at Heinz Field? Callis.
Antoine Randall.
That is incorrect. Good guess, though. Donnie.
I think this is wrong. I'll say Jerome Bettis.
That is also incorrect. It was Cordell Stewart. Oh. Cordell Stewart scored the first touchdown at Heinz Field.
I knew that.
In 2001. All right, last question for this batch of questions, and then next we're going to do 5 questions of former athletes' numbers.
Oh.
So last question for this batch of questions. Last question. Who scored the final goal at Mellon Arena for the Pittsburgh Penguins in 2010? Callis.
Evgeny Malkin.
That is incorrect. Donnie.
Was it our guy Tyler Kennedy?
That is also incorrect. It was Jordan Stahl.
TK
who is still playing.
Did score the first goal for the Penguins at Consol Energy Center. Now PPG Paints Arena. How about that?
Donnie 4. Callis 0. All right, athletes' numbers. Are you guys ready? There's 5 questions here.
Am I meeting expectations?
No.
Okay.
Number 1. What number did Kenny Lofton wear as a Pittsburgh Pirate? Callis.
Number 8.
That is incorrect.
Oh, it's Willie Stargell's number, damn it.
16.
That is also incorrect. He wore number 7. Number 7 for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Number 2. What number was Michael Vick as a Pittsburgh Steeler? Callis.
He was number 2.
That is correct.
Yes.
Oh, he's in the spread now, baby.
That is correct.
Callis got it with the 3.5.
Oh, man. Okay, Callis, I like it. Good job. All right, this one. Hey, you guys got to be quick on this one, all right? Number 3. What number was Tyler Kennedy? Callis.
Oh, I actually don't know. Number 72.
Incorrect.
He was number 48.
That is correct, Donnie. Number 48. Donnie 5. Callis 1. Got to be quick again. What number was Willie Stargell? Callis.
Number 8.
He was. Callis 2. Donnie 5. All right, last but not least, obviously Donnie has won the round, but last but not least, are you guys ready? What number was Aaron Donald at Pitt? Callis.
99.
That is incorrect.
He was number 97, Callis.
There you go. Good job. Good job. Good job, guys. Good match. Good match. Donnie, you did a fantastic job. Thank you for participating. Callis, you did. All right.
Donnie, was this a terrifying experience?
You had me sweating a little bit on some of those, Callis, but this was fun. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Donnie.
Hey, Donnie, you have a pleasant day, pal.
You too, guys. I'll be in there in a little bit.
Sounds good.
Oh, what a nice lad.
Yes.
That Donnie football. Just floating in the middle of our screen.
How do you think that quiz cows went?
I think those are really tough questions.
Very tough.
And I think that it went exactly how we all expected it to.
So I did meet expectations.
In that way, you did.
I got 2 right.
Coming up next, Mike Tomlin, controversy, question mark. First, fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today. High is 66. Tomorrow, opening day. High is 78, low of 54. Overcast. Fan Morning Show.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan's Fan About Town. The Pirates open the season at home on Friday. Join the Fan as we broadcast live on Federal Street before the Bucks take on Baltimore. Coverage of the Pirates opener is brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread, the official hamburger and hot dog bun of the Pittsburgh Pirates. This draft season, make your first-round pick the furry kind. Edgar Snyder and Associates is sponsoring 4 pet adoptions each week at Humane Animal Rescue of Pittsburgh during the month of April. Visit the shelter and draft your new best friend today. Edgar Snyder and Associates and Humane Animal Rescue of Pittsburgh, because every animal deserves a second chance. Schley Deck and Fence Company. Call today for an estimate on your rotten, rusted, paint shipping railings. Get your railings safe again. Call 412-515-6575. Schley Deck and Fence. SchleyDeckCompany.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy 2 get 2 free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Parkway West still recovering from the earlier closure. Traffic is still stacking from the top of Green Tree Hill on the Parkway West down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Also seeing some heavy delays on Route 65 inbound from Shiloh Avenue down to the McKees Rocks Bridge. Parkway East, you are jammed at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your #1 choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
For over 50 years, the Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been built on trust and family values. At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington, that tradition continues with great service and great deals. We have your perfect Mitsubishi, and with a 10-year limited warranty, 2 years of free paid maintenance, and 5 years of unlimited roadside assistance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for warranty details.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, some Steelers news, not the good kind. I don't know how to make heads or tails of it in some ways, but this from the Post-Gazette's website. One of the first female officials cites Steelers training camp incident in sweeping a lawsuit against the NFL. Robin DiLorenzo alleged utterly humiliating discrimination and harassment from 2022 to 2025. And we've seen this before. When there are rookies in Steelers camp, they will get up and they will have to sing in front of their teammates.
Yeah.
Which is...
I've had to do it.
Yeah, that's 2025 hazing. I mean, you can't do the stuff you used to do, and that's good, but you can have a little fun with people.
Mm-hmm.
They made her do it, and she didn't want to do it. And she told Mike Tomlin she didn't want to do it, but did it anyway. And then she said she was harassed. So that's her account. I think we'll see where this all goes in the courts. But they made her do it when they didn't make the other rookie officials do it. I guess they just did it in her mind because she was a woman. And then there's more. But that's the part that involves the Steelers. So, again, this would be one of those he said, she said sort of deals.
What year was this again, you said?
2022. And she went to Tomlin. So, at some point during that year's training camp, Miss DiLorenzo's crew chief informed then head coach Mike Tomlin that the officiating crew also had a rookie and that she should be made to sing in front of everyone as well. She did not want to participate, she wrote, but felt she had no choice and wanted to be a good sport. When her time came, according to the lawsuit, Mr. Anderson, who was her boss, her supervisor, attended the meeting and made it clear he was there to watch. The lawsuit claimed he also recorded the utterly humiliating singing performance after Miss DiLorenzo specifically asked him not to. So she said, don't do it. He did it anyway. Rarely, according to the lawsuit, was she given women's-sized clothing, and she often had to buy her own and apply an iron-on NFL logo. Well, that can't happen. It further claims she was denied learning and training opportunities, and her calls were often subject to far more stringent grading than her male counterparts. So it seems like the Tomlin incident is a small slice of what is a much larger lawsuit.
Yeah. Probably would deny the opportunity to speak on this, but I would love to know the history and the path of the other female officials that are in the NFL. And did they experience...
Right. Is there a pattern of this? Yeah.
Because if there isn't, then I don't know.
Right. For sure.
Yeah. Because, excuse me, I forget her name, but she's always on the NFL games. I'll look it up in the break, but...
Not Robin DiLorenzo.
No, not her. There's another female ref that does games all the time. I would love to know her thoughts because she seems like a prominent kind of staple of female refs. I would love to know her thoughts and how her experience was whenever she was younger, coming into professional football.
There's a lot more details apart from just the Steelers portion of this. Like the AP's written a story on it. Now ESPN's all over it. So, of course, it's localized here because some of her experience was in Pittsburgh with the Steelers. But this is a big story, and she'll be suing the NFL. But I think you're right. Like, if this is a pattern, obviously no good. It's not good if she was, if they were handling her different either. Obviously, that's not good. But is there a pattern here?
Sarah Thomas is her name.
Sarah Thomas, that's it. Thank you. But here's what you get. Corey and Butler, she should have sung better if she didn't want to be humiliated. All right, very good. 412-928-9370. I'll sing right now. What do you want me to sing? I'll sing anything.
Well, I know you'll sing. I just say, obviously this is, it's a lawsuit. It's a big situation, but you just don't do it. Be like, no. I'm just not taking one for the team.
She might have felt pressure because her boss was there, if he's the one that said she had to do it. So I can understand her gripe here.
Yeah, if I felt pressured to do something and then somebody recorded it and then it was made public so that everybody could make fun of me, yeah, I'd feel harassed.
Text us brought to you by Eggersteiner and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Like wearing a traffic cone outfit,
Well, not for nothing, Harry. How many views does this video of you being hoisted up at Donnie's wedding have at this point? Last night it was 12K, which is big for you.
I eventually willingly did it because I figured it'd be good, it'd be fun, it'd be a nice little give luck to the Pirates things. But there's other things that I felt like, maybe I should do this.
Like Quiz Callis?
Yeah, that's one of them.
It's not like we said do Quiz Callis or you're fired, though. I mean, that didn't happen.
Wait, what is this, a therapy session now?
Well, I understand where people are coming from. I mean, you feel pressured to do something little, but then, it becomes a bigger thing because somebody records it, and then you're subject to public scrutiny because you thought you were going to do something fun in private, and then it turned into, because people are mean online, too. People make comments. I wouldn't want to be subject to that.
You are subjected to that.
But I am willing to do it more than an NFL official would be. That's not what they're in the game for.
Well, and I think that the meat of this, if it can be proven by her and her attorneys, is if she was being treated differently than officials who had done worse just because she's a woman, then absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll tell you this. I mean, Art Rooney II can't be happy about this, though, that they're mentioned. Stuff like this got to drive him nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's probably all I should say on it. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. I also teased before I read this story that there could be another quarterback available, Mr. Dickerson. Are you ready for this one?
Sure.
Jalen Hurts do anything for you?
No.
You wouldn't want Jalen Hurts?
Nope.
You wouldn't want Jalen Hurts as the Steelers quarterback?
Not from the things that I've heard come out about him.
So there's a big story on ESPN about Jalen Hurts, obviously Super Bowl champion Eagles quarterback, that dozens of unnamed sources have called him out as a bad teammate. Here's just a little snippet. Quote, poor body language, not always bought in, not the most coachable. The players notice, a team source said. He was unwilling to go under center at times last year, despite the Eagles being the most efficient fourth down team 2 years ago. Whenever they pushed their way to a championship, he wanted less of that. Close observers point to a lack of creativity and synergy in the Eagles' attack. The pass game wasn't always properly tied to the run. There's a level of predictability that allows opposing defenses to get a beat on what's coming. Not the Steelers 2 years ago, I'll tell you that. Though there is plenty of blame to spread, Hurts has had a hand in the offense becoming calcified, according to several team sources who spoke to ESPN on condition of anonymity. He hasn't wanted to change the offense whatsoever, even when it hasn't been working. Now, we may or may not have heard some whispers about Jalen Hurts before. This tracks. I wouldn't want him either. Because if he doesn't want to play in a different offense, and I'm not suggesting that the Eagles are going to move on from him, but when you've got dozens and dozens of teammates and people within the organization coming out and criticizing this guy on ESPN, that's a massive story. That's all we'd be talking about right now if Jalen Hurts was the Steelers quarterback and this is the kind of thing that came out. Are they going to trade him? Are they going to move on from him? How do you handle this? I'm guessing this is their attempt to get him to change his stripes.
Yeah, and I have a legit source, surrounding the situation that there is some validity to it, but for me, I've seen and have had so many teammates in my life. I mean, a lot. And I've seen a lot of things that some guys do that aren't great, that are bad. And a lot of it has gotten pushed underneath a rug. And to me, if teammates start speaking out about you, that's the most damning thing that could happen. Because teammates are really forgiving. They're really willing to kind of protect you or your other teammates. I'm not going to throw my teammate under the bus ever. It would take a lot for me to throw one of my teammates underneath the bus. And if teammates are speaking up about it, that's just not good. It's one thing for coaches to do it. Okay, that's fine. Maybe a coach doesn't like you or, you don't fit the system and it just doesn't feel like that you're, doing whatever. To me, that's different. But if teammates start doing it, I'm out.
When it's a quarterback that won a Super Bowl, too?
Takes a lot. Takes a lot for teammates to speak up like that.
You know what it feels like? Russell Wilson. Now, different things, but the Legion of Boom, the defense and the offense didn't see eye to eye there, and that's probably putting it mildly at the end. because they thought that he wanted all the glory and he wanted to throw it all around and yada, yada, yada. And they blamed him for the Super Bowl because they thought that Pete Carroll was making him out to be the hero when they just wanted to win the damn game by handing the ball to Marshawn Lynch. But, Russ rubbed a lot of people the wrong way in Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
And I know people here within the locker room thought he was phony.
Mm-hmm.
Phony baloney.
Yep.
And that's a guy who won a Super Bowl in Seattle, and this guy that won a Super Bowl not long ago in Philadelphia, and you got people going, not on the record, but this number of people going to ESPN and talking about it, that's a massive story. I wouldn't want him for that reason. I also wouldn't want him because he got Mike McCarthy. And I don't think I don't think he's a fit in Mike McCarthy's system either. Like, if he became available, I know you don't have a quarterback. I know it's Aaron Rodgers, and then you're throwing question marks out there. I'm not taking a flyer on that guy. You still have to give up something significant to get him.
Mm-hmm.
Like you'd have to pay a pretty penny for that guy. And not to mention literally paying a pretty penny with his contract. But that's a bombshell NFL story in early April. Draft is 24 days away? What do you think happens?
With Jalen Hurts?
Yeah.
They roll with him.
Yeah.
They rolled him because it's a lot easier to roll with somebody like that if they win. But if they lose, and I know that the Eagles didn't do great last year, but the year before they won a Super Bowl. Like, if he wasn't a winning quarterback and was losing in the playoffs every single year, they probably get rid of him.
I think that's their culture. Like, you had your two coordinators get hired after you won the Super Bowl. You replace them, and then you fire immediately the offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
So this quarterback, hey, you ain't winning. They got rid of Carson Wentz real friggin' quick, in my mind. That guy could have won the MVP the year he was banged up. 412-928-9370. If you want to weigh in on the Mike Tomlin quote-unquote scandal that I think goes way above him, obviously, you can. Would Jalen Hurts do anything for you? 412-928-9370. We'll take your calls on that. But a discussion that I wanted to have with you guys, but I had the sniffles yesterday, I'll bring up to you next. First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates, they won yesterday over the Cincinnati Reds 8-3. It was another home run game for both O'Neal Cruz and Brian Reynolds. They each had home runs in the win for the Pirates. Now the Pirates are off. They're 3-3 at this point in the season as they go into their first home game of the year, which is going to take place tomorrow at 4:12. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by 2 Men in a Jug Truck. Cohen Market, the official crispy chicken of the Fan. Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, and Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The speculation is over in Lawrence. Bill Self not going anywhere. The Hall of Fame head coach silenced rampant retirement rumors Wednesday, officially announcing he'll return to the Jayhawks for 2026-27. Self stated he has a renewed clarity and remains fully committed to competing for a national championship. The portal opens up next Tuesday, and the race is on for the nation's next big winner. I'm Drake Toll.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan during halftime or overtime. From spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Participation may vary.
Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer and Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer and Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, Don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer and Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. Look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer and Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer and Cross Premium Concrete Coating.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
No hot water? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Morning Rush still recovering. This report brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt? LGKG. Accident? LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. Parkway West still stacking near the top of Green Tree Hill down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. And still some traffic light delays on northbound Route 51 approaching the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. Parkway East, that's jammed at Edgewood Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Want a big law firm with no continuity?
That's not LGKG. Don't care about having access to a named partner?
That's not LGKG. Prefer working with those who have no clue of what makes Western PA people tick?
That's not LGKG.
Don't care about courtroom reputation?
Then don't call LGKG. We're not for you.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Yes, Harry.
Breaking news.
Oh, yeah?
Charles Borges was invited to and has accepted being my opponent for Quiz Callis next Thursday.
Do you approve of this, Dickerson?
Charlie's pretty good whenever it comes to trivia stuff. Like, he knows some weird, deep stuff. So this is actually going to be a big challenge for you. Yeah, I accept, but Charlie's pretty good. I'm not going to lie.
I think you got to give Charlie, 400 level questions and Harry the easiest questions possible and see if Charlie still beats him.
Okay.
I like that.
Because I think Charlie and Donnie's really good with the trivia stuff too.
Why don't you handle the Callis portion? I'll handle the Borges portion.
Because you also have our IQs are pretty similar. You and me, Adam.
He's trying to get under my skin.
Yeah.
You don't even know what IQ stands for.
Intelligent quotient.
Is that even right? I don't know.
Don't know.
I am excited to see, though, how many people we can get as opponents before Bechtold goes, oh, crap, this is, easy.
I don't know if we want Bechtold. I
think he lost his opportunity, so now we'll just shame him with getting every single other producer that works at this station to participate over the next year.
Seth Davis, the MILF Hunter. T-Bird, I don't think knows anything about sports.
I think we get, Bubba in here.
Oh, yeah.
KO.
Every salespeople. We'll get
let's not get crazy.
Maybe not.
Please. I have a question for you guys. I don't know if you talked about it yesterday. I looked at the show notes, but Harry does a terrible job with those. I'm going to read a tweet, and then it dovetails the question off of this tweet. But Ryan Scarpino, he used to work for public relations with the Steelers. He tweeted out 4 minutes ago, the Penguins decided to not run it back. Coaching and roster changes, low bar, exceeded expectations. That's why it's been fun. Didn't know what to expect, even with new coach. Rogers coming back equals running it back. Boring, stale. We all know how it ends. They have an entirely new coaching staff.
Right. That's not running it back. Be running it back if Mike Tomlin was here.
I get that because they're going to have the second straight year of a 40-plus-year-old quarterback. Like, you feel like eventually that there's a ceiling, right? Fine, fair, whatever. Isn't that exactly the same as the Penguins? Now, like, I feel like they could win a round or two and match up dependent. You see where it goes, and it's going to be fun and awesome. But I don't think anybody's picking them to win the Stanley Cup. And they kept Sid and Gino and Letang and Carlson and Rust and Raquel. Like, they kept all their best 30-plus-year-old veterans, all of them. But they got rid of the coach.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not seeing that much of a difference. Now, it doesn't mean that the Steelers are going to have as good of a regular season as the Penguins did. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm actually seeing more similarities than differences between the two.
Maybe he's saying, like, running it back, like if the Penguins were to rehire Bausma at the beginning of the year.
Like someone that had coached Sid before.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we're trying a little too hard there, and I love Scarpino. He's one of the funniest people ever. He always puts out Steelers takes, and I happen to agree with the vast majority of them. But like, I don't think it's running it back. Who's their best players? I mean, well, for them, they're not running it back. You got Ben Kindle, you got Anthony Manthey, you got Brazeau, bunch of new blood, but around the core.
Mm-hmm.
The Steelers just got Jamel Dean. They got a new starting running back. They got a new outside wide receiver. They got new safeties. Like, they're going to add presumably another starter or two in the draft, adding a couple of starters in last year's draft. Like, I'm not seeing that huge of a difference now that the Steelers have moved on from Mike Tomlin, or I guess to be factually accurate, he moved on from them. It was going to be, like, I think Art Rooney II was totally fine if Mike Tomlin came back, and it was going to be stale, and it was going to be the same thing. Well, now it's not. Now, if his point is that the Penguins made their decision and the Steelers didn't, okay, I think you might be onto something there, but I think both franchises have changed a lot of players around their bigger star players, like T.J. Watt and Alex Highsmith and guys like that.
Breaking news, you could scratch a quarterback off the market for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Jalen Hurts getting traded.
Kirk Cousins signing with the Raiders.
Let's go!
No Kirk Cousins to Pittsburgh.
Yeah! Woo-hoo-hoo!
That made all the sense in the world, though. We kind of called that, I think, a month ago.
Him being the starting quarterback, and then Mendoza comes in. And,
I mean, under Kubiak, you know, I mean, even as a backup. Good situation.
Oh, man, that is great news. Because we all expect the Rodgers thing to happen here. They expect the Rodgers thing to happen here. But you never know. Rodgers, the wind could blow in one direction one day, and I want to stay here and get in shape and have sex with my wife, like you said on the Pat McAfee show, and I just want to keep doing this for the rest of the time. Okay. And I always thought maybe they'd go after Kirk Cousins. This is great news.
Yes, it is.
Great flipping news.
Yes, it is.
Also, if Rodgers wants more money, he can get it.
Not $30 million.
Not $30 million.
I think 20.
Right, because where else can the Steelers turn? Flacco, gone.
Yep.
He made some sense if they wanted a veteran guy.
Yeah, that's it.
Flacco, now Cousins, no Willis. I mean, Mac Jones, I guess, but they've said they want to hold on to him, and I think you're going to have to give up a king's ransom for him. So it's really Rodgers with the Steelers or Rodgers in retirement. Now, I know that Florio was talking about Rodgers going to Denver, which I don't really understand.
Why does that make sense?
It doesn't to me. Like, I don't think Bo Nix was their problem last year. In fact, I think they probably play for the Super Bowl had Bo Nix played in that football game.
That makes zero sense to me. Absolutely zero sense.
Yeah. I don't that one didn't add up for me either. But there's not a lot of there are none. There are no quality quarterback options out there for the Steelers save Rodgers. And so if he does want to raise, and we don't know that to be true, but if he does want to raise, hey guys, at least fork over what, $7 more million bucks, get me to an even 20.
Yeah.
He could hold them over the barrel if he wanted to. 412-928-9370. Oh boy, is that good news though.
It sure is.
Because I bet you he would be he would have been their backup. plan if Rodgers pulled out. Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
You know, Kaboli keeps saying their backup plan is Mason Rudolph. I just don't think this staff feels about Mason the way that the old staff felt about Mason. And I'm not sure the old staff really loved Mason all that much.
They let him go.
They replaced him with a bag of bones and Russ Wilson, who was not the same guy he used to be, and with Justin Fields, who they put in a box. Like, they weren't in love with Mason Rudolph, but they liked him more than everybody else by virtue of them signing him again, but on the cheap. Yeah, I don't think that they would have rolled into the season if Rodgers said, see ya, with Mason at starting quarterback.
Yeah, I definitely thought that they were going to get a veteran at some point, and maybe, well, this tells me, because I threw out the names like Trey Lance at the time, and Garoppolo, is he still available? And Garoppolo at the time, I don't know if he's still available. He might have re-signed or whatever, but this kind of tells me that they know that Aaron's coming back, if they didn't go that route at all, just to have an insurance plan.
Yeah, because they didn't even do a visit with Kirk Cousins or anything, right? Did you see any financials released on this?
Nope.
Okay.
Probably $10 million.
Yeah. He's going to get whatever he can. I mean, that's his MO.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever you think Kirk Cousins is worth, write it down on a piece of paper right now. When the financials come out, I guarantee damn well tell you it's more than what you wrote down.
Yep.
He's got the best damn agent in the biz. 412-928-9370. The question I was going to ask you guys, and I'll save it for Jeff. Jeff's going to join us in 7 minutes. The Penguins' best goal scorer is going to be a free agent after the year, Anthony Mantha. Do you bring him back or not? Some reports indicate he could be looking for 5 years and $30 million, which he should.
Mm-hmm.
Should the Penguins pay that? We'll get to that next. Coming up next. Bo Nix might not be ready to start the season. I know that, but again, it doesn't make sense to me why Rodgers would want to go there and play for 4 games or whatever
underneath Sean Payton,
who's a jackass, and then try to win a ring as a backup quarterback to Bo Nix?
No chance.
Yeah. All right, Jeff Hathorn joins us next. Pens, Bucks, and more. But first, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins have a game tonight against the Tampa Bay Lightning on the road. Game that starts at 7 o'clock. Penguins right now are at 92 points. They're second in the Metropolitan Division. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now here is Crowley.
Thank you, Harry. Yes, it is Crowley here for Window Nation. It is spring, which is also allergy season, by the by. It'd be a great time to open those windows, huh? And wait, your windows won't open? They leak when it rains? They have cracked glass? They need repainting? Again? Well, getting top-quality custom-fit windows from Window Nation is easy and it's affordable. Right now, during the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off on all your windows. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. With Window Nation, you'll get windows that easily slide open and close. They're made with top-quality seals. They won't leak when it's rainy or windy. And unlike other windows, they are maintenance-free. They're so good, Window Nation stands behind them with a lifetime warranty, and they're rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Save big with Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale going on now. Sale ends soon. So visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the buzz with Westwood One Sports. Looking for value in the Final Four? Just bet the actual championship matchup and outcome. For this willing gambler, Illinois, Arizona are on a collision course to meet in Monday's national title. Both have elite size. Both have dynamite backcourts. Both are playing at a godlike level. Arizona defeat the ILL in the title game is a juicy plus 400 on BetMGM. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Pony for McVeigh. Warmer days are right around the corner. Is your cooling system ready? Now's the perfect time to schedule your AC maintenance with McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Stay ahead of the heat and avoid costly breakdowns before summer hits. And if it's time for a new system, you're in luck. For a limited time, McVeigh is offering 0% financing for 60 months equal monthly payments on Bryant equipment, making comfort more affordable than ever. Call McVeigh today or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule online.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Okay, here we are. Weather is heating up, so start to think spring, think summer. Get to Schultz Ford. Maybe you want that convertible. Now's the time. Grab it now. That convertible Mustang, and man, are they sharp. You're going to go on vacation. Maybe you're driving. Maybe you're the driving type, right? You want to drive to the beach? How about that Expedition? How about that Explorer? Load in, and the family could take all they want to the beach. Yep. Check it out, SchultzFord.com, right? All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. The customer service, spectacular. Hey, you need your car serviced, pickup and delivery. They have that option. Also, mobile service, something small. They'll come right to your driveway, get it done for you, and you don't even need to leave your living room. That's fantastic. So get to all the locations, and if you just want to browse around, check it out online. Always open at SchultzFord.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast. Available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Text here from Mark Cabali. New lighting in fan studio means you need to start wearing makeup.
Who, me or you?
Adam more than you, Doran. Adam's got wrinkles in the forehead, by his cheeks. They're very visible.
Jeez.
All right, let's get you in here in front of the big fancy lights here.
Oh, I'd gladly trade places with you if you want.
As long as we don't trade salaries, sure. Get up over here.
I could be a host for a week?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
He just came up at your appearance like big time.
That's because the only thing I can say back to him, he'll cry about. Like he can't use a hammock or something like that.
Now I'm looking at the wrinkles in your forehead.
Yeah, I'm a man. I age. I got 2 kids. I wake up every day and deal with this guy.
I don't have that many wrinkles. Go ahead.
I'm not going to say it.
Go ahead. Say it. Just say it. Tell everybody what you want to say.
Can you say what you know that I want to say that I can't say?
Yeah.
Say it.
No, you say it.
Jeff Hathorn joins us now, our sports director. Good morning to you, Jeff. How are you? I hope you have a dimly lit home or else people are going to comment on your appearance. No!
Yeah, well, they always do anyway. Yeah. So, does this mean that Cabali's going to have to wear makeup when he comes in?
Yeah, actually, I should be going after his appearance, not Harry's. He's the one that first insulted me. Did something happen to his leg again, by the way? I saw...
April Fool's.
Oh, okay.
April Fool.
Man, I fell for an April Fool's joke. But the only reason I did, Mark, is because
Mark.
I'm talking to Mark right now. Caboli. Every time you take a step, you tear a ligament. All right. Jeff Hathorn with us. Jeff, should the Penguins re-sign Anthony Mantha after the season?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. Yes. He fits their system. He scores different ways. I don't think right now, and unfortunately it's been proven, between like Koivunen, Rutger, like there isn't a forward that's really pressing that I should be in the lineup. The one that already is, and that's Kindle. Like, so maybe Hollander is a guy that will be a part of your future. He's been injured. Maybe Bros works in there when he gets back from injury. But yes, because you're still going to have Sid, you're still going to have Russ, you're still going to have Raquel, still have Carlson. Who knows with Letang? Well, probably Letang and maybe Malkin. Yeah, I want a guy that just scored 30 goals and fit in like a glove. I would re-sign him. Now, if he wants like $8-9 million, maybe I'm going to think. What
about 6 for 5 years, $30 million? Because there's no good free agents. Like, this market is dry.
They've got cap space.
Right.
He's 31, 32. I'd roll the dice because I see an opportunity right now with the way this group is playing, and I want him to be a part of it.
Jeff, for what we know and what we have seen in the last 2 games with the Penguins, do you think that they can win a playoff series?
I do. Now, they're going to have to play exactly like they played the last couple of games where they're, straightforward. They're doing the little things. They don't get cute. When they get cute, they get in trouble. If they could play the type of hockey they're playing now, I mean, listen, they went into Colorado and just whooped them up. Like, that was a big time win. Like, they've shown flashes, and I think over this month, even with some of the losses, they've been right there in games at Carolina. I mean, against some good teams. And if they get goaltending, like if Skinner's on his game, they've got a chance to win a series.
Jeff Hathorn joining us here, our sports director on the Fan Morning Show. He's on the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You say they could win a playoff series, and I would agree with that. Is there a team that you think they match up better against? I mean, 13-4 in these last 2 games, must-have games against good teams, and they were thoroughly dominant, I thought, against Ottawa, and maybe the score didn't reflect it despite them winning the game.
Yeah, I mean, likely you're talking the Islanders or Columbus, right? Philly's been red hot, but their schedule gets a lot tougher. I mean, Washington, you're kind of watching them like the horse that's coming up on the outside that may not have anybody in front of them. Their schedule gets pretty easy, so I don't want to completely write them off, but I don't know. I know the Islanders have been a pain at times. I don't know that I fear any matchup. Let me just put it that way. Other than I think Carolina would be a very, very tough series for them, but that likely wouldn't be till the second round.
Jeff, do we see Connor Griffin up in the next 10 days?
Depends on that deal. When that deal gets done, I think we'll see Connor. And I mean, he's done enough down there. I think he's finding some things. They're not going to get that deal done in the next few days and announce it at Victory Field. It's going to be here. Mm-hmm. So if that deal does, if it is, they've made progress, and we've heard national guys, local guys say the same thing. If that thing gets done, when it gets done, we'll see Connor Griffin here for the rest of his career.
Have you heard anything like when Olney is reporting that they have had significant conversations, or what did he say? They're deep in conversations with Connor? Because at last we heard from Noah was they've had conversations, but the word deep was left out of it.
Yeah, I would go more with I've heard what Noah has is that there have been conversations, and I think it's like this. Like, the phone is always available. Like, it's like you set, like in the old days, you set the phone down, and it's just a matter of, all right, whenever you're ready, just pick it up, and we'll get this thing done. So I think there is communication between both sides. Obviously, there's still some posturing and some of that deal to get done, but I'll trust. Olney is not a guy in his career that has just thrown stuff out there or has, wildly, thrown out takes. So when Olney says that, I put a lot of creed into that.
Do you give a lot of credit to O'Neal Cruz hitting left-handed pitching? I mean, he obviously put in a lot of work with that in the offseason, and obviously he responded from the blunders that he had. But how much credit do you give him for what he has done the last 2 games?
Yeah, from what you hear from him, like you were talking about his off-season work, like 2 days after the season, he started going to work. And he went to work with the Guerreros down in the Dominican. And, I mean, there's some good hitting bloodline in that group. And, you know, as much as I hated the at-bats after the misplays in the first inning of the opener, he has found it. And credit to him because he is the difference maker. Look what happens to that lineup when O'Neill Cruz makes an impact. And yeah, I mean, credit to him. I mean, he's put in work. I mean, Cincinnati is an easier place to home, and like you can look at these other reasons, but I don't think that those balls are staying in any ballpark that he hit.
No, 444, that might have gone out Ebbets Field back in the day. Jeff Hathorn joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. Jeff, Greg Brown was on with us earlier, and he viewed O'Neill Cruz as being benched in game number 2. Do you think that was Donnie hitting the right button there?
I think a tough lefty after a tough day. Let's reset. I don't think Donnie approaches as much as a vindictive thing as a let's have a teaching day. And he's the type of guy that would sit down with O'Neill and say, listen, it's a tough lefty. I'm going to give you a day. You're going to come out Sunday and you're going to be a different guy. And you know what? He's been a different dude here over the last few games. And if you get that guy more often than not, this is going to be a fun year.
Yeah, it's amazing what a little 3-run homer will do for you every now and then.
Yes.
They lead the league in home runs now with 10. Right. And, man, we've seen the last few years, you just scratch and claw to get offense. Now it's like, Brandon Lowe, pop, 2-run bomb. Little crooked number on there. Nice. And they haven't yet played at PNC Park.
And how about that? I was encouraged yesterday as much as anything is that Reynolds ran into one because he didn't look good at the plate those first couple of games. And to just see him kind of stare it down at the plate, like get a little swagger, feel good about himself. Like, again, another proven bat that if you get that thing going, I like what this team could do. By the way, do you think Cruz ever looks at Brandon Lau, who, as you guys saw, he's much bigger than, and go, damn, how's this guy got 3 home runs? It's amazing how he generates power.
Yeah, he reminds me of those golfers like Will Zalatoris who could just smoke the ball, but he's like 112 pounds. He's like built like Crowley.
Yeah, guys that like DeChambeau look at or Tiger and go like, are you freaking kidding me?
Right.
Like, I've been in the gym like 20 hours this week, and this dude's like hitting it as far as me.
Home opener tomorrow. Jeff, we will see you there. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, boys.
See you, Jeff.
All right, Jeff Hathorn, our sports director. I'm starting to fade.
Me too.
Can't breathe. Are you getting sick? Did I get you sick?
You did.
Oh, jeez. But Joe got me sick, so really Joe's getting you sick.
Right. But you got me sick.
Real quick, do you know who played at Ebbets Field?
Oh, like what team?
Yeah.
Oh, the Crawfords.
No. That's a Pittsburgh team. No, the Brooklyn Dodgers played there.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Coming up next, a stat for the Pirates that I think is as important as any you're going to hear this year. But first, a hairy headline. What are you laughing at? Don't laugh.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates, they won yesterday 8-3 over the Cincinnati Reds. More home runs from O'Neill Cruz and Brian Reynolds. They homered in 2 of those 3 games against the Reds in that series. Pirates are off today, and they come home. The home opener of the season is tomorrow. It's a 4:12 start time, the 4-1-2 start time for the Pirates against the Baltimore Orioles. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Ebbets Field.
Yeah, the dimensions weren't that far for Ebbets Field, now that I'm looking at it. They did have a 40-foot wall. All right, it's Fan Morning Show.
Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Parkway West getting a little better right now with delays from Parkway Center down to the Ford Pit tunnels. Outbound, you're steady toward Pittsburgh International Airport. Parkway East lining up at Edgewood, Swissvale. Route 28, the Parkway North are up to speed. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
As we emerge from a tough winter, it'll certainly mean a ton of home repairs this spring. But there's good news. Great home equity loan rates at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union have already blossomed. It's Dan Zangrilli. I've been a member for a few years, and right now you can get a home equity loan for as low as 5.25% APR. Visit AllegiantFCU.org for full terms and conditions and to see if you qualify. It costs just $5 to become a member at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, an equal housing lender.
Here at Wayland Exteriors, we've been waiting to get back at it after one of the roughest winters in a long time. We're starting to learn just how bad the last few months were on roofs in the area. So, if this winter wreaked havoc on your roof with all the snow and ice, trust the leading roofing company in the greater Pittsburgh area, Wayland Exteriors. We've extended our spring offer through the end of the month. Learn about it at waylandexteriors.com. Wayland Exteriors. No mess, no stress. See why we're the pros with the 5-star Google reviews. WaylandExteriors.com.
Dollar Bank's best sale of the year is now extended until April 11th. All loans, all terms. No dream is too big for this sale. Ready to fix your kitchen? Make that major purchase? Simplify bills? We can turn your dream into reality with affordable borrowing solutions tailored to your needs. Don't miss our best sale of the year. The Dollar Bank loan sale ends soon. Save big at dollar.bank/loan sale. Dollar Bank. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Tweet us brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Big show for you tomorrow. Home opener. Mackey going to join us for an hour. Bostic will be back. Chris Carter as always. A lot of Bucko ball talk. Going to try to finagle some Brian Giles or Jason Kendall.
Yep.
How about that?
Mm-hmm.
You going to the movies today?
Yeah, taking the boys to see Super Mario Galaxy, the movie. Super Mario 2.
There's a first one?
Mm-hmm. It's really good.
Oh, man.
Ever seen the first one?
No.
I'm a big Super Mario fan. Always have been.
I love me a Mario too, but I didn't know that this was a thing.
Oh, yeah, it's really good.
Is it?
Super Mario movie was the first one, and now they're doing one with the
Galaxy.
Based on the Galaxy video game, it seems.
It's animated?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Why you
There's
laugh?
one that's not animated that I grew up on that I love. With Bob Hoskins.
Yeah, with Bob Hoskins.
Yeah.
Everything's animated
John
now,
Leguizamo.
Yeah, but Harry, they're doing like Lion King.
But that was animated to start. So you're going to do something different now. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. Mario's always been animated because he's been in video games, and
then they made the live action.
It was a good question.
Thank you. Jeez Louise, this guy's up my backside all day long.
I like kicking you when you're down. Also, did you tell Tenuta to come in here and whip me with his keychain? He said that you said...
I said that we should have people come in here and hit you with inanimate objects because you didn't think it would hurt to get hit with a traffic cone.
Well, he took that literally. He literally came here and smacked me with his keychain.
Did it hurt?
Yeah.
Good. So the Pirates are 3-3 now on the road, which I'd have signed up for before the start of the season. Kind of felt goofy the way they got there, but got there nonetheless. They started 1-3. Last season, away from PNC Park, the Pirates were 27-54. If you can just play, you don't even have to be 500 on the road, but if you can play competitive road baseball and boost your home record just a smidge, you're going to be right in the thick of the playoff race. Like the Reds last year, They were under 500 on the road, but they were 5 games under 500. You can live with that. They were 9 games over 500 at home. The Pirates were 7 games over 500 at home, but 27 under on the road. So that's a good little sign there. The Mets are good. They are the favorite to win the NL East. And the Reds made the playoffs last year. You walk away 3-3. I think you're feeling pretty good. Now you just got to take care of some business at home.
How many of those losses on the road were Derek Shelton?
Good question.
I mean, at least the first series, right?
I mean, they got destroyed in the first series.
They didn't win a game
Marlins.
in the first series, right?
Did they get swept in Florida? I think they did.
I think they might have.
They did. They played 4 and they lost all of them.
So there's 4.
There's 4 right there. So you take those away, they were just a mere 23 games under 500 away from PNC Park. Here's the most interesting thing about this, as I've been doing math. Of all the playoff teams, all 14 playoff teams last year, only 8 of them finished with records over 500 on the road. So you don't have to win more than you lose, but you got to keep it. You got to keep it tight. Like Milwaukee had a winning record on the road. The Phillies were just 1 game over 500 away from home. The Mariners, they had a great postseason, 3 games under 500. If you're competitive on the road, you got a real good shot. Yep. There you go. There's my take for the day.
Nice.
Harry, anything else you want to add?
Since you mentioned the Mets and them being a powerhouse, it was interesting, though, that they did lose 2 of 3 to the St. Louis Cardinals. So they're back to 3-3 as well.
Well, that's the great J.J. Weatherholt. That's what happens when you insert a young, phenomenal rookie into your lineup, what he could do for you.
I just don't think they're going to finish last.
Yeah,
in the
they
division,
stink.
But
They stink. But you know Weatherholt's going to be great for 10, 12 years.
Yeah, absolutely. Because he's from Western PA. That's it.
And because he went to WVU. It's
because he's from Western PA.
Baseball
Because he's
factory.
from Mars.
they don't got cones.
Mars
in St. Louis.
Is more of a factory of baseball than West Virginia.
We're playing in an NCAA tournament last 3 years. So
Just saying.
Won the Big 12 last year.
And you got Bednar, Weatherholt, got all the kids that we met that are going to be probably, I mean, I would say at least 2 of them are going to be professional baseball players.
Look at you. Doing anything you can to take away from the greatness of West Virginia.
I think that Pitt took West Virginia's greatness in 2007.
He sucks, and I hate him. And I want everyone in the office to come hit him with keys.
I'll sue you for harassment. There you go. You just put that out in the open for everybody to hear. There's evidence.
I'm not even offering a disclaimer. Come hit Harry with your keys. All right, that's the show.
Wait, we still have 2 minutes.
I got
The
nothing.
greatness of West Virginia.
I got nothing left. Fan Weather's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today. High is 66, low of 54, 70% chance of rain. Tomorrow, high is 78, low of 54 for opening day. What's your plan? When are we heading down? Where are we going? What are we doing?
Probably like 1.
Little tailgate action?
Little tailgate.
Mm-hmm.
We'll do our deal. What we always do.
Harry, you're not driving, so should I expect you to be in the condition you were in last year?
I was conscious.
Yeah, that's not... That's,
I remember things.
You said earlier you didn't.
I don't remember the game because we weren't watching the game. I remember everything that was happening. We did the shots. Jada was there. Her 2 friends were there. You were there with Bechtold and Donnie, and Sarah was there before they were married, right? Because they didn't get married till this year. You know, I remember.
He's going to get lit up like a Christmas tree.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
An Easter tree.
All right. A cone.
I'm getting an Easter basket. Don't forget. Remember we talked about that a couple months ago?
You're what?
His mom's going to give him an Easter basket this year.
No, the Easter bunny is keep believing, keep receiving.
I think Donnie's filling in for Starkey next. Goodbye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start
Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
West Shore Home makes bathroom remodeling easy and convenient. And right now, their Spring into Savings promotion means free installation on your remodel. And if you've always thought that tile was the only way to go to get a luxury bathroom, well, you can think again. West Shore Home's brand new modern composite wall systems give you that high-end tile look without the grout, the cracking, or the maintenance. Right now, get free installation and save an extra $500 just for being a fan of the show when you schedule your free consultation at westshorehome.com/fan. See the website for details.
Looking for health insurance for employees in multiple locations? UPMC Health Plan National Access has you covered. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network for employees outside of the service area. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, choose UPMC Health Plan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
In Brentwood Borough, crews on the scene of an earlier accident tying up the intersection of Brownsville and East Willock Roads. Watch for delays around both of those intersections. Also, watch for delays on the inbound Parkway East. You're jammed at Edgewood Swissvale. Parkway West heavy past Parkway Center down to the Ford Pit tunnels. HOV lanes now closed along the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Window Nation. Right now, get 50% off windows. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off on new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
For over 50 years, the Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been built on trust and family values. And at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills, that tradition continues with great service and great deals. We have your perfect Mitsubishi, like Green Car Journal's 4-time Family Green Car of the Year, the Mitsubishi Outlander. And with a 10-year warranty, 2 years of prepaid maintenance, and 5 years of unlimited roadside coverage, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence. Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Call 412-453-8035 for warranty, maintenance, and roadside assistance details.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the range.
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1 yard line? One.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
NFL quarterback news. Kirk Cousins is signing with the Las Vegas Raiders. So another quarterback is off the board. The anticipated destination for Fernando Mendoza now has a placeholder until Mendoza is ready or a backup, veteran backup to help Mendoza adapt to the NFL. And it's Kirk Cousins. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Pomp and Joe Show, Thursday.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. I like that word. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's the Pop and Joe Show. Austin City limits, he's behind the glass, he's on the border, man, and they're ready to go. Talking Steelers, Penguins, Pirates, Pitt, Penn State, and so much more. It's the Pop and Joe Show. The Pop's not here. Where'd he go? Nobody knows. They're ready to roll. Taking callers 10 to 2. Talking all things 4-1-2. Talking 4-1-2. It's the Pop and Joe Show. 4-1-2. It's the Pop and Joe Show. 4-1-2. It's the Pop and Joe Show. 4-1-2. It's the Pop and Joe Show.
Hold on, let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
What a way to start the day. How about Jeffrey Lewis putting that song together? That's a very nice song. Good theme song as we welcome you in. Then Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Bob Pompiani, Austin Bechtel. But where did Joe go? Nobody knows. But his
Out
face is
today.
here.
His face is
He
here.
actually looks healthy in this shot, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's a lot more hair than he does currently at the moment in that cardboard cutout. Our friend Joe.
Have you got an update on his sickness? Is he doing better?
I have not. We should check in with him. Have you checked in with him?
I just yesterday, but he's, he says he's doing okay, just trying to get through it. So maybe we should he could still do it. If he's at home, he could come on for a little bit. Do you think? Maybe not. Maybe he's just tired. We'll see. Anyway, we're here talking sports with you as we always do from 10 until noon at 412-928-9370. And Off the Top is presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Here's a rundown of what we got on today's show. So for the first couple of hours, it's you and me and phone callers. So 412-928-9370, a lot to get into. It's an exciting time of the year. We have the Pirates at 3-3 coming home for their home opener, and we have the Penguins who are about to move into the playoffs, it would appear. Coming up at noon, it's Mark Cabali, fresh back. Is he back from Arizona?
He is. He will be in studio.
He will be in studio today, and then Jeff Hathorn will join us between 1 and 2, and potentially Jay Caulfield at some point.
Jay at 11:45, he is confirmed.
11:45, that's good. We have a lot to talk about with Jay as the Penguins get ready for a big game tonight against Tampa Bay. And that's where we're going to start here today with some good hockey talk concerning the Penguins. And honestly, if you look at the way things have worked out, you could not have asked for a better night than the Penguins had the other night. All the teams that were chasing them lost, and they knocked one hot on their heels off as well. So Detroit goes down when they were here. Everyone else lost along the way, and thus the Penguins right now, with only 7 games left, have a 3-point lead over the Islanders, a 4-point lead over the Blue Jackets. They have a game in hand on the Islanders, so New York right now is reeling. The Flyers are back in this, but their schedule gets tougher. So I look at tonight against Tampa as a very difficult assignment, given that Tampa's in a dogfight for the number 1 seed in their conference, as well as winning the Atlantic Division. So they're 2 points behind Buffalo right now, and they have thoughts on that. And they also know that they're getting pressure from behind from the Montreal Canadiens and the Boston Bruins. So I think this is going to be a tough assignment for the Penguins tonight. Coming off 2 really impressive games they had to win and did win. And not only did they win, they won them convincingly. And I think that's what I take away from this, the way it's gone. They're operating with a lot of confidence right now, sitting at 92 points. Most likely they'll open up at home now, it looks like, against one of these teams. And Islanders, Blue Jackets, they're one of those teams. It could be the opposition. It could also be the Flyers. It could be the Washington Capitals. So I don't necessarily think at this point we really know what it's going to be, other than it's going to be potentially at home. How important is that to you, Austin, when you look at hockey series? Because typically, if you're a better team, you tend to win these things. It doesn't matter if you're away or home. We've seen a lot of upsets from the 8 and 7 seeds. But if you're home in the Penguins in a division matchup against either Columbus, Islanders, or Philly or Washington, how big is that home, do you think?
Well, I would much rather play a potential Game 5 series-changing game at home and a Game 7, of course, at home. Now, we've seen the Penguins go on the road like to Washington in years past and be able to win a Game 7 there. We've seen the accolades of them being able to do it in Detroit, too. But I feel like this team, not as nearly as talented as those teams, would benefit from playing at home. Now, I think record-wise, Bob, they're a better road team than they are a home team this year, which I found fascinating. They have more wins on the road than they do at home.
Yeah, that's an interesting stat.
But the playoffs are a different beast.
It says good things, I think, about the Penguins, that they can go on the road regardless and still do well. And I think going into the playoffs, even if you have home ice, you got to win some games on the road, and they'll be faced with doing that. But looking forward to seeing playoff hockey for the first time in 4 years. And so when we look at this team as they get healthier and moving along, and hopefully they'll have Jack St. Ivany back. He's an underrated guy who I really like on their blue line. They need him to get back, and they need Blake Lizotte. No question how important he is for them. However, some of these moves that Kyle Dubas has made it almost like you can wait a little longer when you have guys performing. And certainly a guy like Elmer Soderblom has performed. He's gotten in there. He's made his presence felt. More numbers here than he did in Detroit, even though he played 26 more games with Detroit. So that had to feel good for him coming back home the other night, taking on Detroit and beating that team. So they do have, an issue here with when you look at power play shorthanded, how it's gone at the end of the year. I think Lizotte's absence has affected that. They were one of the best penalty-killing teams in the NHL. Their power play has been one of the best. I didn't expect it to be sustainable where they were, but it's dropped off a little bit, and they need to get back to doing that. I ask you here at 412-928-9370, who's your MVP of the Pittsburgh Penguins this year? We had this conversation last night. I think it's an interesting one. Normally, when you get a 30-goal scorer like Anthony Mantha, you would think, okay, he's an MVP candidate. I think Erik Karlsson is the slam dunk MVP winner for this team. But also there are questions about what happens after this year. They have a couple of guys who were big pickups in free agency. 2 of the best goal scorers of all the free agents available were here because Kyle Dubas signed Mantha, and he knew Mantha had some history of injury, and that was probably ruining his market in terms of what he could get. Penguins believed in it, gave him a $2.2 million deal, and now they benefit from that. The question moving forward is how much will it take to keep him if you want to keep him? I would assume they want to keep him, but I don't know that they're going to agree to the terms that he may want or get in the open market. 412-928-9370. Let's go to the phone lines, Austin, see what we got.
All right, let's go to David in Pittsburgh. He wants to talk about Mantha.
Hey, David, what's going on today?
Yeah, that's what I was just going to ask you. Do you think they should? You think they should re-sign Mantha? I think they should.
Well, what's the price and what are the terms? How long? That's the question.
Right. But I mean, with his injuries, you think they'd be taking a risk?
Well, I mean, everybody he had an ACL. I don't blame him for that. That happens in sports. He also had a shoulder surgery. He's in his 30s. I would, if I were the Penguins and they have plenty of money to spend available in the cap, I don't know if I'd go a 5-year term, but I would offer him 3. at even more money than he may get in the open market just to make sure he's here for 3 years. 5 years is one. You're getting into that Ryan Graves territory or Tristan Jarry territory. You know what I mean? Where maybe as this thing progresses, he's not as good as he has been in this prove-it year. I still really like him how he fits in. And boy, he has tremendous hands for a guy who's 6'5", 240 pounds. He can do a lot of things.
He's unbelievable. I just hope he can stick it out through the playoffs.
Who's your MVP, David, of this team?
Oh, I'm with you, Carlson. Carlson. He just came alive.
Well, he's operating under a different system, and apparently that system suits him well. So, that's what you're seeing with him. 62 points. He's a plus 13. I mean, he's a guy who's doing everything right. Not only that, he gives them a certain swagger that they did not have last year with him or Chris Letang. These guys have both played better this year, and I think it has a lot to do with Dan Muse.
Well, definitely. Yeah, just the system. He just fits right in.
All right, so what would you do? How many years would you give him? You're the GM. What do you do?
With Carlson? Or with Mantha? I'd give him 3 years.
Yeah, but you may have to go up. They're speculating $6 million a year. I'd have to make it 3 years, $21 million, $7 million a year to keep him here if I would entice him with that. Also, keep in mind, they're going to lose some guys and save some money in contractual situations, like Kevin Hayes. He will not be around here next year, and there are others who fall into that.
I'd pull the trigger on him. 3 years, $21 million, for sure.
All right, David, thanks for the call. Appreciate that. I think that's reasonable. Don't you?
Yeah, I would not. The morning show is floating out like 6 years. I would not touch 6 years. Bob, I wouldn't touch 5. Because
that's why I won 3 and overpay him for 3.
I would do the exact same thing. Mantha does have an injury history. He's in his 30s. This is a career year for him. The previous times where he was in that 25-ish goal range was, it's been a while now, about 4 or 5 years. So, incredible season. The market is definitely going to play in his favor because it's just not a deep free agents class. So someone is going to overpay for him. I don't think it'll be the Penguins. Somebody probably will be, I don't know if dumb enough is the right word, but greedy enough, looking 30-goal scorer, we need that, to give 5 years and overpay.
Well, there's always overpayment. Every time you get a guy in the open market, somebody who is desperate enough, and I say that word, responsibly to him. He's been putting up the numbers. He's a good hockey player, but now he's been able to really excel here. And if you're him, you may think this is the right place to be. And if they give you some sort of an offer that makes sense to you and your agent, then you'll take it at 412-928-9370. Another guy who falls into that category is Justin Brazeau. He's also a guy who has come in here, even though it didn't have a big market coming into this season. He's finally put himself in a position where he's going to get paid too. And I wonder what his situation would be like. He has 16 goals. He's like one of the top goal scorers of this past free agent crop. Mantha's number 1. He's like ranks 5, I think, with 16 goals.
Well, he still has one more year left on his contract, right?
Does he? I thought he was at the end. Maybe
according to Puckpedia, he still has one more year left on his contract.
Okay, well, that's even better. So what is the number on that?
They're pretty good.
What is the number on that?
Just $1.5 million.
Well, see, that's a bargain and a half. And he's a big dude. I like guys who can do that. So that's an easy one for me to keep him around for sure.
What would you do with Chinakhov? He's a RFA.
Chinakhov, because he's restricted, there are certain things the Penguins can control
They'll keep him.
Oh, absolutely.
They should keep him. What, 15 goals?
16 now, I think it is, or 18 for the year. Counting the ones in Columbus. So the guy is 24. I mean, he's got so much drive. That was a steal of a trade. There's no way he's going anywhere but here. Whatever the price is, and you're going to have to figure that out too. So I like that, and I like what he's been able to bring out. And this is another question: if you're them and you want him, how much do you want Malkin to play with him? Because those two have this sort of Russian connection that you can see on the ice. It's pretty tangible to me. And Malkin needs to figure out how much he's going to return for. He says he wants to play maybe a year, maybe 2. What is the market for, and not even market, what will the Penguins be willing to offer him?
Yeah, you're kind of talking in absolutes when it comes to Malkin. I don't think it's a guarantee he comes back.
Well, he said he wants to come back, and he would like to do it for more than 1 year.
Right, but it's not his choice.
Well, it is.
A lot of it is up to Kyle Dubas, and if Dubas wants to bring him back. And Dubas has been very non-committal.
But again, with Chinakhov and him together, they've had this chemistry. I don't know if I'd mess with that for, to save $1 million here and $1 million there.
I agree, but do you think Kyle Dubas feels that way?
I think what he's seen from Malkin this year will probably make him. He's been a very good player when healthy. despite his age.
So then why doesn't Dubas just say, we're very interested in bringing Malkin back, and we're going to have those conversations. He, to me, has just been kind of vanilla about the whole situation.
Well, I think that's what general managers do. They don't give away their plan early. They let it simmer and see how it goes. Now, they did have a conversation, and Malkin, I think, came away encouraged by that. But I think at this point, I mean, you could sign him now if you wanted to, but they're not. They're going to wait and see how it all plays out. And I think that's probably the thing to do if you're a general manager.
Does the way that Dubas has discussed it and spoken about it relay any similarities to you that Cherington did with McCutchen?
No, I don't think so at all. First of all, I think Malkin's to his team. He's a better player than McCutchen was to his team. So I think he's more important in that role. So I think that's sort of apples and oranges. But still, we're talking about iconic players in the city, and he's certainly one of them. One of the top players in the game. When you look back at his history, he's been underrated nationally, but he's still, if you look at the numbers, let's check those numbers because I saw them here the other night. And for when he's played, he's a plus 12 this year. He's in 50 games. He has 53 points. So that's a point per game player. When he's in there, that's there's certain value. Again, I emphasize the part with Chinikov.
So what does he make? Last year,
6.1, I think.
He just re-ups the same deal?
Well, see, that's the question. How much does he want? Now, he's had a year where you can, if you're his agent or you're him, you say, look, I average a point a game. What do players like that get? But they'll counter with, well, you're 40.
You're 40, yeah.
So therefore,
you're making four.
I think it's going to be around the same number. The question is 1 or 2 years. Maybe a little less, maybe a little bit more at 412-928-9370. All right. Matchup-wise, who do you like? Who would you prefer if it gets to this point in the first round? Let's go back to the lines.
Here is Ron. Ron is in the car.
Hey, Ron. What's going on?
What's up, guys? So for the Penguins MVP, I mean, Carlson sticks up. For me, so does Sid. More so for his leadership. When he's in the lineup on the ice, definitely a different feel, different vibe for the Penguins and the opposing team. But when you watch his team play, it's almost a team without an MVP. How many 20-goal scorers do we have? It's somebody different every night.
It's a good point, and that's a good sign, by the way.
Hats off to Dubas for that. I mean, that's really the way they play this year. And, Bob, you brought up Blake Lizotte. Getting him back before the playoffs just solidifies that penalty kill because I don't think it's been the same since he's been out. That's going to be huge if we can get him back for the playoffs.
Well, yeah, that's exactly right, Ron. That's why I said he's. You can make a case that he's valuable to them. I don't know about most valuable, but he is very valuable because those numbers when he's in the line change dramatically. And you wouldn't think with a fourth-line center that it would have that big of an impact, but apparently it does statistically. So.
Absolutely, and I'll leave you with this, Bob. Just get into the playoffs. I don't care who the opponent is. Let's go.
I agree with that. Wait a minute. You're in the car, but I hear a phone call. Where are you?
That's the work phone.
Oh, okay. You're multitasking and Just be careful out there if you're driving around, Ron.
I got your hands free here, Bob. We're good.
All right, there we go. Thanks.
This is a very blue-collar show, Bob. This is the hard-working man's show.
I can see that. They have phone calls every which way.
Yeah,
all right, we got another man who's in the car, and now he's going to be on the fan. Hey, Mark.
Yeah. Good morning, guys. How are you? Teamwork makes the dream work. I'm with Eric. I was excited today we got Erik Karlsson, and like everybody said, sometimes a change in leadership will do it, but I'm not surprised. He's always been a good player in my eye. And also, I believe
let me stop you there, Mark. Over the first 2 years when he was here, did you have the same feeling as you did when they brought him in here after the trade? Because you say he's a plus player by far this year, but in the past he hasn't been, and he's been on the ice for a lot of goals against. That's completely changed this year.
I agree with you, Boy. I was questioning. I was wondering what was going on, but I'll have to say this. I'll put that behind me, and I'm just glad that he's doing what he's doing. And maybe it's just the guys that are around him. Different elements make guys play differently, I believe. No matter what your age is, I believe in that. But also, I'm just excited about Pittsburgh with the Steelers, with the Pirates, with the draft. It's a good time to be in these days. It's always a pleasure talking to you, Bob. You guys do a great job. I listen to you every day. Thank you.
All right, Mark. There we go. We appreciate that. A regular listener. And yeah, it is a good time. Who would have thought that we'd be talking about all of this together now with the Pirates, and realize the Pirates are 3-3, and we'll get into their talk coming up here. But the Penguins are the real injection of life here, just because it's been not around for 3 years, and all of a sudden looking for the right pieces. And Kyle Dubas, when he first came in, overpaid some guys, but man, he has masterfully gotten out of a lot of those deals and brought people in, added to his draft equity. He's done a lot of good things, and the problem, or it's a luxury potentially problem here, is that when you have guys like Mantha and Brezzo playing well and you keep them around, there are other guys in their organization who I think are waiting for a chance, a good chance, and I think they have talent. Guys like Rutger McGroarty. We saw Billy Koivunen up here, but he doesn't get a lot of time. Not that he deserved it. He didn't play all that well, but he's held in pretty high regard. And then you have Horkoff, you have Zonin, you have number 1 picks who are going to get more ice time as they go. So you have to be mindful of that, and that is sort of the minefield that Kyle Dubas is going through right now. He wants to win now. He also needs to load the system up, and I think he's done a pretty good job doing both. So we'll see. Coming up tonight, it's Tampa Bay, Jake Gensel and company. Another guy, Austin, who doesn't get enough credit, and even though everybody knows his name, because when we talk about MVPs of the league, his name is out there, but it doesn't really move to the point. But if you look at the numbers, that Nikita Kucherov is... what?
Hold on. Bob, we might have some huge news.
Huge?
Like, huge. Now, hold on. Somebody's trying to call in on the hotline here. I got to take this real quick, but I think we have huge news.
All right. Well, I don't know what that could be, but I'm sitting in the passenger seat here. Austin's in the driver's seat. What I was going to say is Nikita Kucherov is a guy who just constantly does his magic. He's unbelievably good, and the Penguins are going to see him along with Jake Gensel on that team tonight. That's a team that still has chances of being a Stanley Cup contending team, and they're very good. They have goaltending, some of the best goaltending that you're going to find in Vasilevsky. And so those are the teams that if you get into a playoff matchup with, I think you want to stay away from the Vezina Trophy kind of guys. All right, we have huge news. I don't know what's going on. Lost control. Now you're moving Joe away. What are you doing? Joe is sick, and you just threw him to the wayside here.
Bob, this is such huge news. I had to come in here and be on the video feed for it. The Pirates just put out a tweet.
Signing.
Opening debut with a man that raises his head towards the camera. Connor Griffin is being promoted to the Pirates to make his MLB debut Friday at the home opener. Let's go, Bob!
How about...
Let's go, Bob! Connor Griffin's coming up!
Does that come with a contract, or is that just a promotion?
That's a great question.
I don't think there is a contract in there as of yet, or if there is...
Nothing that's been reported.
Okay, so well, good. I mean, they realize, and I think we talked about April 9th as a date. What better way to do it? Get him up here, put him in. I'll tell you what. When we extrapolate this conversation, we're going to talk about what his presence means and what this team could be like, potentially, with him here. So it's pretty amazing.
So
he was 7 for 14 down there in the... Again, I felt he could have been here to start the season. They saw a little bit of it. 14 at-bats. Are you going to tell me that changed their mind? I don't think so. They thought this guy was going to be what they expected him to be at the start of the season. He's proven that down there in 14 at-bats. So that's great.
Jason Mackey, who, of course, Pirates insider now, working with the Pirates, pulls out on Twitter news. Pirates promoting Connor Griffin for Friday's home opener. Griffin, 19, expected to make his MLB debut against Orioles. Move made for baseball reasons and because he's their best option. More to come. Now, that doesn't speculate anything on a contract. We talked to Jason about that yesterday. Buster Olney put out a report in ESPN yesterday that said that the negotiations are basically in a good place. I want to make sure that I get the verbiage of what Olney said correct. But we know that Noah Hiles reported a couple of weeks ago that there were talks. What Olney reported is that they are deep in negotiations on a contract extension.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what he put out there on ESPN was that the Pirates and their offer, at least to Griffin, was right in the range of 8 years and $111 million. They wanted to rival what the Corbin Carroll contract was in Arizona. But Griffin's camp, they want the Roman Anthony contract, which I think you and I both agree makes more sense.
I think it's not going to be anything less than that if it's up to me and if I were his representative. These guys that, Roman Anthony was the number one man in Baseball America at the time, and he got paid like that. Colt Emerson from Seattle wasn't. He's still an elite prospect.
Yeah, $8.95
So he got
million.
$8.95.
Well, the other thing about
the number you're going
Anthony,
to find is similar to Anthony's numbers.
which was 8 and 130. He had played 2 months in the majors already before he signed that contract. I don't really care about that.
I don't either.
Connor
But again,
Griffin is going to be great. We all know he's going to be great.
My question to you is this. Connor Griffin, you're going to tell me after 14 at-bats they suddenly realized he's ready. He's been ready.
Yeah.
I don't put much stock into what that spring number was, and they were using that potentially as a reason to get him back down there.
So then
he should have been here from the beginning, and I stand by that. That's what I wanted to see, and I'm glad that they've decided this is the time
So
to do
then
it.
why? Were they trying to build up buzz for the home opener? It's not like they needed to. This is the most anticipated home
Maybe they
opener in
were
years.
dangling that contract extension, and finally they just said, we got to do this regardless. He's our best option.
So could this be the breaking point in them realizing, hey, maybe an extension actually isn't going to get done?
Maybe
And
not.
they're going to call him up regardless.
Listen, he has no control over that. They can do what they want because he doesn't have that. He has his entry-level first-year contract. That's what he's going to get unless it changes. Now, maybe they've agreed that you come up because we believe in you, and we'll continue these conversations as we go. But so far, it doesn't seem like there's an extension.
No.
But he's
not yet.
19, and I'm glad to see it. All it took was 14 at-bats.
Well, and just because he's being promoted now, that doesn't mean that the contract extension talks are done.
No. In fact, I don't think there's any necessary rush to get it done.
I think there should be. I mean, if he comes up and hits 3 home runs in the first week.
Well, you think that's going to change it by $100 million?
Not $100 million, but it's still going to. We're talking about the Pirates here. The Roman Anthony contract for the Red Sox, they could have afforded to
he can also
another
go in.
100.
He can start and do badly.
He could.
Does that mean they're going to back off of a contract? I don't think so. I think it'll fit in where it fits in, regardless of what he does, good or bad, up here for the start of the season. Now, if they go through the entire season and he doesn't have a deal and he hits 320 and he steals 50 bases and all this stuff that goes on, now things change. So I do think there's a point when that may happen. I don't know that it's now. Maybe we're going to hear later today there is a contract. Regardless, for me, it's about X's and O's. It's about who's the best option for you. This kid has what it takes. Everyone has said so. They speak eloquently about what he is physically, what he's down there defensively. He's one of the best. Now he plays shortstop. I makes your left side of your infield better. To me, he's your leadoff batter now. And I put him on. I get him on base as much as I can. Yeah.
It's a lot of pressure to put on the rookie, but he will.
You don't think there's pressure on him already? He's being talked about as
it's
the
added
next
pressure.
I don't care. He's
the
probably
next
up for
Soto,
it.
Trout, whatever you want to throw out there.
There's pressure no matter where he bats. I bat him leadoff. I'd get him on base and see how things happen.
I would bat him fifth or sixth. So there's a lot of layers to this. They clearly care about the PPI draft pick that's out there, the incentive to call up a prospect early in the season. If they win Rookie of the Year, you're awarded a first-round pick. They had by April 9th to do that. We heard that April 9th deadline as really not a concrete one of when he could be up, but one where if they wanted to be able to have that compensation, that they missed out on Skeens, calling him up on May 11th instead of April 9th, April 10th, whatever.
Right.
Now this gives them that potential to, you could still sign Griffin, but you get the first-round pick, which is just, an added incentive for the Pirates small market team.
They missed that out on Skeens. They didn't do that when they missed out on that.
And they missed out on it with Jared Jones, who they probably thought was going to be in the race for it.
And this is why it's exciting. And, for those, again, until they show it, it is just talk.
Yeah.
But you arguably could have right now, Austin, your 3 most generational players in baseball, 3 of them on your team. Skeens, Griffin, and I'm going to put O'Neal Cruz into that too because he's been thought of as that guy who can be such a difference maker.
I think Chandler could be that guy too.
Well, again, I'm not going to include him in that, but for now, those 3 guys, according to all the baseball people who know all about these guys, Skeens and Griffin were looked at as top-notch, elite guys. Both will be here now, and then you add Cruz to the mix if he can, I think it's pretty exciting for sure. But that's great. We'll keep an eye on whether or not there's a contract attached to this. Jason would know that, but
well, why don't we have Jason on next?
Why don't we do that? Can you call him?
I'll call him.
All right, that's coming up.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Austin. Boy, I saw you going crazy back there, and I said, there's something going on here, and I can't figure out because I can't read.
Well, I have a lot of tweet notifications on for, Pirates, Penguins, Steelers, big insiders, and stuff like that. And as soon as I saw the headline for the tweet that the Pirates put out there, which was like opening series, I was like, hold on a minute. There's got to be something going on with this. So, obviously, we don't know anything about a contract extension at the moment, but the news is Jason Mackey confirming it. Pirates putting it out there, which is all you need to know. Opening debut with a period, and it's Connor Griffin in a Pirates jersey with his head tilting up towards the camera, being promoted for opening day tomorrow at PNC Park.
There you go.
Man, will he get a great pop at the ballpark.
I think they all will. I think it's going to be a wonderful atmosphere tomorrow for the Baltimore Orioles, who have their share of pretty good talent on their team, too. That should be fun. And so you're telling me you think, as Joe returns to the microphone, I don't know. What's Joe say? Can we put a microphone down there to see what he has to say? Joe, what do you say, Joe? I don't.
Pop, I'm so excited that Connor Griffin is being called up. He should have been here since day one.
Did he agree with me on that? I don't know if he did or didn't.
I think eventually he did say it's okay that he started in AAA, but he was a huge advocate for Griffin starting in
Yeah,
the
so
majors.
was I, and I'm glad 14 at-bats later, here he is, and it's going to be a lot to talk about. How do you feel about that? Call us at 412-928-9370. We'll try to get Jason Mackey on here, who broke that news about Connor Griffin coming to Pittsburgh. We have a lot to get into today, man. We're just going to start on the hockey talk. Want to hear from you, so call the program. Also know that Fan Twitter is brought to you by Southwest Kia in Peters Township. You could visit them at southwestkia.net. And the Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Our hotline, call it at 412-928-9370, is presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusting plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Also, I want to tell you, this is the time to make changes to your house. Spring cleaning. Things are happening. West Shore Home is there for you, and they have some huge savings on your bathroom remodel. It's called their Spring into Savings promotion, and that's exactly what you will do. You will spring into it, and you'll be loving the promotion to your house. Get free installation on your bathroom remodel. Save an extra $500 just for being a fan of the program when you schedule your free in-home consultation at westshorehome.com/fan. West Shore Home makes bathroom remodeling fast. They make it easy. From your free consultation to the professional installation, which, by the way, is completed by their team of highly trained employee installers. They don't have subcontractors. They don't believe in that. They have their own people, homegrown. They got your back from start to finish. If you've always thought, by the way, that tile was the only way to get a truly luxurious bathroom, or West Shore Home is about to change your mind. Their modern composite wall systems give you that high-end tile look, but without the grout, without the cracking, without the maintenance headaches that a tile can bring. This is available in 6 distinct colors with a UV protective finish that keeps things looking sharp for years to come. You can't miss out on this. This, ladies and gentlemen, is affordable luxury. Don't wait. Visit westshorehome.com/fan to schedule that free consultation and lock in your savings today. It's West Shore Home. See the website for details. Austin?
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Breaking news, the Pirates are calling up top prospect, number one prospect in all of baseball, Connor Griffin, to make his major league debut at the home opener tomorrow against the Baltimore Orioles. You can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan. It's a 4-1-2 first pitch, and man, that's going to be a jumping ballpark tomorrow. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 21 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
After the Boston Celtics win last night in Miami, scary hours for the rest of the NBA's Eastern Conference. Jaylen Brown, 43 points. Jason Tatum, a 25-point triple-double in his comeback from his Achilles injury. Boston looks like the best team in the East. Detroit is without Cade Cunningham. The Knicks are inconsistent, and the Cavaliers employ James Harden. Boston peaking at the right time. I'm Nick Costos.
Shoot your shot on Prize Picks and get $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. That's right, Prize Picks is now giving you $50 bonus credit in lineups when you sign up and play your first $5. Prize Picks makes every dunk, every dime, and every board that much more exciting. So don't miss this chance to get started on America's #1 app for sports picks. On Prize Picks, you simply pick 2 to 6 players, pick more or less on their stat projections, and submit your lineup. Prize Picks also has early payouts. If your lineup gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. And with player stacks, you can also pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Download the Prize Picks app today, use the code ROAM, and get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. That's code ROAM on Prize Picks to get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 in lineups just for playing. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Hey guys, it's Donnie from 93.7 The Fan, and we are officially kicking off the home opener
weekend for the Buccos. We are at the Rally House on the North Shore, 684 West General Robinson Street. The party is starting right now until noon. We've got music cranking. We got the best Pirates gear in the city. If you want to level up your fandom for opening day, get down here right now. In fact, we are giving away 4 $100 Rally House gift cards to lucky customers throughout the morning. Don't wait. The season starts right here.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a best man speech, but getting one from some random +1.
I am honored to be standing here today, also confused and a little hungry. Does anyone want to switch entrees? Pretty sure I checked beef.
You wouldn't settle for just any speech, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Pros, just because something on the job runs out doesn't mean you have to. Order it on the Lowe's app. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get free same-day delivery on eligible orders over $25. Get the fasteners, hardware, or tools you need to keep the job moving. Order by 2 p.m. and get eligible in-stock items delivered right to your job site by 8 p.m. Members get more at Lowe's. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to availability. Restrictions and terms at Lowe's.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Get ready to be wowed. Your new Floor & Decor is here in Bethel Park. We've got the latest looks in tile, wood, and stone in stock and ready to go. Floor & Decor is here. You ready? Don't miss our grand opening going on now in Bethel Park.
Are you stuck staring at your W-2? Are tax refund worries holding you back? You probably have FOMO, the fear of messing up. The fix? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. It's time to overcome your fear of messing up and get your taxes done right. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
All right, welcome back. It's the Pomp and Joe Show, and breaking news, if you hadn't heard it, you will, and you'll be very happy. Connor Griffin's debut will be tomorrow, opening day against the Baltimore Orioles. It took just 14 at-bats or so, and the Pirates have decided that's it. He will be up. I know we have a lot of people who want to talk about it. And just hang on if you're on the line, 412-928-9370. But we want to bring on the man who broke the story, Jason Mackey, Pirates insider. You hear him a lot on the Fan here. And Jason, this is awesome to see. I think based on the fact that he started in AAA, a lot of people didn't think this was going to happen so quickly. Why did it happen so quickly?
So here's why. The Pirates were looking for him to have sort of a response to adversity. He did not. I don't want to say he didn't have a good spring, but he certainly struggled in areas, right? Like he was pressing, he's trying a little bit too hard. I'm not going to criticize the kid because it's coming from a position of care, but all along they wanted to see how he's going to handle himself. And I mean, true to form, Connor Griffin, like, is just the most mature human being on the planet. I'm not sure he could have handled this better. He talked to me about, I'm going to go to AAA. It's still a step away from the big leagues. It's still a promotion, stays positive. Says he's going to get back to being himself. The plate discipline's better. He had more walks than strikeouts in AAA, Pomp. Ran the bases well, played defense, and he's a very good baseball player. And he showed a response to that. He comes up here. He can help them. They want to win games. Shortstop has not been the most productive position on the field for them. So they have the Orioles this weekend, and Connor Griffin's the best available option in the organization to help.
And I think they instantly become a better team in the field and on the bench, too, because they can do some different things over there on the left side. So I was waiting for a second part of your tweet about whether or not it would be a contract extension or at least a long-term. while I still think that's something they would like to get done, I don't think they're under any pressure to do it unless they wait until the end of the year and he has a breakout Rookie of the Year season or something like that. So what is the status with that?
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense for them to get something done with Connor Griffin. He's a great player who's a sure bet and is talented and has all the off-field traits you would want. He can play baseball well, as we've established. Connor Griffin, we're seeing these deals sort of come together around opening day, past opening day, that where young kids with a lot of talent, projectability, make a lot of money, and teams like it because they have that same sort of predictability contract-wise. Mm-hmm. So, again, the long, complicated way of saying that this makes sense for both sides. I don't see how him being up here would prohibit that or take those backward. I'm not going to say that a deal's ultimately going to get done. I was on your show yesterday talking about the same thing, Pomp, but I mean, I look at it like this. You have two sides that really like each other. You have an outcome that makes sense for both of them, and now you have an even cleaner runway to get there. So thinking we need to worry about the baseball stuff, but it's not going to hurt contract-wise.
No, I know, but I love the fact they're doing this now, too, so early in the season, coming off a couple of wins. And even though he's up here, and I would expect him to be somebody, like I'm looking at the batting lineup. To me, he'd be an ideal leadoff hitter. I don't know if that's been discussed, but I mean, he gets on base. He knows how to steal. He makes everyone better in that regard, I think. So is that the spot he would be destined to do, as far as the lineup is concerned?
I'm not sure. I don't know if they want to put that much on him that soon, Pomp. I mean, maybe eventually. I wouldn't be surprised if they hit him a little lower in the lineup. Maybe get Cruz up there. He's been he had quite a series in Cincinnati and kind of lessen the pressure on Connor. They've been cognizant of that with young pitchers. But ultimately, I agree with you. I mean, he stole 65 bases last year. He makes things happen. He's got, gap-to-gap power plus over-the-fence power, like significantly over-the-fence power. Right. So there's a lot of places you can hit him in your lineup. Very good problem to have.
It is. I look at him like a George Springer type. He gets up there, he can hit a lot of home runs, but he does more than that. He can run the bases. I think it's pretty awesome. Let me ask you this then. Is it Triolo or Gonzalez at third base? If he starts at short, Triolo gives you the defense. I think Gonzalez has more of an offensive pedigree there. What do you do? And to me, it doesn't matter what you do. Your bench becomes better with one of those two guys on the bench on a regular basis.
Yes, sir. I mean, they've got a couple options here. And Nick Gonzalez has had a strong start to the season. I believe he's hitting over 300. He's been very impressive. He's been put in some run-producing situations, and he's helped them. I think it's situational a little bit, Bob. I mean, if Nick Gonzalez starts at third base, I think there's probably a pretty good bet you bring in Jared Triolo in the later innings as a defensive replacement. There's obviously a defensive upgrade there. If Nick Gonzalez cools off, do you go Triolo and give him another chance? I think probably. I agree with you on the bench that if Triolo is a bench piece that's kind of bouncing around and adding defensive value places, that really helps. So you just kind of see where this goes, man. Like Nick Gonzalez is hitting right now. I'm going to keep riding that as long as I can. And I know that Connor Griffin's going to be my shortstop. I know Brandon Lau's going to be at second. We've got the first base rotation pretty much set, but they might be competing with one another. I don't know. And maybe somebody goes to AAA. No clue. We'll see how it goes.
Jason, why do you think the decision was made now? Why was he not on the team just a week ago?
Because I think he was I got to say this carefully, Austin. I don't think he was in a great place. Like that, and I say it carefully because I don't think that, he was incapable of overcoming what he was going through. He's clearly showing us that he was capable of overcoming what he was going through. But I think he was trying too hard. He's a really good kid. He's trying to make the team. He talked openly with me and others about that. And he's chasing pitches out of the zone. He was not doing damage on the fastball. Those are things that led to his minor league success last year. And the Pirates sent him down. All of a sudden, he corrected those. He starts hitting the fastball. He's not chasing as much. He's getting on base. And he's doing it because he's not trying so hard, because he's just getting back to being him. And so I think the Pirates have been really impressed by the response that Connor Griffin has showed them in AAA. And they basically said, hey, if this is the way you're going to handle adversity, if this is the way you're going to handle getting sent down, we can listen to that. You'll help us. And so they bring him up.
So let's talk a little bit more about potentially. We've seen all these contracts from Roman Anthony's. Back in the day, it was Jackson Churio. Now we're talking about Colt Emerson. These are all different sums of money for different types of players. And while Emerson is really regarded as an elite shortstop, I don't think he has the same exact pedigree as Connor Griffin. So when that does happen, what do you think that may look like? And how many years would we be talking about?
I mean, based on what I'm seeing out there, Pomp, and, what I think Griffin can command based on his prospect status and age and, probably at least 8, I'd think, right? I mean, that seems to be the number.
That puts him just to 27. He has another big one coming after that, maybe much bigger.
Right. I mean, it's also, you have to look at it from the Pirates' perspective. They're buying out free agency years, and they want a player at value. They're absorbing risk by a contract length that long. And we talked yesterday about Anthony and Connor Griffin being different players. I think this took a little bit longer because of his age, because of his ceiling, him only being 19. So, I mean, I trying to go on what we, knew yesterday. What did Buster Olney report? Something like 110. I mean, I think that, that's a good starting point. And then you need to find a place to have value. And so where's that going to be? Like that, if it was 110, it would be done, right? So you're going to have to go higher. You're going to have to find a thing that works for both teams. Do the Pirates budge? Does Griffin's can't budge? I do think there's a pathway there, like whether it's, changing the number around, changing the years, whatever it is, like there's some flexibility in that contract that I think they can get together and find a logical outcome. Yeah. It's just a matter of whether that happens.
He will exclusively be a shortstop. No tinkering with him in center field defensively if O'Neal Cruz struggles return.
Nah, I'd be surprised if they went that route. I mean, I've yet to see him play center field this year, Boston. I mean, I'm never going to say never, but he's worked there not at all, at least what I've seen.
I told Austin this earlier, and I really believe it, that now that he's up here, and if he does what I think most everyone expects him to do, to start and get better, because he will get better over time, you certainly have the two most talked about generational talents here of the last several years in Paul Skeens and him. And I would throw Cruz in there because I thought at the beginning of the season when we picked our MVPs, to me, he was my MVP. If they were going to get to where they had to go, he had to be the man generating most of this. Can he be not at that level, but certainly he's enticing to look at as a player in this league that people would talk about if he really starts, hitting the ball on a regular basis.
I mean, it's crazy, Bob. Like I'm making faces for the people on the YouTube stream can see it, but listen, like you've now got a team with Connor Griffin and Paul Skeens on it, and O'Neal Cruz on it, and Bubba Chandler on it, and a really good starting rotation. Like, and those aren't even the guys you went out and added this offseason with Ryan O'Hearn, Brandon Lau, Marcelo Ozuna, whatever. A very good bullpen. Like there are pieces all over the field here. And yeah, to not circumvent the question because I agree with it, and it's super easy to answer. Of course, Connor Griffin can be like that. Like he's a generational teenage superstar in the making by pretty much everybody's evaluation. It's not just me. It's MLB Pipeline. It's Scouts. It's Baseball America. It's literally any evaluative service loves this kid for good reason.
So I just want to clarify this for the audience's sake, because people have been asking. He's not being promoted because an extension is done. He's being promoted
because he's the best option.
Because he's the best option, and they feel that that's the case.
Right. Correct. Now, I'm trying to cover my bases, Austin, that clearly an extension makes sense.
Yeah.
They have talked about an extension. The Pirates have no policy that says they do not negotiate in season. He's now with the major league team. This is the time of year where those things generally happen. So, no, he's not coming to Pittsburgh to later today go put pen to paper. But, is it a situation where a lot of things make sense for this to happen? Yes. So that's why I'm saying this.
And I don't think there's
I'm trying to cover my butt.
No, there's not a rush to do it in any way either. I think, you're talking about money that I think will be there regardless.
Yeah.
If he struggles at times, okay, that doesn't mean they've lessened their thoughts about what he can be. Also, if he gets off to a hot start, it may cost them a little bit more maybe down the road, but it's not going to be that much in terms of an alteration of whatever figures we're talking about, right?
I mean, Pump, what they're doing here, and again, if we're operating in the contract space, which is fine, I get it. Like you want him to be here. You're believing in a kid. You're taking what you believe in Connor Griffin, and you're trying to find value there. You're trying to get him for a long period of time at a number that would be under where he would be, via free agency or arbitration. And the sacrifice there is you're committing for, 7, 8, 9 years, whatever it is, and you're taking that quote unquote risk. For a kid like Connor Griffin, for me, that's, it's easy for me to say it's not my money, but the risk is much lower, right? The off the field makeup's incredible. The tools are incredible. is everything you would want in a baseball player. That's why I just keep saying there's so much incentive to get this done because it checks those boxes.
And also, if you do get it done, it's not unlike what NFL teams face when they're trying to give a lot of money to a young quarterback. For the first several years, you don't have to do it. He'd be at a price where it doesn't impact what they would spend on other players because it'll be good money, but it won't be the kind of money that would break them from going out and offering free agent money to anybody else. So I think that's a good situation for them now, and him both.
And Bob, if you do this right, if they do, come up with a number that provides value the way they're looking, and I think that's the way the contract would get done. I mean, they could wind up saving like $20 million over what his market value would be, maybe more, by committing now. So, and you're committing now to a kid that literally gives you every reason to believe in him. So, yes, agree.
How does this change the lineup? I know Bob touched on this a little bit, but would there be too much pressure to bat him leadoff, Jason? I would put him fifth.
He's undergoing so much pressure already just for being the number one prospect, I think.
He is. I think it's just adding.
Why would you bat him fifth? Why would you bat him fifth?
I was
curious.
Well, because I think that, one, he's a power hitter. We saw that in spring training. We saw that with the 21 home runs that he hit last year, just in his first year of pro ball at 18, 19 years old. He lengthens the lineup. It takes a little bit of the pressure off of him if he would be in one of those, in the first quadrant of the batting order. So eventually I think he is a career 3-hitter for 15 years if you want him to be in that spot, hypothetically. But I think if you bat him more towards the veteran hitters in the lineup, the Ryan O'Hearns, the Horowitzes of the world, that would be a better spot than batting him leadoff. Does that make sense at all?
Yeah, it does. I just disagree with you. At least to start. Like, I would, if I'm the Pirates here, and I don't know which way they're going to go, but I look at what he did in spring training and pressing and trying too hard. I don't want him to feel like that. I don't care what he looks like 15 years from now. I mean, I do, but I don't. Like, right now, I want to worry about putting Connor Griffin in the best possible situation Friday, Saturday, Sunday against the Orioles at PNC Park. And I'm okay batting him seventh. I'm okay batting him eighth. That's not me saying that I think Connor Griffin's the seventh or eighth best hitter in the Pirates lineup. That's not easy to say. It's just trying to put him in a position to succeed. And they dropped O'Neal Cruz in the lineup for the Red Series. You guys might have noticed that. What did it do? Like, just lessen the pressure on him, man. Let him come up here and be Connor. Let him play. Let him maybe see some more fastballs. Let him crush them. Let him get on the bases and do some stuff and then adjust from there.
Ultimately, though, where
I wouldn't come out hitting him fifth.
Yeah, I wouldn't either right now. But ultimately, where would you think? To me, he's the ultimate leadoff hitter for them.
I'm probably in the camp of the leadoff hitter, Bob. Yeah, I mean, I just like a guy at the top who can put the ball over the fence and run the bases. But the dynamic with Cruz is interesting because I do think he likes being in that leadoff spot. You can't go wrong, man. No. Hit him third, hit him fifth.
No,
one of those. He's going to be in a primary spot in your batting order. I feel confident of that.
I have one other. This is just a part of the conversation I wanted to ask you about, just because it made me think about options that they have. Let's say Cruz's bat's still going good, but he continues to have trouble in center field. I still think he's going to be your center fielder, but I'm throwing this out just for conversation's sake. Would they be better off playing Mangum in center, him in right, O'Hearn, who I think is a better first baseman than right field at first, and again, your bench would benefit because Spencer Horwitz would be on it. He can also come in and do different things, or is that something if things, and I get it's a big if things continue to be a defensive struggle for him, and I don't even know how he would be in right field, but would they consider moving him around?
I don't think so, Bob.
I don't either, but I'm just asking to get Ryan O'Hearn back in his. I think Ryan O'Hearn's a really good defensive first baseman.
I think he is too, and I think Spencer Horwitz is a really good defensive first baseman. I think they need to get Spencer Horwitz more at bats. Personally, I don't know how it's going to happen.
That's the problem.
He was one of their better hitters last year. He does not look like that right now. I have no issue with Ryan O'Hearn's defense in right field, and that's sort of where this conversation starts, Bob. Like, let's start with Cruz because that's who you brought up. They want him to try to play center field. Like, they would have to really be motivated to pull the plug on some sort of experiment. So I don't think he's going to right field. And I mean, Ryan O'Hearn has probably been their best defensive outfielder so far. Like, I'm not in a hurry to get him out of there. He's fine. He's obviously in your lineup. And I'd probably prefer him in right field and get Spencer Horwitz more at bats at first base and not make him such a platoon guy. I think there's more there. So I think we're way down the road. I understand where you're coming from with it, but I think a lot of things would have to happen first. And I start with Cruz and them not wanting to move him.
But I also have said, and I said that I believe it, I'll keep him out there as long as his bat is alive and well. You just get him in the lineup. I don't care where it is. If it's in center field,
you mean
Cruz?
Talking about O'Neill?
No, I'm talking about Cruz. I don't mind that he's out there. I mean, I understand he's not going to be perfect out there, even if he improves his play. But if his bat is what it is, I'll gladly exchange 35 home runs or whatever for whatever he does in center field. Jason, thanks very much for breaking the news and coming on here. We do appreciate it, as always.
All right, you guys are the best. 2 days in a row. I love it.
I know.
Thanks, Jason.
It's going to be a regular thing, it looks like. Thanks, Jason. Appreciate that. Pirates and Orioles tomorrow, and so in case you just tuned in, I know these. Can we sneak a few calls in here before we go to break? Because I know people have waited, and I'm probably anxious to talk about Connor Griffin coming to the Pirates. Go ahead.
Let's go to
first?
Todd. He's in Hopewell.
My stomping grounds. What's up, Todd?
How's it going, Bob? Hey, I graduated in 79, just after you.
Yes.
So I'm very happy Connor is getting called up. That place is going to go bonkers tomorrow when they introduce the team, and I would bat him 8th in the lineup.
All right. Thanks, Todd. We're squeezing a few more.
Day.
You do.
Here is Jack in Mount Washington.
Hey, Jack. Your thoughts?
Hey, good morning. Thanks for having me.
Sure.
I was actually kind of bummed out that Skeens wasn't pitching the opener, to be honest with you. My son and I are going down for it. We bought tickets way back when. And now with this announcement, I mean, think about this for a second. You're going to have playoff atmosphere in April. I mean, that stadium is going to be rocking. And think about that from a player perspective. All the newbies, all the ones coming up, and even the players that have been there, they haven't experienced that atmosphere rocket in Pittsburgh, and it's like no other. Can't wait for it to happen tomorrow. I'm real excited about that. And then the other thing was, real quick, my question is, who are they sending down? They got to send somebody down. Who would that be? Thanks for having me.
All right. Well, it could be a pitcher too. It could be, because they don't have a very big bench here to begin with. One more call. Mike's been waiting, and we'll try to get him on. Then we'll go to break and talk about what our lineup may look like.
We got time for two, Bob.
But okay.
Let's start with Mike.
Mike.
Hey, Bob. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Hey, I used to work with your son-in-law, Mac.
Oh, okay. Good. Yeah, Mac's he's doing very well for himself. He's a great kid.
Yeah, he's a good guy. Now, on Connor Griffin, Bob, honestly, I have to disagree with you guys. They are making a tremendous mistake bringing this kid up.
How so?
This is a PR move. And this kid is not ready to play Major League Baseball. He saw that in spring training. Baseball's a game of adjustments. I mean, granted, this kid has all the tools in the world. That's great. But baseball is a learned sport. You have to learn how to adjust. And he doesn't know how to do that yet.
How do you know that, Mike? Because he's a very smart player. He's extremely mature for his age.
Have you watched his bats in AAA? I mean, yes, whenever he makes contact, yeah, that's great. He still has a ton of chase in him.
Well, but listen, if that were the case, everyone on their lineup would not be playing because everyone strikes out more than you can imagine these days.
Oh, I understand that, Bob. But what I'm saying is I've watched his
if he puts the ball in play,
I mean, he chases stuff that's not even close to the zone.
I think he'll adjust to that, and it may take him some time. And I do agree there's an adjustment period, but I think you have to start by character and maturity, and he knows what he's doing. He plays a very slick fielding shortstop, too. So I like that.
Yeah, he does. But like I said, there's certain spots in the field where you need to be – the player has to be able to make adjustments on the fly. Shortstop's one of them. And if you're not hitting, that's going to carry over into the field.
Well,
and I think they're putting
in some guys it does. It may not with him. I go to his maturity. I'm going to trust that and see where it goes, Mike. Thanks for the call, but you could be right. Sure. We'll find out in time, but I like the fact they're going to believe in him and put him out there and just see what he does. Thank you for the call. All right, one more, and then we'll go to break.
Let's go to our guy, Troy on the Mount.
Troy on the Mount. Washington we're talking about.
Yes, Bob. Awesome. What's up? Real quick, just an interesting point I hope you guys can discuss back when you get back from the break. You guys just seem to have two different concepts of what you want for your leadoff hitter, and I believe in both concepts. I'm curious, in your opinion, I know, Bob, later down the lineup, you like to have the one hitter that come up and drive people in,
yes.
But hit home runs. But the end of the lineup is the most probable time of when you're going to get an out. And I know that you talked about O'Neill Cruz being if Connor Griffin isn't at leadoff, which you would like if O'Neal Cruz is there. He's just not an on-base person. And I think we have to find a balance in between saying, I really like this power hitter there that either is probably not going to do well or hit a power shot, and someone that's just going to get on base for us and start the game off with a little bit of different energy than we're used to seeing. And when those, 8-9 hitters actually get out, that one-hole guy actually comes up a lot of the time, either first or second. So just curious of you and Austin to kind of go back and forth and kind of understand why you would want that power hitter and not someone that's actually going to get on.
All right, Troy, that's a good segue into a break because we're going to talk about what lineups would make sense when we come back. But thank you for the call. I think that's always something in consideration. And I said yesterday, and I believe this, I think you do too, Austin, that I would rather have guys who know where they're going to bat every single day.
Yes.
So you slot them in, you know their role. When you start moving guys first to fourth to eighth, back to fourth, we saw a lot of that last year. I think that's unproductive. So that's why this is going to be important if he's the everyday shortstop, which I trust he will be. We'll talk about that and what our lineups would be. What would yours be, 1 through 9? 412-928-9370. First off, I want to tell you that you can listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. We did it yesterday, and Anthony Mantha got some love for that one. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at 12 p.m. at 937thefan.com contesting page. And you can join us Friday. That's tomorrow. It's opening day, Federal Street for the opener. Nova Place is the place Pirate pregame and parking needs. They take care of it. Park at Nova Place. And pregame at Federal Galley, and great Pirate specials there every home game. Hassle-free mobile payment to avoid any lines or delays while exiting the garage. Nova Place offers parking for all events on the north side. Sporting events, concerts, you name it, they do it. As far as the weather is concerned today, it's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. We got mostly cloudy, 78. That's Al Villanueva, and the temperature's going up. Approaching 80 again, and then who knows, next week I saw some lows in the 30s, but low today is 51. That's Nick Herbig. We'll talk about Pirate lineup now that Connor Griffin has been recalled. That's coming up right here on the Pomp and Joe Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
And Bob, Joe Starkey might not be here, but that doesn't mean that he can't deliver a message for the people.
What a man, what a mustache, and what a company. Listen, after this winter, you might need roofing and siding projects at your house. This is the place to go. $500 off your first roofing or siding project, I might add. It's an Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Company, JP Roofing and Siding. Not an easy designation to get. Only 1% of them have it. He has it. So give him a call. 412-829-7711. That's 412-829-7711.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
It was only a week. Connor Griffin is being promoted to play for the Pirates on opening day at PNC Park tomorrow. After beginning the season with the Indianapolis Indians, where the PM team was there for his debut last Friday, just 1 week later, Griffin in the Pirates lineup and will play at shortstop. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Gerken Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your #1 choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gerken Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today.
You guys need to get to the North Shore right now. Donnie with you from 93.7 The Fan. I'm at the Rally House down here. Come rally with us. It's the Rally With Us event. Doors are open. We are here until noon. Listen, the first 100 customers that get through that door, they get a Rally House opening day scratcher, up to 40% off your next MLB-related purchase. 684 West General Robinson Street. If you're stuck in traffic, find a shortcut. The scratchers are going fast, and I want fan listeners to grab them all.
Catastrophic injuries bring emotional strain, physical pain, and financial stress. You don't have to face it alone. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM today. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Hi, I'm Andy.
And I'm Kristen.
And we're a Henny couple.
I met Juliet through Andy and found out she worked at Henny Jewelers. I came in and found my dream diamond, and Juliet helped us create the perfect ring.
It was an amazingly personal experience for both the engagement ring and our wedding bands. I couldn't find any other jeweler who could beat the value.
If you're looking for a jeweler you can trust that treats you like family, Henny Jewelers is it. Check them out at hennyjewelers.com or follow them on social.
Henny Jewelers. They'll be your jewelers for life.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, the Penguins have a big game tonight against the Tampa Bay Lightning. That's at 7 o'clock. Vasilevsky in net for the Lightning. Still not official confirmation on who will be in goal for the Penguins, who are second place in the Metro, riding a 2-game winning streak, and in the NHL standings, in a good spot as we are under 10 games left. Penguins will just have 7 games before the playoffs, and at 92 points. They are now 4 up on the Blue Jackets, 3 up on the Islanders, and looking pretty good for any potential wild card race. But those are the 2 teams in the Metro that are trying to hunt them down. Carolina with an even 100 points. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Bobbiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, we're back with more. Pomp and JoJo is still getting over a sickness, but he's here in spirit. As you can see, his face is over there. Looks happy. I'm sure he's happy about this announcement today, in case you missed it.
I've done everything for Mosey.
He done nothing for me. But today, it's Connor Griffin. He has been recalled. It didn't take very much down in the AAA level to get him here. Just a week's worth of work. He did pretty well, 7 for 14. The guy's considered to be a natural at his position as shortstop, so you're going to see it firsthand. Nothing new about a contract. But now the question is, how will Donnie Kelly fill out this lineup card? Now, to start, Austin, he may have a different... I think ultimately, Griffin, would you agree with this? Griffin is your ultimate leadoff hitter. That's the way down the road I would expect this to happen.
Well, can I ask your overarching reason as to why?
Because he strikes me as one of those guys who has power and speed together.
Yeah.
His on-base percentage will be better than O'Neal Cruz,
right,
who ultimately likes that spot as well. He gets on base. He hits the ball. He steals bases. 65 steals in 1 year combined down in the minors tells me a lot about what he can do as far as a table setter. And I think he can also be that guy and I mentioned George Springer, who hits home runs right off the bat. You got a 1-0 lead. He has the power to do it. So I think it may not happen tomorrow, even though I'd put him there tomorrow. I think ultimately that's his spot in the lineup.
Other than the speed component, those are all things that I like from somebody right in the middle of the order. He is going to be a premier run producer for them. So that's why I'd rather have him bat after Reynolds, after Lau, after O'Hearn, and after Ozuna, who I think eventually is going to hit, so that he can bring those guys in, too. Now, he can definitely be a table setter for them, and I understand batting him leadoff. I don't have a problem with that. You want him batting in premier positions. So,
sometimes as the number one hitter, you get those guys at late in the order, 7, 8 hitters get on base. All of a sudden, that one hitter comes up, and he's I don't know. I'd like to look at metrics for how many times a number one hitter comes up with men on base. Generally speaking, which is why I think that position, if you're number one on the order, you're going to have opportunities. It may not be in their first inning, but later, depending on how the lineup rotates through and the situations you have, he can come up several times with runners on base.
So let's build our lineup now.
All right.
What does our lineup look like?
You're talking about tomorrow.
Correct. What does our lineup look like tomorrow? Right-handed pitcher on the mound for Baltimore. Connor Griffin will be in the lineup. What does your lineup look like? Who is batting leadoff for you? Are you having Griffin starting against Kyle Bradish?
Yes. I didn't recall him to be a bench player.
Well, yeah, obviously he's starting, but is he the first guy in the box? Are you having him lead off tomorrow?
I would say yes, just because I think it's awesome that they brought him up, and right off the bat, he's the first guy. I would do it. I understand pressure, but he's faced off pressure everywhere. He's the number one prospect in all of baseball. You don't think there's pressure on that everywhere he goes and every at bat, regardless of what level you're at? So I think he's more than capable. And once it starts, it starts. It's just baseball. So I'm going to put him there to start, yes. You?
I'm going to stick with Cruz at leadoff, especially because he has been scorching hot the last 2 games. 3 home runs in his last 2. I like batting Horwitz in this spot, or at least the times that they did last year, but he's not hitting right now, and Cruz is. So Cruz has earned the right, at least over the last 2 games, to remain in the leadoff spot for the opener.
It seems to me like right now it's fait accompli that Ozuna's your cleanup hitter no matter what. I would not agree with that. If he struggles, he drops in the lineup to me as a DH. I don't think just because he's Marcell Ozuna, he just gets to be a cleanup hitter every single day. Tomorrow I may go Griffin, Lau, Reynolds. I may consider putting O'Hearn fourth, and then Ozuna, then Cruz. I think I'm going to play Gonzalez tomorrow at third. Davis catch.
Where does Horwitz hit?
Did I not say him?
You did not.
Okay. Well, he would hit somewhere between.
Would he bat 7th right after Cruz?
Yeah, probably something like that. But I want to get O'Hearn in a better position. I want to take advantage of his hot start just like I would Brandon Lau. What about you?
See, I agree with you on the Ozuna point. He's not hitting yet. We now have a week's worth of games to be able to sample from.
And that doesn't mean he won't be in the line, but just he can't bat fourth.
Right. Sure, it's 162, but this is all that we've seen so far.
Mm-hmm.
And the Pirates, who lead the National League in home runs, surprisingly, big reason why is Cruz is 3, Reynolds back-to-back games with
Earl
homers.
Weaver's best friend is a 3-run home run. The Pirates have had a few of those already.
O'Hearn is on the board. Lau already has 3. What if Connor Griffin comes up first at bat, hits a home run, Bob?
Oh, man. You talk about
how electrical that place would be,
Greg Brown, I'd have to watch his
He might fall out of his chair like Bob Locke did in Seattle.
His heart rate will go way up where it shouldn't go. And I like Greg. We have things you have to be concerned with as you get older. Your heart rate is one of them. But Greg's excitement level would be off the charts. It would be like Russell Martin in the Cueto game.
It'd be like this.
Now Cueto from the crowd. Whoa. Cueto drops the...
They rattled him.
Yeah. He dropped the ball as he was ready to go into the windup. Here's the 2-1. And there's a fly ball to left center field. That ball's deep toward the wall. And it is gone! Russell Martin clears the deck against Johnny Cueto. It is 2-0.
That's what Greg Brown would be like if Connor Griffin hits a home run with somebody on base.
I'm anxious. I want to see that.
It is 2-0. Connor Griffin.
Well, I don't think you're not going to get the accent there. But Russell Martin. That's awesome. It'll be... Again, I think ultimately he's the number 1 hitter in this lineup. And if that's the case, I'm just going to throw him out there in opening day.
So I have him batting 5th. And here's why. I would rather have him in between veteran hitters. O'Hearn, who's been one of your best, I would have batting 6th. And Ozuna, who, yes, is not hitting yet, still, he was 4th in MVP voting 2 years ago. Eventually, he's going to find it. I think maybe it helps being at home. I know he's never played there yet. But in between those 2 guys, with Reynolds in front of him as well, could help Connor Griffin. Could help him being middle of the order. Those veterans are going to see pitches where he might be able to work better at bats. So that's why I have him in that fifth spot. Plus, if you bat O'Hearn sixth, you might say, why would you bat somebody that low in the lineup? Because they're hitting for you. Well, yeah, that's another reason. He's hitting. He's probably their best overall contact approach, get a base hit when you need it to knock in a run, not to hit the ball over the fence, but to knock in a run type of guy. So if you have Ozuna, Griffin, Reynolds batting right before him, and O'Hearn can come up with guys on base, we've already seen Ryan O'Hearn with a game-winning hit this year.
Yeah, 3-run home run, too.
You're talking about length in your lineup that you have not had.
Such a nice problem to have
a decade.
Versus last year, where every day it was a challenge who was going to be your cleanup hitter, and like 10 different people were your cleanup. That's why I said about stability in a lineup. I think ultimately what Donnie Kelly would love to see is a lineup that he could trust every single day. There'll be some substitutions on, when it comes to load management and all this kind of stuff that they have to deal with. But generally speaking, you want a lineup that you can pencil in, you know what it is, and you could rely on it. So 412-928-9370 is the number to call. Where are we now? I'm losing track of what time it is even. I owe you this. The Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And coming up a little bit later, we're going to talk to Jay Caulfield. We may get Matt Clement on, too. Is that correct, Austin?
Yes, we will. 11:30.
11:30 we'll have him on because he was here yesterday and for 2 hours gave us a lot of great information. He's a very copious note taker. He has had a tremendous career in the majors, so he knows a lot about what this may be like for Connor Griffin. I'd love to hear what he has to say about where he should, put himself in this lineup. But regardless, it's going to be it was going to. Opening day is always special to begin with, but now with Connor Griffin up, it makes it even a bigger day than what it will be. So tomorrow, we'll have all the coverage you need here on KDKA FM, which is 93.7 The Fan. Also on television. Rich Walsh will be down there quite a bit early in the day. We have a lot to get into. You're going to hear from Connor Griffin. What a day it should be at PNC Park. And they come home 3-3. And the thing about the Pirates is last year they were one of the worst road teams in baseball. I think 28 games or 27 games under 500. Now, 3-3 on the road may not strike you as much, in terms of 500 record. What can you expect? But it was on the road against two pretty good teams. A team like the Mets, which is expected to contend for a World Series. They put a lot of money into their team. And a team like the Reds, who a lot of people have in the playoffs. So I think going 3-3 is pretty, no matter how they got there, they went 3-3. And last year, they were terrible on the road. If they could somehow be around 500 or a little under, but not a lot under, at 500 on the road, I think they're going to be a team that you can certainly expect to be competitive in this division. So their home record was a good one and needs to be a little bit better. But if you can get away from 27 games under 500 on the road, I think that makes a huge difference in what you do. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. So tomorrow you're going to see Mitch Keller on the hill. He will be your opening day pitcher there. And Keller's been around for a long time, sort of a calming influence on this young staff. I was very encouraged, I don't know about you, about seeing Braxton Ashcraft. He looked totally in control of his game. Now, he gave up a couple of run late before he departed, but given his entire body of work, in control. Bubba Chandler had an unusual line in his game. 4 1/3, no hits, but he gave up a run, 6 walks, 6 strikeouts. For Bubba Chandler to be the kind of pitcher that I think everyone in the Pirate organization believes he can be, you've got to make sure that he gets the ball in the zone. You can't have 6 walks. You're not going to get away with that in the majors on a regular basis. Just simply will not. So the bottom line is he has to be more in terms of location than anything else because he's got the stuff. I think everyone knows he's got the stuff. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. We've had a lot of people want to talk about the promotion of Connor Griffin, so we'll see what most people have to say, like Neil in Coriopolis.
Here's Neil.
Oh, wow, that was
very
fast.
Very quick.
We quick turnaround here. I was going to go to a commercial break, but I saw your name come up that Austin put up, so I figured we're not going to make you wait. See, I don't make people wait through commercials. I don't
I know. You're the man.
What's on your mind?
So I wanted to call the other day because I listen on Odyssey a lot because it's nice. I don't have to listen to commercials. So shout out to Odyssey. But I was calling the other day, and then you guys were doing something with Rogers or quarterback. And so anyway, I just wanted to talk about Cruz the other day because I played center field growing up, and I wanted to because I was left-handed, and you can't play shortstop as a lefty growing up. So I just thought that whenever they're talking about his mishaps, I don't think that you could really turn somebody that has probably never played outfield, because all the best players when you're younger play infield. Like, unless you want to play, I wanted to play center field because I was left-handed, all that stuff. But I just don't know if a guy 6'7" who has never played it will ever be good. So we just have to understand that he's not going to be good. It's not really easy to judge fly balls, especially in the majors. And I just think that what do you guys think about maybe him being a DH for them in the future? I know that's kind of
future could
wasted,
be. No, but I mean, to your point, Ozuna has a 1-year deal, and if they may move on if they discover that they have somebody who can play, whether it's Mangum or somebody else. Eventually, he could be that guy. He still can play the outfield. He can play, spot start. But ultimately, that may be. But that's not going to happen this year. But I agree with what you're saying.
Maybe move him over to right or left or something. Maybe.
You don't see many guys that big doing that. And listen, he went out there. He tried real hard in this offseason with Kevin Kiermaier to improve it, and we've seen just a short sample size. Maybe this will get better. Maybe it was just one of those games. Maybe it was because it's on national television and people are making conclusions on one game. The total O'Neill package for O'Neill Cruz package for them has to be 30-30, has to be a guy with power, and then again, I can live with mistakes defensively. You don't want them, but if that's the trade-off, I'll take the power.
Absolutely.
All right, Neil, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate the call. 412-928-9370. So we have Matt Clement coming up when we come back. We're also going to have Mark Cabali here a little bit later, plus Jay Caulfield and Jeff Hathorn.
It was a joke.
Well, it's not going to be a joke because we're going to find out what happened at those owners' meetings where they made some changes to certain things, but largely the bigger question is now that Kirk Cousins has signed. Not that I ever thought Kirk Cousins was a guy who was going to be a Steelers quarterback, but if he is a fallback, if Rodgers doesn't agree, then what? Now I think it's a clear-cut Howard, Mason, and somebody else. What do you think? Call us and let us know. Fan text line, as I said, is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates. Personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Fan Twitter, South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the fan trading cards are brought to you by Baseball Card Castle. Go-to destination for sports cards, collectible memorabilia. These cards have all the stats of the fan hosts, and you can pick them up at Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry or any time that we are out in the community. More on the way, including Matt Clement. It's next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The big news of the day, Connor Griffin being promoted to make his major league debut at the home opener tomorrow. That does not come with a contract extension, according to Jason Mackey, who just joined us, Pirates insider. But Griffin expected to be in the lineup, play at shortstop, and make his debut. Man, it'll be a good one tomorrow. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
A little while longer.
A little while longer now. A little while longer now.
A little bit longer now. A little bit longer now. Hey, 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 hey.
That's good. A little while longer now.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
With Bill Self returning to Kansas for another season, the North Carolina head coaching job, the best one right now in college basketball. Dusty May of Michigan, Arizona's Tommy Lloyd, two of the reported top candidates. They're facing off on Saturday night in the Final Four, and this feels like a WWE-style ladder match at the top of the ladder, potentially the North Carolina head coaching job, adding a little more spice to the proceedings. I'm Nick Costos.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Who says vaping is safer than cigarettes? Science does not support that belief. Vapes can contain a variety of chemicals, flavoring agents, cancer-causing elements, and other harmful substances. High levels of nicotine in some vapes can be more likely to lead to addiction, and chemical ingredients are not always listed accurately on vaping packages. Vaping can also damage your DNA, your heart, your lungs, and even your smile. Enough with the puff. Learn more at ul.org/vaping.
Sponsored by Underwriters Laboratories.
Attention Greater Pittsburgh. Are you tired of dealing with a garage door that just won't cooperate? Locally owned and operated Precision Garage Door in Imperial at 8179 Steubenville Pike and their McMurray location has a fantastic offer. For a limited time with approved credit, you can enjoy 12 months same as cash financing and pay nothing for a full year. When you need a new door, call Precision, America's largest residential garage door repair and installation company. Precision trucks are loaded and ready to go 24/7. Their expert technicians will ensure your garage door operates smoothly and efficiently, regardless of brand. All that plus this amazing offer. 12 months, same as cash. Call 1-844-345-4737 now. On the web, it's PittsburghGarageDoors.com.
Precision Door Service, a name you can
Contractor
trust.
license PA 060566.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all, because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep, now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Guys, I am standing here surrounded by the best baseball gear in the city right now. It's Donnie with you from 93.7 The Fan. I'm live at the Rally House in the North Shore. We're here right now until noon celebrating the home opener weekend for the Pirates. If you need that outrageously authentic Pirates gear, we're talking on-field hats, jerseys, straight from the source. This is it right here. Plus, I've got 4 $100 gift cards to hand out before I leave here at noon. Level up your look at the store or at rallyhouse.com, but the party is happening right now and right here.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Want a health plan that travels with you? With UPMC Health Plan, you can access care wherever you are. That's access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local providers, plus urgent and emergency care nationwide through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. What's more, you get 24/7 access to virtual care. All this with award-winning customer service from their healthcare concierge team. When your employer gives you a choice of health insurance plans, choose UPMC Health Plan.
Springfest is happening now at Lowe's. Keep the spotlight on your yard with Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch, 5 bags for $10. Plus, when you want more help indoors, get up to 40% off select major appliances that help you supercharge your chores. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Clouds and some sun this afternoon, the high 82.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Welcome back to the Pomp and Joe Show. The Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, provided trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. We're going to use it a lot today, and right now we're going to go back out to it and bring in former Major League pitcher and our big contributor to our program here, Mr. Matt Clement, who was on yesterday. We were talking about a lot of things, but I don't think we expected to talk about Connor Griffin being in the opening day lineup tomorrow, but it looks like that's going to be the case. Matt, how are you, and your thoughts about this promotion so quickly without a contract extension at this point?
Well, it's really exciting, to think about what did that ticket price go to tomorrow? It was already a hot ticket. It probably jumped up a little bit more. But exciting. Not a contract extension, but in my mind, 100% a contract extension's coming. And for the simple fact, like we've been talking about this the whole time, you're going to give up a year of service time if you don't have a contract extension now. And I just can't see this going down any other way. I think a lot of it had to do with his good start. Maybe the Colt Emerson, signing pushed it along a little bit. Who knows what it may be, but you're going to get a contract extension here. I would be absolutely shocked. Maybe not today, tomorrow, whatever the case may be. And I don't even know. I'm pretty sure that PPI, it's not even legal to have one before you come up. I think it's after you get up. Not 100% positive on the roll. So I think that's the least of the worries. Contract extension's coming because you don't want to give up the service time.
So, Matt, he has the ability to hit the long ball. He has the ability to get on base and steal bases. Speed is one of his best assets. So, Austin and I are going back and forth. I think ultimately he's a leadoff hitter, and he should be. He can give you the power that George Springer does when he bats leadoff in his heyday. Where do you think they'll bat him tomorrow, and where do you think ultimately he will be in their Pirate lineup?
Yeah, I'd be surprised tomorrow if he's anywhere above sixth in the lineup tomorrow. I would guess maybe even lower. You have a righty throwing tomorrow, so you're going to put these up to the top. You're going to want Lau, you're going to want O'Hearn in those better spots. Probably sandwiched between two of the lefties. I don't know where, but I just think it just makes sense. I think that's where he batted most of the spring, was in that 6-7 hole. So I think he could be 6, 7, 8, somewhere in there. It wouldn't surprise me if he was down at 8th even. But take a little bit of pressure off him, even though I don't know how you take pressure off him. He's a number one prospect. Pittsburgh's counting on him to bring him a championship and everything else. So the pressure is going to be on whether you bat him first, third, or whatever. I agree with you, though. First looks like an excellent spot with him with the combination of power and speed, unless he's this unbelievable RBI producer, run producer, that you might want to drop him a little bit into one of those other spots.
Yeah, I think he also could be that guy in the leadoff spot. How many times in a batting order, you're not going to get one hit leadoff maybe only once in a game, and that's the first inning. After that, you're going to come out most likely with people on base or in a position to set up people who bat behind you. So that's why I never underestimate the RBI production of a number one hitter in a lineup. I think there are plenty of opportunities. Do you agree with that, or do you think batting him later will give him more of those kind of opportunities to drive in runs?
Well, the flip side with the opportunities RBI-wise, he gets to bat the most. He's guaranteed to bat the most in the games. So and if he's your best hitter, which, for the foreseeable future, you're hoping that's the case later on here, then you want him batting a lot. I agree with no pitcher hitting now. I think that changes things. When the pitcher was hitting, there was a lot less RBI opportunities. But now with the pitcher hitting and the DH being in there, just 65 stolen bases, the most impressive stat about him last year. 65 stolen bases is, that's the really intriguing part. And I'm anxious to see him play shortstop and see how good the defense is.
Right.
Do we overvalue, Matt, a young player like Griffin coming up, making his debut and batting around like O'Hearn or Ozuna? Because I agree with you. I think it would be better for him to bat 5th or 6th with more help in the lineup.
Yeah, I just feel like you're going to me, with all the natural lefties they have and all the options they have, you're going to sandwich in between 2 lefties just to make it harder on the bullpen when they bring somebody in, the other team. Maybe against a left-handed pitcher, if things get off to a good start for him, you see him sneak up to 6th or 5th or whatever the case may be. And who knows, maybe the Pirates have other plans. They lead him off tomorrow and just say, hey, let's go for it. I don't think that's the case, but you have so many natural lefties. It just makes sense to put him between some of those guys, especially from a strategic standpoint.
So we heard all along that before this call-up, which only took a week, that he needed some time down there to work on some things. And I'm sure the same will take place, Matt, because you're always trying to improve and you're always going to have pushback no matter who you are. So what can you realistically expect? And what are the things he's going to have to work on as a rookie, a 19-year-old kid facing some of the pitchers he's going to face?
Well, fortunately for him, like everybody in the minor leagues that he's facing are throwing, it's the same velocity. It's the same nasty breaking balls and change ups and all these. They're like the metrics of the pitches are nasty. Everybody in the minor leagues, they cut minor league teams. Nobody's bad in the minor leagues right now. You're going to see some different consistency and, consistently on the corners, consistent location, not missing near as much. I think that's going to be that to me. And he probably saw that in spring training to an extent, his first couple at bats, but maybe when he got deeper in the game and the starter was removed, it felt more like the minor leagues. That's the biggest difference in minor major league. They're all major league arms that are down there. It's just, can they be consistent enough, repeat their delivery, throw their pitches where they want to? And I think it's like, he's going to have an adjustment curve, and really it's all right place, right time. He's hot right now. I love that they gave him the chance when he started out hot to bring him up. The worst thing, like I felt so bad with the Chandler last year. They brought him up when he was in his coldest stretch of the year. Yeah. So hard to do. And like, let's bring him up while he's hot, and maybe he doesn't get hotter than he was the first week of the season, but at least you're giving him the chance to be successful right away, at least mentally, as he comes up in this situation.
Sarah Langs on Twitter does a really good job covering baseball. She put this out there. I want to get your reaction to it, Matt. Griffin will be the first teenage position player in an MLB game since Juan Soto in 2018. The first teenage position player in a game within his team's first 7 games of the season since Adrian Beltre in 99, and the youngest position player in a game within his team's first 7 games of a season since Andrew Jones in 1997. How do you tamper expectations after hearing that?
You don't.
Yeah, you don't. And I might have faced Beltre at that time. That was right in my beginning of my career. And I don't remember that specifically, but he's are there. You're the number 1 prospect. You're coming to you're not sneaking onto the Dodgers right now as the number 1 prospect, where you're going to be a part of this group. The fans are going to expect you to do something probably before you even should be expected to do something, if that makes sense. Like they're going to want to see it right away, have the expectations. And again, it's amazing. Like, a credit to him, honestly, a credit to him, a credit to the Pirates. Like, when he was picked 9th overall, that wasn't like the most popular pick. A lot of people weren't like rallying behind it. Not that there's a lot of experts in the amateur draft as much as there are in football draft, because there's high school and else. But like, credit to the Pirates. Like, they got it right. They got it right with schemes. They could have took Dylan Cruz there. They've got a lot wrong that people complain about, but those are 2 picks that they got right, and it makes them an interesting franchise with these 2 great young players.
And I remember, people would say, well, you're a general manager. You have Sidney Crosby. Who else were you going to pick? You had Mario Lemieux. Back then, there were people coming after you with offers that sometimes looked too good to turn down, but they did, like Eddie Johnson with Lemieux. Crosby was an ultimate one. But when you have a guy who is in this position, I think you look at it and you say to yourself, all right, Paul Skeens, everyone knows what he is. There was a lot of pressure on Ben Cherington to go out and get a Dylan Cruz or a Wyatt Langford or somebody like that. He resisted that. So while people tend to make it seem like, oh, that's an easy pick for anyone to make, sometimes it really isn't that easy, is it?
No, not at all, because you think about what's the Pirates' futility been the last 10 years, more offensively than defensively. And so you take Skeens and over like, wow, we need hitters. We've been saying that forever. And you passed up two, Cruz has got off to a rough start. Langford's got off, had some injuries, but been pretty good. But like, it wasn't as no-brainer because you also are taking a pitcher who had a unbelievable workload in college to win that national championship too, that can put you in a spot where you're taking somebody that has an arm that's been used. You've seen there's been other guys that have gotten drafted in the first round that have led their team to a college World Series championship or the finals that never make it or get hurt right away. So there was some risk behind the Paul Skeens pick. It's just like, is there a little bit of luck to the Connor Griffin? Like, I mean, did anybody expect this to happen this quick as a 19-year-old? No. But hey, sometimes people just deserve credit for getting it right. And like to see a guy, the first guy after all those stats you just read, debut quick, give the Pirates scouting some credit.
We had a fun Jared Triolo discussion yesterday, Matt. I guess maybe the Pirates were thinking what we were thinking. Do you think he plays third now, or can Nick Gonzalez batting over 300? I think has earned the right to stay at third base for now.
Yeah, I think Nick Gonzalez stays in the lineup at third with Triolo being a defensive replacement. But again, what you've created, like I think what Donnie Kelly's mindset going into this was, let's get competition. Let's fight this out. You have a couple first basemen. You could always move Mo Hernan and play over Horwitz if he struggles. You have multiple DHs. And so I think that Triolo's going to get his time. I think what you might see now, I was talking about this before when you didn't know what was going on with Connor Griffin. What you might see now is you might see Lau get a couple DH opportunities and Gonzalez go to second base. And you have, again, more flexibility. The teams that have more flexibility in their bullpen and their lineup and their defense. All those things are make teams that are winning teams come to kind of fruition. And I think Triolo's kind of been like the guy that's always never really got the chance. And the only time he got the chance was the end of last year, and he did pretty well hitting. He walked into this knowing that Connor Griffin was coming. That's not easy. He's always been that guy kind of make his way, but he's made his way with his glove. He's going to be very useful to Pirates, and maybe he relaxes a little bit now that this is the situation.
Yeah, I mean, that could very well be the case, and I think they're better with him coming off the bench, actually. Their bench, I thought, was a little light coming into this, where they're playing these two guys every day. Now you put one in the, late in the game for whether it's a defensive replacement or even at bat. It makes the bench better, and I think that's a big part of baseball as well. So, this is an amazing day. I didn't think we were sitting here talking about this today, Matt. When we came in here today, in fact, some people were talking about May 30th, for a call-up for him. I don't know what changed. So you do believe there will be a contract, as I do, at some point. It doesn't have to be now. When is your best guess do you think it would be? If they've brought him up, they're going to entrust a 19-year-old kid. They know they have long-range plans for him. How long would that take? And how much money are we talking about? We've talked about different, Anthony in Boston, that's $130 million. You saw what we discussed yesterday with Colt Emerson. Where do you think he fits in terms of money and years?
If I had to guess, I'm going to say 8 years and somewhere between 115 and 120. It sounds like the Pirates, like the rumors were they're around the 110, and I've heard it would be done if it was 110. He's probably, I'm just guessing, like he's probably wanting to 130 because of some of those other deals. I think Anthony's was close to that. I'm not sure. So kind of fall in between, maybe up to 125. I think it gets done sooner than later. And, for two reasons. I think one, let's take the pressure off him. Let's not talk about the contract. He's already got a lot on his plate coming up here and doing this. So, and I just feel like the discussions they've had to be close enough on both sides. Cause I just, again, in no scenario can I think the Pirates don't think this is going to be a getting done. Cause again, you'd lose him a year earlier to free agency, your arbitration a year earlier. So to me, I think sooner than later, but I don't think there's a rush for it. But for his sake, let's take the pressure off and get that done and get that out of the way and just go play baseball. So, if there wasn't a contract that they thought was in the future potentially, you still would not have saw him till you saw Paul Skeens his rookie year.
Matt Clement, thank you very much for your insight. Always do appreciate it, and you're quick to pick up the phone. So anytime we have some urgent news to talk about, you're the guy. We appreciate it, Matt. Thanks.
Hey, thanks, guys.
All right, that's Matt Clement talking about. In case you missed it driving around, Connor Griffin gets a recall from the Pirates. He will be here tomorrow for the opener, and there is no contract at this point, but I think it's just a matter of time before that happens. One other note that just happened, and this is from Adam Schefter, who says Kirk Cousins will sign a 5-year, $172 million contract with the Vegas Raiders. That in reality is a 1-year, fully guaranteed $20 million deal. It also contains a club option for 2 years at $80 million. This guy is amazing how much money he's gotten. And it's another year where it's fully guaranteed. Now, I know the Falcons are probably going to spend some money on this. I think it's $8.7 million. That part of that will come from the Falcons. But is there anyone who's been better at creating contract situations like Kirk Cousins? He just keeps on going. And the only reason I bring this up, because there was a report yesterday, I forget who generated it. It may have been Mike Florio. I don't know. But it said that Kirk Cousins could be an option for Pittsburgh if Aaron Rodgers' talk with Denver goes on, which is crazy to think about all that. So that's something that just happened. Tonight, what's happening is the Penguins are in Tampa Bay, and they're going to take on the Tampa Bay Lightning. And we're going to shift over to some hockey talk right now. I believe we have Jay Caulfield on the line, and Jay is going to be talking to us about tonight's matchup. Jay, first of all, thanks for being here. We always appreciate it. Second of all, man, what a back-to-back two-game stretch that was for the Penguins. They did everything right. These are two teams breathing down their necks. And what a big goal it was. When I look back at this all, the dust is settled. A shorthanded goal by, of all people, Ricard Raquel, to make a 3-1 deficit into a 3-2 deficit because New York was operating on the power play. That triggered everything that followed.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, Bob. That was a turning point for me. I felt the same thing. They could have, opened up their lead. They didn't. I don't think the Islanders is a team like that. They need to kind of jump on their opportunity. They had it. They gave it away, and I think that turned the whole game around. And then the Penguins just kind of rolled from there, Bob. I mean, they did the same thing the next night. I don't think listen, for me, the Penguins are a much better team than both the teams they just played. Obviously, Sorokin in net. He's a difference maker for the Islanders, but the Penguins they're better than those two, and that's why Detroit's faltering, and you can go down the list, but the Penguins were really good, and that was certainly the turning point for me.
One of the things that I like about this Penguin team is they're kind of no nonsense. There was no reaction after any of those games like they had accomplished anything, because quite frankly, they haven't. And I think it's dangerous to do that because now, generally speaking, people who observe this say, oh, wow, the Penguins are pretty much in. All they got to do is, I never want to look at it that way, because if you do, you lose tonight, all of a sudden the door is open. And then Florida, you can say what you want about them over the weekend. They're going to not play a lot of players, and they've gone through a long 3-year stretch. But the minute you get complacent with how you feel about this is the minute a team jumps you.
Yeah, I agree. So I don't think that the coaching staff, I don't think the players in that locker room are going to even leave that for chance. I think we're going to see the same effort. Hey, if you get beat by a goaltender that steals the game from you, that's one thing. I don't think we're going to see them not have the lack of desperation. They have not, as a group, they haven't got anything done. Is to your point, the leaders in this locker room, they haven't been in the playoffs in a number of years. They haven't won a series in 6-7 years. So they're not going to let this one slip by. So I think, Bob, I totally agree on the Florida thing. You don't know what you're going to get. They won the big one the other night against Ottawa. Ottawa thought they were going to go in there and at least pick up a couple points. They didn't do it. I think they'll be well aware of it, but I do not believe the coaching staff or the leaders in that locker room are going to let that happen.
I want to talk about a hot topic that has been going around here for the last few days on our program here and the TV that we do, and that is Anthony Mantha's having an unbelievable season. What a great find that was. The trust that he had been, physically ready to go after an ACL and a shoulder surgery. So that leads to this. And again, it has nothing to do with this season. But at the end of this season, he is an unrestricted free agent. I think the Penguins would like him, but I don't know if they want to get into the situation where they go 5-6 years like some of these people are suggesting. What do you think most likely happens to him? Or they just say, hey, it was good for you, it was good for us. You proved it. Now you're going to get paid. We're just going to move on.
Yeah, I think that's a real fine line. They know what he's done in his career, right? This is a breakout year for him. Obviously, he's hit career milestones. I think it's very careful. I think Kyle Dubas will be really smart on that one, and certainly will want to have him back. There's a number of guys that are in prove-it deals, right? They're all in this. There's a number of guys and they're doing that. They're proving their worth. But I think that's what's going to be. That's where Kyle Dubas. That's where GMs really. The cream rises to the top. Who are the best ones? How they handle that type of situation. That might be, if hey, they each do each other a favor, a fair number here and there. Not a number of years, the number, all that would come into play. But I think that's it's a fine line. It just is. Like I said, that Kyle Dubas for me, in those kind of deals and those kind of situations coming up is where another way he'll show how good he is. So I think, but it's got to be fair to both. And Anthony Mantha has been outstanding this year, but everybody knows what his career has been like. And he's been the breakout guy this year, outstanding sign. I think they'll be really, go to the table and see what it's about and see how this plays out this year. And then you make your decision from there, Bob. But I do think it's one of those ones you got to be careful on. I don't think everybody throws years around so easily. I'm not really so sure about that. So I think that's what Kyle Dubas is. Look, he's been phenomenal all year. That's going to be another one. They're going to be tested. How do they handle it?
Yeah, I would like a 3-year term if it's possible, but I know he'll probably get more offers in free agency. So, I mean, that's one you have to. They also have a couple of restricted free agents, one of whom is Igor Chinikov. He's been so good. There's no chance of him going anywhere, but he's going to cash in as well. And they have money to spend, Jay. They also have guys who won't be back most likely, like, for example, Kevin Hayes. That money comes off the books, whatever the case may be. So I don't think that's a problem.
Yeah. Bob, I don't either. I think it's just going to be about a smart signing. But again, I'm going to say whatever they do the rest of this year is going to go a long way to any kind of negotiations. Because when you have a great run, then what do you do in the playoffs? If you continue that great run in the playoffs, and we certainly hope so, then that's going to make the number even be proving it even more, right? So I love the Chinikov thing. I totally agree. And by the way, Mantha's earned whatever he's going to get on the open market, whether it be here or somewhere else. He's certainly earned what's going to come his way. And we'll just see how it plays itself out. But I do think guys are going to come off and guys are going to want a big number. And that's usually what happens when you're successful. And this team is kind of proving that.
Tonight's matchup, it's Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay has a lot on the line here. They're trying to pursue Buffalo. They also have Montreal hot on their heels. So this is going to be a big test for them. And this is one of the matchups that, while I liked the previous two, I think the Penguins line up well with the teams they just beat. But this is one that's a little bit tricky.
Yeah, when you're first of all, Vasilevsky in that. Okay, so number one, you got one of the best to ever play the game. So you have Vasilevsky there. Their blue line is big. Hedman's out, but Radish is really. We talked about that the other night on the air with Phil Bork, and made a great point about Radish being, filling in. Got a big shot from the point. They're big and they move the puck. They do a great job, but their forwards up front, from Kucherov, kind of one of the best in the game. And then you've got Point, you've got Gensel. So it is, you're right, this is going to be a real test. But I think the surprising thing is where they're at. I mean, they need a game like this. They're in danger of falling into the third place in their division, and nobody thought that was even going to happen 30 games ago. And Buffalo on such a great run, and Montreal on a hot streak. It's making them push. So I'd expect that we're going to see the best out of Tampa here tonight. They're going to get themselves in the right direction, and I think they're hoping to have this game be the one.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question about that. When you survey the teams in the Eastern Conference, which teams do you think are the biggest ones to worry about? I mean, the ones who are expected to do well, because Buffalo has just emerged as one of those teams, even though I think their inexperience may hurt them in the longer term. Tampa's been through some things. Carolina's knocking on the door many years in a row. I think they have the most pressure.
Yeah, I do think they have the most pressure, but they're also the most difficult to play against. But their goaltending, I don't want to bust on one part of a team, but their goaltending is suspect. They can be had that they play such a hard game. They wear themselves down over the whole year too, Bob, right? But they play such a hard game. They're difficult. It's a difficult matchup, and they've got skill laced throughout the lineup. I think Carolina, Tampa, they're the ones that jump off the map right away. But you get into this, I'll tell you what I first of all feel. It'll be interesting. The Metro Division alone, Bob. Pittsburgh they're solidifying their position. The Islanders and Columbus, they're going to battle out, and one of them might not even get in at all. right? But before we thought, okay, the wild card. When they stumble like this at this time of the year, it's a problem. So when I look who's ahead, I mean, Buffalo is really good. And I agree. This is going to be a first run for them. What's it going to be like? But Tampa, Carolina, Tampa's goaltending, and then you go to Carolina. The way they play the game, they're a tough matchup. But that's what I look at. Montreal right now, we haven't seen them in a while, and they're playing great hockey. So I kind of look at it just from that standpoint. Carolina, Tampa, Buffalo, we're not sure what we're going to get in the playoffs. And Montreal, I mean, it's going to be a grind. They're the better teams in the league. And all this opened up when the Rangers stumbled, Toronto stumbled, and Florida with the injuries stumbled as well. Otherwise, I don't know what we'd be looking at in the Eastern Conference because, you know, with those guys bowing out, it opened up the door for three to jump in. But the Pens, Boston, and Buffalo have surprised everybody. Nobody thought those three teams would be in the hunt like they are.
I think that's an excellent point because before this season started, people in New York were looking at Sullivan coming to New York and say, okay, that's been the missing thing here. This team is going to be a playoff team. Toronto, all the pressure, and now they fired their GM. And I think Florida's a natural, phenomenon. When you go that deep, I think 3 years ago they didn't win, but they went along, and then they won back-to-back. We've seen it here in Pittsburgh. When you do that, eventually you run out of gas. So it has opened up the door for sure.
Yeah, and the teams that just surged were the ones that, Bob, as we were talking about. You know, nobody gave the Pens a chance. Nobody gave Boston a chance. And nobody gave Buffalo. And Buffalo turned it around almost the same time the Pens. What they've done is really phenomenal as well. Change your GM, and all of a sudden you go on a roll. They have a good skilled team, fast, and they're getting the goaltending. It's kind of wild for me, but they're all and Boston. Boston is built tough. They added Janot, and they had that Costellic, and they give them all bigger. You know, they play a bigger game. But again, what's the real tough matchup? And I think an early one, be careful what you wish for. I don't want to say who I'd rather see, but I think if you look at Columbus or the Islanders and things like that, I think the Penguins they're a better team than anybody we're mentioning. I truly think the Pens can be an elite in the Eastern Conference. And it's going to be the luck of the draw, too. Who do you get? But they got to play. I want to see the game tonight just like you do, Bob. It's a measuring stick. I love it. I always think there's measuring stick games. You got to see who you are against the best. And I certainly look at it. I know Mike Sullivan didn't like that term. I never minded that term. You always size yourself up. Whether you're in a fight, if you're a fighter and you're going against one of the best in the game, you mean you're not going to size yourself up? It's always going to be that way. I think the Pens, or this game tonight, it's a statement game again. The Islanders, they made that statement. They were that good. Here's another one for you against Tampa. And I think there's a lot riding on it.
Oh, there's no question about that, too. Once you get to the you don't have to give me an answer on who you would play here, but once you get to the playoffs, are you of the mindset that you have to have one goalie to start and ride with him unless something, bad happens, you can make a switch? But you wouldn't go with rotating goalies, or would you in the playoffs?
I would not. I know, here's why. I first of all, it's not that it can't be done. And Penguins right now have been the one, they could almost ride them all the way in. But here's what happens. Like, you got to, I would think this is what would happen. And I know in our playoff series when we're winning, if you get a goalie, Tom Barrasso's hot, wins game number 1, and he was really good. Are you going to take the chance and go to somebody else? And then that's a question. You'd be questioned forever on that, right? I think you just ride it. Whoever you go with in game 1, whoever that's going to be, that's your guy. And if he stumbles and Shelovs comes in or Skinner comes in, whoever it is, that's it. But you can't. It's hard to get into that because you got to ride the momentum. You got to ride the wave, right, Bob? Like it's sure. Truly like if I have a great first game, you're not going to let me follow it up in game 2. That's why I think it's hard to be rotating goalies. Now, if you play yourself out of it, so be it. But not hey, we're committed. We're going to go Skinner or Shelovs and then flip it the next day. I don't think that works. I don't think the locker room wants to see that. I think the players want to, and they love playing for both guys. I'm not saying that. But whoever gets the nod to go that earns it, that opening night, you ride that. And if he has a bad game, then you have no problem to go to Shelovs or Skinner the next night. Not at all. I think this one tonight, I'm interested to see who they start. I really am. I thought they were giving us, they were tipping their hand a little bit by going with Skinner back-to-back the other night, but they didn't follow up with him in the Island. So I think this game is going to be an interesting one for me to see who gets the start.
Yeah, and I would expect split duties over the weekend with 2 games against Florida. So, Jay,
yes.
Thank you so much. Always appreciate it. You are a fountain of knowledge, and we love to dip into it every time we get a chance to have you on the air. Appreciate it, man.
Bob, great to talk to you. Always, all right? See you later on.
That's Jay Caulfield. We have more to get into when we come back because the big news is Connor Griffin is headed to Pittsburgh. A lot of people excited about that. You'll see him in the opener against Baltimore. You'll also have discussions about when this guy is going to get a longer-term extension because that seems to be the way it's headed. How much is it worth? How much do you think the Pirates will give him, knowing that it's kind of right now just a blank page? You don't know what you have, but at the same time, they got to make a choice. And the choice is we believe this guy, and we're going to give him long-term for us, even though he still will be able to get a second contract coming up. Also, right now, here we go, Austin. Call now to win 2 tickets to the night before featuring Jason Aldean at Rivers Casino on April 22nd with John Morgan and Shane Profit. This is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Winner must be 21 plus. So, do I give you a number?
Caller number, who do you want it to be, Bob?
Caller number 8.
Caller number 8.
Is that all right?
That's the last line we got.
I know. I forced it to the end. Caller number 8, you can win those 2 tickets to see Jason Aldean, who does a great job every time he's in concert. That's going to be the night before the NFL draft, which will be here before you know it. A lot to get into. And later, we're going to bring on Mark Cabali to talk about the NFL owners' meetings. But next up, call us. I want to hear from you about what you think about Connor Griffin, expectations, where he should bat, all that sort of stuff coming up. You can also listen to Pomp and Joe Show on demand, Apple Podcast, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. The 93.7 The Fan and Pittsburgh Pirates teams, they want you to send them information so that they can visit your teams in action with the youth baseball showcase, the softball showcase. Parents and coaches, all you have to do is send an email, youthsports@937thefan.com, to register your 12 and under team at 93.7 The Fan. And we may show up and take advantage of what's going on the field. Show your team in action. It's all brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details at 937thefan.com. As far as the weather today, well, it's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. High of 78, Al Villanueva. Low of 51, Nick Herbick. We come back. We're talking Connor Griffin, and we want to talk to you at 412-928-9370. Right now, it's an Austin Bechtold headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Connor Griffin, who had 21 home runs, stole 68 total bags in the minor leagues in his career over just 127 games and hit .336, will make his major league debut tomorrow at PNC Park as the Pirates battle the Baltimore Orioles. Mitch Keller starts. Kyle Bradish will go for the Orioles. It's a 4-1-2 first pitch at the ballpark. We'll have all the coverage for you right here on 93.7 The Fan of the matchup. Pre-game coverage begins right after 3. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And our friend Jay Caulfield, as always, brought to you by Globe Airport Parking.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Wait is over. Time for lunch. Tired of waiting for building supplies that never show? You need a reliable partner. Great projects start with great partners. Get top quality building materials delivered on time from your local expert, Reed Building Supply. They have it all. Visit reedbuildingsupply.com today.
Pittsburgh Regional Transit is now hiring full-time bus drivers. It's a great place to accelerate your career. We offer great pay and terrific benefits like healthcare, paid vacation time, dental, vision, and more. We're even offering a starting bonus for those who qualify. Call 412-560 866-5162 to pre-register for our upcoming hiring event on April 10th, 2026. Candidates may receive an offer that same day. Go to rideprt.org/careers to learn more. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
Taxes was waiting on the refund you needed yesterday.
All right, your car repair is going to run about $3,000.
Now Taxes is getting back on the road with TurboTax and Credit Karma, where you can get your refund up to 5 days faster and get personalized guidance to take every dollar further. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Deposit a federal refund into Credit Karma Money account and early submission of refund data by IRS required. Terms apply. Banking services provided by MVB Bank, Inc. Member FDIC. Credit Karma is not a bank.
Hey, Pittsburgh, the pick is in and the destination is downtown. This April 23rd through the 26th, don't just watch the future of pro football unfold. Be in the center of it. Affordable hotel rooms from AAA Travel at the Hotel Monaco for the ultimate 3-night draft weekend. $1,529 per person, double occupancy, and you're in the center of the huddle and history. Visit your local AAA Travel office or call 1-800-354-8761 to book your draft package with AAA Travel today.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Welcome. You are in the beer garden with Gene from Vicini Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. In the beer garden this week, we're enjoying a Bell's Oberon, the iconic American wheat ale, because Oberon season is here. Bell's Oberon, a beer with the color and scent of a summer afternoon. Slight hints of spice, a smooth mouthfeel, and a citrusy and refreshing finish. Made with only 4 ingredients: wheat malt, hops, water, and Bell's signature house ale yeast. Enjoy it as it is, or try Oberon with a slice of orange. Bell's Oberon pairs delightfully with herb chicken, brie cheese, grilled salmon, orange flan, peanuts and popcorn, and baseball. Bell's Oberon contains 5.8% alcohol by volume. Look for Bell's Oberon wherever better beer is sold, and enjoy responsibly. This message has been brought to you by Vicini Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. Cheers.
Need water heater experts? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater. If you can hear my voice, my Yinzer accent, you still have time, people, but not much. It's Donnie from 93.7 The Fan. I'm live at Rally House in the North Shore. Our MLB opening day event runs until noon today. We are at 684 West General Robinson Street with those $100 gift cards and the opening day scratchers for up to 40% off. Don't head to the ballpark in last year's gear. Come see me, grab the real thing, that real Buccos apparel right here. And let's win that home opener. I'm here for a few more minutes. Get down here right now.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Old Stonewall Golf Club's award-winning course is now open. Take advantage of off-season rates through the end of April and see why the region's best course is just minutes away. Visit oldstonewall.com to book your tee times now.
It is not hard to destroy a college. Last season, the podcast Campus Files brought you stories of fraternity drug rings, stolen body parts, campus cults, and more.
And now Campus Files is back for another season.
There's a guy screaming into his phone. He's like, I just saw Charlie Kirk get assassinated right in front of me.
Every week is a new episode and a new story.
It was so chaotic.
It's almost like a university under siege. Listen to and follow Campus Files. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Connor Griffin, welcome to the show. Pirates putting out there a video of Griffin tilting his head upwards, the Pirates jersey, the opening series for Connor Griffin. He will make his Major League debut tomorrow against the Baltimore Orioles. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. It is a sold-out PNC Park for the matchup against Baltimore. Griffin just spent a week in the minor leagues, and now he's coming up. We'll see where he bats in the lineup. Expected to play at shortstop for Donnie Kelly. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Stuckey. It's powerful. The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, we're back. Pop and Joe Show. Joe's out today, but I'm sure he's happy with this development today. In case you missed it, Connor Griffin, the number one prospect in all of baseball, has been recalled by the Pittsburgh Pirates. He will be here for the opener tomorrow against Baltimore. At this moment in time, there is no information about whether or not the Pirates have extended him longer term, but I think that's just fait accompli. That will happen at some point, and it may happen sooner than later. We'll see. 412-928-9370. We have a lot of callers. We're going to get out to you in a second, but first, there's a lot of speculation out there, Austin, about how soon this contract will be completed. I still think there's not necessarily a rush for them to do it, but maybe it's deep enough negotiations where where it can happen sooner.
So one thing that I saw that I thought was interesting, Jim Bowden is a MLB analyst, insider, CBS Sports, Athletic. He works basically for everybody. Former Major League general manager and executive of the year.
And he got it started under Sid Thrift here in Pittsburgh.
He has been very critical of the Pirates in the past, but he tweeted out, the Connor Griffin era begins tomorrow in the Berg. The Pirates front office is quietly confident they'll be able to announce a long-term deal prior to the game. The expectations is it will be an 8-year deal in the range of Roman Anthony with Colt Emerson deals, like right in that range, right in between the two.
Well, Matt Clement said 110.
And Matt Clement said similar. I don't think 110 gets it done, no.
I don't either, but if it is that, regardless of what it is, if he performs the way he's capable and what they think and what all the baseball experts think, then this will be money well spent. It won't be money that kills them in any way. It'll be in the $17 million a year range, and quite frankly, if you get a starting shortstop who could be as good potentially as he can be, that's a bargain.
But if you're Connor Griffin, Bob, why would you sign anything less than Roman Anthony's deal? That's what set the market. I realize that he has not made his debut, but how much does that truly matter? The fact that he's never played one game in the major leagues. Now, Colt Emerson is not nearly the same level of prospect as Griffin.
He's still a first-round pick, and he's 20 years old. He's pretty good.
He's not even the number one prospect in the Mariner system.
No, but he's a very good prospect.
And he got $95 million.
That's why it'll be above that.
So the gap between where the potential for Connor Griffin, because that's in a way what you're paying for.
Yeah.
Early on with this deal.
You're placing your bets that he's going to be what we think he can be. Therefore, as this contract expands down the road, it's going to cost us less, not more.
Right. It's so much greater. So the thing that I don't really understand here is the Pirates are talking 110. What truly changes after the first pitch is thrown and now it's, all right, now he's officially a major leaguer? Is that when it jumps like to 130 or when the conversation is supposed to get to that point?
I think the parameters are already set. It's just a matter of fine-tuning, I bet. If they're truly deep in a conversation and this is close to coming to fruition, then I think they'll have an opportunity to get it done sooner, and we'll see. I'm optimistic that he could be everything because he's a very mature kid. I know Pony Muller, Donnie, they went out there to Indianapolis Victory Field, saw him. The kid is so poised, and when you see a 19-year-old that polished with the kind of talent, and the maturation of his body, I mean, he's a big dude with the speed he has. These are all natural things. And if you're like, for an example, an NFL combine guy, you have to make decisions based on what you see, potential, blah, blah, blah. That's what they've done here. He was a 9th overall pick. We may look back someday and look at the teams that passed on him and said, how can you pass on this guy? But they did. It happens in all sports. So I'll be anxious to see what happens tomorrow, where he bats, all that sort of stuff. We've had a discussion about where he should hit in the lineup. I think first ultimately will be his spot, and I wouldn't be adverse to him batting first tomorrow. Why not? Pressure is pressure. He's faced a lot of pressure already, so I don't think pressure is going to bother him. Once these games start to play and everything starts to unfold, it's just baseball. He knows how to do that. He will be challenged because he's going to see pitchers and velocities he hasn't seen in quite some time. So that'll be an adjustment for him, but like Ben Kindle, and I used this analogy the other day, Austin, they trust what they saw in Ben Kindle. Now, we're not talking about contract money here, but they saw what they saw, and they said, you know what, he's capable. We're going to put him in there. And I don't think they're going to, if things go through ruts, whatever, everybody goes through them, they're not going to shy away from what they believe in him. They'll keep putting him out there, and I think that's a great way to go.
Yeah, I think it definitely is a great way to go. This is not going to be, unless he significantly struggles, he comes up for a couple weeks, and if he bats right around 220, they send him down. No, he's up now, and unless he hits worse than Henry Davis, he's going to be on the major league team throughout the season.
When you're that high of a prospect, you're going to get as many chances as possible. All right, we got a lot of people on the lines. I've called for you to call us. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. We're going to get to some of those reactions. But the Pirates will take on Baltimore coming up tomorrow. That's the first of three. And hopefully the weather. I was looking at the weather just before I get out there. The weather's going to be iffy. That's the way it is this time of year. We've seen a lot of different things happen with regard to weather forecasts. Tomorrow, it's supposed to be a high of 74, which is not a problem. That's actually a good thing. But there is chance for rain. And the game is at 4-1-2, So I think you're in a situation there where you could get away with going to the game and the rain comes later in the day. That's how it's projected right now. So I think the bottom line is we're going to see a game that gets in at 4-12. And, of course, people will start showing up there. There'll be all sorts of tailgating. However, as another note for those of you going to the game early, that parking lot area over behind Acrisure Stadium and everything over there is going to be, the draft. They brought in a lot of heavy machinery, and they're getting that going, too. So there could be some limited parking situations going on. But the NFL draft will be here shortly. We'll be anxious to see, how they do it. The NFL spends a lot of money in these things, and I bet that's going to be a fantastic 3 days starting on April the 23rd.
Can I pose one question for you?
Sure.
Do you think, even in just the slightest amount that this might be, that the Pirates were just so sick of what they saw from Jared Triola with the bat, hitting in the 130s, and I know he got a hit yesterday, whoop-de-doo, that it was another incentive as to why they wanted to bring Connor Griffin up?
Well, if the reason is he's the best option,
but we knew that on opening day.
Absolutely.
That he was going to be the best option.
I didn't expect Jared Triolo, even at the beginning of the season, to be that big of an offensive springboard guy for them. He was what he was. He's a defensive guy. He's won a Gold Glove in that department as a utility guy. That's what he is. He's better off the bench. Can he help you in a pinch hitting role? Yeah, sure, here and there. But the best option is to have Griffin. That's why I wanted him at the start of the season. He was your best option going into the season. If truly their claim is we want to win now, we have to get to the playoffs. Your best options are your best options. I think the realization started to set in. He's still your best option.
Yeah.
No matter who plays. Gonzalez is not a shortstop. I'll ride with him at third because of his bat right now, but ultimately, these guys are kind of platoon guys. Gonzalez can play second as well. They can move people around, but Connor Griffin's got to be your everyday shortstop.
I think everybody saw and also heard just the excitement level for me, the excitement level for you when we first announced this breaking news. But it does surprise me, Bob, of the timing. There's been no extension that's been announced. Maybe it will be announced tomorrow morning. They're caring so much about this draft pick, I think, but also, is it that big? If you were calling him up to make his debut on the home opener, I feel like that would make so much more sense in 23, 24, 25, when this team basically did not have that many expectations. They should have, but they didn't. We didn't think they were going to be all that good, or at least be in the playoff race. The expectation is for this team to be in the playoff race and make the playoffs for some people, myself included. You picked them to make the playoffs this entire show. Pick them to make the playoffs. Mm-hmm. So I wonder just what changed in that 1 week. And Mackey alluded to just the mentality for Griffin needed to be different. And he was hitting .438 in the minors in his first week.
To me, you know what he is. Again, you identify, you know him. You see him entire 6 weeks of spring training. You saw what he did last year from single A to double A. I don't think you needed to see anything in triple A. And once they made that decision, that's where I would agree with you. Then I'm thinking they're going to have to see, a month of this. But no, after 14 at-bats, it was good enough. I just think they finally realized that they need him up here to be part of what should be a really interesting lineup for them moving forward.
I also saw something that said with the PPI compensatory first-round pick that the extension would have to be signed after the deadline for it to kick in.
Yeah,
which I thought it was
Matt
interesting.
Clement, he brought that up too. So
maybe maybe what the Pirates are ultimately saying is, without saying it, this extension is going to get done. We wanted to build even more excitement possible for the home opener because you knew if Griffin was going to debut, just like Skeens, it was going to be at home. They were going to make it an event like they did on a Saturday on Skeens Day.
But they could have done
opener for Griffin.
The
yeah, they could have made it opener.
Big ticket sales. They didn't need to do this.
No, they did. They could have done it Saturday.
To me, that's why I don't think it's a PR thing. I think they really came to realize that they need him up here, and the longer they have him up here, the better it will be.
But I do think that there must be some that we don't know about yet.
There is probably contractually something that goes deep into the weeds that we don't know about.
Big advancements on this potential extension.
Well, this will be fun to see. And Mitch Keller will be on the mound tomorrow. He got off to a good start in his opener with 6 scoreless innings. So big things are expected from him, too. He's one of the anchors of that pitching staff. He has to have, and he can't, be inconsistent toward the end of the year. They need him, and we talked about innings pitched. He has to be a 200-inning guy. I think he had 175 last year. So, for me, I want to see him go deep into games. I want to see him out there and consistent throughout the course of the year.
One other thing, Bob, people have been asking a lot on the text line and on Twitter, what number is Connor Griffin going to wear? That's still yet to be determined.
What was he wearing down there? Do you know?
I think it was like 75 or something. Or that was his spring training number.
That would be a flex.
He was wearing 1 with AAA Indy.
Okay.
But
well,
1 is retired by the Pirates.
That's right. So how about 75? They don't have a 75. So
he's not going to wear 75.
Like one of these hockey guys who come up and wear number 98 or, whatever it is, because your hero is, whether it's Gretzky or Lemieux, and you wear some number similar.
Should he wear Jung Ho Kang's number, 27?
No.
Jake Mangum's 28. O'Hearn's 29.
He probably has a number that's special to him, and if it's available, he'll take it.
5?
I don't know.
I think Brandon Lau's 5.
Yep.
6? Do you think he goes single digits?
I don't know. I don't know what I don't think it probably matters to him unless he has a number. He just got married. I bet you his wife and him have some sort of magic number together, and if it's available,
magic number. What if he wears 19 for being 19? Colin Moran's
37. Number. We have. There's significance to that number for us. So, there could be something like that determines where it goes.
Would you like to share the significance?
No, not really. But it's a significant number.
Well, I'll ask you.
I'm just saying. People decide numbers for various things. It could be, somebody you idolized growing up that you like the play of that person. You want to get that number, or it could be some, I've seen people in baseball who come up with a number to salute someone who was a teammate and ended up dying in some sort of horrific, crash or something. So there's a lot of things you can do with numbers, and I have no idea what his would be. But he was wearing 1 down there. He can't wear it up here. We'll see what they end up saying. 412-928-9370, number to call here. We have Mark Cabali coming up, and when will he be joining us?
He'll be up next segment.
Next segment. He's just back from the NFL owners' meetings. We'll talk about Kirk Cousins, who signed a $172 million deal today with Vegas. It's not what you think in terms of that total package, but obviously they believe he's going to be some sort of tutor to Fernando Mendoza if they make that pick. So we'll get into that and more coming up. First, I want to tell you that Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net and the text line. Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And again, join the Fan Friday, Federal Street for opening day. Nova Place is the place for your Pirates pregame and parking needs. Park at Nova Place, pregame at Federal Gallery with great Pirate specials there. Every home game this takes place. Hassle-free mobile payment to avoid any lines or delays while exiting the garage. Nova Place. It offers parking for all events. We're talking sporting events, concerts, and more at Nova Place. We will come back with Mark Cabali next right here on the Pomp and Joe Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Well, let's take a look at the NHL standings with the Penguins currently situated in a good spot. Second in the Metro, 75 games down, 7 to go. Islanders a game in hand. They're at 89 points, so the Penguins in a really good position, up by 3, plus a game in hand. Columbus is at 75 games, same amount as the Pens, but they're 4 points back. In the wild card race, Columbus has the final spot. Ottawa 2 points behind them, and Ottawa's played 1 fewer game. Same thing with the Red Wings with 86 points, and the Flyers at 86 points. Now look now, Washington Capitals trying to make a surge. They're at 85. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 21 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The football ramifications of LA Rams star receiver Puka Nacua checking himself into rehab are pretty far-reaching. We know this is an all-in season for the Rams. Maybe Matthew Stafford's last year. Sean McVay has said Devontae Adams was dangled in trade talks, and it's been reported the Rams were in on Eagles receiver A.J. Brown. I expect the Rams to make a trade or take a receiver 13th overall in the draft. I'm Nick Costos.
Shoot your shot on Prize Picks and get $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. That's right, Prize Picks is now giving you $50 bonus credit in lineups when you sign up and play your first $5. Prize Picks makes every dunk, every dime, and every board that much more exciting. So don't miss this chance to get started on America's #1 app for sports picks. Now on Prize Picks, you simply pick 2 to 6 players, pick more or less on their stat projections, and submit your lineup. Prize Picks also has early payouts. If your lineup gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. And with player stacks, you can also pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Download the Prize Picks app today, use the code ROAM, and get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. That's code ROAM on Prize Picks to get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 in lineups just for playing. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Ready to upgrade the windows and doors in your home? Now is your chance to win $5,000 towards your purchase at 84 Lumber's brand new Anderson Windows and Doors showroom in Mount Lebanon. Mark your calendar. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road on April 9th from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. to view Anderson's full product line and enter for your chance to win $5,000 towards your windows and doors. For more information, visit 84lumber.com and follow along on Facebook.
Don't miss the ultimate night paying tribute to your favorite rock bands. That Arena Rock Show returns to Jurgles on April 17th, playing all your favorite hits louder than ever. Kiss, Motley Crue, Van Halen, Queen, and so many more. That Arena Rock Show, Friday, April 17th, with special guest Space Fraley at Jurgles. Get advance tickets now at Jurgles.com, another Drusky Entertainment event.
You could file your taxes on a basic free service, which is fine. But are you okay with fine? Because when it's your money on the line, do you really want to guess if you missed a credit or hope the math is right? Get the confidence of TurboTax for free right on the Intuit Credit Karma app. Free Fed and free state for simple 1040s only. Around 37% of filers qualify. See details at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for EITC, CTC, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. However you plan it, the Home Depot delivers the whole job. From drywall to doors, plumbing to paint, we'll get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car
Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
All right, we're back with more of the Pomp and Joe Show. Bob Pompiani here with Austin Bechtel. Joe Starkey is recovering from a sickness. We wish him well, and hopefully we'll see him soon. But I'm sure he's happy with the news of the day, like most Pirate fans are, that you're going to see Connor Griffin tomorrow on opening day against the Baltimore Orioles. He was called up this morning. No word on a contract, although there are plenty of national reports that seem to believe that he will get some sort of deal soon here. I don't know what soon actually means. But the bottom line is they believe he is their best option, which has been the case all along. I thought he was their best option at the start of the season. But he goes down there and just how many games? 4 or 5 games. He goes 7 for 14. Next thing you know, he's up here. And so he's riding a lot of expectations. People will have big time for him, but he will be the first teenage position player in a game since Juan Soto, since 2018, I think that year was. He's one of those guys who just has what it looks like that it'll be a star in this league. And they can only hope for that. Then you'd have Skeens, you'd have him, and you'd have O'Neal Cruz, who may have one of those breakout seasons. What if all three of those things happen? You know, Austin, you get Cruz breaking out to the tune of, the kind of numbers you want. Connor Griffin proves he can be that guy, play every day at shortstop. And then, of course, you have Paul Skeens anchoring a pitching staff that may be one of the better ones in the game. All of a sudden, the game changes. And in a short series, if it ever comes to that, the Pirates would be a very difficult out.
They would be a very difficult out. And you've added more to your lineup in the form of 3 additions in the offseason. Griffin is basically a de facto addition to your lineup by being called up and can, at least we all believe, immediately contribute to your lineup. And I've liked what we've seen from the pitching so far. Keller had a good first start. Ashcraft is a high upside starter after starting in the bullpen last year when he made his debut. Same thing with Chandler. Skeens, not like there were any. The people that were questioning is Paul Skeens not going to have a good year this year. Just, needed to get their head out of their rear end after that first start. He bounced back with a good performance. I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, Bob. I know this is a celebratory and emotional day, and I'm not going to come out here and say they're going to win 90 games or anything like that. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about my 85 pick.
Yeah, me too. But I felt that even without him here, I just think they have enough going with some of their newcomers and their pitching combined that could have been a thing. So we had this conversation at the beginning of the season about the Milwaukee Brewers. So here they are 5-1 to start the season. I was one of those who thought they'd take a step back this year. The Cardinals are second, which I don't suspect that'll last. And you wonder about J.J. Weatherholt, speaking of contracts, right? They brought him up. He has been terrific in the first 6 games. What about him getting a deal? The man from Mars and West Virginia University.
He's a stud, Bob.
He is. Fast track to where he is.
He's the favorite to win Rookie of the Year. There's a good chance that he will, unless Griffin steals it from him, which is very much possible. So you could have the eyes of the baseball world right on this area. Weatherholt from Mars, Griffin playing in Pittsburgh, as to who will finish maybe top 2 in Rookie of the Year voting. Nolan McLean will have something to say about it, too, the right-handed pitcher for the Mets who pitched the championship game of the World Baseball Classic as well. But, man, pretty good times for Pittsburgh baseball and Pittsburgh athletes that play baseball, whether it's Weatherholt, David Bednar, what he did in the WBC and the success he's had. Mason Miller's the best reliever in the game.
Yeah. That's pretty amazing when you think about it.
Kyler Fetgo, John Fetgo's
his son is
playing.
Legit. Yes.
The PM team talked to him, AAA for I think it's Minnesota.
And I'm surprised he's not up already, to be honest with you. He's that good of a player. Did you see, by the way, Pitt baseball scored 27 runs the other day?
I did not.
In a game against Mercyhurst. Most ever. They got a very good team with some outstanding hitters. So it's good. Baseball is, arrow pointed up right now in terms of local baseball and some of the products it's produced. But the Brewers, here they are, 5 wins, 1 loss at top of the division. But I still don't think they're going to be the team at the end. I think it's still going to be the Cubs based on talent. Everyone else, when do you look at standings and decide, okay, now we know who's separating from whom? To me, it's always been early in July. I want to know by July where you are in the standings and whether or not you have the ability to, finishing the deal.
I start carrying around Memorial Day. Maybe that's a little too early. But once you just about to get into June, that's when some of the teams that had a hot start that aren't for real, like when the Pirates started 20-8, that's when those type of teams come back to the pack. Or number 1 Washington, the year they won the World Series in 2019, was like 14 games under 500 in the beginning of June.
That was remarkable.
Yeah, they ended up making that incredible comeback and riding off of Soto and Scherzer and Strasburg a career year, ended up winning the World Series. Right around that time frame is when I start to look at and start thinking about it. But obviously the trade deadline is the big time. The All-Star break is when you should completely focus attention on, okay, what are the standings?
That's kind of how I do it. Even before a little bit before the All-Star break, and when you see what teams are, they kind of reveal themselves over the first couple of months of the season. Out west, you have the Dodgers doing what they do. They keep winning, and they're going to keep winning no matter what. I wonder if the Pirates would ever employ a deferred payment plan like some of these, like the Dodgers specifically have done with some of their big-time players. Now, many of the owners I've seen have complained that the Dodgers have circumvented rules by doing it. I look at it as, okay, we got away with it. No one's going to tell us we can't do it. We're doing it. We're deferring money. That would be something that the Pirates could do. I don't know how much of it they'd be willing to do, but if you want to do it, it's available to you.
Yeah, that's something that they should at least look into doing. It would probably not be. Here's the thing: the Dodgers TV contract is more than
I'm not talking about
7 different teams
Yamamoto deals or Ohtani. What I'm talking about is even if you have a $100 million deal and you want to defer some, ask the player, could we arrange this for you?
Yeah, you could, like what they did with Reynolds.
When you're out of the game,
defer it.
You can still get some money, as you're done. So that's a vehicle I may look into a little bit more, even if it's not at the big time money, which the Dodgers, that's what they're doing. They're getting all the big names and they're deferring just about all of their contracts so that they can continue to sign bigger and bigger names. They did it with Kyle Tucker too.
All right, here he is.
Mark
Mark is here.
is back.
What's up, Bob?
How are you there, big guy?
In the old waiting room here.
Well, we have
I don't know how I put them there, but
we had the big news of the day with Connor Griffin. Now, first off, does this change your mind about the Pirates? Because you predicted they'd have 72 wins.
No, I'm not changing off of my prediction, but it is definitely exciting to have a guy come up like his talent right now. But Bob, I don't want to be the Debbie Downer.
Here we go. He's already throwing cold water on it.
Just explain. Listen. I've been through this for 40-odd some years, and I've seen a whole heck of a lot of them come through and not live up to the standards. And I bought into every single one of them, and I got scorned on every single one. Every single year they're going to be good. So
but this is you never really had the number one overall prospect twice, and that's what they have here with Skeens and Griffin. That's a whole different dynamic. That's not to say they can have rough patches along. No, but I'm talking about
Pedro Alvarez, Josh Bell, Chad Hermanson.
No. You're mishearing
Sterling
me.
Marte, Gregory Polanco.
Mark, I'm talking about number one overall ranked prospect in all of baseball. Those guys were first-round picks, but they weren't overall number one ranked prospects in all of baseball.
I know. I'm hoping he comes and wins the Rookie of the Year this year. But as I've been saying for a good number of years, Bob, I am expecting the worst, hoping for the best, and I reserve the right to jump on the bandwagon at any single time of the year.
Well, we'll find out. It's going to start tomorrow, and it's great to see. There's a lot of excitement here.
We have a number for Griffin. Kevin Gorman of the Trib putting out there on Twitter that Connor Griffin will wear number 6 for the Pirates. 6.
I wonder what I'd like to know.
Tony Pena.
Yeah, Tony Pena had that. I wonder, and Rennie Stennett.
Starling Marte.
Get rid of it. No, Sterling Marte had a pretty solid career when you look at it. I think he's still playing, right?
He did until he had that 80-game suspension.
80-game suspension, but he's come back from that, and he's still a very good player, I think.
I wouldn't say superstar, but very, very solid career.
All right, you're back from the NFL owners' meetings in Arizona, and I also saw that you made a comment that kind of led to some levity on the Pat McAfee show about McCarthy and Rogers talking more than you and your wife do. Did you sort that out with your wife?
No, she hasn't heard
yet. But you know what? That's called domestic tranquility. Just get out of her hair. You stay out of hers. She stays out of yours. And you.
Thanks for bringing it up, Pomp, because I thought I slid through the old crack in the door there. But I appreciate you bringing it up. So somebody's going to definitely tell her there. We're just trying to make it funny right there, making a point that for a guy that is not on the roster right now, he sure the heck talk to each other, those two, numerous times per week. I'm thinking when he said this, Bob, that we met with him the day before, I'm thinking he has so much to do. I'm like, I said to somebody, I bet you didn't talk to him last night. First thing he said, yeah, I talked to Aaron last night. I'm like, my goodness, I've been out here 3 days and haven't even checked in once yet. So,
well, I mean, talks is one thing. When are we going to find out anything? And do you put any stock into this move by Vegas that they gave Kirk Cousins a $172 million deal, which is essentially a $20 million guaranteed first year? What does that tell you about their plans for Mendoza? For me, it's like, okay, he ain't going to play in the first year. Much like what Atlanta did when they had an opportunity to go with a younger kid, and they didn't. Instead, they put Cousins, and that did not work.
Yeah, that's an interesting signing right there. I guess they're just, they did add a lot in the offseason, Bob, the Raiders. They probably think they can, improve, maybe potentially make a playoff appearance here. So you don't want to push a guy like Mendoza if he's not ready. So, but $20 million for Cousins is a lot of money for a guy that you hope doesn't play, or at least hope he's out of the lineup within the first month. But I guarantee you that the Steelers, that took them maybe not by surprise, but that sure probably perked up their ears, because if something would have fell through with Aaron Rodgers, Kirk Cousins was probably they were probably interested in seeing if he would be willing to come here. Maybe not for $20 million, but now that pretty much leaves it empty. I mean, what do you have? You got Aaron's coming back. You think he is, or they make every indication that he is coming back, and I truly believe it. After that, man, if something does go awry, you're going Will Howard, Mason Rudolph. You don't have any other options.
Mark, the Bengals are signing Kyle Duggar to a one-year contract. How will you remember the Kyle Duggar era?
Oh, definitely the Shedeur Sanders throw. We were just talking about that the other day. I was talking to somebody about that at the owners meeting when I'm like, what does Kuiper have with Shedeur Sanders? Because he went off on him again about how great he was. I said, I never saw a worse throw in my life in Cleveland, and it ended up being a touchdown because Kyle Duggar didn't realize it was so underthrown. So he did what he was able to do last year, helped him out, but I think he got a little exposed a little bit late in the season. So,
what is your best guess here about time frames? So we asked this question. It's almost like nauseating how much we talk about when this is going to happen. I think it has to happen before the draft, but I thought that would be already taken care of by now. So far, it hasn't. When is the time frame?
The way I look at it, Bob, doesn't matter if me, you, and Austin and the fan base know, as long as they know.
Well, right, because their business at the draft will change.
And I think they do know. That's the whole point of the issue. We're sitting here going crazy over this. I can't believe he's doing this when they're, 99.99% sure they know which route this is going down here. Sure, we would like to have clarity on the situation, and I don't know why he doesn't come out and just say, this is what I'm doing. If it has anything to do with OTAs, I don't know. If it has it doesn't have, I don't think it has anything to do with money at all. That $30 million, what I was told was not even discussed. So I don't think it's money related whatsoever. Maybe he's just trolling everybody. I don't know. He works to the beat of his own drum here. But like I said, if they are well aware that he's coming back, and you don't talk to players or a head coach 2 or 3 times a week, you don't talk to assistant coaches and players if you're not coming back. And I think they do know. It's just a matter of making it official.
So now I heard Mike McCarthy talk about wide receivers and how he likes big, tall wide receivers. He has a couple of here, obviously with Metcalf and now Pittman. He's a big dude as well. And Freiermuth, if you include him in there, he's tall. Washington's tall. What does that mean for Roman Wilson? Have you got any kind of indication? I'm sure he said the right thing about Roman Wilson.
Yeah.
But will he get a chance to play now that Calvin Austin III has moved on?
Right now, as we speak, they have to because they don't have anybody else, unless you're going with Skoranek right now, because that wide receiver room's pretty light. If you look at any of the free agents, there's nobody that's going to wow you out there that's still left out there that you can think that comes in. So he's going to get every chance in the world, which leads me to believe that they're going to take multiple wide receivers. Probably, I still lean towards a wide receiver in the first round, just because every other position they've pretty much addressed, where they don't have to force a guy into that spot. They still don't have a 3 or a 4 wide receiver spot, so they need to find that. As for Roman Wilson, very, very talented guy. He just hasn't lived up to the hype quite yet. McCarthy says he's wiping the slate clean with him. Let's see what he can do when, basically when I'm the coach right there. But, I don't know how much Aaron Rodgers I hate to say I like the way he played last year. And I'm pretty sure that was one of the reasons why MVS was on the field late in the season and not Roman Wilson. But yeah, right now you have no other option. It has to be Roman Wilson. You hope he takes that step to being a guy that can actually make some plays.
Yeah, I mean, they need somebody to contribute. That leads me to think that they're still prioritizing wide receiver in this draft.
I think so.
Even though I think there is a need for the left side of that offensive line, they have to figure out something there. But
at least they got somebody there, right?
They do.
They got Brock Hoffman. They got Spencer Anderson.
I get all that, but you also need more depth just in case.
Yeah, I mean, I think they got better news than they were expecting with Broderick Jones. They like the way he's progressing. I think they just have to hope he gets some strength back in his arms and power that was lost by his neck injury. That's the only thing. I think that's the only hurdle that they still have to left. But I think they feel pretty good that he's going to be ready too. And he played decent last year, above average. So they at least have depth on that side. It might not be great. That left side might not be great, but it's suitable right now.
Yeah. What other things struck you about McCarthy in his session with the media down there? You had a couple of times to talk to him.
Oh, he's great. I mean,
I think he is too, and I think he's pretty much.
He is what he is.
He's a Pittsburgh guy. He knows what he likes. I think I like his energy from the
He's
offensive
going to tell you how it is, Bob. He's not playing any games. If he tells you one thing, that's what's going to happen. I wouldn't misconstrue that with being an easy coach. You know what I'm saying? I've heard stories where told some players stuff that they didn't want to hear. So he's still a tough coach that's not going to let people walk over him, even though he seems like that nice, lovable guy that you can get along with. I mean, I think he's a very smart offensive mind. I think you look at it, I think he does get somewhat of a bad rap when it comes to coaching because he is John Harbaugh. I mean, those guys have the same exact resume. Harbaugh's considered like, a Hall of Fame coach, and McCarthy just seems like people view him as a failure. And I don't think that's quite fair right now. So he is what he is. I mean, look what he was able to do, Bob. When he got hired, I would say definitely the majority was not for this hire. Didn't like him, retread, Pittsburgh guy. He got in front of the crowd, opening press conference. He made his heartfelt feelings known, and people turned. People realized, hey, this guy he's legit. So I'm curious to see. I mean, this whole process, Bob, this whole inside that building has a new feel to it. And I wasn't a big fan of, say, something Mike Tomlin being stale, but now I know what that means because it does feel a little bit refreshing than what we've seen over the past 10 years.
How serious is his admiration for Will Howard? We've heard it from a lot of people, but he never really has seen him or worked with him as people in the past have in this organization. Yeah. So how break that down for me? What do you think that means?
He loves him. I mean, he absolutely loves him. That is no smokescreen. Trust me, the whole staff loves him, what they were able to see from him. A lot of it is based off of what he did in college and how he was able to take that Ohio State team on their back and be able to win the championship. I mean, even in his days back at Kansas State, they looked at some stuff that you're not going to glean anything from last year hardly at all. He practiced 8-10 times in preseason. I mean, in training camp, and barely did anything second half of the season when they did activate him. But he has all those intangibles that McCarthy likes in quarterbacks, that he now thinks he is that quarterback whisperer, that he sees something in him that he can then turn into a solid football player. So that's not fake. There's 100% belief in Will Howard from Mike McCarthy and that offensive staff.
So to wrap this up, if Aaron Rodgers somehow, some way decides he's not going to go through with this, then you have Howard, you have Mason Rudolph. Then what happens in the draft, in your opinion? I mean, obviously, I don't think they're going to take anyone in the first round. I don't expect Simpson to be that guy, just because I don't think he's had enough time to prove it, unlike Will Howard, although there's a big discrepancy on where people are planting him now versus where Howard was. What do you think they would do? What would be their approach?
They would probably try to find a veteran quarterback in free agency first off. I don't know who's out there. I don't know if it's Jacoby Brissett. I mean, I'm not interested in that myself, but maybe they are. I would imagine that they would definitely look at a quarterback, not anything in the first day, maybe late second day. And a limit, say it with me. What quarterback's out there that they should draft?
Drew Aller.
What did McCarthy say the other day? He likes quarterbacks with long arms and big hands.
And you know who has long arms and big hands? Drew Aller does.
There you go. I mean, I wouldn't be against that, even if they don't. Even if Rodgers does come back, I mean, I'm looking at maybe they can keep 4 quarterbacks. Not too many people do that, of course, but to be able to grab a guy like Aller or Carson Beck, that's the 2 guys would jump out to me right now, and just stash him somehow and have them ready to go for next year. But right now, if Aaron Rodgers doesn't come back, Bob, I think they're just going to present it as a battle for Howard and Rudolph for the starting position, with a little bit of an edge towards Howard. He would have to fail for them to give it to Mason. So that's the way I would look at it.
And you get a head start on moving forward after Rodgers, even if it's now or next year. You know, whatever happens, I still believe at some point they're going to have to see Howard play to make sure that he is what they think he is. You can only look at what happens in practice and film room and all that stuff. You got to see him on the field.
If you see him during training camp in the preseason and realize he's overwhelmed, then you're going to have to, definitely go with a guy like Mason then. That's the way I think they would have to look at it. He would have to definitely prove something to him. They're not just going to throw him in there and say, well, you did well against Notre Dame in the college football playoffs.
Yeah, very interesting. Mark, thank you for coming on. I hope you're doing well. I saw the boot was back, too. Did I see that correctly?
Yeah. Hey, Bob, remember the date, baby. April 1st. Oh,
what happened?
Did you get fooled? It was a joke.
That wasn't your thing?
April Fools, baby.
All right. We're not allowed to do much with April Fools anymore.
April Fools is the stupidest made-up holiday creation ever invented.
Yeah.
What's the point of April Fools?
Well, we have it every day on AI. You don't know what to believe, what not to believe, right?
Especially with throwing it out there on social media. Why do April Fools?
You know what? I rode in one of those self-driving cars in Phoenix.
Waymos.
I got in there and they pulled a April Fool's joke on me. They're like, you got to hum for 5 seconds so I can calibrate my speakers.
I'm you serious?
And then they're like, April Fools. I'm like, you piece of
What did you
garbage.
think about that?
Insane.
What did you think about that general experience?
I was very against it.
So you were nervous?
Then I did it, and it was great.
Well, how far did you go, and what did they have to parallel park at all, or did anyone speed alongside to force them to become?
Trust me, Bob. Much better drivers than Pittsburgh drivers.
I would agree with that.
But you can't. There's no way you could do it in Pittsburgh. Can you imagine merging on like the Fort Pitt tunnels and going from one lane to the other on that sucker? It was actually a wonder. I went from Biltmore to the airport was like 25 minutes. I was relaxed, nobody in there. It was great.
Yeah, you don't have to have a fake conversation or anything.
I was against it, but once I used it, I'm like, this ain't bad at all.
Oh, that's interesting. Sooner or later, we're all going to be in that George Jetson category where that's going to become part of what we do, and it's already here in some places. Mark, thanks very much. We'll talk to you again.
Robert, let's go Bucks.
He's adjusting his 72 win total. I know it.
Yeah,
he's going to change it.
73.
All right, Mark, thanks very much.
Right,
Mark Cabali from the Pat McAfee Show, our special guest. When we come up, Jeff Hathorn is going to be here. We'll talk all things Connor Griffin. In case you missed this for some reason, he was recalled by the Pirates today. No long-term extension, but they are working toward that goal. He will be in the lineup tomorrow, you would think, on the opener as the Pirates host Baltimore. Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. These are the updated ticket drops for the night before, featuring Jason Aldean with John Morgan, Shane Profit at Rivers Casino. This is April 22nd, the night before the first round of the NFL Draft. April 2nd from 6 to 7, Sensi's Pizzeria and Bar on Fairport Lane in Cranberry. You can pick it up there. April 6th, 5 to 6, King's Jewelry, also in Cranberry Township. April 7th, 5 to 6, at Lowry's Western Shop, Henderson Avenue in Washington, PA. And then April 8th from 11:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. This is in Wexford, the AAA there at Perry Highway Unit 12. So those are the places that you can get the updated ticket drops for the night before, featuring Jason Aldean. As far as the weather today, 78 your high, 51 your low. Hopefully no rain for the rest of this day, and hopefully no rain tomorrow, because there is a Pirate opener at 412. Fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking for retirement soon? Well, let Secure Money Advisors get that retirement on track. We'll be back with the final hour. Jeff Hathorn will join us on the Pomp and Joe Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Still no updates on what's going on with Aaron Rodgers after the NFL meetings earlier this week in Phoenix. Mike McCarthy saying that him and Aaron Rodgers talk frequently, and they talked before McCarthy met with the media earlier this week as well, but still no indication, as Kirk Cousins is signed with the Las Vegas Raiders. He's off the market for the Steelers as a potential option. It looks like it's only Rodgers or who's left on the roster or a draft pick. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Mr. Water Heater, 2 Men in a Junk Truck, Tri-State Office Equipment, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Joe Ball GMC. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Doran, I watched a 10-minute video on how to install something at home. Took me 4 hours.
And at least 2 trips to the hardware store, right?
Minimum.
That's why Guardian Protection is offering free professional installation with the new security system.
So no guessing, no rewatching the same video 5 times, just experts who set it up right.
And it's protecting your home from day one intrusion, fire, cameras, all of it.
Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today.
Terms and conditions apply.
LGKG, your home team. Western PA injury attorneys, born and raised in business over 90 years. Hi, I'm Dan Zangrilli with Larry Kelly and Joe George. So what exactly is the home team advantage, Larry?
You got to know Western Pennsylvania people. You have to know what makes them tick. I like to believe we have credibility with the judges. I've been doing this 40 years. Joe's been doing this 25, 30 years. And you got to earn your bones. It doesn't happen overnight. We have the benefit of our past reputation, our past credibility with the court staff, and the people of Western Pennsylvania.
Let's be honest. There's a lot of other firms. This is not where they lay their head at night. So how could they be as effective in a place that they otherwise don't know?
When you have that reputation, as we do, in this area, in Western Pennsylvania, that's a competitive advantage. To have that advantage on your side, it's huge. And being from Western PA, knowing the players in Western PA, believe me, it is an advantage to having folks that are right here in Western PA.
Accidents MedMal Workers Comp is at lgkg.com today.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Spring is a great time to open your windows. And wait, your windows won't open? They leak? Are cracked? They need repainting again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book your consultation today.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
Rally House, shop every team in town, college and pro. Come on, it's time to go.
The season starts at Rally House. From jerseys and hats to tumblers for game day, it's where outrageous selection meets every fan's style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House, it's your city, it's your house, it's the Rally House.
Level up your fandom in-store or online at rallyhouse.com.
When it comes to protecting what matters most, you deserve more than just a policy. Root for Your Insurance is a family-owned agency that takes the time to understand your unique needs, whether you're protecting your home, business, employees, or the people you love. They don't just sell insurance and disappear. They explain your coverage, offer guidance, and help you make confident, informed decisions. Root for Your Insurance. Insurance services that go above and beyond. Visit rootforyour.com today and experience the difference a trusted partner can make.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hey, Penguins fans, turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 hockey bet. You'll get $150 in bonus bets in addition to your winnings if your first bet lights the lamp. Steel City fans know greatness when they see it. It's right here on the ice and in the app. With BetMGM, every game's a power play at your fingertips. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Don't sit on the bench for this one. Jump on the ice and take your shot today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
KBKA FM.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Connor Griffin will make his major league debut tomorrow at PNC Park as the Pirates will play the Baltimore Orioles in the home opener at PNC Park. It's a 4-1-2 first pitch, 4:12. Listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. Pre-game coverage will begin right around 3. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports. Back to Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey, the Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back, everyone. Bob Pompiani without Joe Starkey today, although he's here in spirit. You can see his face on the YouTube page or on X because we put this stuff out there for you to participate if you'd like to do it.
Thank you, a limitless wonder.
You're welcome. He lives in our heads, doesn't he?
He does every day.
Yeah, well, hopefully he'll be back. I don't think he'll be back tomorrow, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Monday. All right, 412-928-9370, number to call if you'd like to give us your opinions about what's going on here with Connor Griffin being recalled. That's the big news of the day. An interesting NFL news was that Kirk Cousins got another big deal. It's amazing, and I know that he's not going to get all this, but it's a 5-year, $172 million deal from the Vegas Raiders, which essentially, when you break it down, means he'll get $20 million guaranteed for this year. That dude has more guaranteed years than anybody. He just keeps on keeping on making money. I've never seen. I give him a lot of credit for how he's been able to somehow get the league and specific teams to believe, even at his age now, that he could be of help to the tune of that big of a number.
The fact that it's a 5-year deal is absolutely insane. It's basically a 1-year contract.
Right. It's spread
but still,
out.
Why is there even language that makes it a 5-year contract?
I have no idea.
He has the best agent of anyone in all of sports.
Yeah, and he gets it no matter what, and that even means that Atlanta is going to pay him like $8 million of that $20 million.
Yeah,
for not playing for them. Well, you see a lot of that going on too. I don't know what that means for Mendoza. If he's the number 1 overall pick, I automatically assumed he'd play.
And Atlanta's paying just a short salary because Tua's getting paid $50 million from the Dolphins.
Isn't that funny how this is working? So teams
just recycling quarterbacks.
It's recycling quarterbacks, but they're all being paid by other teams. It just and you know, you look at the Browns, what they've been doing, paying different people off, same thing. I wonder who will emerge as their quarterback. If you look at the betting odds right now, Deshaun Watson has some pretty good odds.
The owner wants it to be Deshaun Watson. The owner at the owners' meetings was still saying how, Deshaun Watson, he's gone through some tough times, but he's going to get an opportunity this year. He is just trying to make up for that failed investment in Deshaun Watson and hope that he works out and hope that it makes sense.
Right, I get that. But at some point, they, like the Steelers, have got to settle on somebody, and they haven't been able to do it. Nobody's been worse in trying to figure out a quarterback than the Cleveland Browns over the years. That's why they have those shirts. But, the Steelers don't want to let this get too far down the road. I'm trying to look at where's Cleveland pick in the first round? Do you know what pick they have?
Yeah, they have multiple picks.
Yeah, but the first one's up in the top 5, I believe.
Isn't it crazy that Cleveland has a draft pick in the top 5 almost every single year? They pick 6th.
Well, so do the Jets and the Giants all the time. That goes to show you that just because you're one of the worst teams, you can misallocate who you're doing. And Cleveland will be on the board early.
Yeah, 6.
I don't think they're going to take a quarterback because if so, it's going to have to be, Simpson. But I don't think they do that.
Could they take Simpson at 24 because they have Jacksonville's pick?
They could do that.
That's right in the range that Jackson Dart went.
But that would also mean the Steelers would pass on it. And I think the Steelers thing is still.
They should.
Right. But if the Rodgers thing is, and again, I agree with Mark, they probably know. They haven't announced anything, but they should know. They have to know before they get into this draft. Because the last thing you want to do is pass on someone who could help you because you're under the influence of belief that, Aaron Rodgers is coming back. But anyway, that's still a couple of weeks away. I know people are getting excited for this. We're going to get people from all over. The one thing about Pittsburgh that made it an attractive place for the NFL is that you have people drive in from about 11 different locations who have, hotbed following. And those people will be here. They're going to cash in. The city's going to make a ton of money. So it will be a win-win The only thing you have to worry about is Mother Nature.
There will be a ton of Myles Garrett jerseys roaming around the North Shore. There will be a lot of Terrell Suggs and Ray Lewis. People
Baltimore
from Cleveland and
will be
Baltimore.
here in amazing amounts, I would imagine.
Joe Burrow jerseys, Vontez Burfict jerseys, maybe Vontez Burfict wearing a helmet jerseys, maybe TJ Husmann-Jada jerseys wearing cleats and wiping the terrible towel on cleats.
Maybe Vontez Burfict being stared down by Juju Smith-Schuster, who's laid him out on a nice block.
Well, Detroit people probably won't be here because they just had the draft, but you're 4 hours from Buffalo. You're close to D.C.
All of these teams, right. New York teams can drive here.
Yep.
Anyone from the West can drive here. It's not too far away.
Indy can drive if they wanted to.
Yeah, Detroit, Indy, any of those, Cincinnati, certainly. You go down South Tennessee. If you're a Titans fan, you can drive up. It's not that big of a deal.
You know how there's a group of people, Bob, that have attended every single NFL, that have attended every single Super Bowl, Pro Football Championship, Super Bowl, whatever you want to dub it from, like the first Super Bowl.
Yeah.
There's like 3 people that have gone to every single one. Do you think there's a group of people that go to every single NFL draft location that started a new tradition?
Probably. I bet you some people would do that.
Those people will be here.
Yeah.
It's like the Washington State old crimson flag that flies at college game day every
I wonder
every
if
week.
Marlins man who goes to every big-time baseball event will turn into a football fan and come here.
Oh, I'm
'Cause
glad you brought up Marlins man, Bob.
He's been here for Pirates quite a bit.
I'm glad you brought up Marlins man because last night I fell down a rabbit hole of Pittsburgh sports highlights in the 21st century, and I saw Gregory Polanco's walk-off hit 2015 to beat the Cardinals. And they were 2 out at the All-Star break, that infamous Greg Brown call. And I'm watching the game, and what do you know? I see Marlins man. Who is sitting right in front of Marlins man, front row right behind the plate? Bob Pompiani.
That's right. He's my man. He comes in
Wow.
every now and then. I text him. He's had some health issues, but...
You text Marlins man.
Oh, yeah, all the time. So that's why I hope he gets in here. I'd love to see him here. I don't think he's been to drafts before, but I think he tried to expand his role in what he covers and or be in person trying to attend. So I think you might see him here.
Bob, you're wearing a great gray polo here with some dress pants. Lisa is right next to you wearing a short sleeve hoodie. You're clapping your hands in excitement, and then as soon as Gregory Polanco hits the ball on the right, an emphatic Bob Pompiani looks up, puts a smile on his face, and puts his hands in the air in excitement.
Sounds like a song. Put your hands in the air. And we're going to do that right now because Jeff Hathorn, the sports director, has made his way into the studio. And you, like me, probably got stuck in a little bit of traffic. I had some things happen on the way here that you'd never really anticipate. And I saw this morning there was a truck that was trying to get into the Fort Pitt tunnels and didn't make it. And so they had to shut down the inbound lane to the Fort Pitt tunnels.
Yeah, the tunnel monster.
That didn't happen to you, did it?
Tunnel monster actually got him. The tunnel monster that everybody thinks is going to get everybody, why we all slow down.
Every time I see it, I think the same thing. But how can you drive that vehicle if you haven't had the clearance?
You're
responsible.
not paying attention.
Well, whatever the case may be.
This stuff better not happen in a couple of weeks.
Can you imagine
No.
if that happens? No, it won't happen.
No.
They'll figure that out. Jeff, good to see you. We have a lot to talk about. First, your thoughts about Connor Griffin. Getting a call up so quickly. It didn't happen at the beginning of the season, so I think a lot of people were led to believe it may not happen until who knows when in May, but it happened. Your thoughts?
Tells me we'll be talking about a contract tomorrow.
Yes.
That's what it tells me.
Probably.
That contract is done but signed, not signed, but for the call up to happen, I think the contract is a marriage that comes together. And
so you think tomorrow there'll be a press conference because everyone's going to want to talk to him, and at that press conference he's going to do the signing, the obligatory signing. What do you think it would say on the contract? How many years and how much money?
I think 8 years seems to be the
that's the trend with the elite guys.
Man, I mean, I've seen so many different numbers. I mean, Roman Anthony was what, 130?
Yep. Emerson was
less.
Yeah, it was 95, but he's not as highly touted as Roman Anthony or Connor Griffin.
Well, the thing with Emerson though is at least Emerson hasn't played in the majors yet either.
Right.
So you're taking a little bit of a gamble, but he hasn't put up the numbers that Connor put up last year in his 1 year, and he hasn't thought of as the same type of can't miss type guy. So maybe 135, somewhere in that.
There's risk
again, I've got to
involved.
think that Roman Anthony, he's not going to get less than Roman Anthony, even though Anthony at least had a couple of months in the majors before he signed his deal.
Yeah, so I think, there's risk. There's risk mostly from the Pirates. If it doesn't work out, you're on the hook, fine. But that's the risk you got to take when you play high-stakes poker in this game. The risk for Connor Griffin is he exceeds the contract. And all of a sudden, within 3 years, he's an MVP candidate in the league, and he's being paid not anywhere near that. Do you think there could be some outs along the way? Because I've noticed this in the Roman Anthony one. There's a part in there where he can opt out.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I would say this. So his dad's a college softball coach, which means, A, that it's not like their family is loaded because you're not making a ton of money coaching softball in college. B, that he knows what Connor has, but he's also probably had players, even at the softball level, that were can't miss, were going to lead the team and then suffered an injury. So he's seen that side of it. I'm talking about the dad. So does that allow this to be, listen, take that money, because if it's 8 years, you're going to be 28. You're still going to be in your prime. So another contract is right there for you. I mean, in the big earning time, even if you agree to an 8-year deal. And the other part would be, maybe even by year 7, if the Pirates have fallen off, you might be with somebody anyway.
Yeah, I think all of it plays in. You secure that kind of guaranteed money, you're set. You don't have to worry. And in his case, I don't think it'll affect anything about his thing. If you're a guy up there in age and you get a long-term contract, to me, there's always a fear that, if you don't play well, you still got the money and you're not going to get another contract anyway. He knows that he wants to play and establish himself, so he has everything going motivationally. Where do you think he should bat ultimately? Austin and I had this debate earlier. Down the road, or even tomorrow, I think leadoff is a natural position for him. He combines strength and power. We've seen recent trends where guys like that who hit home runs in the leadoff spot also can run. Where would you put him?
I think eventually leadoff. I don't know what that does for Cruz. And I know, and Austin, you've seen this too. I mean, you see metrics about guys that could bat 7th, even though they bring that kind of, because they get on base, you move guys over, like you opportunity to get back to the top of the lineup. I think early you're going to see him bat there, but ultimately with his ability to steal bases, I mean.
Oh, there's no question.
Yeah.
The thought process for me, Jeff, sorry to cut you off there, Bob, was that, they've gotten very little out of the bottom third of their order. Now, if you bat Griffin 6th, or maybe it's 5th, that moves Horwitz further down. That might even would move O'Hearn down if you put Griffin right ahead of him. So I think that it would just then take Triolo out of the lineup. So it helps you in a multitude of respects to make your lineup more lethal every inning instead of every. Yeah, other than like one inning where obviously it's like Henry Davis who's still struggling, Nick Gonzalez who's hit well, and Horwitz who's not hitting great at the moment. If you get my drift there.
Yeah, I do, but I want to get him as many at bats as I can get to take advantage of his speed. That would be my number one thing.
I'm okay at first if. All right, let's take some pressure off the kid.
Yeah, but he's faced pressure his whole life.
I know,
he's
but
under pressure cooker.
I mean, I'm not going to come up and have him bat first or second.
Maybe not, but eventually.
Oh, eventually, yes. I mean, he has to be a guy who gets maximum at bats. Absolutely.
All right, so if I don't know what your prediction was for wins, I thought 85, knowing that Connor Griffin would be part of that eventually. I didn't think it'd be this quickly, but what was yours, and would you adjust it at all knowing that he's here now?
Yeah, mine was 85, and I think I counted into that he would be a part of this. So mine doesn't change. If I see a third baseman added, maybe a veteran pitcher just for depth, that number might go up. But as of right now, I'm not going to change my number.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. And if they get to there, they're going to be right in a position to be in a playoff situation. I hope that's the case. Meanwhile, the Penguins are also in that, and Josh Yohe just tweeted out that it's going to be Stuart Skinner again. So that, to me, now, they've done this before last week, back-to-back.
Right.
He played the other day, played very well. He's going back in there tonight. So they've made up their mind that he's their guy for the postseason. Right, Call?
I don't think that's in stone, the postseason.
Right.
Because there's 2 weekends of back-to-back games. if Sheloffs plays out of his mind and Skinner struggles, either in the back-to-back this weekend or against Washington, I think that could change going into the playoffs. But I think as of right now, they've settled into Skinner. They like the way he's playing. Guys like playing for or around him, with him. He's got an infectious personality. That doesn't have to be, the end-all, be-all, but I do think Skinner has separated himself. Plus, the other thing with Skinner that you don't know is Sheloffs, even though he didn't always have the best games in the playoffs, he's played in those games.
Right.
He's played in elimination games. He knows what that pressure is like.
Absolutely. I think that's the one thing that I would bank on. He's been the guy to do that. He's also at the end of a contract, which means he's, for him to get the kind of money or whatever, he's going to have to. And if he does do well in the postseason, he's a reason why they get far. Man, all of a sudden his money opportunity gets higher.
And he's got a 1 and a 3-year-old. Not that you're hurting for money for what he's making right now. And I think he probably understands where the Penguins are at prospect-wise, of like, this is a great run. This is probably going to be my run in Pittsburgh. I'm probably going to end up going somewhere else because they're going to call up at least one of those kids next year. And I don't know if he wants to be, if he's just okay being, not a career backup, but a guy that could settle into just being a backup.
Right. No, I think it's going to be interesting to see. I would say right now that the Penguins are in the driver's seat. There's still a way to go. Tonight's going to be a tough one. Tampa Bay is a team I don't think they necessarily match up well against. They have a goaltending advantage there based on what Vasilevsky gives them, and they're still in a battle. They're 2 points behind Buffalo, with Montreal bringing out, right up behind them, looking to overtake them. They could end up in third in that division.
How about, this is a cool matchup tonight. The old 59 and the new 59.
Yeah.
Because there are times when I watch that number, and for a second, even though he's bigger, it's like he's got the speed and playmaking ability Chinakhov does of what Gensel brought on that. And I know he's been with Malkin, but we saw him a little bit with Crosby. I think that could work there, too. We'll see how those lines play out. And I think
Rust
there is a desire.
Tonight, so therefore the first line, as we know it, is together.
So there you go.
Chinakhov's back with Malkin, which I like that. And I think we were talking earlier, if Chinakhov will be back, he's restricted, but they're going to make him back. Makes no sense not to. What does this do for Malkin's, status here? Because I think they would want him back, but especially with a guy like Chinakhov, he has this tremendous chemistry. As soon as they game here, you saw that. So I think that works to the Malkin's advantage.
I don't think it's a slam dunk that Malkin's back.
You don't?
I don't.
He said he wanted to be 1 or 2 years.
I don't know that it's his call.
Okay, what would make you believe that?
There are times when you watch him play, there is frustration with the way Evgeny Malkin plays the game.
But that's always been the case.
I know, but these aren't the guys that drafted him. It's a different group that's in there now that may not have the same attachment to Evgeny Malkin as previous groups have had.
Do you think Sidney Crosby or Chris Letang will have a say in this? Because they've been together for a long time.
I know Sid did last time.
Yeah.
Sid had a conversation last time about keeping him. Here's the thing that I think works in Malkin's benefit. The deal isn't official yet. And if you're looking, I still think people come to the arena to watch Evgeny Malkin.
I do too.
So the fact
there are
that
a number of people out there who love watching him.
But I think we're looking at a contract that's $3.5, $4 million.
Oh, so you think a big pay cut?
Oh yeah, he's not getting anything above that. I don't believe. Even though they have the cap room.
And he said he'd like to return, so they know that.
And that could be their way of like, hey, $4 million. Right. You want to go try to find it somewhere else at 40 years old, go for it.
And I also think having Chinakhov, he likes playing with him, and I think that may be a driving force in him returning also at their terms. And you're right, that could very well be the case there. We will see on that. Fan trading cards. Jeff, you have a very handsome shot of your trading card at the Card Castle.
Do I?
Yeah, I think so. Did we see one?
No, Jeff doesn't have a card.
Why not?
He should, but he doesn't.
Look at the resume on the back.
Look at this face right here. Those on YouTube understand why I do not have one.
We've had a lot of talk about me not having a card, Jeff. Jeff, you should have a card 1,000 times over me having one. I think it's insane that you don't have
We're
one.
going to have to call the general. Anyway, those trading cards are brought to you by Baseball Card Castle. Go to your destination for sports cards, collectibles, and memorabilia. These cards do have pictures and stats of fan hosts. Jeff needs to have one, General, if you're listening, and you can pick them up at Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry or anytime we're out in the community. The Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Time right now is 1:23:28. It's time to step up to the plate and call Buell Insurance at 724-443-5610. And before we go to the break, I want to tell you, too, about West Shore Home. These are offers that you're not going to get all the time. It's a great offer for you if you're looking to upgrade your bathroom. Spring into savings promotion. You get free installation on your bathroom remodel. You will save an extra $500 just for being a fan of the program when you schedule that free home consultation at westshorehome.com/fan. I've told you before, I'll tell you again, West Shore Home makes bathroom remodeling fast and easy from your free consultation to the professional installation that's completed by their teams of highly trained employee installers. That's right. They are their installers. No subcontractors here. So that means they got you from start to finish. And if you've always thought that tile is the only way to get a truly luxurious bathroom, well, you can think again. West Shore Home will change your mind. Their modern composite wall system gives you that high-end tile look, but without the grout, without the cracking, without the maintenance headaches that come along with. So it's available in 6 distinct colors. They have a UV protective finish that keeps things looking sharp for years to come. This is affordable luxury, and it's available to you. Don't wait. Visit westshorehome.com/fan. Schedule your free consultation. Lock in those savings today. See the website for details.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Penguins tonight will play against the Tampa Bay Lightning at 7 o'clock. Stuart Skinner will get the start in net as the Penguins are currently second place Metro standings, 92 points. Islanders at 89. Columbus is at 88, and the Penguins are up a game on the Islanders. Islanders have played one additional, I should say. Columbus and the Penguins have both played 75. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Is Kirk Cousins a Las Vegas Raider? Well, it was announced this morning that the Raiders are reportedly signing the 37-year-old quarterback in free agency. Cousins, who was most recently with the Atlanta Falcons, would ultimately be the veteran mentor Fernando Mendoza needs when the Raiders choose to draft him, of course. This is a smart move by Vegas, and it is the right move. I'm Addie Bates.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi to announce Pittsburgh's #1 draft pick, Mike's Beer Bar. With 80 taps dedicated to local beers, you're sure to find a winner from their draft beer options. Mike's has over 500 beers and the best craft beer selection around with food that over-delivers. Their steakhouse quality burgers, famous Yinzer wrap, and signature steak on a stone are just a few of their tasty food options. So, make Mike's your #1 draft pick. Get a great meal and watch all your favorite sports action this spring. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
Ready to upgrade the windows and doors in your home? Now is your chance to win $5,000 towards your purchase at 84 Lumber's brand new Anderson Windows and Doors showroom in Mount Lebanon. Mark your calendar. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road on April 9th from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. to view Anderson's full product line and enter for your chance to win $5,000 towards your windows and doors. For more information, visit 84lumber.com and follow along on Facebook.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
If you're in the car driving around, if you've not been paying attention, the breaking news of the day was that Connor Griffin has been recalled by the Pirates. He will be there tomorrow for the opener against the Baltimore Orioles. And, of course, we have you covered both here on 93.7 The Fan all day, KDK TV all day, all the things going on in that game. There'll be a lot of excitement, and we'll see what happens in the first home game of the year. And you know, Jeff, I said about the Pirates earlier, if they can somehow figure out a way, 3-3 on the road doesn't sound like much. It's 500, but it's much better than what their last year record was on the road. If they can somehow reduce the amount of losses on the road and just get it back to close to 500, it doesn't have to be over 500. Boy, that would make a huge difference in everything they do.
Yes. The thing for me is I want this to be a home field advantage again.
Yeah.
Not just on Skeens days, but on a majority of days. Like, just hear this place going again. But you're right, and I think what helps you most on the road, what's the constant? Pitching.
Right.
So they have the pitching, I think, to keep themselves competitive. And I think last year the issue is who is going to have the big hit. Well, that was a problem for a couple of games in that first series. But in that second series, we saw some of the guys that have been with the team step up. It wasn't just the new guys that were making impacts in the lineup.
Yeah, looking at what we've seen so far, Ryan O'Hearn, has been good. Lau's been good. You get the big home run, boy, it makes a difference. They're now leading the majors in home runs with 10, at least 2 3-run home runs. When you can get one swing and just change the direction of a game, that's something they've been missing, and now they seem to have it. I'm just curious, just your thoughts overall about who slots in where, because I told Austin earlier, I think in the best lineup, you want to have a repeat lineup. You want to have guys are going to be in the third hole, the fourth hole. Ozuna hasn't done all that much. Again, it's 6 games. But down the road, if this struggles, are you going to keep batting him cleanup? Because I wouldn't.
I mean, how much length has he earned as far as, how much rope do you give him before you move him out of that spot? Because he's been very productive in that spot.
Everywhere, but we haven't seen it here, though.
Right. No. But it's 6 games.
Right.
So I'm not freaking out about him yet. But I do think this. I mean, they have options at designated hitter. Like, before they signed Ozuna, like, you were looking at O'Hearn to be the DH. You can run Brian Reynolds at DH for a few games. You could even put Cruz at DH and have Mangum out in center field. I don't know if that's the worst option. Not that I had any problem with the signing of Ozuna, but if he does struggle, I mean, you've got options of, not that you're going to send him down, but you could give him some maybe more days off than you would, let him work on some things. But I think as of right now, he's your guy that you put in there pretty much every day and allow him to work through this until he proves that maybe the fall off a little bit last year with his numbers is more representative of where he is as a player.
Yeah, well, they said it was hip related, and he seemed to be overcoming that. So, yeah, I'm not doing it now. But if it continues and you have lively hitters in your lineup, I don't know if I would be against moving things around. Having said that, I want 1, 2, 3, 4 to be pretty much the same every day if I can get it. I've always looked at the Atlanta Braves, because their lineup remains the same, good, bad, or indifferent, and they seem to overcome it and win largely. Last year, not so much. But they have guys slotted in, and talking to players, they kind of like that, where they know they're going to hit.
And I don't think that's a Shelton or a Kelly problem. I think it was a roster problem.
Right.
More so of like,
And
hey,
they're
we're trying to
search.
Exactly. But I do think that they're going to have guys that are going to slot into spots, and then you'll have like yesterday's lineup where you've got guys that come in and play reserve roles. And man, if they can have Sunday lineups that are productive, to give some of those guys a day off like they had yesterday, how huge. And guys, I want to ask you both this. The Cruz homers were great and big for him. I thought, even though the game was pretty much decided, that blast from Reynolds, given how he started slowly, could be really big for him. I mean, to see that type of hit, he posed for a little bit at the plate. Give him a little bit of his swagger back, because when he's hitting and you add it to what you already have, then their lineup becomes even better.
Yeah, that ball was mashed.
I mean, his numbers all at the end of the year seem to be the same, but he goes through all these peaks and valleys, and you'd like to try to shorten the valleys and get him to be even better than he's been.
Wasn't it, Jeff, the year that they went 20-8 where he had like 5 home runs and was leading baseball at the start of it? Other than that season, Brian Reynolds is a very slow starter to the season.
Yes.
The first 3 weeks, the numbers are right around 200.
And that's why it made that year so, because remember we went into Fenway and had like a monster series.
Yeah.
And everybody, you thought, oh, wow, if he's having a start like this, look out for Brian Reynolds, because he does. He is a notorious slow starter. I wonder this with Reynolds. He's had the success he's had. How many times has he really had bats around him that have protected him? Not that that's why you're making this lineup, but
it helps.
I think he's going to see more pitches than he probably ever has as a Pirate this year.
I think that goes for all those guys. The lineup better makes everybody better. It also takes pressure off of Henry Davis. Not that he's, a guy that you're going to ignore, but with Griffin now here, he's a guy who can just do what he does, and maybe that'll help him, because he's not going to be expected to be 1-1 bat that they need. They have other guys for now, but maybe that slowly but surely has an impact on his average and run production.
I mean, can this lineup survive with Triolo and Davis struggling at 8-9? With what they have 1 through 7.
They should be able to, but I don't even know if is Triolo your everyday third baseman now, or is it Gonzalez?
I don't know. I mean, Gonzalez's bat is better. The glove is better, obviously, from Triolo. I would tend to go with the bat, because I think Griffin's a good enough shortstop, but we'll see. And I think, Limits, we're kind of getting to that point too with this team, where you're starting to see guys slot into what they're best at. Triolo's best as a utility player, and I think Mangum's best as a guy who can slot into any outfield spot and maybe plays 3 times a week.
And outside of the one ball that was lined right at his face for Nick Gonzalez, I feel like he's been okay at third. Now, he grew up as a shortstop, played second base coming up throughout the minors. Third base is not a position that he's frequently played. If you want him to be out there, take 2 or 3 at-bats so it's not Triolo grounding out the shortstop twice a game. If you want to put Triolo in the 8th inning, defensive replacement when you're up by a run or 2 or 3 runs, I'm good with that. That's what Triolo is good at, defensive replacement. Even if you want to do that with Brandon Lau, if you're in the 9th inning and you're concerned about defense and maybe Santana can't go and you're more of a ground ball pitcher.
He's a jack of all trades with that glove. He can do a lot of different things. So, but if you have Triolo and Connor Griffin on the left side of your infield, I think that's a pretty good defensive infield. And it'll help all those pitchers. Because quite frankly, this team was not noted as a good defensive accumulation of talent here. When you have pitchers who need guys to field, I think that's a good start for that left side of the infield for those young pitchers.
I mean, the Pirates don't have one of their better – this might be their worst defensive team that they've had in years. But who cares? It's like, seriously, I'll take the offense over – we've seen some really good defenders play on this roster over the last couple of years. but they couldn't hit for anything.
Right.
So give me the offense. I'll take some errors here or there if I'm going to get, 3-run homers on the other side.
That's why O'Neal Cruz will remain there, because you got to play him. You need his bat. It's up to him to make sure that bat's one of those bats that can drive in the kind of runs you need. And boy, you see when he hits those balls, it's unbelievable how far they go and how effortless that swing looks.
I wonder if Triolo or if O'Neal Cruz looks at Brandon Lau and thinks, "Damn, how does this guy get so much power?" Because it's amazing how much he can generate power from a smaller frame. Because you look at his size and think, this guy's going to hit 30 home runs, and he finds a way.
We have an interesting person on X who says, "I understand that Donnie Kelly's going to rest Griffin tomorrow." Hey, listen, I understand where people want to get on these Sunday lineups. I understand that. I do. Yesterday was one of those days where I thought, because today was a day off, you didn't have to rest your starters that quickly. Throughout the course of the season, sure, you need guys who need time away, whether they're struggling with something or yesterday was one of those days I didn't expect it to happen. Now, they won the game, but I thought both Lau and O'Hearn would play. I know there's a lefty. You have a lot of lefties in your lineup. But still, that's the game you want to try to win with your best.
I think there was a thought from Leland, because the Sunday lineup started with him.
Right.
He would put guys in, and his thought was, I've got to give these guys, if I expect them to be a good pinch hitter, I've got to give them at least a start a week.
Lot to believe that.
They can have some momentum. They can get a couple of bats in a row, so they could feel like they're tied into the game. And I would think if Jim did that, and Gene Lamont was the bench coach, and Don Kelly obviously worked with Jim for a lot, that mindset is probably permeated into the current manager.
Yeah. And again, I understand it over the course of a long season. I just didn't understand it early. Did you yesterday? I didn't expect that lineup when I saw it.
I didn't expect it, especially with the day off coming today.
And it's April.
But to his credit, it worked out. Not that those guys did anything great, but they won the game.
It worked, but there are going to be days where it doesn't work in their favor. They just need to find a way. If you're going to give somebody a day off, because no one plays 162 anymore outside of a handful of players.
Right.
You have to be able to schedule it so that it's one at a time, right? If you're going to give somebody a day off, it's not Lau and Reynolds on the same day or Reynolds and O'Hearn on the same day. That was the concern that I had with it, especially on a Skeens day.
Although we say that, and again, Leland's Sunday lineups, they rested a number of guys.
All at the same time.
Yeah.
It was like a load management situation.
So he's a Hall of Famer. So if that's the way I'm going to give Donnie some latitude with that, even though you could question it this early in the season and with an off day and a series before that had an off day in the middle of it. So, yeah, I get what you guys are saying, but I think we're going to see that this season.
All right, some quick hitters before we go here. NFL has announced that Wiz Khalifa, Brett Michaels, and Kane Brown are going to be taking the stage in Pittsburgh for the NFL Draft Entertainment Series. So that's an interesting mix of people. Now, you got hip-hop representing, got some country in there. Do you like that lineup?
Wiz had to be in it.
Well, here's the thing about Wiz. He's going to be in Pittsburgh on Friday, I think. And then on Saturday, he's going up to Nemacolin and Woodlands because they're putting on what they call their Immaculate Reception Weekend up there, where they're bringing in Terry Bradshaw, Jerome Bettis, and others, including Wiz Khalifa, to perform. So he's going to get both. He's going to be here and there.
Maybe Bradshaw and Wiz will sing a song together.
It could be. Bradshaw. I still remember the movie where he's naked, butt naked. Didn't you?
Oh,
what was that called?
Yeah, McConaughey was in that.
Yeah,
right?
What's the movie called? I can't think of the name of the movie, but he's going to be up there, and they got a lot of stuff going on. Nemacolin knows how to put on a party, and that's what they're going to do for those who don't make it down to Pittsburgh. But I find it interesting that Wiz is going to be in both. All right, now we have the Final Four. This is interesting, both of these games. Illinois, nobody's giving them enough credit, but they're good. They're big, and they can do some things to you. UConn survived, even though I thought, man, Duke messed that up more than they won it. They won it. Good for them. How do you see that game going on Saturday?
And here's the thing people don't realize about Illinois. They're top 5 in NIL spending this year.
That's how you get
in the
to
country. So they've got good players, and their coach has proven. They've been in these scenarios, but not this scenario specifically, but they've been in these scenarios. Yeah, I'm not going to sleep on Illinois. And Big Ten proved, when you looked at how it played out in the NCAA tournament, they may have had the best conference this year.
I don't think there's any doubt about that. And the other game is Michigan. I know this is painful for you to talk about. I would expect you're going to pick Arizona.
Wildcats. Let's go, Wildcats. Let's go.
I think
Come
Arizona
on.
is probably
Josh
the
Miller,
team.
you. Let's go.
I think Arizona's going to be the team that prevails and wins the national championship. The way they're playing, that's a better matchup. That one versus I think Illinois.
The question is, Michigan has size that no one can match.
Yeah.
Along with their athleticism and limits. I don't know what you think. Like, as much as it pains me to say this, that's an advantage that you can't teach. And in these games, to have that kind of
Just
size,
witness Victor Wembanyama. You can't teach 7'5".
and all year they've been blowing teams out. Like they've been dominating.
They're huge. They're just a veteran team. Lendeborg's played a long time. Elliot Cadeau, former North Carolina point guard. Lendeborg, I think, is the best player remaining in the tournament. And that matters when you get to this point, especially with Duke being eliminated. I picked Michigan to win the national championship at the start for a lot of those reasons. Plus, I like Dusty May, what he did at taking FAU to the Final Four, and now what he's doing now.
Very good coach.
Great coach.
I mean, you guys know the freshman at Arizona, Pete.
Yes.
Hi, Pete. That's Andres Pete's brother.
No, I know that, yeah.
And he's...
I did not know that.
Yeah, we would have
Steeler.
conversations in the locker room, and he's like, listen, this team's good. Like he didn't really brag up his brother as much as say that team was really good, and he expected some special things, and he's right, man. They're really good.
I think Illinois is the team people are sleeping on, though. They're big, too, and they can do some different things to
Do you need me to come over and, like, headbutt you and tell you about the other team that they're playing?
I understand that.
No, I'm talking about UConn. You want me to come
Headbutt
over
me.
and...
Well, first of all,
Dan Hurley
that
you?
had its own life of its own on X. Did you think that was a headbutt? Did they make contact, or was that...
I think it was something that Hurley shouldn't have done. I think it's...
There are a lot of things he shouldn't do.
And I think he was just trying to be, tough guy. And, I mean, if he would have made contact, they would have had to have called a technical. And imagine if that game would have changed.
Because of a headbutt by
would've
Dan
lost.
Hurley. My.
I mean, we heard the Duke announcers kind of crying, oh, the other team's off the floor.
Yeah, it's a technical, call it.
But that would have, that one would have been a no-brainer, and he's lucky because the referee, if he wanted to, he could have just taken a step and created contact, and it would have been on Hurley.
Yeah.
And I just worry with Dan Hurley. I think he's a great coach. The kids obviously love playing for him. His success, there's no questioning his success. But how bad when he does he's going to do something really stupid.
He's
how
Bobby
bad
Knight
is it
throwing a chair across the floor. That's what he's next in line to do, probably. Something like that, right? I mean, he is. He has a short fuse, and he does not. I guess fine because his team kind of feeds off that. They have energy that they get, but he has to at some point control it too. He's missed on too many of those kinds of situations.
Knight's teams, they loved him. I mean, Huggins would get out of control, but his players loved him. I don't think that's a question. And you know what you're getting when you're going there. It's not like you're promised one thing and get another. He's just, he's on that edge.
All right, so the Penguins tonight, then they got back-to-backers against Florida. Florida can be dangerous. They just beat Ottawa. Everyone knows they're out of it. Everyone knows they've gone through a big run over 3 years, and they're aghast. And as such, they're not going to play a lot of the players you would expect to see. Does that make them more dangerous or less dangerous for the weekend back-to-back games?
I mean, you can't sleep on them, but I think it makes them less. I mean, they're even though you could say they're playing loose and carefree, I get that, but they're not as talented. I think right now it's just on the Penguins. If they play, they're focused, responsible, straight line hockey, they're in the postseason without a question.
Which matchup is better for them in the postseason? Because I still see a Flyers potential getting in there. And
Washington's
nobody
schedule
thought
is
that.
the easiest.
And Washington has Pittsburgh back-to-back.
So they could really impact this thing.
Absolutely.
And they're only a point behind Philadelphia.
Right.
And you got to wonder, remember in the Major League when they had the owner and they would take, articles of clothing off her, and you wonder if they have the GM of the Capitals or the president of the Capitals in their locker room, and they've writing whatever they're writing on him after games because that team was left for dead, and all of a sudden here they are. They're not out of it yet. I'd love to play Washington in the playoffs because I don't think they're that good. The Islanders don't scare me. The one team in their conference that scares me is the obvious one, is Carolina.
Yeah, you don't want that matchup. They just come after, and they have a lot to prove. There's a lot of pressure
And
on
that
them.
likely would be second round, but that's not a matchup that I would want to see.
Okay, the other thing is, the one thing about the Islanders, well, I don't think that's a bad matchup for the Penguins. Sorokin, even though they had his number the other night, he's a legit guy. And if he's on one of his roles, that can be tough. No matter who we're talking about here, you have to have goaltending. You can have the most talent. Just look at Edmonton for all those years, and Skinner was a part of that. He had great games. He had bad games. He was inconsistent, which made him available here. So whoever comes up with the best goaltending in these series is going to have a big advantage.
The fascinating thing for me out of the East is how does Buffalo handle the expectations and the excitement? Because while their head coach has seen everything in the NHL, they've got some guys that haven't been through this before.
Right.
Like, how are they going to handle the playoff pressure?
I'm going to give you 3 coaches since you brought them up for Coach of the Year. Dan Muse, Lindy Ruff in Buffalo. He's done a pretty good job. Or Joel Quenneville with Anaheim. Anaheim's in first place in their division, and they're playing at a very high level.
And he's done a great job. Lindy Ruff to have Buffalo in 100 points. I mean, that's impressive, given where that franchise has been. But maybe it's recency bias here instead of recency. What he's done with this team,
it's incredible.
Dan Muse.
He's my choice, regardless.
I mean, look at Carlson. He's gotten Malkin to play wing. He's gotten a team that at times can be very careless with the puck to play a responsible system. And I think of the 3 teams, given with the age of some of the superstars, they've got the least amount of talent of those 3 teams. Overall, top to bottom.
Yes.
And the way he uses that fourth line is...
I mean, he stuck to it the whole way, and that generates confidence, and their performance improved. Same with Ben Kindle. He never shied away from using him, regardless of how he struggled at times with goal scoring. Man, that dude's going to be good, and they have some really good young prospects coming up down the road. We talked about this yesterday, but I didn't hear your take on it. Anthony Mantha, what would you give him? How long? How much?
See, I'm all into... I'd give him a 4, and I'd think about a 5-year deal.
You really go 5 years?
Because you've got Sid for a couple more years.
Yeah. But they have guys who are knocking on the door coming up.
But any of those guys that have knocked on the door outside of Kindle, who's playing, haven't really done anything.
But what if they do?
What has Koivunen done? What has Rutger done?
I think McGrory is still a guy who needs to play, and they have to trust him.
But I don't think any of those guys have been like, oh, we got to make sure we leave time for him. I want a guy that's found a 30-goal scoring touch in this system with this team. And even if it's 5 years to play 4, I'm good with that.
I'm fine with that, except that I've seen what happens with Ryan Graves. I've seen what happened. You get a long-term deal sometimes, especially with and Mantha deserves it. Don't get me wrong. He's going to get it from somebody. But he also has an injury history that has allowed him to miss a lot of games. So I see Horkoff getting close. I see Zahn and all these guys they really like, not to mention guys like Avery Hayes. At some point, you have to defer to that as part of this rebuild moving forward. Now, if I can get him, I'd overpay for him for a 3-year deal. I'd give him much more than anyone else would probably be offering on a 5-year deal in terms of yearly salary.
Yeah, I'm not going to – it's going to be like sitting at a water hole, Bob. I'm not going to be scared of the water. I'm going to go for it. And same thing if I'm the Penguins. Anthony Mantha proved that he could play in this system. Still has game left.
Yes,
We're looking to win now. I'm signing Anthony Mantha.
Jeff, as always, appreciate it. Thank you.
Bob.
Jeff Athorn.
Thanks.
Our sports director here. Always to get his take on things. I want to wrap things up by telling you that, Austin, get ready for this. Social media's Biggest Loser is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Who would it be?
Today's social media's biggest loser is any prediction that had Connor Griffin coming up in May.
Well, there were a lot
later,
of those.
Because there were a lot
of those.
But that's a social media's biggest loser for a good reason.
It would be losers, I suppose, then. All right, What's Cooking is brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
And today's forecast, Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Today, high of 78, low of 51. That's going to do it for us. Hope Joe's feeling better. It's opening day tomorrow. And the Pirates take on Baltimore with Connor Griffin. It's going to be fun.
Joe?
What a man, what a mustache, and what a company. Listen, after this winter, you might need roofing and siding. projects at your house, this is the place to go. $500 off your first roofing or siding project, I might add. It's an Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Company, JP Roofing and Siding. Not an easy designation to get. Only 1% of them have it. He has it. So give him a call. 412-829-7711. That's 412-829-7711.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Connor Griffin will make his major league debut tomorrow at PNC Park at the home opener. 4-1-2, 4-12 first pitch. Right here on 93.7 The Fan. Dan Zangrilli will have the North Shore Tavern leadoff show for you at 3:15. Listen to the game and listen to us. Come say hello to us broadcasting on Federal Street. You can listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. The PM team coming up next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Y108 presents Odyssey the Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
So we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Ross Park Mall, and Broken Bow Records.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you get the books of Western One Sports. The Pistons host the T-Wolves, and I think defense will be on display just like their last meeting. They played last week, and the final was 109-87. Cade Cunningham's absence for Detroit has forced them to be even better defensively, and they have, ranking number 4 in the NBA since his injury. In that same span, Minnesota is the number 1 rated defense. They had been missing Anthony Edwards for the past 2 weeks. He's questionable to play tonight. Whether or not he plays, I like the under. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Get off the couch and get moving. 2 Men in a Truck Pittsburgh is hiring movers and drivers now. If problem solving and making people happy is who you are, we want you on our team. Visit careers.2men.com.
2 Men in a Truck.
Ready to celebrate? Hop into Easter festivities with everything you need at Target. First, get ready for your special occasion with 25% off stylish looks. With spring vibes, vibrant colors, and fresh florals, you'll find outfits that match everyone's style. Then, fill up their baskets with endless joy. From select Easter plushies to fun toys they'll love at 20% off. Don't miss out. Make this Easter unforgettable at Target.
Our yoga instructor challenged us to find inner peace. I found it faster than anyone. After 4 seconds, I stood up and screamed, "I found Nirvana! I win!" They asked me to leave. I guess they don't respect winning. Bet365 does, though. New customers get $365 in bonus bets just for betting $10. Namaste, losers. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here. I just got married, and I had this moment when I picked up my suit about a month ago. I'm standing there thinking, this is pretty wild, because I could have worn this same suit a couple of years ago. Seriously, that's what hits me most about Awaken 180. Not just that I lost the weight, it's that I never put it back on. Not a pound. In fact, I've lost a couple of more. So when the wedding came around, I wasn't scrambling. I wasn't trying to crash into shape. I wasn't looking for some last-second miracle. I already had it handled. Awaken 180 helped me lose the weight, feel good while I was doing it, and actually keep it off. No meds, no starting over, no panic, because a big day is coming up. I got to go into my wedding feeling good, comfortable, confident, and just enjoy it. And honestly, that's what people want. Not just to lose it, to know that it's gone and that it stays away. That's why Awaken 180 worked for me. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Sticking to the fundamentals and not wavering from a game plan is a great philosophy for football and banking. For nearly 160 years, that's been the winning strategy behind PNC's approach to helping their customers live their best financial lives and their communities be their most brilliant. Locally, dedicated PNC teams are in formation to help fans receive sound and reliable personalized financial advice to get them across the goal line. Because as they see it, a win for them is a win for the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, it is going to happen tomorrow. Pirates home opener. Connor Griffin will make his awaited, anticipated Major League Baseball debut. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, live from a place where they are raucous and jumping for Connor Griffin, the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It's the PM team.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I have a feeling that it's already planned out. Like I just trust God that it's going to happen on a day that He's been planning for a long time. So I'll be ready for it. I'll be ready to roll, and just can't wait for that day.
And that day is tomorrow. And maybe that was a clue that he already knew, that it was planned out, and that the day was going to be the Pirates home opener. Connor Griffin, in a tweet, were the Pirates the people that announced it with the put the cap on and look up at the
Yeah,
the camera?
They did that, and I laugh, and I can only tell you that for certain because
they beat Passon, they beat
Noah
Holey,
Hiles,
they beat Noah, they beat all these guys.
The
They
Noah
beat
thing was very
Jason
funny.
Mackey.
The Noah thing was very funny because that tweet went out, right? And Donnie sent it to us because Donnie must have alerts on. And
Did you have alerts on, Don, or was it sent to you?
It got sent to me.
Okay. So it had only been out for like a minute, probably. One of the nasty boys was, just sitting there on their phone, not doing anything else important. Send it to Donnie. All love to the nasty boys. And then Donnie sent it to us. And as soon as I saw it, you don't even have to click the video. You knew what it was. You knew what it was going to be. And then I saw it, just very funny, Noah Hiles saying, source, the Pirates are going to call up Connor Griffin tomorrow. And I was like, judging by their tweet, Noah, I think the source is the Pirates themselves. So they beat everybody to this. They kept it under wraps.
The secret.
Enough that nobody could beat them to the announcement. And now a guy that I think had a legitimate case to be
starting the season in AAA, if you had looked at his spring ball, the home runs were great, but a lot of the other stuff at the plate was not super polished looking. He goes down there for 5 games, Pony. We saw his first plate appearance, one of only 16 he'll ever make maybe in AAA.
It was a walk.
Unless he's got to do a rehab assignment. He took a walk. He bounced one through the left side. We saw in one 6-inning sampling of him almost 20% of his plate appearances, I think it was, in AAA. And now he's here, and the numbers were great down there. He's hitting some doubles, and it's probably going to put a jolt of electricity in that park that we haven't seen in a while for opening day. And it's also, Pony, think about the confluence of events that they now have tomorrow. Their ultra-hype prospect's going to make his debut. He's going to play shortstop. No bigger stage than that. It's also going to be a random, summer-like day in early April. It's going to feel like you're at the ballpark in summer because it's going to be nice and warm. And the guy you've been hearing about having this meteoric rise is going to be there. And he's a friend. The best part is he's a friend of the show.
Absolutely.
His dad is very
his dad's
possibly
a super friend.
His
of the
dad
show.
might be listening to the show right now.
So that's why what I'm about to say is a little bit of maybe a curveball for people.
A buzzkill.
Which Connor Griffin hit curveballs. It was the fastball that he admitted and others admitted was a bit of a problem for him at parts of spring training. You can tell me, and I'll let the listeners be the judge of this too, and I want to already open up the phone lines at 412-928-9370 and allow for Pirates fans to chime in here on the number one prospect in baseball and how they feel about him being here on Friday. I'm a little bit conflicted, and that's the worst place to be, and that's not really what we're taught to do as talk show hosts. Pick a side, believe in it, have conviction about it, go with it. I'm just trying to figure out the timing. And, you have the initial elation, you have, limits, Kool-Aid Manning his way into studio, making sure that he announces the news and goes crazy, and, so did the rest of Pirates Nation when they saw the Connor Griffin video go out.
Do we have audio of Limits actually making the announcement?
And we can compare it to how Donnie did such a good job with the Mike Tomlin bombshell.
I would argue Tomlin is a bigger bombshell.
It is.
There's
Absolutely.
no comparison. I think Donnie was like Donnie Cronkite.
I mean, unless Griffin goes on to be the best player in baseball history, which we can, 20 years from now maybe make that comparison.
Yes.
Here's why I'm look, baseball fan in me, we're going to be down there tomorrow. I'm going to the game. I am stoked.
People are going to be going ham bones
right?
tomorrow, man. They're going to be going nuts at that ballpark.
Absolutely. And I say this also freely admitting one of the criticisms of the Pirates throughout the years has always been, why doesn't it seem their prospects are ever fast-tracked? Why does it seem like their guys never skip to the front of the line when they show that they're really good in the minor leagues? We always have to be patient.
Neil Huntington once famously said, one of the philosophies was we want guys to fail, learn to deal with failure, then come back better, and that's when we bring them up.
Yeah, and
Howard Kellman talked about that with us because of Polanco.
And the Pirates lately have done a 180 on this. Jared Jones opened the season in the rotation a couple years ago. It's not like Paul Skeens was at AAA for that long before he got called up and won the Rookie of the Year. So they are changing the narrative, okay? Someone needs to explain to me, like I'm 5 years old, why he needed 5 or 6 games in AAA. And if they were convinced he was ready, why didn't he play opening day in New York? And you can't really convince me that baseball mind Ben Cherington thought, okay, just play 2 series, not even 2 series in Indianapolis.
21 plate appearances.
And that's enough for me to say that you're ready. That's the part of this I don't understand. So then I ask myself, why did it get delayed very briefly? And the 2 things that I think about with that are, 1, did they want his first game to be at home so the Pirates could have that event exactly? And we can debate whether or not there's, if that's the right decision. And is there a contract that's about to get signed? And when the season started, when he was in Indy with us and the Pirates were in New York, was it because they weren't close on a deal yet? And in the last 24 hours, and Buster Olney's reporting would suggest this is true, they've gotten so close, and maybe there's a handshake deal now, and that's why Connor Griffin is going to play Major League Baseball, which, to come all the way back around, that would tell me the only reason why he really started at AAA was because the contract didn't get done. And they didn't care about the batting average under 200, and they didn't care about how he struggled with the fastball late in spring training. It was strictly about he's going to get here when his contract gets done, and now it's finally getting done.
All right, I have a couple thoughts on this. One,
or should I just ignore all that and be like, yes, Connor Griffin is here, baby, let's go?
You're allowed to do both. Our listeners are adults who can handle a show where we're excited to see the best prospect, maybe since Trout by hype, come up, and also speculate on the nature of the other part of this, which is why now and what was the timing all about. And because that is inherently connected to the other humongous question about him, which is, are they going to get a deal over the finish line with a guy that they are extremely excited to have?
And may I just shoehorn in this last point, too?
Take that big shoehorn and just wedge in one more point.
Because now this is what happens, and tell me if you agree with this. I think he's going to be great. You think he's going to be great. Donnie thinks he's going to be great. I would say even the cynics like the Caballis of the world, the people listening out there for the most part, think he's going to be
great. Let's not put words in Caballi's mouth. I think he'll easily come on to, if he was coming on tomorrow with
and
us,
say Chad Hermanson, and
he'll be like, I heard about a guy who could walk on water and then he sank below the surface and his career
even though schemes turned out okay and Andrew McCutcheon won an MVP award, but that's
neither here nor there. Let's go.
If he, for some reason, never turns into an all-time great player and is just good, or is worse than that, the fact that he pretty much skipped AAA is going to come back up. And people are going to say they rushed him. Now, if he's great, and that never well, then they get all the plaudits, all the flowers, all the praise.
If he has a great first year, wins Rookie of the Year, which he could easily do now. That he's probably did he jump to the front of the betting line for that?
We can go ask the bet window here at the Rivers.
Say he has a great rookie year and then has a sophomore slump. Like, I think if he has a great first year, you have to put all that to bed because at that point he'll have done it against Major League pitching. Then AAA becomes null and void, right? You wouldn't quibble with that, would you?
No, I wouldn't.
Like, if he has a great first year, sophomore slump, maybe like needs to get his footing back, that becomes irrelevant. It's something that'll come up. Here's what I think about all of this. I've had time to do some thinking today because I was supposed to go to the gym down the hill from where we work and run my little intervals. Forgot one crucial piece of business, which is my running shoes. That's why I'm wearing pink Crocs right now.
You really are.
I am. No, Alex bought me pink Crocs. I think they look funny and cool, and so I wear them all the time, and they're just my walk-around shoes. I do not believe, from a baseball perspective, that the Pirates, I'll get to this too. I don't think if they were worried about the way his spring went with some home runs but a lot of strikeouts and no walks and bad looks against fastballs that he should be hitting, I don't think if they were actually worried about that 21 plate appearances where he showed very good plate discipline, hit .438, walked more than he struck out in AAA, would possibly be a big enough sample size for them to say, yes, all of this is fixed, he's good.
And the way Donnie Kelly sounded the multiple times he talked about Griffin, he would say things like, I don't know, like... That's a lot to ask a guy as a teenager to just come up and play in the major leagues. He sounded like a guy that was telegraphing, that was saying he needs the AAA experience.
He was. I think we figured out that he wasn't going to come
and
up.
And a week later, he changed his mind? I don't think they do this without his blessing. He's the manager of the team. He's got to clearly be on board with it.
So here's the other thing, I think. You've had now Buster Olney report that they think they're close. You've had Jim Bowden, former Pirates assistant GM, who lost to our sales manager Nancy Rich in a fantasy baseball league, say
and
today.
Has a terrible hairpiece.
He does. There's just
right
no
up there with
way.
Michael Lombardi.
It looks like the beige carpet that used to be in my
Marv
parents' living
Albert.
room. Yeah. Oh yeah. With who was the other one?
Mike Lombardi.
Mike Lombardi. Oh yeah. That's a piece right there. That's a rug. He indicated in a tweet that of course got spread far and wide. The Connor Griffin era begins tomorrow in the Berg. The Pirates home openers. The front office is quietly confident they'll be able to announce a long-term deal prior to the game. Expectations is it'll be an 8-year deal in the range of Roman Anthony and Colt Emerson. That is obviously coming from the front office. He is citing the front office's optimism. Who the hell else is giving him that?
Yeah.
Obviously, those are both Pirates side things.
Yep.
My theory is this. Pirates obviously were not concerned about his spring, thought he was ready, think he's very much Juan Soto, who skipped AAA. I think they're probably right to feel that way. We talked to him, you get a feel for a person.
He said he was ready.
He does not seem prone to the ups and downs of baseball, right? Like, he knows he's not going to hit 500 in the major leagues. I think that if he had gotten a deal done with them before the end of spring training, he would have come up with the big club. I think that there is a small baseball reason maybe for the urgency here, and it's that Jared Triolo has absolutely stunk up the joint offensively, and he's just a black hole. And also Griffin's looked good.
But that's me. The Triolo thing is not a good enough reason to do this.
It shouldn't be. I think this could be another thing. What if Griffin's side knows that this is close and wants to be up in the big leagues and says, like, we can have maybe more substantive talks if you get me up there? Because I think there are some, like, crucial deadline dates here involved for when, like, if he were to sign a long-term extension, it kicks in this year.
Yeah, we need to talk to Mackey about that in a half hour.
There are dates and everything else. I've tried to talk to people. You've tried to talk to people. We've all tried to stitch this together with, like, as best we can, a pastiche
and I've
of
gotten
information.
5 or 6 different answers, and it's hard for me to figure out.
On the PPI thing, like the draft pick stuff. So I'm doing this like flying a plane semi-blind, trying to feel my way through. I think it could be, my bottom line should be this, I guess. I think it could be possible that both sides decided that it was in the best interest of their ongoing negotiation to get him up here playing to get that over the finish line. Does that sound reasonable to you? Player side knows he's ready because the team has kind of telegraphed behind closed doors they think he's ready. He's hitting 440 in AAA in 5 games. What the hell are we doing down there? We had his manager on who said, our job is to get these guys ready. Team says, you're right. If you're up here, we'll see a couple games, but it's a show of faith on our part. We'll get this thing done. That's how I kind of think this is shaken out. I actually think it's been one of those sort of mutual
I think it's
decisions.
closer than that. I think Bowden's right. I don't think it's like, hey, call us up and then we'll really get it to the finish line.
No, I think there's going to be a deal. I just disagree with Bowden's tweet. I think that it's going to probably happen in the next couple of days. I'd be surprised if it happened before game 1.
Let's get to the callers on this. 412-928-9370. One of the all-time favorites, a day zero listener to the Fan and us, Rob in North for Sales. Hello, Rob.
What's up, fellas? What a glorious day, man. I woke up to a bunch of text messages telling me Connor Griffin was coming for the debut.
The news happened at like 11 a.m. What the hell were you getting into last night?
Third shifter,
I work overnight, bro.
Come on, Tony. He's a blue-collar guy. I thought you knew something about that.
I didn't know that about Rob.
Yeah, but so pumped to find that out. Now I'm going out buying parking cones, trying to get in to the ballpark because we're definitely going to be hoisting the cones.
Thank you, Rob. This is Richie Walsh's Bucko Fever at full blast here, Chris.
Full blast. I mean, yes, this is. I think this is about as good as it can get for a Pirates fan. Skeens just think about the last 36 hours. They've won 2 games. Skeens has looked like himself. Cruz is hitting bombs again. Reynolds looks good.
So maybe my just wondering about the timing will fall on deaf ears and isn't shared by Pirates fans who are usually the most skeptical lot in the entire world.
I have another theory on that, though.
Here is Emmanuel in Carnegie, another regular. Hello, E.
Hey, how y'all doing? I share the excitement that Rob has, man. I'm going to the game. I'm pumped. I can't wait.
You going to come by and see us tomorrow before the game at 2?
I'm going to try. I'm definitely going to try. I don't think I've met you yet, Malzy, so I'm definitely going to try to see y'all.
We'll be right near the Stargell statue. Go ahead.
I'm bald. I look kind of like Joe Block and Dan Muse. Yeah.
It'll be very fine. Crocs. So, yeah. I'm so excited. I think this was past due. Griffin should have been up since day one. I honestly think that we lost the game because we batted Trolla in that 9th inning with runners at first and second. I think it's a combination of between, the fact that they've seen enough, they know he's ready, and also the fact that, it's maybe a negotiation like behind closed doors that, hey, you bring me up, I'm going to sign a contract, I'll show you what I'm about, give me a week, and I'll show you, I'm ready for the big leagues. And
Thanks,
that's what
Emmanuel.
I think.
It's just, man, I'll say this out loud. It is ballsy from the Pirates. This is not a Pirates-like move. It's literally really not a move that anybody else in baseball has made in decades. It's akin to when Ken Griffey Jr. was on the Mariners' opening day roster as a 19-year-old.
It's going to be the closest thing to that since that.
All these other teenagers that we're talking about played a lot more in the minor leagues, really,
Soto came
before
up
they
in
got
May.
called up, and it was later in the year for the rest of them. Name them: Harper, Soto, A-Rod, all of these great phenoms.
No, he's going to be the most precocious guy since Griffey. I think it makes the most
Precocious hour. Don, are you going to do that tomorrow at 10 a.m.? Precocious hour?
Yeah, I think that'll kick off the show.
That's pretty common. I said pastiche earlier in this segment, and you didn't bat an eyelash. I think it makes the most sense to view this as 2 very simple things. Part 1 is they believed all along he was ready. They were telegraphing otherwise because it was tied to his contract.
Mm-hmm.
And 2, they think that bringing him up is going to help get the contract situation over the finish line. And so their faith in number 1 helps them bring him up to do number 2. Because that's what they want to get done, is a long-term deal with a guy they think is probably going to win an MVP award.
All right, first 2 callers are over the moon with excitement and enthusiasm and zeal and zest and all those things for Pirates home opener 2026. Now that Connor Griffin is going to get called up and make his Pirates debut in front of 36,000 screaming Pirates fans tomorrow at PNC Park. We'll be there. We want your calls. First 2 callers could not be more excited. I wondered if there was any concern about the timing of this. Doesn't seem to be that way with our first 2 callers. Let's get your thoughts coming up at 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Slatter Associates fan text line. All right, Donnie has a headline. We're right back live from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It's the PM team.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins in Tampa tonight. Puck drop against the Lightning set for 7. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 21 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Last night, the Boston Celtics beat the Miami Heat. Jaylen Brown had 43 points to lead the Celtics in scoring. Brown has been leading the way for the Celtics all season long. I don't know if anyone in the East is more valuable to their team than Brown. I'm Chris Black.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Introducing Home Care Plus, a new subscription service from Lowe's that helps make life easier by giving members a hand with home maintenance. Let Lowe's tackle the tasks you keep meaning to do, like electric dryer vent cleaning, replacing hard-to-reach light bulbs, and more. Subscribe to Home Care Plus for just $99 a year and consider your to-do list done. Members get more at Lowe's. Available in select zip codes only. Cancel anytime. Non-refundable fee. Product purchase required. Terms and service restrictions apply. Details at Lowe's.com/terms. Subject to change.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each. $30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Here at 93.7 The Fan, we know a thing or two about winning an award, so I've got to congratulate my friends at Precision Pointing for winning the Best of the Best award from the Trib as the top masonry company in the region. I've known this for a while and have been telling you as much, but now everyone knows. So as you get on your spring to-do list with tax rebate season right around the corner, get to the long-delayed masonry projects on your home. The schedule, it's filling up fast. Chimneys, retaining walls, brick pointing, they do it all at Precision Pointing. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
Looking for a summer job that's going to pad your wallet and build your savings? Join the moving team at 2 Men and a Truck. Great pay, incredible tips, and a sign-on bonus. Apply now at careers.2men.com.
2 Men and a Truck.
And you thought today would just be another day on the job. But then you heard these words. Your new Floor & Decor is here in Bethel Park. Pros have never had a partner like this. We're ready now with job lot quantities of tile, wood, and stone in stock, and a dedicated pro team to get you in, out, and back on the job. Your new Floor & Decor is here. You ready? Don't miss our grand opening going on now in Bethel Park.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service. Get to all of your calls, which there are many. Pirates fans are fired up here. Here are the details on Connor Griffin coming to the major leagues. No coincidence. We talked to him on Friday. The PM team bump helps him get off to a red-hot torrid start at AAA. Pirates believe, after hearing our interview, man, this kid can really handle himself. Sounds like a polished pro. And just a week later, he's joining us in Pittsburgh for the home opener. Here are some factoids on Connor Griffin. Now, I can ask this in the form of a trivia question, but I don't want to. I don't want this to drag out, but I think you might be able to get it off the top of your head, Mulsey. Connor Griffin is the first Pirate in 30 years, in nearly 30 years. So 1998 was the last time a teenager played for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Can you name that teenager?
I would have said Jose Guillen, but
good guess.
Not him.
Nope.
He made the jump from single A to the majors.
Aramis Ramirez.
Yeah, okay.
In 1998 played in 25 games for the Pirates. He is, according to MLB.com, where's the good one here on him? Where is it here? You have to go all the way back to Adrian Beltre to find the last major league player to make his debut as a teenager within that team's first 7 games. So they've played 6. Tomorrow will be 7. I mentioned Griffey started
opening day.
The earliest a teenager has gotten to the big league since then was Adrian Beltre, who
would you sign
had a
up
Hall
for
of Fame
Adrian Beltre's career for Connor Griffin, Pony?
Yes, I would.
What if Connor Griffin developed a weird thing where he didn't want anyone to touch his head or his hat, and then he had a playful teammate like Elvis Andrus or whoever it was who would constantly steal his hat? Beltre's an all-time glove man at third base.
He is.
All-time glove man. Okay.
All right. Let's get to
just 2 trivia questions.
Here. That's it.
You did better than Donnie on today's soon-to-be-published PM Team Pop Quiz, at least the first version of it that we tried.
Why is that? How did he do?
I went with something non-sports. I'm still in the edit bay for it. I went with a non-sports topic, and Donnie's reaction necessitated a second pop quiz. It was so bad.
Here's Brian in Ford City on the Buccos calling up the best prospect in baseball as a teenager. Hello, Brian.
Hey, fellas. How you guys doing?
Hey, man.
Hey, so anyway, I mean, I definitely think, obviously, the contract plays into it. The performance in spring training plays into it. But I really think the Pirates, wanted to get that home pop. So maybe if the season started at home, he might have been called up earlier. But I think they just want to pull him up in front of the home crowd.
I think there's a chance that's true.
But here's what we don't know about that.
But I
Thanks,
don't
Brian.
think that's actually what happened. But I think I could at least entertain that that's possible.
But here's the thing about that from a baseball and even a business standpoint that makes no sense for me. Makes no sense to me. I haven't done any research on it. Let's say that the game wasn't a sellout. I think it probably was or close to it with standing room only. Before this news came out, there was buzz around the Pirates all offseason. Opening day is usually very close to a sellout, if not a sellout, regardless of what moves they make, because people just like treating it as a holiday, right?
Yep.
You pitch as someone that works high up in the Pirates front office. Let's hold them back to the home opener. How much extra money is that really making?
The people that
them?
make money off of it are ticket brokers and the secondary market people. That's who makes money.
The tickets are already pretty much sold.
That's what I mean. The team does not make the money. The people who might resell tickets are the ones who make a big killing off of it.
Let's say 2,000 tickets were available. Okay, so those get gobbled up now and, put on maybe 1,000 more in standing room. You're going to delay him till Friday over that? That's kind of
It's
completely insignificant.
It's pretty inconsequential in the scheme of things.
So
I don't actually believe that that's why this happened, for the record. I don't think it is. I don't actually think it's they wanted to do it for the home crowd.
You think it's contract related?
I think it's both sides of it doing a contract related thing here. I think it's a little bit of a compromise, and I think it's partly because if Griffin had gone down there, again, this shouldn't matter, but for optics, I think it did. If he had gone down there and started through 5 games, he's 3 for 21 or 4 for 21, and he's 4 singles, whatever. No, he's got 3 extra base hits already. He was their clear best player. It was overt that you were watching the best guy on the field already. And I think that leveraged this a little bit more than it already otherwise would have. It would look silly if the best prospect in baseball sits down there and his OPS sits around 1,100 the whole time.
This season is not about hoopla. This season's about finally winning and making the playoffs.
And he's better than Jared Triolo already.
And that's why I like what Emmanuel said. If it's true, and I don't think it is, but if it's true that they held him out those first 2 series just to get him the pop, the electricity of him being on the field for the home opener, then I do think I agree. I think it hurt them in a game clearly against the Reds, where that would have been Connor Griffin in that game and not Jared Triolo, who comes up late in a big spot and looks like he's a Pony League player. Right? That annoys me if that's true.
You can draw that out to every game they've lost and say, would he have done better than Triolo did in the first game of the season? Would he have done better than Triolo did in different situations? You can play that game, clearly. And that's a risk you have to take. If he's as good as they think he is and the rest of these guys they've brought in play anything like some of them have started the season, they're not going to have to worry about that because they're going to cruise into a playoff spot.
412-928-9370. Here's Jake in the South Hills. Hello, Jake.
Hey, guys. Super excited. I got to say, one of the things I'm really excited about is thinking about Connor Griffin and O'Neal Cruz. Both tremendous physical talents, both tremendous baseball talents. And yet with Cruz, there's always exciting but, or that's great, except. I can't wait to cheer for a young guy who's going to be an all-star, maybe a superstar. And there'll be ups and downs, but you just know him on the field is going to be a great thing. And, this whole
here and everything that's went on, which may be a first in fan history for us. As far as the Pirates having won fans over here.
I still don't even think...
Which is impressive. All it took was one good offseason for that to happen.
Well, I still don't even think, with the very real questions about the exact nature of why it's happening now and what machinations might be going on behind the scenes, I don't think people even care that much about that because in the very brief time you saw him in AAA, he looked ready. And by the way, if the odd part of this, the timing, is just that it was something needed in negotiations by both sides to get it over the finish line, and they give him what the public views as an extremely competitive market-setting type of deal for a guy with so little experience, they're going to win that battle again. What have I said to you on many occasions? Fans of this team in the past would rather them overpay for a player just to show that they were kind of in it to win it. Let's just say, for argument's sake, they give him 8 years, $135 million in the next 5 days. That is going to be a massive PR win for them.
Totally agree.
Massive.
Here's Mark in Brentwood. Hello, Mark.
Gentlemen, good afternoon, boys.
Hey, man.
About a year ago, I'm not sure you remember this, you guys posed a question about going to PNC simply to watch Paul Skeens. And I called in and said, I go to Blush 5 times a year to see the top-tier talent, the Bella Dangers of the world. So, yeah, I would go watch Skeens, top-tier talent. Why do I want to go on a Tuesday to watch, Cindy Lou dance? It's not worth it. Boys, guess who's going back to Blush on a Tuesday now? This guy.
Thank you, Mark. I prefer cheerleaders, and they don't have the Cindy Lou Who's of the world working there.
Did anybody have Guy connects Connor Griffin's debut to a Bella Danger at a strip club on their bingo card?
I don't think I'm familiar with her work. You know who I like. I mentioned her name yesterday. I'm not going to do it again.
Yeah, no, you did.
Here's Aaron in Natrona Heights. Hello, Aaron.
Didn't they have Class D baseball
What's going
back
on,
in the
guys?
day, Pony?
Hi, Aaron.
How are you guys doing?
We're good. Really good.
You can look at multiple aspects of the situation. Connor's going to bring more people into the seats, but I think it's going to keep the fans optimistic about the rest of the year, knowing that Nutting's actually starting to spend a little bit of money. But also, it solidifies a pretty decent lineup. You get Triolo out of court. you can
It
actually
should. I have to say something, though, and I think the guy's going to be a terrific player.
Thanks, Aaron.
You still, this is the one last great unknown. You still have to see him actually play well in the major leagues, and which is not an automatic given. Mike Trout scuffled a little bit his very first time up, then he became awesome very soon thereafter. Soto pretty much never did, which was kind of the weird thing about him. He showed like 30-year-old guy plate discipline. You still got to do it.
They removed what was going to be a constant refrain and talking point among us and fans for the first month plus of the season. And that is, when is Connor Griffin going to be here? And after every loss, after every lousy offensive performance by Jared Triolo, of which there were going to be many, there was going to be a lot of angry fans, you can say vocal minority, whatever, who are like, we need this guy up here. We're trying to win in 2026. He helps us put our best lineup out there. And now you've removed that. So that's one less thing for fans to bitch about. I mean, the things that they're going to bitch about right now are O'Neal Cruz's effort, Brian Reynolds, the amount of money he's making if he can't be productive, whether or not signing Marcell Ozuna was the right move. I mean, those things are still, very much in play.
But they get backburnered for right now because of this.
Well,
for like a couple of days, and then it's baseball. People are going to be mad about it again.
Yes. But I also feel like the Griffin being down thing is like a rally cry point for a much broader segment of the fan base. If that makes sense, like casual baseball fans can find it within themselves to pick up the phone, call us, and bitch that, they're making this is about arbitration clock manipulation and things like that. That's what the Pirates do.
There's going to be no Super 2 discussion or anything like that around this. He's up.
Yeah, and
it's going to eliminate a lot of the off-field stuff that they routinely take a ton of heat for, and I think oftentimes that heat is at very least somewhat deserved, if not very deserved. It's eliminating that. I didn't think they did wrong by Paul Skeens bringing him up when they did. He even said he thought that they did a good job, but they got kind of burnt with that, with how great he was, and then they didn't get they didn't have it quite.
Well, they lost the year.
They lost the year, and then
same thing with Jared Jones. They lost too because he got called up day one,
and he's a little different because he got hurt. But they got burned a little bit by Skeens. Now they're just going to go out and they're going to do it here.
Yeah, a lot to talk about with Jason Mackey on this next. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We are live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook, and people are going crazy. They might be here staying overnight or staying up all night to then walk over to PNC Park for the home opener and Connor Griffin. We were at his AAA debut, the real deal, the big league debut, tomorrow.
Do we have to play Pass the Cup?
At the game?
We might have to.
Are we all going in?
I'm going to go in.
Donnie, are you going in?
I don't have to do anything.
Yes.
We got to play Pass the Cup, boys.
All right, I'm game. You know that. I'm the inventor of it. Or at least the keeper of the flame,
I was
going to
say, you actually invented the game?
I didn't invent it, no, but I wanted to take credit for it there, but somebody else will call me out for it and probably say they've been playing it for decades. All right, quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. Here's a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Connor Griffin called up. He will debut with the Pirates tomorrow in the home opener against the Baltimore Orioles, 4:12. First pitch at PNC Park. Mitch Keller gets the ball for Pittsburgh. Coverage on the Fan begins right around 3 o'clock, all brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Cold shower? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. As you know, it's tax time again. So if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich, and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%. If you've been injured, call us at 1-888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair.
Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Not sure how to tackle your taxes? Are you sweating the small print? You may be experiencing FOMO, the fear of messing up. The answer? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. It's time to take your taxes to the max. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
PM Teams On Demand, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. You want to listen back to this conversation. Jason Mackey, the Pirates Insider, his Pirates Insider show, airing Sundays now on The Fan in addition to his responsibilities, doing the Bucko Talk program on Saturdays, now with Pirates.com, of course, formerly of the Post-Gazette.
Hey, Pony, I have one before we get to Jason. I have a trivia question for you. Can you name the area scout who signed Connor Griffin for the Pirates, or who was the guy scouting him?
Is this like a name that everybody knows in baseball?
It's a last name.
Who is it?
Darren Mazeroski, Bill's son. Griffin is going to debut wearing a Bill Mazeroski patch.
That is sick.
Darren Mazeroski is the scout who signed him, or who found him, however you want to call it.
All right, Jason Mackey with us right now. Jason, Connor Griffin getting called up. Does that mean we're going to get a contract extension announcement too?
No, but yes.
No.
No, well, I know you're going to run with something, man. I mean, they're not calling him up because of the contract, but are they going to keep talking? Is my opinion that
well, wait a minute. Why are they calling him up then? If it's not
because
the contract,
he's their best available option at shortstop.
But he was their best available option. He was their best available option before the season started.
But he wasn't in spring, man. Let me take you through it. So, in spring training, he pressed a ton, right? Like we talked about this. He struck out more than he should. He put too much pressure on himself. Whatever. I understand why they sent him to AAA, try to get him right, whatever. The way he responded to that adversity really resonated with the Pirates. Not that they were surprised, but they were impressed. And all of a sudden, you're looking here at what they've had through 3 games at shortstop. It's not been good enough. They want to win. Connor Griffin's responded. He's put himself in position to come up. So it's a baseball decision. Do I think it is going to hurt the contract talks? Of course not. I think it'll help them, but that part is not done yet. We'll see if it gets done. I think it makes a lot of sense for everybody involved. But this decision was made because he plays baseball well. They need a shortstop, and he's the best one they have.
Jason, if Jared Triolo, forget about Griffin's numbers, say they're exactly what they are in AAA for 21 plate appearances. If Jared Triolo is hitting .340 with 2 home runs early on this season, is Connor Griffin on the Pirates right now?
I think he probably is, Chris. and I think he just plays third base. I think the question that it brings up, and I don't know the answer to this, Don Kelly will talk tomorrow, and he'll have to answer about this, is what you do at third base. Like, do you play Jared Triolo, who hasn't done a ton at third base, or do you play Nick Gonzalez, who's hit better, but he's a weaker defensive player? And I think they'll probably, kind of play it by situation, see what happens with Nick. Maybe a late game scenario, you bring Triolo up. But I think that's independent of Connor Griffin. I think he showed them a lot with how he started the season. He showed that he could respond to a poor spring training. It's been a good 5 games, man. That's what they're looking for.
I know, but they're a process-oriented.
I was just going to say what Chris
said. They talk
said.
about they're a process-oriented franchise, and they're very deliberate. They were so careful and I think justified with how good he's been and how they handled Paul Skeens. It was so deliberate, Jason. I'll admit, even though I'm pumped to see the guy play and I think he's ready, it was 21 plate appearances where, yes, he walked more than he struck out. That is a remarkably small sample size to decide he's checked all the boxes that were left unchecked after spring.
Well, I mean, you're making it big, Chris, and I understand why. Like, that's a reasonable way of looking at this. But, I mean, I'm looking at it like he's their best shortstop right now. And he was very close coming out of spring training. You could see the ability. That was clear, but he was pressing. And so they put him in a situation to get away from that. And they feel like they saw the version of Connor Griffin that is really in there. And they think he's in a place to show that at the major leagues. And they don't have a guy playing that position, giving them the best chance to win games. So to me, it would be foolish to not bring him up and try to investigate that. I mean, I don't know. It may not work. Nobody has a crystal ball here. I think it will. But, I mean, they're going at this saying the guy's showing us enough that he's going to help us win games at the major league level.
All right, I just want to make sure I hear you right on the contract stuff, Jason. You're saying that this promotion has nothing to do with his contract?
I mean, I don't want to say nothing, but I'm saying the number one decision is baseball. He helps them win baseball games. So, I mean, I'm trying to think how to phrase
you don't think it's a coincidence that yesterday Buster Olney says they're deep into negotiations on a contract extension, and now he's called up
no,
today?
I mean, dude, I'm not saying it's completely unrelated. Like, I'm trying to be tactful here. Like, would he come up if there were no contract? Yes, I think that's possible. And I'm in a playground, by the way, and I'm like screaming, and there are kids trying to play and have some sense of quiet, and I'm ruining that. I was at a charity
Jason
event.
Mag. Just tell him
kids
you're
on
Jason
the playground
Mackey.
are loud. What are you talking about? You're not at a library.
I don't want to be a church. And by
You
the way,
should
I don't
go.
randomly
You
hang
should
out
do
at
the rest of
playgrounds.
this
This is a charity event.
Do the rest of the interview going on like the monkey bars and stuff. Jason, explain to me a couple of things. We've got people in the YouTube comments mentioning like specific dates and PPI. Can you sort out what all of that stuff means as far as an extra draft pick, what April 9th means or doesn't mean, what April 14th means about them getting an extension done? Can you please give everybody the definitive answer on what all these deadlines are and everything else?
And to do it live? No.
In a playground, I know.
Live at a playground. No, I mean, he's going to be on the roster long enough so they're going to be eligible for a PPI pick. I mean, that we know that. If he plays really well, that's going to be a consideration. You know, if he signs an extension, obviously that changes it. Chris,
how does it change it?
If I said I knew I'd be lying to you if I said I knew the nuance.
How does the contract change it?
Well, because hang on, I'm getting twisted up here, guys. All right, now we go. Now we're good.
So how does the contract change all this?
It doesn't. What do you? Oh, okay.
Like,
all right.
Like
so
PPI.
I got you. No, he's eligible to. Sorry, I skipped ahead of myself here as I was like nearly dropping my laptop. No, he's eligible for a PPI pick. The Pirates are gonna do that by bringing him on the roster, whatever. And if you sign him to an extension, it basically makes everything else meaningless, right? Like you're not going to worry about service time, you're not going to worry about arbitration, you're not going to worry. Like both of those things can exist. I'm sorry, I think I crossed the wire.
No, it's okay. So regardless of if he signs a contract tomorrow, they're going to get the PPI pick, which is at the end of the first round.
Yes, assuming assuming things go to plan.
Jason, does anything matter about him playing actual major league games before he signs an extension? Like if he signs it before he ever plays a major league game, does that affect anything for them or for him?
Yeah, there is a nuance to that, Chris, that like he does have to play in the major leagues for that to work. So I mean, if
for what
I don't
work?
think it's the PPI stuff, and for them to still preserve
that. Let me be very clear. I'll try to ask the question clearly.
So he'd have to play tomorrow before they sign the contract to get the pick?
Yes,
correct.
That's the point.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So they could have
They're
a
not
deal.
going to announce it before tomorrow's game then.
That's part of the
They are
reason I
not,
was trying
no.
to get that across. Because they could have a deal, Jason. Now, they could theoretically have a deal or basically be truly at the finish line of a deal, or the goal line, so to speak, of a deal. And they could just know it's going to get done, but need to have him play at least one major league game to preserve the PPI. Am I correctly interpreting the situation? Okay.
Yeah. Yes. I'm not saying that's what's happening, Chris, but I'm saying you're interpreting the situation.
I know, but we're not all.
correctly. That is,
yes, but we're not all babes in the woods here, like innocent about how this stuff can sometimes work. All parties involved might understand that.
I totally, and it's very confusing and weird. I understand.
Okay.
That. So yes, play a game. Be up here a little bit, and then maybe something comes together. Yes, absolutely possible.
Okay. So take a deep breath here. You're saying the Pirates will not sign him to a deal until he plays at least one game.
It's not happening.
I don't think they'll announce. Yeah, you're not going to hear about a contract before he plays a game. And I mean, and what I'm saying, I'm trying to be fair. Like, try to find the final bit of. Yeah, like Buster Olney's thing said it. I thought it said it well. Like where they're at offer-wise, the Roman Anthony comp, they're not exactly the same players. You have to find sort of a middle ground, the way that gives Pirates value, gives Connor Griffin the contract he wants. So, I mean, yeah, ideally you hammer out those details maybe over the weekend, whatever it is. He's played in the major leagues, whatever, and then you get to a deal. Like that's and you preserve the PPI pick, and then you render all the other stuff moot, like I was talking about.
And just to make sure our fans who are on YouTube understand it, again, this had more to do with his 5 games in the minor leagues than where the contract extension talks are at.
I mean, I don't think they're unrelated, Andrew. Like, it's not an either-or sort of answer. Like, but I think right now it made it a very easy situation. Like, if they're talking contract, okay. Yep. At the same time, he helps them win baseball games. So now you're in Pittsburgh and you're going to help the team win baseball games, and you're in a better position to maybe do something like this. Like it's all coming together at a really time. It's just not an either or answer. Like, but what made it possible right now is that he responded the way they want him to respond. Like if he was not playing baseball well and wasn't going to help them and went into some sort of beginning of the season funk, they wouldn't bring him up. The fact that he's shown that, they're bringing him up and they're giving this an opportunity.
Did you think this was possible when he got sent down to start the year? Did you think his stint at AAA could last literally less than a week? Was that on your radar?
It was on my radar as a possibility. I didn't think it was likely. I mean, what I thought they were going to do, Andrew, was send him down there until he got right and looked like himself. And I thought they would need more than 5 or 6 games to determine that. I agree. I am also not watching every single thing he's doing. I'm not around him 24/7. I'm not coaching him. I'm not in the clubhouse with him. They are.
Well, in fairness, they're not either. The people that work for them at AAA are. Ben Cherington wasn't.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Days.
But I mean, they have constant communication, and you get reports from those people, and you understand how the kid's processing the move. He's very mature. And I mean, he was not far off at spring training. I don't think it was because of a lack of ability or because he wasn't developed. I feel like it was because he was pressing and trying too hard. Mm-hmm. So you take that variable out of it. A couple weeks ago, there were a bunch of people screaming that he should be on the opening day roster, which I totally understand. So he's removed that. He's showing he's capable. Why wouldn't you bring him up?
Can you explain, I think, and you kind of have, but for the people that are saying they wanted his debut to be the home opener and not opening day on the road, can you explain to people why that doesn't make sense?
I don't understand why people would want that. What are they talking about?
Well, they're saying that
it's going to goose the numbers for them. They'll make a ton of money off of it.
Yeah, there's going to be more buzz. It's going to add to the excitement of opening the home opener.
It's already sold. No. I mean, it's already sold out. Like, it's good. I just don't understand. Like, they didn't game this to have his. I can tell you that from like being close to it. This was not like weeks in planning. If anything, it was, sort of, I don't want to say reacting to the first 5 or 6 games. Again, it's not reacting to that, but it was just part of it. So, no, it wasn't.
Wait a minute. It absolutely is reacting to the first 5 or 6 games because you said the way that he played in those first 5 or 6 games is what got him up here.
It's part of it. It's an input. It's an input in their decision. It's a I don't know, primary input or bigger input or whatever. But I mean, what you're asking me, Andrew, is that they game this to hold him back and all of a sudden intentionally have him debut at the home opener. They didn't do that.
Okay.
Jason,
we did get questions about that.
Jason, are they going to throw him into deep water and have him hitting first or second, in your opinion, tomorrow?
I don't think so. I think they're going to try to keep him relaxed. I don't know that for a fact. They're off today. I haven't had any conversations with, anybody who'd be making out the lineup about that. But, given his primary issue in spring training was trying too hard and overthinking things, I think they'd probably try to have him lessen the load a little bit, hit him down the beginning of the order and then move up from there.
Who do you think plays third tomorrow, and who do you think gets sent down to make room for Griffin?
Probably Gonzalez at third. I mean, he's been hitting more than Triolo. I do think it's going to be somewhat of a rotation there. And I'm not gonna say the player just because that's announcing the rest of the move. I mean, it's gonna be a position player who doesn't play every day. Say it that way.
Wait, why can't you speculate on that?
I don't know.
Doesn't want to break it where the guy maybe hasn't been told. I don't know.
What's that to do with anything?
I'm trying to.
Billy, I don't want to create any more speculation. Billy Cook's going to go down.
Oh, okay. All right, Jason. We'll let you get back to the park, and I guess we'll see you at the ballpark tomorrow.
All right, guys. Take care. Thanks.
There you go.
Thanks for having me.
That was bizarre at the end.
I mean, I was trying to play the good cop there.
I think, and we like having Jason on, but I think he's in a I'll say it out loud, I think he's in a very interesting position now because he is a reporter and yet he is a Pirates.com employee. And I think that probably affects the way that he has to answer some questions now. I think he gives us the information in a way that's probably different than the way he used to when he was at the Post-Gazette. That's how I take that last answer. I can't fathom when he was at the Post-Gazette him saying, I don't feel comfortable telling you who the guy who's getting sent down is.
That's correct. I think that is 100% correct. No notes to add.
Fan weather brought to you by, hold on here. I got to get the temperatures up on the text that Donnie sent me because I literally forgot my notes today. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today. For tomorrow's opening day, looks like the rain will come later. So we'll have a clear day and temperatures in the low 70s for Connor Griffin's big league debut. What are your expectations for him? Let's get your thoughts next, 412-928-9370. We talk to him. You'll hear what he thinks of his future with the Pirates. Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. We are live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It's the PM team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by 2 Men in a Junk Truck. Cohen Market, the official crispy chicken of the Fan. Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, and Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Rally House, shop every team in town. College and pro, come on, it's time to go.
The season starts at Rally House. From jerseys and hats to tumblers for game day, it's where outrageous selection meets every fan's style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House, it's your city, it's your house, it's a Rally House.
Level up your fandom in-store or online at rallyhouse.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money. a lot. And that's important, trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. The Pirates open the season at home on Friday. Join the Fan as we broadcast live on Federal Street before the Bucks take on Baltimore. Coverage of the Pirates opener is brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread, the official hamburger and hot dog bun of the Pittsburgh Pirates. This draft season, make your first-round pick the furry kind. Edgar Snyder and Associates is sponsoring 4 pet adoptions each week at Humane Animal Rescue of Pittsburgh during the month of April. Visit the shelter and draft your new best friend today. Edgar Snyder and Associates and Humane Animal Rescue of Pittsburgh, because every animal deserves a second chance. Schley Deck and Fence Company. Call today for an estimate on your rotten, rusted, paint shipping railings. Get your railings safe again. Call 412-515-6575. Schley Deck and Fence. SchleyDeckCompany.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Connor Griffin set to make his Buccos debut tomorrow in the Pirates home opener at 412 at PNC Park. We'll be on Federal Street beforehand. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, more PM Team.
Okay, let's go. Come on. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
Put on my eye black, then it's time to roll. It's time to amp up and, let the dog come out.
And that dog is being let out of the cage tomorrow afternoon at 412. Connor bleeping Griffin. Jason Mackey just joined us. Some convoluted answers there on the motives for Connor Griffin getting promoted here.
Pony, I thought you did an excellent job asking very straightforward questions that needed to be answered. Can I just recap that for people?
Yes,
please. Who wanted to follow it? I think a couple of things here are true, or can be taken as true. The Pirates felt Griffin was ready in spring, even though he didn't have great numbers. Had the Pirates and Griffin gotten over the line on a contract extension, he would have come up with the big club. Now that he didn't get that done, and then he played a couple of games, it behooves them to get a contract signed, I believe, by the 14th or by the 9th for some of this PPI stuff. However, and this is very important, and Jason did state this clearly, the PPI, the extra pick that they would get here, would be rendered null and void if they announced the deal before he plays in a game. They will not be announcing a contract for him, even if one is done and all but he has to sign the paper formally before that game tomorrow.
I think that's why they have to say technically it's for baseball reasons.
Correct.
I think that's why they have to technically say that.
And I think Jason, I know Jason knows that 21 plate appearances, if it really was a strictly baseball-related thing, is a silly sample size to base any promotion off of.
Yeah.
And so they
have to say that right now.
Right. Yes, and I'm trying to just be clear here. They can't say the real reason. They're trying to make sure they do good business, i.e. get a pick. I would be stunned if probably before the end of this series there is not an announcement. Once he's played at least in one major league game and is a major league ball player, I'd be pretty stunned if there isn't an announcement that they have a contract done with him in the very near future. That is how I think this is going to go down.
I'm going to ask everybody out there a question, and I want honest answers, okay? I know it's hard to be honest right now because if you're a Pirate fan, your heart is fluttering because you have the best phenom, the best prospect, the best hitter in all of minor league baseball. He's not old enough to buy a legal drink here at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook, and the Pirates believe in him so much they're calling him up as a teenager. Those are all amazing things and things we should all be excited about. I'm going to ask you, Chris, Donnie, this, and everybody else. Are your expectations for Connor Griffin as high as they were for Paul Skeens? Paul Skeens, to me, we said things before he got called up. Like, he has the potential to be the greatest pitcher in Pirates history. He might have the potential to be the greatest, pitcher, period, of our generation. Like, those are the things.
His ceiling was greatest ever, which
Yes.
actually does not look far-fetched.
Those are the things we said about him. And 2+ years in, spot on. Do you feel the same way about Griffin? Here's the reason why I am cautiously optimistic. I think almost feels a little bit too negative, but might be more appropriate than where I was on Skeens. When you're talking about a high school kid who is so young, I think the range of outcomes for him is much greater. And I think that the potential for him to not be quite as good as we think is much higher. So what are my expectations for Connor Griffin? I expect him to be a multi-time All-Star while he's with the Pirates, and I expect him to compete for MVP. I mean, I think they're going to be good, so I expect him to win an MVP award while he's here. Because those two things, that's an award that still, even though we've seen Andre Dawson's and Alex Rodriguez's and stuff, like usually it goes to great player on good team. Mike Trout's another exception. Ohtani is a unicorn, so it doesn't really matter who he plays for. But he's going to play shortstop. If he's good there, the fact that he's a great defensive player adds value to everything he does offensively. He's very obviously a 5-tool player. I don't hear people saying, well, his arm actually isn't that good, or he's not that fast, or he doesn't have power. No, it looks like he's an A+ at everything. When you are that talented, Bobby Witt Jr. is on TV behind us. Not every baseball fan knows that name. He's the Royals shortstop. That's who I expect him to be. Better than that, actually.
I expect him to be better than Bobby Witt because Bobby Witt's 6'1", 200.
What's Bobby Witt, the second or third best position player in baseball?
Would you say Soto's the best if you don't?
No,
count
I don't think
Ohtani?
Soto's he's the highest paid. Who's not Ohtani, but I don't think Soto's the best.
Judge?
Soto's not a good defensive player. Soto should be a DH.
Aaron Judge?
Hard to say Aaron Judge because in big games he basically takes a dump in his pants. So,
well, if you're rating guys only based on big games, you're ignoring the fact that he's hit, I don't know, how many home runs in the last 4 years?
He has
Aaron
the
Judge?
American League record for home runs in a season.
I mean, the guy's hit 200 home runs in the last 4 years.
Yes.
I have a very hard time saying a dude whose OPS in that exact time frame, Pony, is over 1100.
I know, but when he comes up in every big spot and makes an out, it's just...
Yeah, but that's like a New York creation too. I mean, yes, it's true, but like also Derek Jeter had a crappier, I think, postseason batting average and everything than Alex Rodriguez.
Yeah, I'm not going to say Derek Jeter was better than Aaron Rodgers. Not to litigate that all over
It's neither
again.
here nor there. I expect him to be better than Bobby Witt Jr. This is my expectation. But for the fact that Shohei Ohtani exists and plays in the same league as him, I expect that Griffin would otherwise win at least 2 MVP awards with the Pirates. He still might win them. He still might, but I think there's going to be a couple of seasons.
That's a third of his career here. He's going to probably, well, we'll see if we think an extension is going to done. That's actually more. It's probably a quarter. 8 years, 2 MVPs.
Yes. I think he should be the best player in baseball by the time he's like 21 or
Ballsy,
22.
that means you think he's going to have a better Pirates career than Andrew McCutchen?
Yes, I think he's a better prospect than Andrew McCutchen. I don't even think that's debatable. Andrew McCutchen winning an MVP was like, I wouldn't say a shock or anything like that, but he blossomed into way more than I think they even bargained for. I expect him to be the best Pittsburgh Pirate position player since Barry Bonds.
Do you think he'll be better than Bonds as a Pirate? Not what he did with the Giants. Will he be better than Bonds as a Pirate?
No, because Bonds was robbed of a true third MVP by fraud Terry Pendleton. And Bonds is, in my opinion, even the Pirates version of Bonds was already like a top 20 player, probably.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yes, he was a Hall of Famer before he even
he was
put on a Giants uniform, in my opinion.
But no, I expect him to be the best Pirates position player since Bonds. Is that a good enough answer to your question?
So just to give you context on Bonds. So Bonds led Major League Baseball in WAR his last 3 years with the Pirates, 90, 91, and 92. Before that, he was still a really good player, but not to that degree.
He exploded in 90.
He actually did not for the first 86 through 89, his first 4 years with the Pirates. 0 All-Star game appearances.
I think Griffin will be better sooner than Bonds. I don't know if his height...
Ballsy, I think he's going to have a better career than Bonds as a Pirate by that logic. I don't think it's going to take him as long. It's the same number of years,
he also
right?
should
2,
be
4, 7.
I think he's going to be really good at age... He'll be 20 at the end of this month, I think.
Yes.
So this will count as his age 20 season. I think he'll be good to very good this year. I just think that there's too many...
Rookie of the Year good?
Yes. I think he should be. That's my expectation.
I think Sale Stewart, who we saw in the Red Series, was the favorite going into play yesterday. Griffin here at the Rivers has gone from 8-1 down to 3-1. He's become the favorite.
He should.
He hasn't
He's
taken
got
a swing in the majors yet.
You do have to evaluate how does the guy seem to handle the situation. Like I would almost liken it to Scotty Scheffler in golf, where I think he's very aware of how good he is and is completely trusting of whatever process is going to happen. Like I think that's kind of the parallel I drew, or Crosby in hockey. And then the physical tools are just off the charts, man. They are. If you built a guy in a lab to be an elite baseball player, you'd pretty much build him. About the only thing you can say about him is that he's about 6'3". Is he about as tall as you would say?
Yeah.
He's listed at 6'3", 222.
I think he's a tick taller than me.
Okay, so maybe 6'4". That's a big shortstop, right? There are not a ton of examples. A-Rod was a big shortstop, and he moved to third base only because of Derek Jeter's ego and New York Psychos. Cal Ripken, big shortstop, played most of his career there till the very end.
Is he going to become a power hitter like A-Rod, though?
I think
is he going to hit 40 to 50 home runs a season and drive in 130 runs?
So that's what I think it's going to be. I think if you want to see the most exciting, if you love triples and steals and guys really galloping out there, I think the first 3-4 years of his career are going to be the most fun in that perspective. What do we tend to see happen, even to like guys who are specimens early on, they fill out as they play more baseball, and the power develops even more.
So are you predicting by the time his Pirates career is over, he's third baseman, Connor Griffin?
No, I think he's going to play short, but I think the natural power is going to keep developing. The guy's a man-child. It's weird, man. He like kind of looks older than me and you, and he's half of our, not in a bad, you know what I mean? Like he just looks
he looks older than two men in their 40s?
He looks like a grown-ass man, and you and I just look like children next to him. Well, you don't, because you're actually about as tall as him, but I look like a schmuck wearing boots.
I don't know about that. I think you're being too hard on yourself.
My point is he's already got power. I think he's like a 20 home run power guy the first year or two, 20 to 25. But I think the power and the body type is there to hit 40. Bobby Witt, by the way, is awesome and has one superlative season on there where like the numbers really pop. The rest of the time they're merely very good. I think he's going to be more like the Bobby Witt really good season all the time.
Donnie, what do you think of this Mulsey take? Multi-time MVP, better Pirate than Andrew McCutchen, arguably better Pirate than Barry Bonds. Connor Griffin expectations. Too high?
I mean, I didn't get to see Bonds play in Pittsburgh, but you guys know that I've always acknowledged that he's the best hitter to ever play the game. And I know we're just talking about what he did here. And again, that was before my time, but still a couple of MVPs out of those seasons. I mean, he had WARs that were almost 10 in a couple of those seasons. I'll put him past McCutchen. I think he would be this generation's Andrew McCutchen as a cornerstone position player that is the key component in bringing playoff baseball back here. Now, the teams that McCutchen came on with didn't have a Paul Skeens, so he had to do a little bit more work. They had better players in the field, you would argue, but I think Griffin can be this generation's Kutch that is the key guy in the field and at the plate that brings this team back to the playoffs, and I think an MVP should be a fair expectation for a guy with his pedigree, and I don't know, maybe you throw in a batting title. I know that's kind of old school, but you think he's going to win that this year anyway, Pony?
I did say that, yeah. That was my opening day euphoria take that got to me. And I also said O'Neal Cruz, 30 homers, 50 steals.
I said Brandon Lau, 40 homers. All of those
We don't look bad with
pretty
our
good
kind
right
of
now.
off-the-wall bold takes. 412-928-9370. Connor Griffin will make his Pirates debut in 25 hours. What are your expectations for him? All of us are saying we think he's going to be better than Andrew McCutchen. I'm saying I think he'll have a better Pirates career than Barry Bonds. Let's go to Paul in Pittsburgh. Hello, Paul.
Hey, guys. I'd like to talk Paul Skeens. Why don't we just go to him and say $35 or $40 million a year, 4-year deal? Let's see what he says.
What does that buy out, a year?
Yes.
$40 million a year, 4-year,
It doesn't buy out enough time to make it worth it for the Pirates.
No, because with the way arbitration went with Skubal, I think he's going to get close to that. Man, maybe he does his last year get 40.
But his last year is my point.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Skeens, we'll give you $40 million a year for the next 5 years.
You know what? Thanks for the call.
Okay, 5 years is different.
I don't. There's no indication that they've done that. I actually don't think it's a crazy idea. Garrett Cole makes $36 million a year. Okay? Paying him $40 million is an overpay for the next couple of years.
Well, just based on the current rules.
And an underpay for what he would get the last year of his contract. If I were his agent, I would say we have to at least think about this.
They said $5 and $200.
Yeah. I think he'd have to think about it.
You want to talk about the perception of the Pirates being different. If they got a deal done with Griffin for like $8 and $130, and then they go, by the way, we have another thing to announce. Paul Skeens will be a Pirate for a 5-year, $200 million deal.
I just don't. I'm not going to say I don't think they can afford. That's not the right word. I just don't think. I don't think they want to give a player that amount of money per year, because if their payroll is just north of $100 million. That's going to be in one guy who plays every fifth day, roughly 40% of their payroll. And like Neil Huntington did a big dissertation about how, like, back in the day when the Indians did that with Manny Ramirez originally, like that was like turned out to be like the downfall of that era of Cleveland baseball.
Okay.
When like one guy on a small market team ended up eating up that much of a team's
I would have told Neil
payroll.
the downfall was that your ownership group didn't want to just pay more money overall.
Yeah.
So you were selling out Jacobs Field for like 7 years straight.
Sure. Yeah.
No, I know. I had to say that, obligated to say that, because I think the framing of that from the people in Neil Huntington's chair is always like disingenuous at best.
But what I'm going to say back to Paul is I think that's a fair deal. That's a fair offer to make to Paul Skeens.
If you could buy out 2 years of his free agency somehow.
I don't think he would do that. I think he'd only give you one.
So then a 5-year deal would buy out 2, I believe, right?
He said 4.
I know. Then he said 5 at the very end. He goes, 5 years, $40 million a year. 5 years, $200 million.
I think Skeens would have to think about that.
Well, because then you always figure you're pushing back the time when you would eventually try to trade him further and further. When you do that, that's really what it's about. It's not ever about, to me, signing these guys and then they're going to be here for the duration of that contract. It's you keep pushing into the future when you would actually deal them.
Here's Harry in the car. Hello, Harry.
Yeah, guys, I just wanted to say real quick that I'm not a baseball fan, but I am a fan of this radio station, and because of the platform that you guys gave to Connor Griffin, I'm a Connor Griffin fan. And I wish him all the best when he comes up and plays tomorrow. I do think it's going to be great for people that are fans. I just hope that Pittsburgh fans in general, because I love the Steelers and the Penguins, I just hope they give him a chance just in case he's not, Barry Bonds, off the rip.
Yeah, thanks for the call. Thanks, Harry. I get what you're saying. I appreciate the kind words. Like, I'm expecting these things from him. I'm also expecting him to be good right off the bat, which is probably, a tad bit unfair because of how young he is. But, they must think he's ready and going to be good right off the bat. If they didn't, he would be getting ready to play the Columbus Clippers right now. And I won't think, if he's in a huge slump to start for the first 3 weeks of his professional career, I will question the timing of when he got called up. I think that's totally fine.
It's not much of a trend, but I tried to go and research this. at every level of the minors. I think his very first time in the minors, he raked at his first level. And then going up to Greensboro, it might have been Altoona was the one where it was like the first couple games he didn't do a ton. I think he did 2 or 3 slow games where he maybe had 1 hit. And then it was just explosion. So it's been at every level. It's been like a 5 to 10 at-bat sample. And then he's like, he picks it up. He's like the Terminator. And then he goes and does something else. Crowley has chimed into Donnie saying, what are your expectations for him in a Pirates uniform for Griffin? Crowley, he will be better than Jared Triolo. Crowley really, what would that go off at? Minus 10 million that he'll be better than Jared Triolo?
Could you imagine if that prediction turns out to be wrong?
But it's because Triolo actually blossoms into an MVP at third base. He's Scott Rowland with a better bat.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Persons you love from where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. All right, Pomp joins us next. Pomp has seen them all come and go, going all the way back to Clemente. What are his expectations for Connor Griffin? What are his Pirates' expectations now that Connor Griffin got called up so soon? Coming up next, we're live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. This place is pumped for Connor Griffin's big league debut. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Final Four is set in men's college hoops. Illinois and UConn Saturday just after 6 p.m. Arizona and Michigan Saturday just before 9 p.m. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, let's talk right now, Donnie, about Comer and Cross. Guys, they just gave me this breaking news message to share with you. You can now, for a limited time, get a Comer and Cross garage floor with 50% off the installation price. Half off. This is not going to last forever. This is a deal you need to jump on. Bad epoxy, paint job, you might have it. I just had an old, stained, disgusting concrete garage floor. They changed all that in less than 1 day. 50% off the installation price. Who's going to install it? Pros. Guys that have installed a lot of garage floors. Not idiots. Not high school kids. Not guys that were hired off the street with no experience. Get the proprietary Comer and Cross finish. They will fill the cracks in pits perfectly. So get 50% off now. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Learn more with Robinhood at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Victor Wembanyama had another amazing night last night. 41 points, 18 rebounds in 29 minutes. This season, Wemby is playing 29 minutes per game. What Wemby is doing is also saving himself for the playoffs, which is something to pay attention to. I'm Chris Black.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan during halftime or overtime. From spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Here at Wayland Exteriors, we've been waiting to get back at it after one of the roughest winters in a long time. We're starting to learn just how bad the last few months were on roofs in the area. So, if this winter wreaked havoc on your roof with all the snow and ice, trust the leading roofing company in the greater Pittsburgh area, Wayland Exteriors. We've extended our spring offer through the end of the month. Learn about it at waylandexteriors.com. Wayland Exteriors. No mess, no stress. See why we're the pros with the 5-star Google reviews. WaylandExteriors.com.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Hot water fast. Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
The major roadways are starting to jam with normal rush hour delays. On the Voice of Pittsburgh 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
This report brought to you by Window Nation. Right now, get 50% off windows. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off on new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Okay. Fan Hotline for the Legend is brought to you by our friends at Sullivan Super Service. Love those guys. Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Love anybody who supports our shows. Segment is sponsored by West Shore Home, because we've got Pomp on the air. Visit westshorehome.com/fan to spring into savings with West Shore Home. All right, Bob, we just laid out our expectations for Connor Griffin. Adam Crowley said he expects Griffin to be better than Jared Triolo. We thought that was a mouthful. Malsey said he expects Jared Triolo to have a better Pirate.
No.
Oh. Not Triolo. Mulsey expects Connor Griffin to have a better Pirates career than Andrew McCutchen. And I decided to one-up him and say, I think Connor Griffin will have a better Pirates career than Barry Bonds. Where does Bob come down on things?
Oh, Barry Bonds. Now you're going, even though a lot of his success was out in San Francisco, he had a lot of it here in Pittsburgh, too. I think people may have forgotten 2, but it should have been 3, maybe 4 MVPs.
No All-Star games his first 4 years, though, Bob. I think Connor Griffin gets one his first 4. He might get one this year.
Well, I think it's changed a little bit, too. You can get in a lot of different ways. I would think I'm going to have lesser original expectations. I think he's going to be a very good player. I think the Andrew McCutchen comparison, if he stays healthy, is probably legitimate. I think as a prospect, he is under much better elite status versus what McCutchen was when he first was drafted by the Pirates. So I wouldn't be surprised by that. But in this first year, I think my expectations are just come in, show people why you are the number 1 prospect in baseball. It doesn't have to immediately translate into a 30-30 season or a 20-20 season. But I think if he could play slick fielding defense and contribute with his, getting on base and using the speed, which is his best asset, I think. He's got power, yes, but, man, he can do a lot of things on the base pass. So I would think that would be the way I look at this season.
Bob, what do you think about the timing of the decision to call him up and what might have gone into it behind the scenes?
Well, that's a good question, Chris. I think, first of all, I've said from the beginning that I would have had him up here from the start because I see a maturity level. And I also think that their best players in trying to win this year would include him from the start. They didn't do that, but they also didn't take a lot of time in the minors, so that makes you think that probably they have a deal done, I guess. I don't know. But if they do, they'll announce it soon. It won't be tomorrow. I think he has to get on the playing field from what I understand of that rule. So,
yep.
Yeah, but I think they probably, that's the trend with these guys now. Give them these kinds of contracts. You're obviously taking on some risk, but the reward, if he is what you think he is, will be great as the contract moves on.
All right, we're going to play this game, Bob. I'm going to give you a stat, and I want you to give me what you expect Connor Griffin's number to be in 2026 for that stat. Home runs for Connor Griffin in 2026.
I would say between 12 and 15.
You can't give us a number. It has to be in a range. You can't pick.
13.
Okay.
13.
RBI.
248.
Batting average.
262.
OPS.
865.
That isn't.
I don't know. You're giving me numbers as I go here.
I love it. I love it, Bob. Steals.
That's going to be a big number for me. I think he could get on the base and make things happen. So I would say 25.
A pair of caught stealings in 5 attempts, though, in AAA. Might need to work on his selectivity. Errors at shortstop.
Ooh.
Oh, my. I'll say 7.
Okay.
Not a horrible number.
Bob, how does this affect your Pirates' expectations for the year? What do you think their win-loss record will be now that Connor Griffin got up here so soon?
Well, it's not going to change it. I felt 85 because I factored in that he would be up here. Wasn't sure when, but, yeah, I still think that's a relatively decent number to land on just because of their pitching mostly. Their fielding still can be a problem, but with his offense, and I think what it does to other guys in their offensive lineup, it'll help. All these guys will help each other. So I think you're going to see more offense and more wins, especially on the road where they've been terrible over the last several years. If they can improve that number, I think they'll improve overall everything.
Bob, I want you to look into your Pompiani crystal ball, which, as we learned with the Penguins, was very good. I mean, you said this team would make the playoffs, and they would need an all-time collapse not to do so. And to my reckoning, you were the only person in Pittsburgh sports who said that. So, polite golf clap from us to you on that. I want you to look into that crystal ball. Who will play deepest into their season in 2026, okay? So winning a championship is the deepest. Going to a championship, conference finals, second round of the playoffs, opening round win, all of those things. Who will go the deepest in their season in 2026? I want you to give me the deepest to the least deep.
Shallowest is another word for that, Pony.
Steelers, Penguins, Pirates.
Okay, so I'm going to say the deepest, I believe, will be the Penguins because I think their matchups are going to be advantageous for them going into the playoffs. And I'm optimistic that this team, the way they're playing, can handle those things. I would say the next one after that, again, there are so many uncertainties with the Steelers. It's hard for me to give you the answer compared to the Pirates. I think the Pirates will get in. And based on their pitching, they can do a lot of stuff with that. So for the time being, I'll say Pirates, then Steelers. But if the Steelers do some things here in the quarterback department and give some protection, if it's Rodgers, and those things still I'm uncertain about based on this draft. So they can also get in and do something based on that, but it's too early for me to say that.
What things could they do in the quarterback department that would have you really feel in a certain kind of way?
Good question.
Well, Aaron Rodgers with protection.
Protection from who?
Aaron Rodgers from good defenses who come after him, and that's why I wonder about
where are they getting the protection?
Line.
The draft, you're saying?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they have 2 guys over there now, actually 3, but they have to upgrade. They have to bring in somebody who I think could be, potentially a starting guard quickly if they do that in the draft. I don't know what they're going to do. That's
Bob,
why I'm saying it's hard to give an answer based on that.
Bob, if they bring Rodgers back, I do think they have a chance to make some serious noise if and only if all of their opponents have to count 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi before they start
Bob,
their
you
pass
said
rush.
the other day you didn't want Rodgers back. Now it sounds like you're kind of singing a different tune, at least a little bit.
No, you're asking me impossible questions to answer. You're asking me about things you don't know what the total roster is right now. So, you can play that game if you want. I'm just telling you what I think. I think the Penguins have the team right now, based on how they're playing and based on, series they're going to be facing, that I think they can handle that. If the Pirates get in a short series, especially a wild card, can they win? Sure. They could beat anybody with that pitching they have. Will they? Who knows? And as far as the Steelers are concerned, there's still things I need to see, and that includes Mike McCarthy's offense, how he plans to employ certain people. All of that I don't know yet because it's too early to tell. That's all I'm saying.
Will you be there tomorrow for Connor Griffin's debut?
Well, originally no, but now yes, because of it. I mean, I'm really anxious to see how he
It's such a big deal that it
Congratulations
brings
on all your success.
you guys had a good chance to talk to him, and I thought it was very well done to go, and that was a good time to do it. I think in listening to that, I felt like, man, this guy has got it together. You know, he didn't look at this original demotion or whatever you want to call it to AAA as anything but more of a learning experience. He considered it a promotion himself. He went from double to triple. You got to have the right mindset, and I think he does. So I'm very anxious to watch him play. But I'm not going to go overdo it with expectations for his first year. I just think he'll be a contributor, and you'll like some of the numbers you see. And I think guys like J.J. Weatherholt or what's that?
No, I was sorry to cut you off by accident, but I was telling Chris and Donnie as soon as that interview got done that Griffin reminded me of Sidney Crosby in terms of how much poise and professionalism there was from a teenager at that age to come across that way and be so sure of yourself while also not coming off as like arrogant or pompous or any of those things.
Yeah, and I also think the same quality, you're right, Andrew, that Crosby has in that he knows what his position is required. You know, he's going to be the guy that people are going to go to him all the time. There's inherent pressure in that, but I think based on that and other things I've seen from him, he seems to be more than willing to be able to handle it in the correct way. So
over under 1.5 MVPs for him as a Pirate.
All right, this is assuming it's an extension and it's more, and he doesn't leave here, and I'm assuming we're going by that, right? He gets an 8-9 year, whatever it is.
Sure.
I would say I'm going to go over on that one. I think he can do that.
2 MVPs at least. Pomp and I in the same boat.
All right, Bob, we hope to see you down there tomorrow. Maybe we can have a French martini together to celebrate.
Let's go. That and some maraschino cherries on the side.
Bye, Bob.
Yeah. What, like a gigantic bucket full of them?
Brian Giles is going to throw out the first pitch. Brian Giles in 2002, his last full season with the Pirates, had a 1.072 OPS. His OPS plus was 177. Do you think Griffin has a single season with the Pirates over that number?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. Bonds' OPS cumulatively from 90 through 92 was 177 OPS plus. Because OPS plus is relative to the rest of the league.
How about the actual number, not the OPS plus? 1.072.
Oh, God, that's so tough, man. For a middle infield, he'll be the best player in baseball if he has one.
Isn't that the expectation for him?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
It is for me. I mean, I said Bobby Witt might be the best position player in baseball now, and you're like, he's got to be better than that dude.
He has a 1072 or better. He's going to hit 40 home runs. I know Giles didn't because nobody's hit 40 home runs here since Stargell, but I'll say screw it. I mean, I've put ridiculous expectations on him already. Yes, he'll have at least one season.
Well, Bonds had a higher OPS than that in 92, and he hit 34 homers.
1,080. Yeah, because Bonds' on-base percentage was
456.
was phenomenal.
Unbelievable.
Yeah,
I don't think Griffin's OPS is going to be that on-base percentage is going to be that high. Man, Giles' on-base percentage in 2002 was 45.
No, he
45%
was
of the time
outrageous.
he was on base, man.
If he was on if he was on teams here that were actually good, he would get talked about a lot more than he does. He pretty much hit the second he got here and never stopped hitting.
39 homers, $115 RBI. 35 homers, 123 RBI. 37 homers, 95 RBI. 38 homers, 103 RBI. Those are his 4 full seasons in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, he was a monster here.
He was a bopper, man. And look, it was the era. I don't think there's anything on him other than circumstantial stuff. He was never in any of the reports. I don't think he ever failed the test.
I don't believe so.
I think it's people just look at his body type and how his numbers exploded and just make an educated guess. But frankly, for me, like, let's say he actually did that for his entire career, which he did not. If he did, he should be in the Hall of Fame. And I don't mean like the Malsey Hall of Fame and the Pony Hall of Fame where you just like say let the steroid guys in.
Yes.
I mean based on the other guys that are in, like they've kept out the convicted felons, if you will, A-Rod, Clemens, Manny Ramirez,
You're saying
those
his
guys.
current numbers justify him being in?
No, I'm saying if
he kept doing that.
If his Pirates career was his entire careir,
yeah,
he should be in the Hall of Fame.
Would you like to know something wild about him?
Because just like Piazza, just like Bagwell, just like Pudge Rodriguez, there's suspicions about these guys, but there's no hard evidence. There was no hard evidence with Giles. We just think he probably did it.
would you like to know something that is completely bonkers? Brian Giles has more career WAR on Baseball Reference than Andrew McCutchen.
That actually doesn't shock me.
Not by much, but he's got more. 2-time All-Star, nothing else. McCutchen, a 5-time All-Star, Gold Glove, Silver Slugger, 4 times an MVP, etc. Giles' peak was the best offensive peak we've seen since Barry Bonds, those 4 years. Like his career OPS, think about this. This dude will never sniff the Hall of Fame, right?
No,
Giles.
not even close.
His career OPS, what do you think it is?
I have it in front of me, so I'm
902.
I know.
902! He got on base 40% of the time!
I have zero relationship with him. I've never talked to him. If I did, like, I don't think I would ask him this if I had never had maybe I would. Zan Grilly's going to talk to him tomorrow in the pregame show. I would ask him if it bothers him that he gets lumped in with those guys. Because it's never been proven, and his numbers are outrageously good. And I would just love to hear how he answers that question. You know?
I'm sure you've talked to some of the same people I've talked to, though, who have a high degree of confidence that he was lucky to have not failed a test. Is that fair summation by me?
Yeah. I mean, he was an unbelievably muscular guy. I mean, I don't know what he looks like these days, but he was jacked.
Yeah.
Bonds looks a lot smaller now that he's not.
Well, you know what he got into right after baseball was cycling.
Oh, did he?
He got big into cycling, another sport where it's actually like everyone dopes. Blood doping, EPO. But he was doing more like casual fun, like I'm doing races where like normal people are cycling. He got very into it, though.
Yeah. But he didn't get like Faneca skinny. But he still got pretty skinny.
No, he got like somewhere between what he came up with the Pirates as and what he became with the Giants in the later years. You know what? The whole Bonds thing, by the way, is he started taking stuff because he was jealous of the attention that he felt inferior players like Sosa and, frankly, McGuire were getting.
That's the story in Game of Shadows.
Yeah,
that's what's relayed in that story.
Relayed is that he was like, these guys aren't even close to my league. Like, why should they get all the attention? I got to be honest. If it was that understandable jealousy or annoyance that motivated him to do whatever it is he did or didn't do, Pony, we're all better for it. Because you'll never see 4 seasons from 01 to 04 better than what he did.
Complete aside, we'll take a timeout here in a second and get to PM Team Power Rankings, which are the 5 top, the 5 most anticipated Pirates debuts, with Connor Griffin getting called up. I think Sosa gets a really bad rap, man. Because, yes, he did it. He did steroids. And people like to say, well, what was he before that? With it, he turned into, like, one of the greatest power hitters of all time. And if we think, like, it was almost a level playing field because a lot of guys were doing it, it's like no one ever talks about him as one of the great hitters ever. And he, like, rattle off his home run and RBI totals for a 5 or 6 year period,
crazy.
and they're ridiculous.
I do think
he still has to have ridiculous hand-eye coordination to hit ball, square up ball, and hit it 430 feet consistently, and he did, man. And other than Cubs fans, nobody wants to acknowledge it, but I just did. There.
I would say, though, about him, I actually disagree with you, I guess, at the end of the day. I think the bad rap for him, or like some of the slings and arrows that get tossed his way, are way more deserved than some of these other guys. His 5-year peak, 98 through 02, he hit 292 home runs. All right. So the rest of his 18-year career, he was still hitting the ball over the fence to the tune of, like, what would it be, about 300 plus, well into the 300s. Okay.
Yeah.
His OPS, though, like when you look at those years versus everything else, he is a different ball player, in my opinion.
Okay, so we're a lot of guys.
He is a but like of all the guys that got pretty damn famous off of it, he is the most.
So he just took
different.
The best steroids. Like his steroids were better than everybody else's.
The biggest jump of everybody, I think. Like relative to what he was before. Bonds was a first ballot Hall of Famer, ironically enough, before he ever touched anything, or allegedly, because I guess he never failed a test.
Yeah.
Sosa, to me, is a guy whose career arc and everything else in place in the history of the game was fundamentally altered.
Text or follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia. Visit them, southhillskia.net. PM Team Power Rankings are next, but first a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines. Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins visit the Lightning tonight. Puck drop in Tampa set for 7. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Did you know a drain that smells bad is making strange gurgling noises or is slow to drain? Could mean you have a blockage in your main sewer line? Don't wait for a complete backup, causing costly property damage and more extensive repairs. Call the trusted team of experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric and get your home flowing smoothly again. And if you know you need your sewer line repaired, McVeigh offers free second opinions on any sewer line repair or installation. Call McVeigh or visit callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment.
When your money's on the line, are you okay with a basic free tax service? Get the confidence of TurboTax with free Fed and state filing on Intuit Credit Karma. Around 37% of filers qualify. Simple 1040s only. See details at turbotax.com/free.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
All right, it is PM Team Power Rankings time. We got to get new music for this, but we can't use the old fun music. So something's got to be done.
Who's this AI ripoff trying to be? Motley Crue or something like that, maybe?
Hey, speaking of Connor Griffin making his debut tomorrow, the Pirates want to come see you play. And so do we with our youth baseball and softball showcase. Maybe you have the next Connor Griffin on your hands. Parents and coaches send an email to us, youthsports937thefan.com, to register your 12 and under team at 937thefan.com, and we might make a stop at your field, brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. All right, today's Power Rankings top 5 most anticipated Pirates debuts. You know, this guy ended up not being what we all thought he would be, but it would not be following the spirit of PM Team Power Rankings to not include him. Number 5, I'm putting Gregory Polanco. There was tons of buzz for him. The Pirates were really good. He was a top 10 prospect. They were in the heat of their run there from 13 to 15. He tore up the minor leagues. He was viewed as a guy that was potentially going to be a big-time left-handed power hitter and maybe do the 5-tool thing, too, with an arm. And even though he had a weird gait, you know, really good runner. and got off to an unbelievable start. I mean, he tied Clementi's record for hit streak
to start
a career. And what wasn't a liability on that team, by the way, in 15. So I would say, yes, like maybe some of the guys ahead of him will be like, with the benefit of hindsight, the excitement people had to watch the guy's first game and also how their careers went. I think Polanco's at least got to be on the list, so I put him 5. Malzy?
For me, it's man. Can I pick? I have a question. Can I pick a debut that's about to happen as part of this list?
No.
Okay, so that makes it easier then. Number 4 is Andrew McCutchen for me. I think that while we all look back in hindsight at his career here and say MVP award, face of the franchise that pulled them out of 20 years of hell, his debut was in 2009 when it was like kind of a sleepier, time for them. They had Pedro Alvarez coming up. They had him on the way. They had Alvarez on the way. They had McCutchen making the debut. Walker would eventually join them. But, that was when people were still not far removed from Daniel Moskos being picked in the first round and guys like Brad Lincoln being picked. So it was a player people were very excited about because his style of play, he was going to be fast. He was going to try to hit a lot of triples. All that was exciting. But let's not kid ourselves, given what he became. His debut was really fun. I was there for his debut. It was not like stop the city, holy crap, can't believe it.
Against the Mets.
Yeah, it was not a debut that shook the foundations of Pittsburgh.
Donnie, number 3, most anticipated Pirates debuts.
Wait, so am I not allowed to have Griffin on here?
That's what I was asking.
Well,
if
you did it before we put that provision in there and included him, that's fine.
Okay. Well, I mean, the provision was like 30 seconds ago.
Correct.
Yeah, so I put Griffin at 3. I think that there is a very clear 1 and 2, at least for me. It adds to it that it's the home opener. This is something we aren't used to. This is something we never really see. We're going to get to see the top prospect in baseball the same time that the team opens their home schedule. And he has done nothing but tear the cover off the baseball in every stop he's gone to in the minor leagues. So that just adds to all of the pomp and circumstance for tomorrow. Plus, we've already thrown out some lofty expectations. You guys more so than me, but I even said he could be this generation's Andrew McCutchen and be the key position player to bring them back to the postseason.
If Connor Griffin is Starling Marte's career, is that a colossal disappointment?
It's a pretty big disappointment for me. Pretty big disappointment.
Yeah, I mean, Marte, I always thought Marte, and I think one of you two has the same take. He was a lot better than people ever gave him credit for.
It was me. I think Pony would get on his case a decent amount. It was me.
But, yeah, I mean, given where we are right now with the Connor Griffin expectations, yeah, it would be hard to say that wasn't a disappointment.
Yeah,
but,
I agree.
I mean, all in all, Marte's had a good career. The dude's, still in the league somewhere.
Royals, I think. Number 2 is Garrett Cole. Most anticipated Pirates debuts. The guy did the friggin' Zoltan, for crying out loud, when he got his first hit. I actually remember the hit more than I do.
Hit a screaming line drive to right field.
I remember that more than anything he did pitching-wise. I also remember this about that game, and maybe others do too. The Pirates decided, oddly enough, to install new security measures at PNC Park the exact day that they called Garrett Cole up, which created more confusion and longer lines outside of PNC Park.
It was a disaster getting in the place.
And the only regular season game I remember that had lines to get into PNC Park that were anywhere close to what it was for that night was when they had that ridiculous Skeens bobblehead last year, and people were across the Clementi Bridge into downtown Pittsburgh, trying to get into the stadium. That's how badly people wanted in and wanted to get in line first to make sure that they got one of those precious bobbleheads. It was so cool to see Cole because he was another number 1 pick, 1-1.
They were also in the midst of having a very good season after a very disappointing end of the last season, and he was reinforcements coming on the way.
So he's 2 for me. And I don't know where you guys put him, but we all know what
Paul Skeens is number 1. Although, hold on now. I could make a case if I wanted to that Cole should be above Skeens because it happened in the throes of a good team playing, and Skeens was joining a team that ended up losing 90 games.
Yeah, but I don't think you can.
No,
I know what you're saying.
No, but Skeens, I was wrong about Skeens. I thought Cruz was the right pick, Dylan Cruz, and I worried about Skeens as a pitcher. And everybody, Pony and others who you all said he was going to be this incredible phenom. You've been proven right.
Remember, Brownie was like, I would not negotiate with Scott Boras. I would absolutely go with Skeens. I want no part of these Boras clients.
You think Greg and Scott have ever crossed paths?
It makes you, yes, it makes you wonder.
How do you think that goes?
It makes you, like, what if it were flipped? What if Skeens were represented by Boras?
I think there's at least a chance
and
they
Cruz
would've
was
taken
not.
Cruz.
Me too, man.
I think there's at least a chance. I mean,
that was some serendipity right there.
If Connor Griffin was repped by Boras, I wonder if they'd have taken him.
You go back and look at that draft. Now, it's only 2024, so a lot can still happen.
Yep.
But, I mean, how did some of these guys get picked ahead of Connor Griffin? It's just like when you look at the Trout draft and you're like, oh my God, like the Pirates
Tony
picked
Sanchez.
No, not for. I thought Trout was Reese McGuire.
I'm pretty sure Trout
and Austin Meadows.
I'm pretty sure Trout was the Tony Sanchez draft.
Maybe you are right. Yeah,
he got picked right after Randall Grichuk or right before.
That's right. I'm conflating things there. So wait, is Tony Sanchez from the Mike Trout draft?
Yes.
Oh.
Yep. Not great.
Oh boy.
Remember that affordability draft? There were the Zach Von Rosenbergs, the what was it? Colton Keynes, maybe Victor Black.
Man, what is it with affordability drafts and the Pirates taking bad catchers?
To be fair,
same thing with Henry Davis.
To be fair, is Davis a better player than Sanchez already? He has to be. Yeah.
They ain't saying much though.
No,
is
it is not. Tony Sanchez good at talking, not good at playing baseball.
And chugging beer, he was really good at too.
Possibly connected to not being good at playing baseball.
I had 24 guys went ahead of Mike Trout in that draft. Good Lord.
I had McCutchen 4, Polanco 3, Cole 2, and Skeens 1. I think my number 5, though, is going to make you both laugh.
It might be my number 4.
I don't think it is.
Maybe. What is it?
Jose Guillen.
Oh, that's the second time you brought Jose Guillen up on the air today.
Well, it was just because he had made the jump. He was still a young guy. So he made the jump from single A directly to the major leagues. I think he might have been in high A ball, Pony. But he is 21 years old. He comes up in 97. He's making this unprecedented jump. He comes up on opening day, by the way, and is their starter. If you want a window into how warped baseball was from an offensive standpoint, here are his numbers as a rookie. 21-year-old rookie. He hit 267, got on base at a 300 clip, slugged 412, so 712 OPS. He had 14 home runs and 70 runs batted in. If the guy did that today, you'd be like, not awesome, but like not terrible, right? 20 doubles. His OPS plus was 82. He was a minus 3.5 WAR player almost because his defense was bad.
Jeez, and he's iconic for that throw, too.
Yes, it's the best throw I've still ever seen.
To get
with
Nefi
my own
Perez.
eyes. Yes, and the Colorado broadcasters are like laughing about it after it happened, like they can't believe it. I will just say, as much as people might laugh to hear me bring out that name, when he came up, it was a pretty exciting deal because of the humongous jump he was making.
I put Cole Tucker 4.
And then he hit that home run in that shortened game.
And Colin Cowherd had him on the next day.
He's done all right for himself in life.
Here is a great point by Ben. I don't know who this Ben is. Ben says, I don't even think it's 100% Connor Griffin when it's all said and done is better than J.J. Weatherholt. I wouldn't say 100. I agree. I mean, just...
Weatherholt could end up being a very, very good baseball player.
This is when people defend or make points that
actually Weatherholt not long ago was considered like maybe the best position guy in baseball in the prospect rankings. He was very highly regarded. This isn't like saying some guys coming out of nowhere to overtake him.
So complete the sentence then. I think that there's a blank percentage chance that Connor Griffin is a better player than J.J. Weatherholt.
75. 3 out of 4 times he's a better player. If you run 10,000 simulations, Pony, and 7,500 of them,
I'll go up to 85.
Weatherholt could be really good, man.
I know, man.
By the way, somebody as an aside again here, somebody on my side here doing an interesting little comp on the whole Sammy Sosa as a different player pre-98, like the biggest golf. You know how StatHead allows you to do like the side-by-side comps of players?
Mm-hmm.
This guy took Sosa from 89 to 97, so that's a similar window of time here. And Jason Kendall from 96 to 03. Kendall, better WAR, more hits, better batting average, better on base, better OPS, better OPS plus.
I agree. I agree with all that.
I was just surprised to see that, even as somebody that kind of dogged Sosa. I couldn't believe Kendall's like OPS numbers are even
My
better.
thing, though, is like you pick a lane. Do you count the stuff that happened in the steroid era or you don't? If you count him, he's a Hall of Famer. If you don't, then he's not. And if you put Clemens and Bonds in because you just throw out the steroid era, I understand that. But if you count,
I agree with that.
If you count that era of baseball, he's got to be in the Hall of Fame.
I actually agree with that. Another one from Steve. Funny story about Garrett Cole. I met him one night. I was waiting for my bus at the stop at 7th and Penn. During our short conversation, he had to pick up his dog's crap. It was the most badass poop scoop ever. I'll never forget it.
All right, fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today. We will be live on Federal Street tomorrow for the Buccos home opener. It looks like the rain's going to stay away until later, and it'll be in the low 70s for Connor Griffin's debut. Scuttlebutt on where he's going to hit in the lineup and how we feel about it next. And your phone calls, too. Your expectations for Connor Griffin. Your thoughts on him getting called up at 412-928-9370. Quick timeout, and we're right back on The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Maybe a stray shower or thunderstorm this evening, but otherwise it should be pretty nice and warm, too, with lows in the mid-60s. Come tomorrow, highs near 80 again. However, we could see a passing shower or thunderstorm at pretty much any point, especially during the afternoon. From the KDK First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Ray Petlin.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health question.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Starting to see brake lights back up the Parkway West outbound after the Fort Pitt Tunnel as you make your way up towards Carnegie. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Not only do we have Connor Griffin getting called up, we have more unbelievable breaking news on him that we will do next. We're live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It's the PM team.
You're on the air. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Pony and Muller give you the insight to make it big in the world of sports betting. The Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You know, I just want to be a Pirate for a long time. Like, I want to be part of a big rebuild, and I'm excited about, you know, the future of the team. So I want to be a part of that for sure.
Breaking news.
Man.
Connor Griffin. He has a deal with the Pirates. It is not for 8 years. It is for 9. And it is worth $140 million per Buster Olney. This is not a fake account. It's verified. Mulsey, your reaction?
I'm flabbergasted because only because of two things. I thought it would take longer. I thought it would happen before or after he made his debut because of the reasons I thought we just went over with Mackey about this like PPI and making sure you still get the pick. Maybe there's something about that none of us understand because it's convoluted. And they tacked a 9th year onto it.
Wow.
That's the big story. They also, I told you earlier in the show when I didn't think that we were going to get any kind of a deal announcement today and maybe it would happen this weekend, what a PR win for them it would be if the term of the deal, not the term of the deal, but if the sheer amount of money looked like a competitive amount, right? Like up where guys like Roman Anthony were getting paid. They went up to 140, man. How do you give them anything but props for doing this?
So that is, did you just, I was trying to do the math in my head.
No, it's less than $20 million a year.
It's $15.5 million per year.
And I don't know if there's an option or anything tacked on for that, but that is, Pony, that's a market-setting deal. He has still never played a major league game, and he just got more money than anybody who's ever not played a major league game.
And they got him to do more years than anybody expected.
Pony, this is a massive win for them.
They got him to give up 3 years of free agency, which gets
He's still going to hit free agency at 7 or 8.
Because this year is technically going to be his year 20 season.
It's going to count.
Yeah, so he'll become a free agent at between 28 and 29 years old.
When did Soto? How old was he? 26 or 27 when he did it? When did Soto? How old is Soto right now? Juan Soto.
I am double checking that.
So he might be 1 year later than Soto, but
Juan Soto right now is. Come on, Baseball Reference. Juan Soto is 27. Wait, no, what the heck? Sorry, this is
Area Man uses website.
He's 27, so he signed his deal with the Mets at 26.
And he got what? He got a bit of a crazy deal with the Nationals, did he not, early on?
Yes.
So he kind of has done the business of baseball even better than Griffin ultimately, because his deal with the Mets is $750 million.
Correct.
I mean, it's hard to beat that.
Let's see here. No, that's the wrong guy. Now I got Brian.
Tony, the bottom line is I don't know how you do anything but give them props for this.
Yes.
They signed the guy for a year longer than everyone thought they were going to sign him, which pushes back the time that he'll, because you still worry about a trade someday in the very distant future.
I don't worry about that.
Well, now you don't because it's 7 years. You and I will be lucky to still be on the air. Well, you won't be, but I will be, to be on the air together in 7 years. And they paid him. I have told you this a million times, and I know I'm right. Pirates fans not only want to see their team sign deals that matter in the scheme of things, they want to feel like they're paying like a market rate, basically, like real money. Remember the old overpay for a player just so it shows you're serious? He got more money than Roman Anthony. I know the years make it different, and Anthony's is worth more. His deal has $10 million more on it.
Yeah, they made a bigger investment.
Bottom line.
Yep.
They invested almost $150 million in a guy who has never seen a major league pitch.
They made the biggest investment in an unproven player than anybody in the history of baseball. More than the Dodgers ever have, more than the Yankees ever have, more than the Red Sox ever have, more than the Cubs, more than any big market team. You could say they've taken the biggest risk in the history of baseball.
Certainly in their history.
Yeah, this is way more money than Brian Reynolds. $100 million. They've given out two $100 million contracts in the history of the team. One to Brian Reynolds, who was already an all-star player, and the other to a 19-year-old. And
first response I see, or first reaction I see from somebody other than you.
Don't tell me it's going to be a negative
it's just
one.
Our buddy Adam Gretz. We like Adam. And this is, I think, what a lot of Pirates fans are feeling right now, I'm guessing, even if they were starting to think it was eventually going to get over the line. Holy bleep, they signed him. They actually did it. I bet you that is in 2 sentences what most Pirates fans feel about
And Buster Olney made sure to change his tweet. He put the deal out there 9 years, $140 million, then deleted it and said there's still work to be done to finish it. They're still working on finalizing because of what we just talked about. If the deal gets done before he plays tomorrow, the Pirates are going to lose a draft pick. They get an extra
Now,
pick.
do I have to delete my tweets about it?
What were your tweets?
Well, I guess I just retweeted him. Do I have to delete any tweets? Are we allowed to talk about it?
I didn't see this coming. We were with the guy on Friday.
Oh, Buster's in hot water, isn't he?
I did not think a week after hanging out with Connor Griffin, we were going to be talking about his arrival in Pittsburgh and the fact that they got the contract over the finish line and got the projected deal from Buster only yesterday was $111 million. This is $29 million more than that.
I'm going to tell you something.
With an extra year tacked
on. I don't know what you heard. I had heard rumors in the last couple of days, Pony, as I tried to poke around with Mulsey Moles and things. I had heard that the Pirates were willing to go as high as $150 for total money.
Okay.
I don't know if you had heard anything
I had not
in
heard
that realm, but I had heard that they were willing, like in however these processes go. You know how everyone probably tries to set parameters, a bottom end and a top end? I had heard that their top end for this was somewhere around $150. Now, I don't know if that would have been 10 years they would have required to do that, but that's what I had been kind of led to believe, was that was their max number.
This is one of the greatest days in recent Pirates history. The biggest concern that Pirates fans have after is the team going to be good on the field is their ability or inability to keep good players.
Are the Pittsburgh Pirates in it to win it off the field?
I was at opening day last year. You know what was there? Guys in Paul Skeens Yankees jerseys. That happened. That's a whole subsect of Pittsburgh sports fans. Guys who like to mock and go after the Pirates for having great players, if they even ever get great, mocking them for only being here for a short amount of time because they can't keep them because they don't want to pay full freight for free agents and great guys in their prime.
They've been a punchline. This is a big boy move. The Red Sox just did this with Roman Anthony, and they got praised for it. The Pirates just did it with a guy with even more hype surrounding him. I want Content Craig, who loves to cut up montages about sports things, breaking news. We did it when Walter Donkite there broke the Tomlin news. I want him to cut one, though, that is Pony saying, Connor Griffin and the Pirates have reached a contract agreement, and then, splice that together with Pony. Actually, Buster only deleted the tweet, but it's because of PPI reasons. I think we need that one here.
We're the flagship home of the Pirates. We're going to be down next to PNC Park for opening day. You now have a new thing to react to as a Pirate fan. For the first 4 hours of the day, it was Pompiani taking calls on how you feel about Connor Griffin getting called up. Now it's how you feel about him getting paid at 412-928-9370. The Pirates are working on finalizing a 9-year, $140 million deal for Connor Griffin. 412-928-9370. Donnie, let's get your 2 cents on this.
I mean, this is just an all-time day. You guys already said it, because it is something – it already started as something that this regime would never have done before. Call up the top prospect 5 games in to his AAA career. The guy's hitting 500 or right around it, and they call him up for the home opener. So they already take a crowd that should be pretty excited because the team's coming off back-to-back wins. There are multiple new guys on the roster that have already come through, like Ryan O'Hearn, Brandon Lau. They call up their top prospect, and then hours later, they lock the guy up for nearly a decade. And my favorite part on top of this is every schmuck out there who wants to give you he's going to be a Dodger or a Yankee by 2027. They can hit themselves with the mute button right about now.
Wow.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
412-928-9370, giving you a chance to react here. Not only is Connor Griffin coming to Pittsburgh, a $140 million extension, 9 years. That's 3 years of Connor Griffin that the Pirates have tacked on to his Pirates career. It looked like 6. Now it's going to be 9. I feel better about my Bonds prediction now. I do. I just got an extra year thrown on top of it.
Do you at all laugh and say we have to, I guess, technically still couch this in uncertain terms with a slight plausible deniability because only deleted it, but we all are
No, it's going to happen.
We're all 99.9% sure.
The only reason why they can't say it's happening now is because of what we just talked about.
How did you let that one slip before you were supposed to?
No, that's why he had to delete it right away.
I think that it's a banner day for their front office, and I can't believe I'm saying this. Now, the guy has to play well. I'm not going to be the guy who makes these insano proclamations. He has to be good like they think, and I think he'll be great. This is suddenly turning into, with like a random story I saw this morning about Seth Hernandez, one of their young pitchers that's already like ripping up the minor leagues.
Yep.
Ben Cherington is on like a run now that if it actually translates to the field.
It ain't Kyle Dubas, but it's close.
You want to talk about pulling yourself back from the brink potentially and getting a little bit closer to the penthouse from the outhouse? Well, he's starting to do it.
What did I tell you when we went over, like last summer, the argument he could give Bob Nutting for keeping his job? And it was, hey, I've got the best farm system in baseball, headlined by the best hitter in minor league baseball. And yes, our team stunk this year, and we did not meet expectations, but look at the cavalry that's coming. And I think that resonated with the owner. It didn't resonate with me or fans. I didn't trust Ben Cherington, but I have to give him props. Look at the way the team has evolved and changed since the last time we saw them in Pittsburgh. They traded for Brandon Lau. They didn't just get Lau in that deal. They got a lefty reliever who throws super hard, and a guy that's a functional fourth outfield with some skill who almost hit 300 thrown in. And all they had to give up was Mike Burrows, who, by the way, got bombed in his first appearance with the Astros. Great trade.
They signed Ryan O'Hearn to an actual honest-to-God Major League Baseball player deal.
Who's off to a great start.
Ozuna, which is not a good one, but they said, well, you know what? Here, I'll couch that one this way. Whether it turns out to be right or not, they said, we're not going to just do the bring Andrew McCutchen back because that's what the fan, let's make everybody feel good. They made what on paper is a ruthless baseball move that might backfire on them. It might.
Yep.
Like, I'll acknowledge that. And right now it doesn't look good at the outset. They decided, though, face of the franchise, guy that everybody has the jersey, everyone loves the guy. 3 years was enough on the return tour. We're going to try to bring in a player we think is better who costs more money. If Ozuna starts to hit, no one's going to care that Andrew McCutchen started out good this season with the Rangers. They've done things to actually try to make the team better in a significant way, I would say, for the first time that I can remember. Like, made pretty aggressive moves.
Tell me if you agree with the following statement, then. The Pirates have won back their fans. I think to a large degree they have. And we're going to see it manifest tomorrow is sold out. And they're going to put more butts in seats for the rest of this series and the following series because of what's gone on. It's just like when, obviously to a much lesser degree, PNC Park opened 25 years ago. Everybody wanted to come see that ballpark. They stunk. They lost 100 games. But there was a novelty of wanting to see that structure and the rave reviews of the stadium. They've now got a guy who people want to come see, and they don't come seeing him thinking, well, I might as well see him now because 15 minutes from now he's going to be a New York Yankee. No, he's your guy for almost a decade.
No, there will be kids who are growing up right now who I know Content Craig's got a kid who's I think 8 years old. He's going to get to watch the Pirates, presumably, throughout his real formative years as a sports fan into his teen years. And the best player on that team should be Connor Griffin under contract to the Pirates.
And I don't think it's going to lead to a Skeens extension. I don't think Skeens is going to sign back here. But Skeens made it pretty obvious in the offseason that he was not thrilled with what had happened the previous offseason, and he wanted to see more action. He wanted to see more moves. He wanted to see this team more serious about winning. I think they've done it. I think they've convinced him, and I think they've convinced, by extension, a lot of their fans with these moves. And to me, this is honestly, Lau I think will be good. O'Hearn is off to a great start. We'll see with Ozuna. This is the biggest one. This is their biggest, best move.
Well, it's hopefully putting your franchise cornerstone in place and under team control for, control that you don't have to constantly worry about and second guess and wonder if and when they're going to decide what's the time to cut bait. You just don't have to do that now. You can just put that out of sight, out of mind.
412-928-9370. Let's get to you, starting with TR in the car. Hello, TR.
Hey, gentlemen, let me take you back 30 years. 30 years. late 90s, I think 96. I pull into an appointment in Wheeling, the Wheeling Feeling. Who's beside me in a 1975 Ford Bronco, but Ogden nutting? The old man. He drives a 20-year-old car with a 20-year-old raincoat. Looked like he didn't have two nickels to rub together. And I said to myself, I met this guy. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. This guy's owner of the Pirates. Now here we are. Fast forward. The Sun has finally stepped up. It's finally stepped up and starting to spend a little bit of money. I don't know what to say. I'm lightheaded. This is hard for me to comprehend. I'm looking for tickets. I'm going to do whatever I can to go tomorrow. I've always been a Pirate fan, but this is just unbelievable. I'm so excited. I'm beside myself.
Will you come down where we are outside of the ballpark next to the Willie Stargell statue on Federal Street and chug a beer with us tomorrow, TR?
If I get tickets, I'm going. I'll come have it. I'll chug 2 beers with you because I've never been this excited about the Pirates, and I don't know how long. And that's a true story. I walked into my appointment. This guy sees me. It's snowing out. It's dead of January. I said, "Who the hell is that guy I just walked in with?" He goes, "That guy's that's Ogden Nutting. He just bought the Pirates." I'm like, "You got to be." He said, "Yeah, he's cheap." And he was cheap, and the Sun was cheap.
Well, not now. Thank you, TR, as you just pointed out.
That call was
turned over a new leaf.
That call was a journey. He did. I'm not going to.
Did you hear, by the way, that there is a scheduled chugging contest tomorrow outside of PNC Park with $100 on the line?
You know who would probably win that if he showed up as a ringer?
Well, it's not open competition. It's between 2 guys.
Who?
Callis and Austin.
Oh, I thought this was like being sponsored by somebody else.
Whoever finishes the 20-ounce beer first is going to win $100.
Will that be Austin's first beer?
No, apparently he goes out around the North Shore. He's a regular at some of those places that I don't want to mention on the air.
Until they spend with advertising dollars.
I know one, Mike's Beer Bar.
Yeah, of course.
And there was a chugging contest there between Callis and Intern Dom that ended in Intern Dom puking.
All right, this is going to sound insane because it's going to sound like sort of a quasi-defense of Bechtold. I have a bad feeling about how Callis might try to jake this. Because he's so Chris Farley adjacent with all of his behavior, and I'm just the life of the party, I think he's going to try to half splash the beer all over himself.
That's an automatic disqualification. That would make Austin the winner by default.
Like, did you ever see Beer Fest? You spill any drop of beer, you're DQ'd. Das Boot, that's the whole bit at the end. They got to spin the boot for the air bubble. Callis better not try to slop this up like he's Stone Cold Steve Austin on Monday Night Raw and just dump beer all over himself and say, I won.
Jim is called in all the way from Omaha. He's so jazzed up. Hello, Jim.
I'm not happy. I'm not happy about this at all. All us users are happy. I'm not. April 14th, they were due to play Omaha. Indy was. We're a bunch of Yinzers. We're going to get together here in the Midwest. This isn't going to happen now, of course, here. I have to. No, this is a fun day.
I love it. I love it, Jim. You had me going for about a second there. I didn't really put 2 and 2 together.
Well, you'll get to watch the password, Jim.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's batting 0-53 right now. And then it does show one thing, though, on Nutting's side, in mentality going through. There's going to have to be a hard, probably leaning toward a hard for next year or the year after if they lock out. Because there's no way he'd be spending this money now for just to get the team going after 20 years of doing nothing, next to nothing. So that's my thoughts. Great hearing you guys today. Thank you.
See you, Jim. I mean, maybe he had an epiphany. Maybe Paul Skeens brought it out of him. I don't really care what the impetus is. I mean, everyone has their theories. A nudging from Major League Baseball to get the small market teams to go for it more before negotiations with the MLBPA next year. Plausible. I mean, all those things, I think, when I hear them articulated, make sense to me. For whatever reason, all I know right now is the Pirates are 3-3. They have Paul Skeens, the best pitcher in baseball. Now they have the best teenage baseball player in the world locked up for almost a decade. And they didn't get some kind of remember when Tabata signed, people were like, oh my, now
his agent basically got disciplined for that, for how bad of a deal it was. No, they didn't get really a discount at all. They committed a lot of term, but they paid more money than anybody's paid in this situation.
They paid market value, and that should be lauded. And I'm not just saying that because we're on the Pirates flagship. It's fact.
If another team did this with a guy like Griffin, I'd just be, and the Pirates didn't have him.
I'd say the Pirates should be doing this.
I would just be like, if they ever get a player like that, do it. I like that only, by the way, and I didn't notice this because we got way into our conversation. Like a couple minutes after he put out the tweet that he wasn't supposed to put out, he put out the same tweet and then just wrote another sentence. They're still working on finalizing, but this is absolutely the deal that they are going to announce after he plays one major league game.
Not only are you guys going to get a chance to see Connor Griffin in black and gold tomorrow at PNC Park, but he has signed a 9-year, $140 million extension with the Pirates. How do you like these Pittsburgh Pirates now? 412-928-9370. Every Pirate fan who has cared and complained for decades should be calling in right now to give their opinion and either talk about how they're impressed with the Pirates, how they've changed, how they're back on board. I want to hear from you next at 412-928-9370. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Connor Griffin called up. He will make his debut with the Pirates tomorrow at 4:12. He also has a deal in place, according to Buster Olney from ESPN, 9 years, $140 million. Pirates and Orioles tomorrow, like I said, 4:12 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan, the North Shore Tavern leadoff show right around 3 o'clock. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. Obviously, this is a big week for Buccos fans. We've got games going on and a game coming here to Pittsburgh tomorrow. And that's why I want to tell you guys about the Daily Dinger promotion on FanDuel. Here's how it works. Join the action. Just make your free pick on who's hitting a home run in their game, and if you're right, you'll get a profit boost to use on your next bet for a chance at extra winnings. So you can pick Connor Griffin in tomorrow's game. It's just another reason why FanDuel is the home of home runs. Head over to FanDuel.com/Andrew to opt in for Daily Dingers and make your free pick on who's hitting a homer. Again, it's free, so why wouldn't you make it? FanDuel, a partner of MLB, the official partner. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now drawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration of max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. ForThePeople.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Seems like the Eagles have another problem on their hands, and this time it's quarterback Jalen Hurts. Reports say that Hurts had problems with the offense, would, quote, divert from the game plan to an excessive degree, and had body language issues that the players and coaches would notice. Maybe A.J. Brown isn't all to blame after all. If the Eagles want to have any Super Bowl aspirations, they need to figure this out, and fast. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Baseball is finally back, and the Pirates are set to open their season at home against the Baltimore Orioles April 3rd through the 5th for opening weekend, presented by Giant Eagle. It all starts on Friday, April 3rd, when the Bucks take on the Birds for the home opener. Plus, all fans that day take home a 2026 magnetic schedule. Then Saturday, the Pirates take on the Orioles for Game 2 of the series at 4:05. Then we close out opening weekend with some Sunday afternoon baseball at 1:35. Get your tickets now at Pirates.com.
Cloudy with showers tonight, the low 65.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Looking at a bit of congestion on 28 inbound, a little bit after the 40th Street Bridge as you make your way towards the city. And the lanes on the Parkway West outbound are starting to jam around the county jail. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Renzel.
This report brought to you by Window Nation. Right now, get 50% off windows. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off on new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider. Good time to tell you guys that tomorrow we'll be on Federal Street for opening day, and Nova Place is the place for your Pirates parking. At Nova Place, and pregame at Federal Galley with great Pirate specials every home game. So make your payment in advance to avoid any lines or delays while exiting the garage. Nova Place offers parking on the North Shore for sporting events, concerts, and more. And your place to park to watch Connor Griffin tomorrow. He is the $140 million man on the verge of signing a 9-year extension. We just had a listener come down and tell us that he ran into Connor Griffin just outside of PNC Park, and Griffin was generous with his time with us, and we talked to him last Friday, and already signing autographs for young Pirates fans
who are
outside
probably
the ballpark.
older than him, because the guy got into the casino. Connor Griffin cannot legally come in here.
Wait, what? I thought you had to be 18.
I thought you had to be 21.
21 for casinos.
Oh, that's true.
We can't ever have him as a guest live on the air from the Rivers Casino.
That is something else,
Can you imagine if he wanted to come on one day? He's like, guys, I had a great time talking to you. We said, Connor, you're going to have to stand outside the door. We've got a video link that our boss content, Craig, is going to put up for you. Don't worry, it's perfect. We've got an easy chair and everything.
This should be a celebratory day for Pirates fans. I think it's one of the best days. Here is a guy, homegrown. You picked him in the draft. He skyrocketed through the minor leagues, and you're calling him up this quickly because you got him to put his name on a contract that eats up 3 free agent years. 412-928-9370. Let's see if our listeners share our excitement, starting with Ryan. He's on the Fan. Hello, Ryan.
This might be the best day as a Pirates fan in my entire life. Never in
How
my
old
life,
are you?
I think Mosey, I'm 43 years old. So I remember sitting in the living room watching my former favorite Pirate, Sid Bream, destroy my dreams back in 1992. Mosey, you said it best. The Pirates reset the market for prospects. Never in my lifetime did I think the Pirates would reset the market for anything. And they go out and do this. I'm on my way to Florida right now with 3 kids in the car for spring break. I drive all night and just listen to the Fan over and over again. I am so unbelievably.
All right, thanks, Ryan. We're only letting you go because your phone's breaking up a little bit.
His phone is battling I-95. Do you agree with what I'm seeing from some people, which is they think that there might be a more equitable CBA somehow that makes this more affordable for teams like, I don't want to say more affordable because they've always been able to afford it, but makes teams like the Pirates more willing to do deals like this?
How would the CBA do that?
Pony, I'm speaking in very broad strokes here.
Yeah.
Because it's being bandied about as a broad idea. We've got 2 people in the YouTube comments that I've noticed so far, and they're regulars, who are very against this.
Okay.
Jason in Slippery Rock thinks it's just a flat-out bad move.
Why?
I guess he's saying
Too risky?
He seems not sold on Connor Griffin being really good. He said you might have just extended the next Jay Bell.
Okay, still $15 million a year. It's not 30, but
a guy named Corey just says this is all false hope. They're not really elaborating much, and they're both regular listeners, so I'm not going to be mean at all, nor would I ever want to be. But they both just seem very skeptical.
Oh, you like to be mean sometimes.
Not
what are you
to
talking about?
Not to people who are loyal, good listeners, which they both are.
Better day than the wild card game in 13, huh?
No.
That's what he just said.
No.
Ryan?
No.
I could understand why, though, people might say it.
If you didn't watch a World Series victory, I get why the idea that the team is now operating like just about every other team does. Like the Brewers are in a smaller market. They had Chiriot signed like this kind of deal.
And they just signed their other shortstop to like an $80 million deal. He's not the kind of prospect Griffin is, but he's good.
Here's another one. I know that this didn't exactly bear fruit for them. The Reds love Joey Votto, signed him to a 10-year, $220 million deal. Like the Pirates lagged behind with the A's and with probably the Rays maybe. Wander Franco was obviously a disaster deal that they signed and then nullified. But they weren't with the times as far as doing anything even remotely like this, and this is them finally starting to catch up with even other small market teams.
Here's Jay-Z next. Hello, Jay-Z.
It's actually JV, but from Penn Hills. I'm just as excited as Mazeroski's home run. I think it's the greatest thing. I'm 74 in a month, and it gives me my lifetime with at least a decent shortstop. I think it's a great move. I think he's going to be tremendous.
Sir, I respect the fact that you've been a Pirates fan for so long and you have an undying love for your team. You just said that this ranks up there with a man hitting a Game 7 home run to beat the Yankees, the only such home run in baseball history, a ninth inning home run, bottom of the ninth, to win a series in a Game 7. And you said signing a 19-year-old shortstop actually compares to that?
Absolutely. What? This guy's got it all in front of him, and I think it shows with the other signings they're going offensive, and he's going to add a great defense. And I think he's got some speed and power, and I fit in perfectly.
Yes, I hear all of that. But
Bill Mazeroski beat the Yankees with a walk-off home run.
You lived through that. The greatest sports moment in Pittsburgh history, and you're comparing a contract signed by a kid you've never seen play Major League Baseball to that?
Yeah, and Franco's touchdown, too. I'll put it right with it.
All right, thank you, JB. Are we being put on there, or do you think that older gentleman actually believes that?
I think he believes it. Who am I to trample on his happiness? He won't be here for 9 years, is Corey's take. Pony's saying it's like a day to be celebrated. He is wrong. I guess Corey's big thing that he is citing is that it's like the A-Rod deal in Texas where he ended up with the Yankees not long after he signed it.
Yeah, but think about it this way, Corey. If you don't think he's going to see out the contract, okay, fine, reasonable take. He doesn't play all 9 years here. If he doesn't sign an extension, 6 years is really, let's say, 4 years. All right, let's say it's not 9 years. Instead, it's 7. That's 3 more years of Connor Griffin. They got 3 more years of Connor Griffin, however you slice it, no matter how bitterly cynical and skeptical you are. That's what this deal did. So, yes, I'm going to celebrate that. Am I going to be like JB and say it's up there with the Maz home run?
Baseball.
I didn't even see that home run, and I'm saying, no, that's ridiculous.
I would wonder if there's going to be a no trade clause in here, like where he cannot be dealt by them.
What do you mean?
Like to prevent them if they think like 4 years in, he's not playing as, we want to try to cut bait somehow.
But why would Griffin want that? Well, I guess he could to like pick where he went. Yeah, I guess he could do that.
Yeah,
that'd be a negotiating chip. I don't know how many of these contracts for non-major leaguers like a Roman Anthony or Colton Emerson included that, but hey, if anybody's going to get it, it's him because it's the biggest one ever, and he's the best prospect to sign one of these deals. Here's Jim in Monaco reacting to the Connor Griffin 9-year, $140 million extension. Hello, Jim.
Multi Tony, thanks for taking my call. I'm on a 6.5-hour ride to the University of Kentucky in Lexington. You guys are my entertainment. Congratulations on all your success.
Why are you going to Kentucky, though?
We're going to visit my son. He goes there, and we're going to do the whole Easter thing since he couldn't come back.
Congratulations on all your success now.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy with the Connor Griffin. Number one, bringing him up. Number two, solidifying his future here at the Pittsburgh Pirates. And the one thing I want to say is I can't agree with past listeners saying that it compares to monumental factual things that happened because we're still talking about hope, right? Like, time is testament here, and only that time will tell. But I do think as a number one prospect and a phenom at 19 years old, there's really a lot of legitimate hope to think this guy's going to do what he actually can do. So I'm excited about that. I'm excited that he's here for the home opener. But what I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
There is a gentleman on the coaching staff of the Pirates, Gene Lamont. He is a special assignment coach.
Yes.
And that is part of the reason why what does he do? And can he help Ozuna? I think Ozuna's progressing. He's hitting hard.
I think he's there to be the Yoda of the coaching staff, and thanks for the call. Gene managed the Pirates, was Jim Leland's right-hand man, also managed the White Sox. Has been in baseball since, Hannes Wagner. And I think he's just around to be like the old sage, wise man of the organization. That's how I would.
Hey, Gene, it's Ron Cook. Remember the days when we watched Washington cross the Delaware? Those were some times, weren't they, Gene?
He is the Ron Cook of the Pirates organization. I think Crowley hit the nail on the head. Recent tweet from our morning show host. This could be the golden age of Pirates baseball. It won't get better than Skeens and Griffin together. Soak it in, enjoy it. Today isn't a day for cynicism. Celebrate. You've earned it. I think he's right. That's how it is gearing up. And one half of the guys he's mentioned, despite all of the overwhelming and overflowing amount of the Pirates screw guys up, the Pirates get things wrong, the Pirates are idiots, Paul Skeens is living proof that that's not always true.
Well, now I have seen the immediate pivot to, this is awesome, now do Skeens. And I just don't think that's going to happen.
Here is Mark next. Hello, Mark.
Hi, how are you guys doing?
We're good.
So I just did a quick Google search, and over the last 10 years, there have been 12 number one prospects in baseball, and I just wanted to list off 5 of those real quick.
Go ahead.
We've got Bobby Witt Jr., Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Ronald Acuna, Shohei Ohtani, and Corey Seager. I would say that the chances of us signing a caliber of that player on the open market is 0.
Yep.
And the chances of Connor Griffin becoming one of those players is not 0. It's above 20%.
Well, it is
we
with
have a real
Ohtani,
chance to have a
but
Hall
with
of
the
Fame
other
talent.
guys, yes, it isn't with Ohtani, but it is fair for the other guys for sure.
Yeah, so I would say I'm 40 years old. This is my second favorite moment as a Pirates fan behind the Johnny Cueto game, because they have to put all their chips in on Connor Griffin. I realize that he might not reach his ceiling. I realize that the contract might end up not working out. I get that. But they have to put all their chips in on Connor Griffin, because they will never, ever be able to get a guy like this on the open market. The window is now with Paul Skeens and Connor Griffin. They have to give it a shot. So I would just say that I'm absolutely thrilled that they're giving it a shot.
They're behaving like a team that's trying to win baseball games. That's all I can say. I mean, they are behaving like
Well,
a
I hope
team.
it's not all you can say. We've got another hour and a half to do.
Nope, that really was it. By the way, Bechtold texted me, said if he does a chugging contest for $100, it will be his first beer. He's never had more than half of a beer. No, I think that the main complaint, if you were to boil down people's frustrations with the Pirates in one sentence, it was prior to a lot of the stuff that's happened recently. They don't seem like they're trying to win. They don't act like a team that's trying to win. They have now made a bunch of moves, this being by far the most significant one, that suggests they are operating like an organization that is trying to win baseball games. In fact, I ripped their heads off and said, urgency. You all talk from the owner on down about this urgent need to win, and then you do nothing to actually back it up.
That was last year.
That was even the year before I said that, too, because it was Bob Nutting on repeat a couple of years, and Ben Cherington doing the same sleepy, voiced thing. Yeah, we really have an urgent need to win, yeah. This is finally the capstone of an offseason where it has looked like they are trying to put their money where their mouth is and really back that statement up. I don't know. You can be cynical about what's to come in a decade or whatever. God only knows. Connor Griffin was in, middle school a decade ago. He was 9. He was in 4th grade.
No pubic hair.
Why would you say something like that?
I don't know. That's the first thing I think of is when you haven't hit puberty yet. I don't know.
I think somebody laughed at one of the other tables.
You don't think it was a big deal, when you were in 5th or 6th grade, and I remember when Scott Spinella walked in and he had pubes, and we're like, oh my God, what is this? None of us have these yet. That didn't happen in school for you?
No.
All right, pretend like it didn't. Fine. That's okay.
No, I can't
pretend like when somebody got armpit hair in pubes, it wasn't like a big deal.
I think armpit
among
hair
the guys
maybe.
group.
I think armpit hair is maybe, oh wow, he's got armpit hair. I don't think anybody else was doing any of that other stuff. Anyway, a lot of stuff can happen between now and whenever people are worried about how this is going to turn out down the road. They are right now acting like a team that wants to win baseball games, and a lot of them. That is the clearest praise I can declare for them.
We have not heard any Pirate fans or Pittsburgh sports fans call in and say anything bad about this monumental, unprecedented Connor Griffin extension. It's 9 years. It's worth $140 million. All you fans out there, this is your chance to get in at 412-928-9370. I'm sure there's been a time in your life you've wanted to vent and rip the Pirates on the air and call them out for something. Are you ready right now, today, to finally give them big-time props and credit for what they did with Connor Griffin? If you are a Pirate fan, this is a huge deal, and you should have an opinion on it that you want to share with us at 412-928-9370. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia. Check them out at southhillskia.net. A Bucko Minute is next with more of your calls on this, but first a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins and Lightning tonight in Tampa. Puck drop set for 7 p.m. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today, is 21 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Thor Dickerson here. Looking for an easy way to raise money for your youth sports team or organization this season? Keystone Custom Apparel has a brand new fan club fundraiser designed specifically for sports teams. Each player receives a custom shirt featuring the names of their supporters on the back. Supporters simply donate $20 per name, enter their name online, select their favorite player, and check out. No collecting money from parents, no complicated order forms, no headaches. Most teams raise $2,000 to $5,000 with this program. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com or give them a call, 724-206-0285 to get started today. Want to know how much your home is currently worth in the Pittsburgh area? My friend Gina GM Petro of Remax Select Realty has a free and easy way to get your answer. To get started, just go to her website, GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Welcome. You are in the beer garden with Gene from Vicini Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. In the beer garden this week, we're enjoying a Bell's Oberon, the iconic American wheat ale, because Oberon season is here. Bell's Oberon, a beer with the color and scent of a summer afternoon. Slight hints of spice, a smooth mouthfeel, and a citrusy and refreshing finish. Made with only 4 ingredients: wheat malt, hops, water, and Bell's signature house ale yeast. Enjoy it as it is, or try Oberon with a slice of orange. Bell's Oberon pairs delightfully with herb chicken, brie cheese, grilled salmon, orange flan, peanuts and popcorn, and baseball. Bell's Oberon contains 5.8% alcohol by volume. Look for Bell's Oberon wherever better beer is sold, and enjoy responsibly. This message has been brought to you by Vicini Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. Cheers.
Here at Whalen Exteriors, we've been waiting to get back at it after one of the roughest winters in a long time. We're starting to learn just how bad the last few months were on roofs in the area. So, if this winter wreaked havoc on your roof with all the snow and ice, trust the leading roofing company in the greater Pittsburgh area, Whalen Exteriors. We've extended our spring offer through the end of the month. Learn about it at whalenexteriors.com. Whalen Exteriors. No mess, no stress. See why we're the pros with the 5-star Google reviews. whalenexteriors.com.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Root for our home team, a new pirate generation. Everybody shout, let's go,
It really really is a new Pirates generation. An heir of Pirates baseball. Not only is Connor Griffin going to be here tomorrow playing shortstop, but he has signed a 9-year, $140 million contract with your Buccos. At 4:45, time to start your weekend off right with Archie's Famous Wings. Listen to Pop and Joe on Wednesdays to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon. 937thefan.com contesting page. No doubt the Connor Griffin cards will be flying off the shelves. I should have bought some today. I was getting a new phone. I was at a mall, which are still around.
Oh, you have a new phone there?
I do, yeah.
Well, congrats.
Thank you. I only waited 5 years. My last new phone was in 2020.
I used to go 4 or 5 between them.
What changed?
Oh, now with Content Craig's initiatives, I have to have the latest and greatest to make sure that I'm keeping up with the content.
Does he pay for your phone?
No.
Oh, then why do you have to do it?
It's just a sense of duty I feel to the station.
Oh, okay. Well, anyways, there was a card place in the mall, and they had Connor Griffin rookie cards.
Yeah.
They were going for like $10. I should have bought 30 of them.
I should have bought like 30 of them for you for your 40th birthday, a present I still haven't purchased.
My birthday was literally 3 months ago to the day.
I told your wife I'm many months late on buying you a 40th birthday gift, which was always my plan. By the way,
is it going to be a Phil Kessel jersey? Is that going to be the joke here?
No, I had some ideas, and it was all like relatively stuff I thought you would get a kick out of, at the very least. You would be excited about. I have a question about the Buster Olney stuff here for a second.
You're really fixated on him having to retract his initial reporting.
For this reason, you know that the PPI part of this, like the Pirates would want to dot their I's and cross their T's, right? They want the pick. Anybody would.
Yep.
Even a big market team would still be like, yeah, we want an extra draft pick.
Especially when all you have to do is wait a day to finalize it to get it.
We all assume Buster's info is right, and he retracted and then said they're still finalizing as a technicality. What if baseball decided to go to the Pirates, like, and be kind of sticks in the mud about this?
They can't, because if a contract hasn't been signed, then they can't be like, oh, well, the word of a reporter is more than what actually happened.
The contract, I guess, yeah, the smart thing to do if you're the Pirates and Griffin's people is do not actually put pen to paper and ink to paper until tomorrow when he's played a game.
Yep.
You wait till the game has ended for 1 minute and then put ink to paper and he's good, right? That's how I would understand it. Or maybe wait till the next day formally.
Or maybe you wait a few extra days after that just so there's no...
Well, I think, no, if he plays one game, I think they would have... Maybe the safest thing they could do is wait till April 4th, sign the contract, boom, he's good. He's in. I don't know.
What if he get hurt? What if he gets hurt in tomorrow's game?
Jeez, don't even say it. You know there's going to be people now saying, Pony, you had to say it. Now he's going to pull a hamstring.
No, it's going to be amazing. I think he's going to hit a home run in his first at-bat like Starling Marte did.
Starling Marte did better than that.
First pitch
he saw in the major leagues, he hit a mile in Houston.
Yep.
If he hit
off of...
who were they playing? They were playing the Astros. Who were they playing?
I think it was Dallas Keuchel.
It was.
No, it was Dallas.
It was Dallas Keuchel.
Because I knew it was a lefty who kind of like grooved him something reasonably soft, and he just pummeled it. If he... Say he was hitting like third and the first two guys reach base, and the crowd is buzzing already, and his Christian rock walk-up song plays, and everyone's going nuts, and he parks one.
Oh, my God.
The lid would come off the place.
It's going to be like the Cueto home run all over again.
It would be bedlam in that place if he did that, hit a 3-run jack. By the way, speaking of where he would hit in the lineup, we got kind of waylaid for a second.
We'll get back to that.
You were going to tease that, and now I'm very curious to know where MLB Network and MLB.com think he might slot in.
They think they have a scoop on that. Here's Braden on the fan. Hello, Braden.
How you guys doing today?
Hey, man.
So, unfortunately, as a young Pirates fan, I've grown up here my entire life, and I have to mention it because my dad's listening. He's a massive fan of your guys' show. I do not have a single good Pirates memory except for today. This signing has brought me absolute joy. The Brandon Lau and the O'Hearn signing, they've been performing well. This year, I feel like it's a great Pirates year, and I have nothing bad to say about the management. And I can now say that I have a very good memory of being a Pirates fan.
And your dad is listening right now with you in the car as you say this, or he's somewhere else in Pittsburgh and you're thinking he's going to hear this?
I'm driving to Pittsburgh to go pick up a sports card, actually, and I told him to tune in. He's at work right now, so I think he's listening. I may be wrong. But
pick up a sports car?
Sports card, yeah.
What kind?
Card.
I collect sports cards, yeah.
Oh, I thought he said car. Okay, sports cards. Whose cards? What kind of cards?
Yeah. I'm picking up a Jackson Dart card right now. I'm a big investor into his stuff right now.
All right.
A big Jackson Dart investor.
That's actually...
He just picked up Starkey on the way to the store.
That's actually Starkey's stepson.
I'm feeling better. I'm healthy.
How about that? This is my first great Pirates memory. So he would have to have been too young in 2015. So
well, if he's driving right now, he's at least 16.
Yeah, so he's a teen. He's probably Griffin's age. Should have asked him.
So he would have been 8 years old for like 15, that run.
At 8, you're old enough to remember that stuff.
My first memories of the Steelers that I kind of remember realistically are 7, 8 years old.
I'm happy you just brought that up. I asked this to Pomp before we got news of the contract. And I said, rank the teams who you think is going to go deepest in the playoffs in 2026. Steelers, Penguins, Pirates. And he put Penguins 1, Pirates 2, and Steelers last. Along the same lines, I think the Steelers right now are clearly third among the teams here when talking about like optimism and long-term belief and hope in the team. Because they don't have the most important position in sports figured out. The Penguins still have Crosby. He's older. But they've had a really good year, and they have filled in with Ben Kindles and younger guys, and they've got all these draft picks coming, and they've got guys now in their system, Miroshov, Horkoff, who's playing at Michigan, big prospect. So there's guys coming through the pipeline there, too. And look, the Steelers have had a good offseason as far as who they signed, the Pittman trade. But it's a 43-year-old quarterback, and you still have no clue who the next dude is going to be that allows for you to compete for Super Bowls again.
The part of that, I know they're going to draft one in 27. I understand that. The fact, though, that they have been so hesitant to move on from the 43-year-old guy and that they are actively courting him and assuming he's going to come back and play is also troubling, because part of what you're saying is not just who the personnel is that you have on hand, what is the general direction and course being plotted by your organization. Kyle Dubas has undergone the biggest reputational facelift of anybody in this town, probably, because he's having an unbelievable run of picks and trades and everything else, acquisitions this year, right? Kindle, great pick. Mantha and others, great acquisitions. The Jari trade feels like something you would have seen in that movie The Prestige or whatever, where there's actual magicians pulling off stunts. And they have a good future because they have Kindle, because they still have ties to the past, and because they're close to getting there right now. And their coach looks like he's going to be good for however long you feel good about saying a hockey coach will last in one place. The Pirates have the best pitcher in the sport. His ERA came down 60 runs yesterday. It was nice. They have the brightest prospect in the sport. And the more you start reading about some of the guys coming up through their pipeline, like this Seth Hernandez, it sounds like they're continuing to kind of churn him out here a little bit.
Oh, I had somebody tell me they thought he was the best player in the last draft.
Seth Hernandez. Do you want to know what Baseball America wrote about him? They said the only thing blocking Seth Hernandez from being the Pirates' best pitcher on their major league club next year is Paul Skeens' existence. That is what somebody said. Now, somebody could be very pessimistic and say, and an impending lockout, neither here nor there. Point is, 2 of the 3 teams seem to have their bleep together. The Steelers look like they're spinning a little bit.
Well, I think the Steelers have their bleep together everywhere but the most important position, and that's a big everywhere but the most important position qualifier. I mean, ESPN said they had the best offseason of any team in free agency and trade. But you've got a Band-Aid at quarterback still, and it's not even a good Band-Aid in my opinion.
I actually saw Mike Tice on Nate Tice, who does the big Yahoo football podcast, say he wants to like the Steelers offseason, sort of, ultimately doesn't, and you can just tell everything he says about them is colored by the quarterback situation.